Sulu participates in the world's most hardcore reality show, Survive on a Deserted Island, finding himself amidst the perilous surroundings of Bermuda Island. While other contestants struggle in despair, he awakens a miraculous system, unlocking extraordinary skills such as terrain mapping, animal taming, and trap crafting. He transforms the desolate island into a splendid resort, surrounded by beautiful companions and adorable pets, sipping ice-cold cola beneath a sunshade. While others are grappling with a hellish survival, I am luxuriating in paradise. Witness how Sulu utilizes the system to upend the survival reality show and becomes the most leisurely survival expert in history. Chapter 1. The Bermuda Archipelago, Child of the Wilderness. The most mysterious and beautiful archipelago in the Pacific, the Bermuda Islands. Sulu have arrived. Sulu opened his eyes, embracing the sea breeze. The engine of the speedboat roared, cutting through the azure waters, leaving a frothy trail behind. Before him lay an island adorned with tropical jungles, hills, and even small mountains, which were blanketed with trees from temperate to cold climates. Snow capped the mountain peaks. This archipelago showcased every climate found on Earth. This is the enigmatic Bermuda Island. Sulu's upcoming challenge is to survive for an entire year on this complex Bermuda archipelago without any supplies. The grandest survival reality show, Survive on a Deserted Island, is jointly organized by major financial consortiums, featuring 100 contestants and streaming live 24 hours a day. The speedboat bounced wildly upon the waves. Sulu looked into the camera. Hello, everyone. My name is Sulu, and today a wave crashed over him, causing him to slip and tumble against the side of the speedboat, resulting in an embarrassing spectacle. His attempt at bravado backfired spectacularly. This is ridiculously bumpy. His disheveled appearance was captured by the camera and immediately broadcasted in the Survive on a Deserted Island livestream. The chat room erupted with mocking comments. This foolish host can't even sit still on a boat, yet he dares to challenge the island? Another one who throws caution to the wind for a hefty prize? If he is the last one standing, the prize is 50 million. Lasting a year on the island doubles the reward. 100 million. Goodness, I will be tempted too. Sigh, if only I had drawn the lucky ticket. Forget it, my friends. Money doesn't come easy. Surviving a year on a deserted island with no supplies? Who could endure that? Moreover, those participating in Survive on a Deserted Island are mostly survival masters from various countries. The pinnacle of survival skills. What do you have to compete with these elites? Wiping his mouth, Sulu gazed at the island he was about to step upon. Staying on this island for a year means 100 million. Enough to consult the finest specialists for my mother's surgery. The thought of his chronically ill mother dimmed his gaze. He was just an ordinary salaried worker. When his mother fell seriously ill, he scurried around to raise funds, but could not afford the exorbitant surgery fees. Fortunately, he hit the jackpot by securing a spot on Survive on a Deserted Island. Not only was the prize ludicrously high, but even if he did not last to the end, as long as he garnered enough popularity, the tips he received would amount to a fortune. However, the risks associated with this show were profoundly daunting. Isolated on a remote island, danger lurked at every turn. Food, water, tools. There were no supplies, relying solely on his own hands for gathering and crafting, coupled with the unpredictable weather and the various wild beasts that roamed the island. Should anything go awry, he might perish before help could arrive. Risks aside, as long as the money is substantial, any danger is worth taking. Upon hearing this, a tall, athletic beauty with sun-kissed skin sitting across from him let out a cold snort. Ambitious, yet lacking in capability. This beauty was Lin Shihan, one of the few who made it to the end in the previous season, renowned as the survival queen in her homeland, boasting immense popularity. Sulu initially felt a sense of delight at being on the same island as this survival queen. After all, it was an opportunity to learn from a seasoned veteran. In Survive on a Deserted Island, multiple contestants share the same island. Competition and collaboration are unrestricted. It is quite common for participants on the same island to band together for survival in the early stages. Yet, the survival queen, Lin Shihan, seemed to have little regard for Sulu. She coldly remarked, in survival scenarios, having more people is not always beneficial. Rather than being hindered by a newcomer, I would prefer to go solo. If you cannot endure, feel free to withdraw. Do not let pride hold you back. After all, one's life is more important than anything else. In her live stream, comments flooded in. Lin Goddess is commanding. Last time, Lin Goddess narrowly missed the top spot this time. She must reclaim her glory. Sigh. In recent seasons of Survive on a Deserted Island, it It has always been foreigners laughing to the end. Although none of them lasted a full year, it's still a slap in the face. Lynn Goddess must win this time. Soon, the speedboat reached the shore. Disembarking and stepping onto the island, contestants were not allowed to carry any tools aside from their simple clothing. True survival on a deserted island meant even clothing was restricted, as it could be fashioned into ropes or shredded for kindling. However, since this show is designed for all ages, clothing must remain intact. Other contestants began to arrive on the island as well. In each contestant's live stream, the moderator announced, "Survival in the wild officially begins." Simultaneously, major media outlets commenced a countdown. Let us await to see which contestant will ultimately succeed and become the king of survival. The number of viewers in each live stream skyrocketed. The fastest surge was in the live stream of Survival Queen Lin Shihan. Comments flooded in. Let us witness Lynn Goddess create miracles. With Lynn Goddess, we shall conquer Bermuda. Lynn's family supports you. Donated a yacht X1 little cutie next door. Donated a rocket X1. Lin Shihan glanced at Su Lu before tossing her long hair. The first step in wilderness survival is to assess the terrain and locate water and food. As she explained, she gracefully strode away from the shore. Su Lu remained rooted in place, barefoot on the sand, motivating himself to endure a year, earn 100 million, and secure treatment for his mother. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in his ear. Ding! Detection. Host has commenced wilderness survival. Binding system template Child of the Wilderness. Initial gift pack for Child of the Wilderness. Terrain map of the southern shore. Initial skills of the Child of the Wilderness. Position marker LV.1. Animal taming LV.1. Trap crafting LV.1. The host can unlock more skills by accumulating popularity points in the live stream. Level 1 skill unlock requires popularity points, 10,000. Current popularity points, 9,999. Sule's lips curled into a smile. Just 1 point away. With a little effort, he could. In that moment, the irate viewers in the live stream began to vent their frustrations. What are you doing, host? This isn't a vacation. Why are you just standing on the beach? Follow Lynn Goddess. I thought being on the same island as Lynn Goddess would be an advantage, but now I feel misled. Switching live streams, I can't watch this infuriating host. Current popularity points, 9, 9989, 896. 9,385, 8,777. Shuru. Chapter 2, Coconuts. The system displays popularity points that are directly linked to the live stream's viewership. This means that Su Li's live stream audience is rapidly dwindling. He was already a newcomer with little popularity. If this continues, he would be left with nothing. The survival show on the deserted island operates under an elimination system. Each week, the contestant with the lowest popularity is ruthlessly expelled. Prior to the commencement of the program, experts analyzed the newcomer Su Lu, predicting over a 90% chance of him facing elimination in the first round. He shook off his earlier confusion. The greatest challenge in wilderness survival lies in unfamiliarity with the terrain. It is crucial to know where to seek resources. Fortunately, I possess a topographic map of the southern shore, coupled with the orientation marking skill. He chuckled. So it's about finding water and food and boosting popularity, is it? Su Lu silently urged himself onward. Glancing at the camera, he beamed. I bet my friends in a live stream are eagerly awaiting updates. In fact, the most vital aspect of survival on a deserted island is confirming one's direction. Upon disembarking from the speedboat, he had taken a moment to observe the surrounding landscape and ascertain his position. He raised his hand, pointing to a dry branch jutting out from a beach. Do you see that branch embedded in the ground? During my brief observation, the shadow at the tip of the branch has shifted several centimeters to my right since I first noticed it. Let us designate the initial point of the shadow as west and the end point as east. With the toes of my feet aligned to these points, the direction I face now is north. As he concluded his explanation, the system chimed. Orientation marking skill upgraded, current level, LV.2. In Su Li's live stream, viewers who had been expressing frustration now questioned, is this for real? The host isn't just talking nonsense, right? Indeed, what the host shared is a universally acknowledged method of determining direction, documented in Special Forces manuals. Wait, you were a Special Forces soldier? That's impressive. I wouldn't say impressive, it's a duty to protect the homeland. Wow, this host is quite knowledgeable. No wonder he stood still earlier, he was figuring out his bearings. Let's give the host a spicy strip as a treat. Current popularity, 11,000. Unlock new skill, danger perception, passive. Would you like to unlock it? Su Lu responded, unlock. Skill unlocked. Danger perception, passive. In the wilderness, one may lack water, food, and tools, but dangers abound. This skill significantly enhances my survival safety. Lin Shihan, who had already ventured a distance away, looked back at Su Lu. He's hopeless, she remarked, raising her delicate eyebrows. I was just thinking if he manages to catch up, perhaps he could lend a hand since we're compatriots. But all he does is stand on the beach, grinning. Let him fend for himself. She ignored Su Lu further and addressed her camera. Generally speaking, when the terrain and resource distribution are unclear, our primary source of water and food on the first day of survival is coconuts. They taste delightful, are highly nutritious, and most importantly, they are clean. As she spoke, she pointed into the distance. Look, fortune favors me. Following her gesture, a tall coconut tree, over 10 meters high, came into view, its feathery leaves providing ample shade. Beneath them, grayish-brown coconuts nestled enticingly. Lin, are the water sources you mentioned these coconuts? Lin Shihan casually replied, indeed. Suddenly, she turned around in fright, retreating 2 steps. When did you catch up to me? Her chest heaved rapidly, revealing her shock. Behind her, Su Lu grinned, displaying his white teeth. Just when you said you were lucky. Su Lu pointed to the coconut tree. Those coconuts are overripe. The coconut water has turned milky. Consuming it would cause gastrointestinal distress. With his newly unlocked danger perception skill, he easily detected such hazards. In the live stream, comments flooded in. Is that really a thing? It is, but to discern from such a distance that the coconuts are overripe. The host might be exaggerating. Wait, isn't coconut water supposed to be milky? Just so you know, the ones sold in markets are made from the flesh, not the water. Interesting trivia. Lin Shihan remained skeptical of Su Li's claims. She tossed her hair and turned away. Su Li made no attempt to stop her, cheerfully calling out, the current temperature is approximately 38 degrees Celsius. For an adult engaged in moderate physical labor, daily water consumption hovers around 15 liters. Even without exertion, prolonged exposure to the sun for more than 3 hours can lead to dehydration. Climbing a 10-meter-high coconut tree to retrieve coconuts is already a moderately intense activity, not to mention the challenge of breaking them open without tools. Lin Shihan halted and turned back. What are you implying? Su Lu met her gaze without flinching. If you can't successfully break open a coconut to eat, wouldn't that spell disaster for the survival queen? You know I'm the survival queen. Lin Shihan shot back. Do I really need you to teach me how to survive? The comments in her live stream echoed. The goddess is fierce. Crack open a coconut and prove him wrong. Though she couldn't see the comments, Lin Shihan had already resolved to do just that. The distance from the beach to the coconut tree was not far. With her long legs striding across the soft sand, she quickly arrived at the tree. Su Lu followed leisurely, hands behind his back, wearing an expression of amusement. As he walked, he spoke to the camera. In wilderness survival, the most crucial aspect is maintaining composure. Impulsiveness is one's downfall. Meanwhile, Lin Shihan had begun to climb the tree. With her extensive survival experience and athletic physique honed from years of training, the 10-meter-high coconut tree posed little challenge for her. Su Lu gazed upward, observing the interplay of her long legs and the tree. Her powerful muscles shone with a thin sheen of sweat, glimmering in the sunlight. Wow, what a marvel! Suddenly, a loud thud startled Su Lu. He stepped back, witnessing a coconut plummet to the ground just a short distance from where he had been standing. The danger perception skill did not trigger. Lin Shihan had thrown it with precision. Nonetheless, Su Lu yelled, "You should warn me when you throw coconuts." In response, a series of thuds rang out 3 coconuts. Chapter 3. Have we met with misfortune? Find the water source. Soon, Lin Shihan plucked 4 coconuts from the tree and descended to the ground. After much exertion under the blazing sun, her clothes were thoroughly drenched, and water dripped from her hair. Smash it, Lin Shihan commanded Su Lu, her chest heaving, eager to see if there was anything edible within. No, Su Lu replied without a moment's hesitation. I need to conserve my strength to search for water later. You. At that moment, Lin Shihan felt a surge of annoyance. Fine, I'll do it myself. She reminded herself to remain calm, as anger only leads to wrinkles. She bent down, picked up a coconut, and shouldered aside the onlooking Su Lu, scanning her surroundings until she found a large stone. She explained, the outer shell of the coconut is incredibly hard, so we can crack it open on this sharp-edged stone to access the inside. With a series of thuds, the brown coconut split open, a narrow fissure appearing. Coconut water gushed out. Milky white. Lin Shihan was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she glanced between the half coconut in her hand and Su Lu. Doubting her luck, she proceeded to smash the remaining 3 coconuts one by one. Bang! Milky white bang. Milky white bang. Not as murky, but still milky white sea. You didn't believe me. Sulu, arms crossed, squatted nearby with a teasing smile. Looks like you've encountered a setback. Lin Shihan realized Sulu's comment was intentional. Hadn't she merely said a few words to him while on the speedboat? Why was he being so petty? Hadn't she also considered helping him earlier? Well, do you know where to find water? Taking a moment to catch her breath, Lin Shihan added, please don't tell me you intend to distill seawater. She countered with a challenge, her gaze provocative. If you're so capable, why don't you tell me where to find water? In this unfamiliar island, being able to locate water is quite a skill. In Lin Shihan's live stream, the goddess is impulsive though not entirely so. Who could have anticipated the coconuts were overripe? The goddess simply had bad luck. She had exhausted too much energy, and with excessive sweating, she risked dehydration. On such an island, without 3 to 5 days of exploration, finding fresh water would be sheer folly. However, Sulu was a man with a system. He possessed a topographical map of the southern shore and was well aware of the distribution of water resources. Lin Shihan listened as Sulu addressed the camera. Generally, areas where water flows leave deep ravines on the surface. If we can find these ravines and follow them, we are bound to discover a source of fresh water. He gestured towards the northwest direction of the island. It's over there. On the 5th page of the survival guide sent by the production team, it discusses this. You haven't overlooked it, have you? Lin Shihan stubbornly held her head high. Of course, I've read it. Her hair danced in the wind. Ah, Sula chuckled. The 5th page of the survival guide discusses the program rules, not how to find water. Ha ha ha. I knew you hadn't read it. Come on. Let us go find water. Lin Shihan, feeling exasperated, followed Sulu. She was acutely aware of her physical state. It was far from optimistic. With great energy expenditure, prolonged sun exposure, and lack of water, she was beginning to feel a slight dizziness. Without replenishment, she might be the first to withdraw from the competition, and she still aimed to claim the top spot. Sulu led the way, and she followed closely behind. Her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to her body, her chest rising and falling with each step, her expression somewhat dazed, giving the impression that Sulu had brought back a large fool. The commentary, wow, the streamer has turned the tables? It's not Lin Shihan leading Sulu, but rather Sulu guiding Lin Shihan now? Friends, express your envy on the screen. Sulu continued to explain as he walked. Now, our direction is northwest at a precise 45 degrees. Without established reference points, we will proceed at this angle. A precise angle means 45 and 90 degrees. This ensures we won't get lost. He glanced back at Lin Shihan and added, we're not in a rush. In this heat, the faster we walk, the more we sweat, thus depleting our energy even faster. The commentary, just returned from room 20, that streamer looks like a fish pulled from water. They might not last the first day. This streamer seems steady. I followed them. Can we also watch the goddess in Sulu's stream? Then I'll follow too. Current popularity, 15,000. Half an hour later, Sulu pushed through a thicket of low bushes, revealing a small water pool before his eyes. See, I told you we'd find a water source. Sulu smirked. But we must ensure it's flowing water. Stagnant water is definitely not safe to drink. As Sulu approached the pool, Lin Shihan followed, still appearing somewhat dazed. She was showing early signs of dehydration. This small pool of water seeped from a crack in the rocks, neither too deep nor too shallow, collecting about 30 centimeters before draining into another crack a few meters away. The water was crystal clear. Small fish, the size of fingers, swam busily within. What could fortune? With this, they had both water and food for the first day. The startled fish flicked their tails, creating ripples across the surface. The live stream audience saw a steady increase in popularity. Current popularity, 19,000. The commentary, impressive. The streamer found both water and food so quickly. Lin Shihan, hurry and replenish your fluids. Sulu approached the water's edge, cupping his hands to drink. Lin Shihan, despite her reluctance, followed suit, scooping water to quench her thirst. The refreshing liquid coursed down her throat, instantly revitalizing her. Unable to contain herself, she murmured softly, so sweet. Chapter 4, The Fish Basket, Danger in the Thicket. As soon as Lin Shihan uttered the words so sweet, she quickly covered her mouth with her fingertips. Fortunately, Sulu was oblivious to her. She merely flinched. But as the queen of survival, how could she ever concede to a novice? At that moment, Sulu was pointing at the water pool, explaining to the camera. These little fish will be our first meal. The water may not be deep, but its expanse is significant, and the fish are rather small. Thus, it is certainly impractical to catch them one by one. It would be too laborious. In survival on a deserted island, conserving energy is a crucial lesson. Lin Shihan couldn't help but wonder if Su Li's last remark was a veiled insult. Bullet screen. Haha, sneaking a peek at the streamer during work hours. My boss is watching. I can't switch the screen. Listening to the streamer's commentary with my headphones is quite entertaining. Oh dear, I'm also slacking off at work. What a coincidence. I'm the boss. You two upstairs, come to my office. While explaining, Sula gathered some vines and reeds from around the small pool. He meticulously stripped away the excess branches and leaves from the vines. The reeds were neatly arranged at his feet, each one plucked and placed within easy reach. Now, let us create a fish basket. The fish basket is a type of trap. Trap creation, LV. 1. We will use sturdy vines to form the framework of the fish basket, like this. He picked up a vine approximately 1 meter long, bending it to create a V shape. At the apex of the V, he added several more bent vines. Make sure to keep it tight, leaving no significant gaps, otherwise the fish will slip away. He secured the vines together, then took a reed and wove it in and out between the gaps. Before long, the junction of the vines was tightly bound. Suli's movements were deliberate but steady. Bullet screen. The streamer's craftsmanship rivals that of the artisans back in my hometown. Haha. I still remember weaving bamboo baskets with my grandparents when I was young, even though I'm just listening to the audio of the stream. The sound of the streamer crafting the fish basket is quite soothing. Once the vines were secured, Sulu began to bind more reeds along the apex towards the opening. He lowered his head, his gaze focused. The tranquil island, gentle sea breeze, and crystalline pool. The sky was a deep blue, unmarred by clouds. In the live stream, a female fan sent a message. The streamer looks quite charming from this angle. Instantly, others chimed in. Exactly. A serious man is the most handsome. Let's cheer for Sulo. Hang in there, little brother. Even Lin Shihan had to admit that when Su Lu was earnest, he was somewhat less annoying. No, he was still quite annoying. Su Lu continued his work, and soon, a fish basket was woven together. Trap manufacturing skill upgraded, current level, LV, 2. He smiled at the camera, waving the fish basket. Can I get some feedback from the audience? Bullet screen. Awesome. Great job. Sending gifts to the streamer. Hard X1. Spicy strips X1. Current popularity 21,000. Unlocked skill. Construction LV1. Construction? We can now expand our base vehicle. Sulu chuckled, saying, if we had more fish baskets, we could line them up along the river's width. However, time is limited, and we only have one fish basket. So let's place it at the downstream water outlet. He positioned the fish basket carefully. Lin, could you lend a hand? Having regained most of her strength, Lin Shihan turned her head. What do you need? I can't find a suitable stone to weigh down the fish basket. Could you help press it down? Do you take me for a stone? Lin Shihan instantly frowned. She placed her hands on her hips, stamping her foot, her chest quivering slightly. Nevertheless, she waded into the pool and stood on the fish basket. While her emotions were evident, Lin Shihan remained clear-headed about the task at hand. Sulu moved upstream to the water inlet, searching for a suitable large stone. All right, today I shall demonstrate how to fish explosively. He began to strike the water's surface fiercely, creating ripples across the calm pool. With each blow, the little fish in the water were startled, darting towards the fish basket. After a minute or two, Sulu ceased his strikes. He quickly approached the downstream side, moving Lin Shihan's bare foot aside, and skillfully retrieved the woven fish basket. Water poured out, and a thin layer of small fish flopped about at the bottom. We did it. Sulu flashed a victory sign at the camera, showcasing his spoils. We succeeded. Lin Shihan quietly cheered, only to quickly regain her composure. So proud. Sulu explained to the camera, we have water and our first meal. We are all set. An adult requires approximately 3,000 calories daily, and these fish will provide a substantial portion. Even when shared between two people, it will suffice. A wave of 666 flooded the bullet screen. Other streamers haven't even found water yet. Meanwhile, Sulu has already caught a basket of fish, although they're just small fish. Bullet screen. Haha, the disparity between streamers is astonishing. Sulu looks as though he is enjoying a vacation. Those who doubted him, step forward. Lin, does this count as being carried along? The atmosphere in the live stream shifted to one of excitement. Current popularity, 24,000. Almost simultaneously, danger perception. Suli's gaze darted to the edge of the pool, fixating on a thicket of reeds rustling ominously. The freshwater pool on the island surely served as a drinking and feeding ground for various animals. In survival scenarios, the greatest dangers often arise not from the environment, but from the wild creatures lurking nearby. Lin Shihan also noticed the rustling thicket, taking small steps backward towards Sulo. However, feeling it inappropriate, she shifted sideways to create some distance. The live stream audience, following Su Li's gaze, also turned their attention to the thicket. Bullet screen, what is that noise? Could it be a snake? No, please, I really like this streamer. He can't perish right after starting. Chapter 5, Little Cutie, Meow. Is it a snake? Lin Shihan timidly inquired, assessing the height and density of the grass thicket. The survival queen is actually afraid of snakes? Sulu teased with a half-smile. One hand grasped a fish basket while the other slowly clutched a nearby vine. According to the warnings from his instinctual sense of danger, the creature lurking behind the grass harbored considerable hostility towards them. Perhaps it was because I was collecting water and fishing in what it regarded as its territory. Sulu had not forgotten the lesson learned. However, he kept his voice low. Wild animals possess a strong sense of territoriality. Generally, as long as humans do not provoke them, they will not retaliate. But if one inadvertently intrudes into their domain, the situation becomes entirely different. Water sources and hunting grounds are akin to forbidden zones for wildlife. Angering them could lead to a fierce confrontation. Lin Shihan frowned and interrupted. What if it really is a snake? What should we do? Then we could make snake soup? Sulu casually replied while gripping the vine. But we have no fire. Perhaps we could try snake sashimi instead. Snake sashimi? Can that even be eaten? Lin Shihan shuddered. Feeling that Su Li's character was quite atrocious, she instinctively tugged at the hem of Su Li's shirt, only to let go in disdain upon realizing it. Sulu pretended not to notice, his expression contemplative. The climate of the mysterious island varied greatly, leaving him unable to predict what might emerge. He lowered his body and cautiously retreated, attempting not to startle the creature hidden in the grass. During the initial phase of survival, without any weapons, humans are often at a disadvantage in conflicts with wild animals. If a wild animal is injured, it simply escapes, but if a human is harmed, the ensuing consequences could be dire: tetanus, infection, effectively marking the end of their survival efforts. If luck runs out, it could lead to a fatal outcome. In the live stream, the barrage of comments dwindled significantly as many viewers held their breath, peering through the screen at the rustling grass. The streamer encountered such danger on the first day. What terrible luck. Suddenly, the movement in the grass intensified. Whoosh. The underbrush was pushed aside. Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Shihan gasped. The scant comments in the live stream vanished entirely. After a prolonged silence, a single comment drifted by. What the heck? This is too intense. Such a ferocious beast. Who can handle this? Emerging from the thicket was a black-footed cat. Standing at barely 20 centimeters tall, it was no larger than two clenched fists, with a round face and a coat of light reddish-brown fur. Its large, round eyes fixated intently on Su Lo. With fluffy paws, it treaded through the fallen grass, inching closer to him. The whiskers by its mouth quivered. If this posture were assumed by a lion or tiger, it would be enough to terrify an ordinary person. However, coming from a black-footed cat of such diminutive size, it was simply adorable. Su Li's live stream erupted with excitement. Ah, so cute, so cute. I'm dying. Such an adorable kitty. The streamer owes me a heart. Real men come watch Su Lu's live stream. Black-footed cats are nocturnal and prefer shaded areas, typically found in bushes and semi-desert regions. How did one end up on Bermuda Island? Haha, nothing is impossible on the mysterious island of Bermuda. Despite their small size, black-footed cats fearlessly confront prey that is 4 to 5 times larger. They are ruthless predators. True food enthusiasts. Indeed, they are absolutely fierce. My heart has melted. Streamer, please don't harm it. Sula chuckled as he observed the adorably awkward black-footed cat approaching him. It seemed clear that it exhibited hostility only because I had encroached on its hunting grounds. Black-footed cats have substantial appetites, typically consuming about 1/5 to 1/4 of their body weight in food daily. Although fish are not part of their usual diet, they can certainly be considered a delightful snack. Right, little cutie? He directed the last remark towards the black-footed cat. The comments section was filled with playful jests. What is the point in asking it? The black-footed cat can't understand the streamer. Exactly, it's not human. Has the streamer lost their mind? I bet $1,000,000 that this cat will ignore the streamer and swipe at him. Then, in front of all the viewers, the adorably clumsy black-footed cat halted its advance and emitted a soft meow. So cute and fierce. The comments section was overwhelmed with declarations of having been charmed to death. Can the streamer truly communicate with the black-footed cat? Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn. Where's that guy who bet $1,000,000? Let us have a chat. Sulu was not at all surprised by the black-footed cat's reaction. Animal taming, LV1. With this skill, communicating with such small creatures posed no difficulty whatsoever. Are you looking for something to eat? Sula pointed to the water pool where only a few fish remained, lifting his fish basket slightly. The basket tilted toward the black-footed cat, revealing the small fish nestled at the bottom. The message was clear. The fish are mine. Want some? Beg me. How cruel. Lin Shihan felt immense pity for the little black-footed cat, and her disapproval of Sula only intensified. How could he tease such a cute kitten? Meow. Want to eat? Meow meow. Want fish? Meow. The black-footed cat retained its hunting posture, but it appeared so small. It only enhanced its pitiful and helpless demeanor. The comments section was entirely taken over by please. Streamer, please feed it something. It looks so sad. One little fish for a rocket, okay? Be your cat. Donated a rocket X1. Be your cat. Donated a rocket X2. Whoa. Big shot upstairs. Need any leg accessories? Although he couldn't see the comments, Sulu still smiled. His animal taming skill indicated that this black-footed cat's hunting abilities would be immensely beneficial for his survival ahead. Go ahead and eat. He produced a small fish, shook it, and placed it on the ground before him. The black-footed cat, meow. Chapter 6. Is Xiaohong a typical counterexample? The black-footed cat cautiously approached, seizing a small fish in its mouth. It then retreated a few steps and settled down in a patch of grass, slowly beginning to lick the fish's flesh. While eating, it remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the two imposing figures before it, Su Lu and Lin Shihuan. The camera faithfully transmitted this scene to the live streaming room, causing Su Li's popularity to skyrocket at an astonishing rate, predominantly fueled by female fans. Oh, the host is so compassionate. I wish I had a black-footed cat too. I long to pet it. Do your cat, rewarded with rockets X3, do your cat, rewarded with rockets X4 to the esteemed individual above, please spare the host. Let it all come at me. Current popularity, 30,000. Unlocked new skill, tool crafting LV1. Sulu decided to sit by the water's edge, observing the black-footed cat indulge in its meal. With the tool crafting skill combined with the construction skill he had just acquired, he was assured of a secure place to stay in the immediate future. He scooped a handful of water to quench his thirst. After all, he was still an ordinary office worker, and despite possessing the wilderness child template, the exertion was quite tangible. After arriving at the beach, confronting Lin Shihuan, searching for water, crafting a fish basket, and catching fish, all of it was exhausting under the relentless sun. It was a good time to take a break. The black-footed cat soon finished its fish and curiously glanced back at Su Lu. Ah, you want more to eat? Meow. Lin Shihuan, overwhelmed with compassion, urged. Let us give it another fish. Sure. Su Lu retrieved another small fish from the basket and placed it a short distance in front of him. This one is deducted from your rations. Lin Shihuan shot Su Lu an indignant glare, but he paid her no heed. Once the black-footed cat finished its meal, Su Lu stood up with the fish basket in hand. Time was of the essence. He needed to find shelter soon. The evening sea breeze could be fierce, and without a windbreak, he might fall ill after a night exposed to the elements. With the system's construction skill, Su Lu had a solid plan for shelter. After all, the choice of campsite is fundamental to all construction. Lin Shihuan eyed Su Lu skeptically. You haven't even surveyed the terrain. How do you know where to set up? The survival guide manual provided by the production team mentions it on page 23. Su Lu replied nonchalantly. The site for shelter should generally ensure wind protection, avoid snakes and vermin, have level ground, and be in proximity to materials for building. Additionally, it should be close to sources of firewood, food, and drinking water. I paid attention while we were coming here. Just follow me. Page 23 of the guide. Are you making this up again? Lin Shihuan questioned, filled with skepticism. Sula chuckled lightly and turned away. Seems like there's a lot to consider. I thought any random spot would do for a treehouse. Those above might not know. But for a temporary stay, one could choose any place. Surviving on a deserted island requires a year-round residence. If you pick a random spot, you'll just have to move later. What a hassle. As he took a few steps, Sulu suddenly felt an itch around his ankle. Looking down, he saw the black-footed cat had indeed followed him and was now rubbing against his ankle. Ah, you little darling, have you become addicted to begging for food? He joked. Alas, with the animal taming skill, he found himself helplessly charmed. Lin Shihuan covered her forehead, reluctantly admitting her envy of Sulu's talent. Jealous of the host. Is the host a walking catnip? Do your cat, rewarded with rockets X5. Sulu bent down, and the black-footed cat shrank back slightly before snuggling closer. He scratched its chin, and the cat squinted its eyes, purring contentedly. You can't just eat for free. You'll have to hunt for me in the future. The comments streamed in. Host, be reasonable. How can you exploit such a cute little cat? Unexpectedly, the black-footed cat meowed a few times, seemingly in agreement with Sulu. All right, you may have the occasional free meal and drink. He pondered. I need to give you a name. As he scratched the cat's chin, he furrowed his brow in thought. Let us call you Xiaohong. Wilderness Survival System. Animal Taming Skill Upgraded. Current level LV2. I seem to remember a cat named Xiaohong. Xiaohong is a lovely name. The Xiaohong fan club is now officially established. Protect the world. SQ to Xiaohong. The black-footed cat seized Su Li's pant leg and effortlessly climbed onto his shoulder, comfortably leaning against his neck as if treating him as a living transport. Su Lu appeared exasperated. Is this the nature of felines? So effortlessly taking charge. He continued on foot, soon spotting a concave cliff within view. It was sheltered from the wind and not far from the waterhole, approximately 700 to 800 meters away in a straight line. Moreover, there were plenty of trees to utilize nearby. Crucially, half of the ground was exposed to sunlight while the other half was shaded. The temperature and lighting were quite favorable. Sulu surveyed the area with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up to the camera. We'll stay here for now. He leaned the fish basket against the side and selected a flat stone that caught direct sunlight, laying the small fish out to dry. This method would enhance the fish's flavor and eliminate parasites. The black-footed cat, clearly still yearning for more, eyed the drying fish hungrily. As Sula dried the fish, it crouched low, its furry rear wiggling as if preparing to pounce. I already told you, if I give you more, I won't have any left for myself. He ruffled the cat's furry head before picking it up by the scruff of its neck and placing it in Lin Shihuan's arms. Hold it tight. Don't let it steal the fish. Lin Shihuan, startled by the sudden fluffy bundle in her arms, was taken aback. But upon recognizing the black-footed cat, her expression softened. So stingy. Just let it have another fish. What's the harm? Without looking up, Su Lu replied, Is that what the survival queen would say? Lin Shihuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she puffed out her chest, indignant. The black-footed cat, feeling the softness beneath it, purred contentedly. Meow. Su Lu addressed the audience. Friends in the live room, Lin Shihuan is currently exhibiting classic signs of dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. Her judgment is impaired to some degree, which is exceedingly dangerous in wilderness survival. Lin Shihuan? Humph. Chapter 7. Who is mixing with whom? Crafting stone knives. In Lin Shihuan's live stream room, the goddess Lin seems to have taken a hit. It appears so. My goddess, how could you be deceived by that novice Sulo? Sulo, I shall not let this go. Those upstairs, please remain calm. Lin Shihuan has merely had an unfortunate start. She can certainly stabilize herself in the later stages. Indeed, this is just the beginning. Everyone should maintain their composure. Even the survival master, De Yi, had to endure 3 days of hunger at the outset. This minor setback will surely not defeat our goddess. Speaking of De Yi, his disciples are currently making significant progress. I just glanced into their live streams, and one has already located a stable water source and begun preliminary explorations of the island. Moreover, since they share a common mentor, once De Yi's students establish their footing, they will undoubtedly devise ways to unite. At that point, with clear divisions of labor and thorough preparations, surpassing them will be quite challenging. Lin Shihuan is our beacon of hope. However, it seems that Su Lu possesses some skills. It appears he can collaborate with Lin Shihuan to go further. Yes, I share that sentiment. We must unite against a common foe. Yet, I remain unwilling to accept this. When has our goddess ever been so challenged? Haha. With Lin Shihuan's experience, once she finds her rhythm, Sulu will undoubtedly have to follow her lead. On the island, in a concave cliff area, Lin Shihuan, having been confronted by Su Lu, nestled against a large rock with Xiaohei in her arms, seeking shade. It was the hottest part of the day. Not even in civilized society would anyone relish working under such conditions, let alone in a survival scenario. She glared at Su Lu, her anger palpable, while absent-mindedly scratching Xiaohei's chin. How dare he use her as a negative example? Meanwhile, Sulu enjoyed a moment of leisure. Seizing this opportunity, he began to assess the current situation. The system had transformed what I initially anticipated to be a challenging start into a considerably easier one. Nevertheless, one must not grow complacent. The island's climate is unpredictable and fraught with peril. Carelessness spells failure. At present, the system has granted me 5 skills: directional marking, animal taming, trap crafting, construction, and tool making, with a passive skill of danger perception. However, skills alone are insufficient. The popularity of the live stream is the determining factor. The survival competition has been held several times, and Su Lu has always been a loyal follower. Low popularity leads to first-round elimination. This segment has always been heart-wrenching for viewers and participants alike. There are certainly contestants with commendable survival skills who have fallen victim to the unforgiving nature of popularity. I lack a foundation of fame. Those top streamers likely boast millions of followers, far beyond my reach. Although Lin Shihuan has had a rough start, her fans are fiercely loyal, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands, far beyond my current 30,000. In the first elimination round, this level of popularity will not suffice to save me. I must boost my popularity. Su Lu stretched, his joints cracking from disuse. Construction, tool making. It's prudent to focus on crafting tools first. He adjusted the camera and explained, in wilderness survival, whether building a campsite, gathering resources, or hunting in defense, reliable tools are indispensable. Using hand gestures, he mimicked the necessary actions. Essential tools like stone knives and axes must be crafted immediately. Relying on raw strength to fell trees is far too advanced. It's fine for gaming, but should never be attempted in reality. Of course, Materials like bone and shell can also be used for crafting knives and axes, but none are as readily available as stone. While drying small fish earlier, Sulu had already surveyed the surroundings. Beneath the cliff, he spotted some flat shale pieces scattered about. He ventured out to collect a few that were suitably shaped and showcased them before the camera. Choosing these flat pieces for processing already provided a solid foundation. With just a little refinement, they would be perfect. He placed the shale on a large rock, using another stone as a makeshift workbench. Then, he picked up a different stone and carefully tapped the edges of the shale. The sound of chipping echoed as fine stone shards fell away, gradually revealing a slender shape. Behold, the perfect ergonomic design. Sulu held the shale in his hand, assessing its balance while gesturing towards the camera. The chap buzzed. I have a cold steel knife at home, shaped like this one. It's incredibly handy for chopping. Merely striking can yield such a beautiful form. I'm truly impressed. Should we start calling you the survival expert? Your experience is no less than that of the goddess Lin next door. Current popularity value, 33,000. With the shape refined, Sulu continued to grind the edge of the stone knife. He gathered the fragments he had previously chipped off and ground them into powder using a larger stone, spreading it across his makeshift workbench. The crushed stone powder combined with the rough stones served as a primitive sharpening stone, and he continued to focus on refining his tool, with the blade facing himself. One hand grasped the handle while his other fingers pressed against the blade. He slid it at an angle and then drew it back, repeating the process. The friction between the stones created a soothing sound as the knife edge grew thinner. Startled by the noise, Xiaohei wriggled out from Lin Shihan's embrace. Don't run. Lin Shihan reached out to grab him, but he darted away. Who needs you? She turned her head away. Xiaohei perched on the large rock, his round eyes fixated intently on Su Li's movements. In Su Li's livestream, the comments flowed. The harmony between humanity and nature can be so seamless. The way the young man focuses while weaving fish traps has captivated me deeply. Now, watching him craft a stone knife, I find myself increasingly fond of him. What should I do? To the one upstairs, I can weave fish traps too. How about considering me? Are you as handsome as Sulu? You can't say such discouraging things. Xiaohei is just too adorable. I want to pet the cat. What should I do? Want to pet cat 1, want to pet cat 2, want to steal cat 3? To the one upstairs. Something seems off with you. Chapter 8. Lemongrass with dried fish. Su Li's hands moved swiftly. With a simple stone knife, he accomplished his task in no time. Tool-making skill upgraded, current level LV2. The knife measured approximately 30 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width. The middle section of the blade was meticulously shaped into a curve, gradually widening towards the tip, which then tapered sharply. This unique blade design possessed unparalleled chopping capabilities, while the gradually varying width of the blade could handle most cutting tasks with ease. In the event of danger, should there be no time to swing the knife, the hefty stone blade could be wielded horizontally to deliver a stunning blow to any beast. Having officially transitioned from the primitive era to the Stone Age, Sula grasped the knife handle and executed a chopping motion. The low, resonant sound of slicing air sent shivers down the spine. Xiaohei, his feline companion, cooperatively meowed, exuding an air of confidence. Sulu affectionately ruffled Xiaohei's furry head, teasing, with your stature, you should stick to being adorable rather than trying to act tough. At that moment, Lin Shihuan felt a bit lightheaded. The repercussions of her dwindling energy were washing over her mind. Don't fall asleep. If you do, you might not wake up again, Sula warned, holding the stone knife in one hand while gently nudging Lin Shihuan with the other. As she blinked groggily, he said, the dried fish is nearly ready. If you don't want any, Xiaohei and I will share it. No way. Lin Shihuan instantly snapped awake, her eyes locking onto the stone knife in Su Li's hand. What are you planning to do? She wrapped her arms around herself, barefoot and scrambling backward. Aren't you worried about tearing your pants? Sulu thought to himself. Lin Shihuan was on high alert, resembling a startled kitten. In the wilderness, the thought of Sula having any ill intentions was frightening, especially with 2 cameras broadcasting their every move to the world. You're overthinking it, Sula said, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Shihuan's disheveled hair. The grand prize for surviving on this deserted island is 100 million. Do you really believe you look better than that? While she understood his words, the notion that she was being underestimated gnawed at her. What the heck? On the first day of survival on this island, I'm being overshadowed by a rookie. If this gets out, who would believe I'm the survival queen? I must find a way to turn this around. Stop daydreaming and eat something to replenish your energy, Sula urged, offering her a piece of dried fish. Oh. Lin Shihuan rubbed her head, deciding to fill her stomach first before addressing him. The fish was fishy. She took a bite, wrinkling her eyebrows. After a moment, she stuck out her tongue and finished the remaining half. She had endured worse-tasting food, and this slight fishiness was nothing. However, her expression remained less than pleasant. Sulu, smiling, produced a slender green stalk of lemongrass from the side. Lin Shihuan paused. Lemongrass? Indeed, I gathered it from the cliffside. Sula replied, slicing a small piece of lemongrass with his stone knife and wrapping it around the dried fish in his hand. He addressed the camera. Let us sample the authentic combination of lemongrass with sun-dried fish. The fish is too small to grill. After being sun-dried under the scorching sun, it essentially takes on the qualities of being stewed or grilled. You've all seen that viral video where steaks are grilled on manhole covers during the summer, right? It's the same principle. Let us allow our esteemed viewers to have a taste. Sulu brought the lemongrass-wrapped dried fish closer to the camera. The comments in the live stream began to flood in. No way. When Goddess Lin was eating the dried fish earlier, her expression didn't seem very enjoyable. Lemongrass is a strong spice, right? Isn't the flavor quite potent? Can they really taste good together? The viewers expressed their doubts, suggesting the host should try it first. Host first 1, host first 2. Are you all questioning the flavor of lemongrass with dried fish? Sula continued. The sun-dried fish, after being scorched, had a crispy exterior yet retained a chewy texture within. It was challenging to chew, often leaving a lingering fishiness in the mouth. Much like Lin Shihuan's earlier reaction. From a spot out of the camera's view, Lin Shihuan repeatedly stomped on Su Li's calf. Duong, duong, duong. However, she lacked the strength, and the sensation felt more like a massage than a threat. Sula proceeded with his explanation. Lemongrass, on the other hand, offers a different experience. Its potent lemony aroma stimulates both the sense of smell and taste, overpowering the fishy scent of the dried fish. Crucially, lemongrass is quite resilient. It won't disintegrate under continuous chewing before the dried fish does. When wrapped around the fish, the initial taste is of the vibrant lemongrass. As you bite down, you experience a delightful contrast between the crispiness and the chewiness of the fish. As the lemongrass breaks, its fragrance intensifies. Just as it reaches a peak, the fishy aroma wafts through, balancing out the overwhelming scent of the lemongrass. Chewy, crispy, fragrant, with a hint of fishiness. This combination results in a complex and layered taste experience. The comments in the live stream erupted. What he is saying makes sense. No, this has to be nonsense, right? Just grass wrapped around fish. Can it really be that delicious? Sula remarked. I bet the friends in the live stream don't believe it. No worries, let Goddess Lin taste it for us. He cut a piece of lemongrass, wrapped it around the dried fish, and handed it to Lin Shihuan. Give it a try. Lin Shihuan accepted it with a complex expression. Are you sure you're not trying to poison me? Compared to 100 million, the cost of poisoning you is hardly worth it. With a determined heart, she closed her eyes and popped the lemongrass fish into her mouth. Huh. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed delightful. First came the herbal aroma, followed by the crunch of the dried fish, then the fishiness balanced by the fragrant notes. Not bad, she declared, lifting her head. Give me another. The comments exploded. No way, really. I can't handle it. I'm craving it. The supermarket isn't closed yet. I'm going to stock up. I'm craving it too. Don't stop me. I'm ordering grilled skewers for delivery. Such a tsundere. Sula prepared another for Lin Shihuan. Delicious. Starving, Lin Shihuan devoured the fish hungrily. Xiao He, drawn by the aroma, approached, rubbing against her and playfully rolling over to expose its belly. Using all its cunning, it managed to sneak another piece of dried fish from Su Li's hand, happily feasting beside her. Chapter 9. Admiring the sunset after savoring the fragrant lemongrass paired with dried fish, Sula felt a sense of contentment while petting the island's specialty, the black-footed cat. Lin Shihuan tilted her head, a hint of sulkiness in her demeanor. The proud queen of survival, Lin, couldn't shake off the fact that she had ultimately been outmatched by Sulu. Moreover, the little black cat refused to let her pet it. With the dried fish as its favorite, it had quickly forgotten who had provided the soft, warm surface for its purring, reminiscent of a tractor's rumble. Not to mention, its sharp claws had left Lin Shihuan feeling a lingering pain. What an ungrateful creature. Having had their fill, they decided to take a stroll along the shore before darkness enveloped the sky. Sula gazed out at the beach, orienting herself. Was she going to fetch coconut shells to serve as water containers? Lin Shihuan was pleased to see a look of surprise on Su Li's face. Did the Queen of Survival just provide an unexpected insight? After replenishing their calories and resting adequately, Lin Shihuan's sharp intellect reclaimed its advantage. With a swift movement, she leaped off the large stone where she had been seated, landing gracefully on the ground. Let us go, she urged, estimating the time with a sense of urgency. They needed to move quickly, or they might not return before nightfall. Wait, After reaching the shore, Lin Shihuan's first task was to collect coconuts. Her second task, however, was a mishap with the coconuts. Although the coconut water had turned undrinkable, the shells themselves made for excellent containers. The water source Su Lu had discovered was not far from their shelter, yet fetching water at night would be cumbersome. The distance was one thing, but navigating the treacherous terrain in the darkness posed a significant challenge. Moreover, various creatures emerged at night, searching for food and water, turning the wilderness into a chaotic arena. Who could say whether a trip would result in finding water or becoming a meal for a beast? Before having adequate means of protection, the nights in the wilderness would be spent trembling in their little hideaway. Their plan was to retrieve coconut shells from the beach, then take a detour to the waterhole, and finally return to their shelter. The Queen of Survival had an impressive memory for the terrain they traversed, precise to the meter. She quickly mapped out their route, allowing Sulu to follow along without much thought, her hands swinging carefully behind her. Lin Shihuan's long legs moved rhythmically ahead, almost mesmerizing. Halfway through their journey, Lin Shihuan broke the silence, asking, "The dangers of survival on this deserted island are unimaginable. So what brings you here?" After a brief pause, she added, "I am here for the glory of victory." Sulu, hands behind her back, replied, "I'm in it for the prize money." Isn't that the same thing then? Quite ambitious. Not very capable. Sulu teased, echoing Lin Shihuan's earlier words. Petty, Lin Shihuan pouted. One's individual strength alone cannot carry one to the end. This was the wisdom of the top competitors from previous rounds. You suddenly sound so serious. It's unsettling, Sulu remarked softly. You. Lin Shihuan recalled the humiliations of the day and turned to glare at Sulu. Shall we join forces? Sulu flashed a bright smile. Is there a better option? Lin Shihuan continued on her path, her hair flowing like waves. Initially, she viewed Sulu as a liability, but after today, she would need to reassess this newcomer. Perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. Sulu leisurely agreed. Perfect, I can ride on your popularity. How direct of you. Lin Shihuan sighed with exasperation. And let us be clear, it's merely a partnership. Don't expect me to play the subordinate. What an infuriating person. Lin Shihuan kicked a pile of sand in frustration. Is that your shell? Sulu suddenly exclaimed. What do you mean my shell? That is my coconut shell. Close enough. Lin Shihuan exerted tremendous willpower to refrain from throwing the coconut shell at Sulu. They retraced their steps. Along the way, Sulu used a stone knife to clean out the coconut meat, leaving only the pristine shell behind. The mature coconut contained a high fat content in its flesh. While it was unsuitable for immediate consumption, drying it for snacks later would be delightful. How cautious, Lin Shihuan remarked, wrinkling her nose at Su Li's actions. Upon reaching the small water hole and filling their containers, the sky had begun to dim. Su Li suddenly turned her gaze to the horizon. The sun was setting. The meeting point of sea and sky transformed rapidly from a bright azure to a deepening hue of orange and red, as if flames were igniting at the horizon. The shimmering waters mirrored the descending sun, leaving a long trail of fiery reflection across the surface. The sea, flanked by the fiery sky, seemed to be ablaze. Standing beside her, Lin Shihuan, too, felt the grandeur emanating from nature. Bathed in the twilight glow, the two appeared as if gilded in gold. Sulu smiled and tilted slightly, ensuring the camera captured the breathtaking scene. Let us enjoy the sunset over the sea together, Sulu lowered her voice. In her live stream, silence reigned, creating an atmosphere where even the slightest comment would shatter the beauty of the moment. Once the sun had completely set, the chat began to light up again. Oh my, how beautiful. Every frame could be a wallpaper. I've never seen such a stunning sunset over the sea before. Such a thoughtful streamer. Thank you. Premium Dragon, gifted a Yacht X1. Be Your Cat, gifted a Rocket X1. Gold Chain with Barbecue, gifted a Yacht X1. Gentle Sea Breeze, gifted a Yacht X1. Current popularity, 40,000. Unlocked skill, Firestarter LV, 1. This wave of gifts propelled her into the top 10 of the current episode's popularity rankings. The organizers were astounded. In the vast live broadcast hall, a staff member projected Sulu's stream onto the large central screen. Mr. Chin, this is the live stream of contestant number 37. And that surge in popularity was from him. The middle-aged man, known as Mr. Chin, watched the recording of Sulu's actions throughout the day at an accelerated pace, nodding continuously. While her popularity was still modest, her potential was evident. Moreover, she had aligned herself with the Queen of Survival, Lin Shihuan, piquing his interest in this newcomer. By the way, Mr. Chan turned to a bald man seated nearby. Advisor Ed, what is your take on this? Chapter 10. The students of Master Da in the realm of wilderness survival. The renowned figure known as Ed, with his bald head, stands as a master in the field, none other than the illustrious Master Da himself. Currently, Master Da serves as a special consultant for the Desert Island Survival Program, maintaining a long-term presence in the live broadcast room. Sharing the spotlight with him is the equally esteemed Bear Grylls, who presides over a different time slot. In a global program centered on survival in the wild, the presence of these two luminaries is simply indispensable. Although Ed may be a newcomer to the island survival scene, his skills in wilderness survival are truly remarkable. He stroked his reflective scalp, observing how the fat from the coconut meat melded seamlessly into the coconut water. swiftly identifying a water source. Honestly, I must admit, during my time on the island, I did not perform as well as he does, he chuckled. Oh, Ed. You flatter me, General Chen humbly replied, though a sense of joy swelled within him. Ed pondered whether his student and Lin Shihan could endure until the end of the challenges. I cannot say for sure, he mused, habitually rubbing his bald head and winking. But I have immense confidence in my students. They hail from 4 different countries, each a survival master in their own right. If they successfully collaborate, I believe this episode of Desert Island Survival will have no suspenseful outcome. Could you switch to the live feeds of my 4 students? He requested. The staff promptly transitioned to the 4 live broadcasts. Number 3, Isabella. Number 11, Smith. Number 12, Toussaint. And finally, number 9. A young man with black hair and brown eyes, Xiao Lai. The 4 live feeds projected onto the big screen played back their day's endeavors at quadruple speed. They confirmed their water sources, food supplies, and shelters even after sunset. They were still preparing tools. Their efficiency was on par with the collaboration of Su Lu and Lin Shihan. This is the hallmark of top-tier survival masters. The actions of these 4 individuals exhibited a delightful synchronicity. Though they were on separate islands, their progress was astonishingly aligned. Most importantly, each of them radiated a sense of effortless momentum. A proud expression illuminated Master's face. Many have learned wilderness survival from me, but if we speak of excellence, these 4 are my pride. Observe how their actions ensure minimal mistakes, or perhaps none at all. I dare say, the first to ignite a campfire will emerge from among them. He winked at General Chun, a sly smile gracing his lips. To ignite a campfire, General Chun sighed with a wry smile. The humidity on the island is exceedingly high, rendering dry wood nearly non-existent. The challenge of starting a fire is daunting. Even Master to himself, during his survival days on the island, took a week to kindle his first flame and savor a warm meal, enduring countless failures in the process. Viewers of the program are well aware that his spirits were nearly shattered during that time. After numerous episodes of the survival program, the first to ignite a campfire would undoubtedly experience a surge in popularity. This achievement would be worthy of a cover feature. Lin made a mistake on the first day. Su is a newcomer, Master chuckled. Thus, Chun, while I admire them, I remain cautiously observant. The initial days of a year-long survival challenge are crucial. Even the luxury of gazing at the starry sky is a rarity. As day breaks, they toil, and as night falls, they rest, harmonizing with nature, achieving a state of unity with the cosmos. Dear viewers, we can see that after sunset, the starry sky above gradually reveals a white band. That is the Milky Way. Su Lu leisurely reclined on the ground, positioning the camera toward the heavens, moving it slowly. In the bustling city, the pervasive light pollution obscures such breathtaking nightscapes. Look, the stars flanking the Milky Way form various constellations. The peacock. The sextant is the host knowledgeable about so many constellations? I only know the 12 zodiac signs. The 12 zodiac signs are the 12 houses of the ecliptic, and the host ISNT discussing the ecliptic. Viewers, can someone help me find the Pegasus constellation? And the Phoenix constellation? Who can locate the Cygnus constellation? I adore the Ice River. Ah, this moment is truly supreme. Su Lu. Lin Shihan struck the ground forcefully with the back of her stone knife. Are you just lying there staring at the stars? What else should I do? Su Lu glanced nervously at the stone knife. He was acutely aware of how sharp the stone knife he had crafted with his tool creation LV1 skill was. It had been remarkably efficient while extracting coconut meat. The sound of the stone knife striking the ground echoed ominously, sending shivers down his spine. Su Lu didn't believe his head was any sturdier than a coconut shell. Chapter 11. Soft vine mat and bedding, a bed at last. Before Lin Shihan lay a considerable stack of meticulously cut leaves and soft vines. Beneath the layers of foliage and vines, the rudimentary shape of a bedding was discernible. Was it not you who insisted that, in the pursuit of restoring the reputation of the survival queen, I should refrain from intervening in subsequent matters? Su Lu gazed at the irate Lin Shihan in bewilderment. It was evident that sleeping directly on the ground in the island's night was not a viable option. The sea breeze was brisk and damp, and exposing one's skin would attract mosquitoes and other pests for a feast. The itch from a mosquito bite was trivial compared to the potential transmission of various diseases. Contracting dysentery would significantly undermine the chances of survival. As Su Lu intended to fashion a simple makeshift bed for shelter, he was abruptly halted by Lin Shihan. You go do your thing, leave this to me, she declared with commanding fervor. At that moment, Su Lu understood that his immediate priority was to connect with the audience in the live stream to enhance his popularity. After merely gazing at the stars for a brief period, his popularity had surged by over 2,000 points. If not for Lin Shihan's interruption, he would have swiftly delved into celestial astrology. Although he lacked expertise in this area, his skill, directional marking LV2, enabled him to engage in whimsical banter about constellations. which would surely elevate his popularity even further. Yet, upon witnessing the bedding Lin Shihuan had crafted, he could not help but acknowledge her exceptional skill. The simple interweaving of soft vines, complemented by broad leaves, had resulted in a remarkably presentable bedding structure. Su Lu surmised that even he, devoid of construction skills, would struggle to achieve such a commendable outcome. Lin Shihuan glared fiercely. Did I not say not to interfere? Are you truly going to disregard my words? Struggling to retort, she resumed chopping the soft vines, taking out her frustrations on the materials. Chop you, chop you. Su Lu, startled by her intensity, squatted down beside her, gently massaging his aching jaw. He began to weave the soft vines she had prepared, filling the gaps with leaves. At least you have some humanity. Lin Shihuan felt a flicker of gratitude, only to hear Su Lu remark, your weaving is commendable, but it is exceedingly time-consuming. Look, if I were to weave it this way, while the result may be rough, the progress would be significantly faster. If we take too long, we might not finish before nightfall. Lin Shihuan? So his concern was merely about having a place to sleep at night? Return my earlier sentiment. She huffed, striking the vines with renewed vigor. Su Lu observed the unfortunate fate of the stone knife with a twinge of sympathy. Stone, lacking the resilience of metal, would surely not withstand such brutal treatment for long. However, given that the knife was currently in Lin Shihuan's hands, and recognizing the proud survival queen was in an assertive mood, he wisely chose not to disrupt her. With the enhancement of his construction LV1 skill, Su Lu wove the bedding with astonishing speed. Before long, he positioned himself beside Lin Shihuan, proudly holding up the completed bedding, ensuring both cameras could capture the moment. If my craftsmanship impresses you, dear audience, please express your appreciation in the chat by typing good job. Construction skill upgraded, current level, LV. 2. Lin Shihuan was taken aback. What do you mean by typing that in your live stream chat? She turned to Su Lu in disbelief. Is this how we agreed to proceed? Su Lu responded earnestly. By joining forces, I can leverage your live stream's popularity. Lin Shihuan. Did I ever agree to that? In her live stream, viewers exclaimed, this Su Lu is utterly shameless. Indeed. However, from a survival standpoint, Su Lu was not entirely incorrect. Ultimately, such bedding would need to be replaced with something more comfortable. And precision was not imperative at this stage. But the issue is, the goddess Lin has actually woven bedding for him. Jealousy surged. I must embark on a journey to the Bermuda archipelago and confront this Su Lu. Are you sure you're up for it? A voice chimed in. Let us head to Su Li's live stream and call this scoundrel out. In Su Li's live stream, Scoundrel X1, Scoundrel X2, Scoundrel X3. Is someone causing a ruckus? Looks like they were tricked into coming from Lin's stream. No matter, they are here to stir up trouble. Spam the chat. Protect our beloved Su Lu. Protect our beloved Su Lu X1. Protect our beloved Su Lu X2. Current popularity, 52,000. Unlocked skill, Hunting LV. 1. Chapter 12. The first day on the island. Truly, the fans of the Queen of Survival possess formidable combat prowess. Su Lu gazed in delight at the newly unlocked skill, Hunting. In the realm of wilderness survival, hunting is arguably one of the most essential skills. With this ability, not only does the variety of dietary options expand significantly, but it also greatly enhances personal safety. The skill of hunting encompasses the selection of prey, the timing of the kill, and the essential techniques required for survival, such as combat and struggle. The martial arts and fighting techniques that evolved in later generations are but abstractions derived from the primordial hunts and clashes between humans and animals, as well as among tribes. The cost-effectiveness of this skill is exceedingly high. This bounty is indeed quite impressive. Su Lu weighed the stone knife returned by Lin Shihuan, and was unsurprised to find that Little Black had comfortably claimed a corner of the bedding. Shoo, go sleep over there. Lin Shihuan pushed Little Black, along with its patch of bedding, away, her expression one of displeasure. She couldn't believe Su Lu had stolen her spotlight. Cursed Lu and Black. Unfazed, Little Black lazily rolled over on the mat, revealing its soft, furry belly, its feline form stretching to 3 times its usual length. Indeed, cats are like liquid. Su Lu reached out to rub its belly, and Little Black emitted a series of contented purrs. This was simply too delightful. Even Lin Shihuan felt a tinge of jealousy. On this first day of survival on the deserted island, Su Lu displayed not a shred of panic, instead exuding an air of effortless competence, devoid of the awkwardness typical of a novice. She was, in fact, more adept than a seasoned veteran. Lin Shihuan began to suspect that Su Lu was no ordinary individual. Perhaps she truly was an expert in wilderness survival. Time for sleep, Su Lu remarked, feigning ignorance to Lin Shihuan's expression. It's only the first day. If we don't rest well now, you'll suffer later. Do you really need to tell me? Lin Shihuan huffed, turning onto her side and wrapping herself in the soft hay. The sea breeze rustled through the trees on the cliffs, and the sounds of insects mingled with the whispers of the wind, accompanied by the faint rustling of other creatures in the underbrush. The night on the island enveloped them in a tranquil and serene atmosphere. Listening to these sounds, Su Lu felt a deep sense of calm. "Good night, Su Lu." Just as Lin Shihan contemplated replying, she heard Su Lu continue, to the friends in the live stream. "Why is this person so annoying?" The following morning arrived with a jolt. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." Su Lu sprang from the bedding, gazing blankly at the horizon where the sun was gradually rising. "Oh, I forgot. I don't have to go to work anymore." Adjusting the camera, she aimed to capture the breathtaking sunrise over the sea. "Good morning, friends in the live stream." The comments in the live stream flooded in. "The sunrise over the sea is as magnificent as the sunset. Haha, the host has finally started the broadcast. I'm almost done with my youtiao. I just arrived, sipping on some soy milk. What is the host planning to do today?" Cough, asking one tea help. The host can't see the comments. After greeting the viewers, Su Lu stretched, her joints cracking from the lack of exercise. The day of moderate to high-intensity labor yesterday had left her muscles with a persistent soreness, the infamous delayed onset muscle soreness. Yet, beyond the slight discomfort, she had enjoyed a thoroughly satisfying night's sleep, cocooned in the thick bedding that kept mosquitoes and sea breezes at bay, rivaling even her usual hard bed. "Oh, you're awake." Lin Shihan appeared from the side of the cliff. Her hair was styled up, and her top was knotted at the waist, revealing her flat stomach. Her long legs were straight, giving her an air of efficiency and neatness. "Good morning," Su Lu replied casually. "I was just wondering where you disappeared so early." Lin Shihan blushed slightly. "None of your business." She placed a small bundle of cattail stems on the ground and returned the stone knife to Su Lu. "I gathered some cattails that we can have for breakfast." The cattails, cut into short segments resembling slender sugarcane, glistened with moisture. Biting into one, Su Lu was greeted with a crisp texture that filled her mouth. "Tasty?" "The texture is great, but the flavor is a bit bland." Su Lu nodded in agreement. "Truly delightful." Lin Shihan took a bite herself, her eyes closing in bliss. However, it paled in comparison to the lemongrass paired with dried fish she had enjoyed yesterday, and she pouted in mild disappointment. Little Black approached, sniffing curiously before taking a few steps back in disdain. "Cats do not eat such things." "Ha ha." Su Lu patted Little Black's head. "Come on, let us head to the beach and see if we can find something delicious." Chapter 13, Tidal Gathering and Feeding. It is now approximately 7 in the morning. According to the time, the tide should have just begun its descent from its peak. The receding waters bring with them a plethora of shallow sea fish, shrimp, and shellfish. The beach at this moment resembles an enormous seafood buffet. Su Lu secured a stone knife at his lower back, fastened with a supple vine. In his hand, he held a flexible green branch, useful for both digging in the sand and prying open shells. Alongside him were several cattails that Lin Shihan had gathered earlier. Little Black seemed to have grasped the purpose of this excursion, excitedly darting back and forth, sending sand flying in all directions. Su Lu couldn't help but think how increasingly reminiscent this was of a mischievous husky. The cliff where they stood dropped about 1 to 2 kilometers down to a stretch of rugged rocky shore. Jagged rocks jutted out from the beach and extended into the sea, adorned with numerous shells and sea snails. Fortune was on their side. The tide had just receded, and the seabirds had yet to scavenge the rocky area. Had they arrived any later, the birds would have left them with nothing but scraps. Su Lu remarked as he pried a large sea snail, about the size of a jujube, from the rocks. He placed it flat on the surface and gently struck it with the edge of his stone knife, causing the shell to shatter. Generally speaking, sea snails are not ideal for raw consumption due to their potential to irritate the stomach. However, in moderation, they pose little risk. Su Lu took a bite of the cattail stem before promptly placing the snail meat in his mouth. He savored the flavor, noting the briny, fresh taste of the snail meat, which was firm and chewy. The subtle taste of the cattail complemented the richness of the snail, creating a harmonious balance. Su Lu continued. "However, it is advisable not to indulge excessively in snail meat. As I mentioned earlier, it can be taxing on the digestive system. A small taste is sufficient." He readjusted his position to align the camera with the rocks ahead. With a deft maneuver using the green branch, he pried open a palm-sized oyster from a crevice. Their luck was indeed remarkable. Such a large oyster in such shallow waters was a rare find. Lin Shihan was astonished. How was it possible for Su Lu to casually stumble upon an oyster of such quality? Little did she know, with the enhancement of his hunting LV-1 skill, Su Lu was quite adept at foraging for these marine delicacies. Oysters are best enjoyed fresh. Su Lu held the oyster flat in one hand while using the tip of the stone knife to insert into the shell seam. The sharp blade easily created a small opening, and with a slight push, the knife tip penetrated between the two halves of the shell. With a flick of his wrist, the shell cracked open completely, revealing the translucent, quivering oyster meat within, incredibly enticing. "Here, Try this, Sulu offered the oyster to Lin Shihan, who was immediately met with a rush of sweet and fresh aromas that filled her nostrils. Almost instinctively, she leaned forward, gently inhaling the enticing scent. The tender oyster meat was drawn into her mouth. Delicious. Even the finest oysters served in upscale restaurants have undergone extensive transportation, even along the coast. Oysters must endure a process from harvest to table. Yet now, this oyster was freshly harvested and consumed on the spot. There was no freshness that could surpass this. Even a slight difference in freshness transforms the tasting experience entirely. With a hint of briny sea air, the sweet flavor spread throughout her mouth. The fresh oyster meat required no chewing. It melted upon contact. The exquisite taste enveloped her palate, gliding smoothly down her throat. The flavor was so delightful that Lin Shihan closed her eyes tightly, her face reflecting sheer bliss. In the live stream chat, comments erupted. This is unbearable. Just one oyster. And she's so enraptured? I also want to taste such fresh oysters. I wish to be fed fresh oysters too. Amid the chatter, someone quipped. Why don't you two just pair up? One viewer noted, didn't Lin Shihan seem indifferent to Sulu yesterday? What has changed today? Another added. I feel a bit envious. I need to buy some lemons. Chapter 14, The Steelman, planning a large project? The entire rocky area sprawls for dozens of meters, resembling a veritable paradise for seafood. Countless shellfish cling to the rocks, including delicacies such as oysters and abalone, washed ashore by the waves. Between the rocks, shallow pools of varying depths teem with various fish, swimming leisurely. Sulu, deftly navigating the rocks, peers down in search of prey, embodying the essence of a seasoned forager. In reality, there is no need for him to search deliberately. Suitable prey is abundant. In the brief span of 10 minutes, Sulu has already harvested 4 or 5 sizable oysters. Smaller abalone have also been swept into the shallows, clinging obediently to the seabed, awaiting collection. With a stone knife, he pries open shells and slices the flesh, while Lin Shihan is utterly captivated by the bounty. In her previous survival experiences, she had shouldered everything alone. The pressure of time overwhelming. These treasures were merely sustenance. There was no opportunity to savor their exquisite flavors. Yet, after just a day of teaming up with Sulu, she increasingly senses a unique rhythm to his approach. It is not hurried, yet undeniably comfortable. It makes her forget, if only momentarily, that they are on a deserted island surviving rather than vacationing on a tropical paradise. Lin Shihan begins to sense that something is amiss with her mindset, though she cannot quite articulate what it is. Try this, Su Li's voice beckons from ahead. She obediently brushes back her wind-tossed hair, leaning slightly forward to receive the offering. No, why am I so compliant? Why do I need him to feed me? Can I not gather shellfish myself? It suddenly dawns on her where her discomfort lies. She has completely succumbed to Su Li's rhythm. The queen of survival must be self-reliant. Sulu offers her another piece of tender shellfish. Lin Shihan, once more brushing back her hair, instinctively reaches out with her eyes half closed. No, this is unacceptable. With an exasperated twist of her head, she leaps onto another rock, her bare feet leaving faint red imprints on the rough surface. I'll do it myself, she declares, bending down to gather sea snails. Sulu is left bewildered. What just happened? Why did she turn so abruptly? He pops the piece of shellfish into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, savoring its delightful taste. It is indeed delicious. The subtle brininess of the sea is perfectly balanced by the sweetness of the flesh, resulting in a rich and layered flavor that lingers on the palate. Yet, he wonders, does she not enjoy this? If she dislikes it, why did she seem to relish it moments ago? Never mind, let us continue foraging. Sulu lowers his gaze, resuming his search for more treasures. The live stream chat erupts. Rice bug? The host calls Goddess Lin a rice bug. Is that even something a person would say? That's Goddess Lin. And he is feeding her. The host is such a steel man. I'm anxious for him. A viewer, confused, inquires, why did Lin's sister turn and leave? I'm young and don't understand. I'm anxiously awaiting an answer. The chat is filled with lively banter, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Amidst the chatter, Sulu prepares for himself a tantalizing feast of sashimi. Fresh oysters, plump abalone, and delicately sliced clams are artfully arranged on a platter made from a dark rock. The fragrant cattail, finely shredded, garnishes the vibrant seafood assortment. Though it is merely breakfast, the ritual feels significant. He savors an oyster, followed by a bite of cattail. Then an abalone, and another mouthful of cattail to cleanse his palate. The gentle waves caress the rocks as Sulu sits cross-legged. Seagulls and various seabirds call out above him. The rising sun filters through their wings, casting a warm glow upon his shoulders, rendering him utterly at ease. I'm full. Hunting skill upgraded, current level, LV2. This rocky area naturally forms a funnel shape. A satisfied Sulu addresses the camera, utilizing the terrain. We can create a fishing pond here. This will provide a stable source of protein in the future. The chat buzzes. A fishing pond? Is he planning to set a trap? But he hasn't gathered the vines for a fish basket. Uncertain murmurs fill the chat. I don't know. But the host seems steady. Let us wait and see. Sula stands atop the rocks, carefully surveying the landscape. From here to here he mutters to himself, leaving the viewers perplexed. Does anyone understand what the host is up to? I have no idea. The area he circled is too vast. It encompasses nearly half the rocky zone. This can't be. Is he planning a large-scale project? Chapter 15. The interlinked traps, long-term considerations as Sulu observed. He raised his hand to indicate several locations, which were scattered haphazardly. Some were near the rocky shore where the sea met land, while others extended further onto the sandy beach. Once the positions were determined, Sulu jumped down from the rocks. He approached the point closest to the shore, contemplated briefly, and began to excavate the soft sand accumulated in the shallow pools between the rocks with a green branch in his hand. The sand was exceedingly loose, and with his movements, a shallow pit emerged at the bottom of the pool. The fish in the shallow pool darted away in all directions. However, Sulu remained unconcerned with the little fish, focusing solely on his task of digging. Under his diligent efforts, the shallow pit gradually expanded. The side nearer to the land was relatively shallow, while the side closer to the sea was significantly deeper. From Suli's perspective, this shallow pit formed a gentle slope. The sand he excavated was piled at the far end, away from the coastline, creating a barrier resembling a dam alongside the rocks. He then collected some broken rocks to cover the sandy embankment. Thus, the first marked point was completed. Straightening up, he wiped away a thin sheen of sweat and addressed the live stream, stating, "This location will be one of the future fish ponds." In the live stream, a flurry of question marks erupted. Did anyone truly comprehend what the host was attempting to accomplish? Should he be utilizing the ebb and flow of the tides to capture the fish and shrimp carried in by the waves? While the concept of digging a pit was understandable, why was he excavating so extensively? Furthermore, why shape the bottom of the pond into a slope? Confusion reigned among the viewers as Sulu moved to the second marked location. He continued his excavation. This time, he also created a pond with a slope, reinforcing the sandy soil with broken rocks. The second fish pond was complete. On to the third. At the third marked point, Sulu not only excavated a pond, but also blocked several excess exits with stones. The fourth, the fifth, under the watchful gaze of thousands of bewildered faces in the live stream, Sulu spent nearly half the morning, about 2 hours in total, completing all the marked points. During this time, Lin Shihan, growing impatient, gathered numerous wild fruits and plant roots. After finishing her tasks, she approached the rocks. Observing the large project Sulu had undertaken, her expression one of mild disdain, as if to say, "Go ahead and fuss, let us see what you can achieve." Yet, the glimmer of curiosity in her eyes revealed her inquisitive nature. With a hint of mockery, Lin Shihan tilted her chin and asked, "Are you setting up a formation?" "What formation?" Sula shot her a glance. "Have you been reading too many novels?" Lin Shihan stomped her foot angrily, her ample chest heaving. "What kind of attitude is that? I won't give you any wild fruits." Sula continued, "This is a simple interconnected fish pond system. When the tide rises, various fish will swim along the routes I've designed into the ponds. As the tide recedes, the fish will be trapped layer by layer. The most crucial aspect is..." Sula smiled mysteriously. Lin Shihan raised her delicate brows. "No cliffhangers allowed." Sula pointed at the fish ponds. "The timing of the tides follows the lunar phases, which you are aware of, correct?" "Of course." Lin Shihan proudly lifted her chin. So, Sulu elongated his tone. "This interconnected arrangement ensures that whenever we visit, there will always be ponds of suitable depth for fishing. Individual ponds, when subjected to particularly high tides, may become too deep to retain the fish, making them difficult to catch. Conversely, if the tide is too low, they may dry out prematurely, leaving only dead fish behind." Trap creation LV2. Position marking LV2. What he had marked was precisely calculated based on lunar phases, aligning perfectly with the daily tidal patterns. The synergy of these skills could yield results far greater than their individual contributions. Lin Shihan's eyes widened in astonishment. This person, as much as she found him irritating, indeed possessed a vision that extended far into the future. Sulu was not merely concerned with the immediate sustenance for today or the coming days. He was genuinely preparing for an extended period ahead. Not bad at all. Lin Shihan turned her head away, feigning indifference. In the live stream, comments flooded in. "I can't believe it. I'm still at the first level while the host has reached the fifth. Who would have thought that creating a fish pond would be intricately linked to lunar phases and tides? Unbelievable." Premium Dragon Brother donated a Yacht X1. Be Your Cat donated a Rocket X1. Sulu is the best. Love you. Heart emoji. Current popularity 54,000. Lin Shihan pursed her lips, begrudgingly asking, And what about the bottom of the fish pond? What is the purpose of shaping it this way? Chapter 16. The dwelling on the island. As soon as Lin Shihan posed her question, she immediately regretted it. By asking, she was unmistakably admitting that there were things she did not comprehend. This was a sign of submission to Su Lu. No, Lin Shihan, had never been one to show weakness. Unless, of course, her curiosity was overwhelming. Su Lu had invested considerable effort in organizing the pond's bottom. With a chuckle, he remarked, in truth, there's nothing particularly special about it. Under this blazing sun, a small pool of water can hardly withstand the heat. Moreover, with the sandy bottom, the water seeps down, and before long, it will be nearly evaporated. By digging a slanted pit near the edge of the rocks, I've created a shaded area. This way, the water in the pond will be less prone to evaporation. Lin Shihan immediately grasped Su Li's intention. Continuing from where he left off, she said, so, the fish in the pond won't dehydrate, and we can continuously enjoy fresh fish? Oops, why did I say we again? She thought. She was quite clever, but unfortunately, she was only half right. Su Li smiled and added, the freshness is secondary. If dead fish rot in there, the decaying flesh will seep into the sand, making that pond unusable. This is also a consideration for the long term. After finishing his explanation, Su Lu playfully patted the bottom of the little black cat, which had gorged itself on seafood and was now napping in the shade. Feline creatures sleep for more than 16 hours a day. The little black cat stretched and blinked, its pupils narrowing into slits as it surveyed its surroundings. Once it determined there was no danger, its pupils expanded back to round. Playfully, it meowed at Su Lu. Su Lu scratched the cat's chin and called out, let us go. Today, we'll construct the house, and later we can check our harvest. In the live stream, the comments were buzzing with excitement. I can't believe Su Lu even thought of preservation. I feel so inferior. I thought he was on the 5th level. But in reality, he's on the 10th. So meticulous, so astounding. The little black cat is adorable too. Didn't Su Lu just say he was going to build a house? Incredible, it's only the 2nd day, and he's already starting construction. Which other live stream can boast such rapid progress? Who else can do this? Just to clarify, I'm not trying to discourage you, but the 4 disciples of Dagu are already preparing materials. I believe Su Lu won't be much slower than them. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Lu and Lin Shihan returned to the cliff where their shelter was located. The workload for building the house was not substantial. Su Lu pointed to a roughly 10 square meter indentation in the mountainside, which could serve as part of their dwelling. Thus, the only structural components they lacked were the outer walls and the roof. First, we need to find some sturdy branches to use as support, he said, indicating a nearby dense thicket where the trees stood at least 3 meters tall, with diameters of about 3 centimeters. However, attempting to pry them loose with bare hands would be futile. Some streamers were attempting to use the sharp edges of clam shells to cut them, but they struggled immensely. Su Lu, however, brandished his stone knife, which was expertly designed for such chopping tasks, with its curved blade and broad cutting edge. With rhythmic chopping sounds, he easily created a series of cuts around the base of the trees. To conserve the tool's durability, Su Lu embraced the branch and used his body weight to break it completely, carefully cutting through the last connecting fibers with the stone knife. The process of felling a tree took less than 5 minutes. Continuing to use the stone knife to cleanly trim any protruding branches, he fashioned a straight and flexible wooden beam. After approximately an hour and a half of cutting and shaping, Su Lu had crafted 12 such wooden beams, which he transported back to the shelter in batches, neatly arranging them. Among the 12 beams, 4 were cut down to about 1 meter in length, while 8 were 3 meters long and 4 were 2 meters long. Next, he proceeded to harvest numerous climbing vines, scraping away their rough outer bark. Lin Shihan noticed that instead of discarding the bark after peeling it, Su Lu meticulously chopped it into small pieces and spread them out on the stones where they had dried small fish the previous day. Alongside, he also laid out several sticks of various thicknesses that he had gathered. Drying wood? Lin Shihan pondered. Under the scorching sun, the laid-out wooden sticks and bark rapidly began to dry and curl. Finally, Su Lu set aside the stone knife and took a few sips from a coconut shell. Come on, Shihan. Let us build the house together. Chapter 17. Intricate structure. Shihan? Who permitted you to address me so intimately? Lin Shihan scrunched her delicate nose. She strode forth with her long legs, assisting Su Lu in arranging 8 elongated wooden beams into 2 groups, 5 on one side and 3 on the other. The beams were spaced approximately 30 to 50 centimeters apart. A 1-meter-long short beam was placed atop the trio of long beams, while a 2-meter-long short beam was laid horizontally across the quintet of long beams. Su Lu outlined the contours of the cliff's recess, contemplating for a moment before adjusting the angles of the beams. He altered their orientation from perfectly horizontal and vertical to a slight incline, resembling a trapezoid. Dear viewers in the live stream, Su Lu began, I have crafted this framework to conform to the curvature of the cliff. once bound together. The inherent resilience of the wooden beams will create an outward bulging arc. This design will expand the internal space and withstand the relentless winds from outside. A hush fell over the comments section. They were utterly captivated. Moreover, Su Li's movements flowed seamlessly, embodying an aesthetic grace. As he elucidated the process, he delicately etched shallow marks into the beams with a stone knife. During the binding, aligning the etched marks would allow the beams to curve naturally. Initially, Lin Xiaohan had intended to mock Su Lu, thinking his method would merely yield 2 large door panels. However, after observing his meticulous execution, she scrutinized his face with skepticism. Was he serious? In her past survival experiences, she had constructed only single-slope shelters, quick to complete but lacking stability. On the island, these structures were often vulnerable to storms and fierce winds, which could easily lift their roofs. Once such a situation arose, repairs demanded considerable effort. Su Li's seemingly simple, yet uniquely styled approach appeared to hold some merit. How is it that he possesses such diverse skills? She pondered. Without the aid of rulers or chalk lines, and without any preliminary sketches, he effortlessly conceptualizes such a sophisticated structural design solely from his imagination. The proud survival queen refused to accept this notion. In the live stream chat, viewers exclaimed, "Did anyone comprehend what Su Li just articulated? I have a rough idea of his intentions, but the process is utterly absurd. I don't know. I just know to cheer him on. I'm still reeling from what just transpired in the fish pond. The more I reflect, the more I believe Su Li's mind operates on a different wavelength than ordinary people. Does anyone else think Su Lu resembles a male version of Miss Siki? Don't deny it. There is indeed a striking resemblance. Handsome Su Lu, the jack of all trades." Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaohan's livestream, comments flooded in. "Oh no. The goddess has tragically become a laborer. Is this a degradation of humanity?" Or, "Su Lu, how dare you command the goddess Lin? I won't let this go." On a brighter note, at least tonight they won't have to sleep outdoors. Indeed, they can rest within a home with walls and a roof. This marks a milestone in wilderness survival. Folks, doesn't it seem a bit inappropriate? Is Su Lu going to share a roof with the goddess Lin? Why didn't I consider this? Absolutely not. Burn Su Lu. Burn Su Lu. To the battlefield in Su Li's livestream. The comments spiraled into chaos. Su Lu, hearing the system prompt, noted, current popularity, 555. Is it truly so? We haven't even begun constructing the house, yet the popularity is soaring so quickly? At this rate, once the house is completed, won't the popularity rise to 70 or 80,000? The duo worked diligently, making swift progress. Su Lu, with his construction LV2 skill, found the task effortlessly manageable. Lin Xiaohan, too, showcased her capabilities. Utilizing the vines Su Lu had prepared, she adeptly wrapped them around the intersections of the beams. She executed a series of knots, first creating a loop, then wrapping around each post 2 to 3 times, and finally forming a loop above the intersection. This practical engineering knot, known as a figure-8 knot, was simple to tie yet possessed remarkable strength. Once tightened, it became nearly impossible to untie, a veritable symbol of sturdiness. Upon completing the figure-8 knot, Lin Xiaohan tossed her hair back, raised her chin slightly, and proudly gazed at Su Lu. However, she soon realized that he had already secured all the crossbeams of one wooden beam and was now attending to the second. Noticing Lin Xiaohan's gaze, Su Lu looked up. Though he was somewhat slow, his craftsmanship was commendable. He flashed a grin of encouragement, saying, "Keep it up, Lin Xiaohan." Chapter 18, Little Black, Fluffed Up. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the labor less burdensome. Yet, Lin Xiaohan found herself pondering why. Despite Su Lu shouldering the bulk of the work, she still felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, one that crushed her self-esteem repeatedly. After more than half an hour, 5 long wooden beams were completely bound on one side. Under Su Lu's meticulous design, the completed wooden structure showcased a silhouette that was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The external wall frame was satisfactory, earning Su Lu a score of 80. Regrettably, without tools such as saws or planes, he could not directly employ mortise and tenon joints to create a sturdier wooden wall. The current wooden slat wall would suffice for a while, but it would eventually need replacement. Today, Lin Xiaohan realized that human civilization is indeed constrained by tools. The curvature of the wooden slat wall bulged outward, remaining within the design's tolerances. The robustness of the figure-8 knot did not disappoint her. The survival queen was not merely a pretty face. She possessed commendable skills. Her impressive performance in previous episodes of survival on a deserted island was not to be underestimated. Thus her apparent fragility and helplessness these past few days was likely due to Su Li's remarkable capabilities. The system was impressive, as was Su Lu. As Su Lu contemplated these thoughts, he spoke to Lin Xiaohan. "I'll fix the remaining section. You can help gather some thatch and bundle it together to cover the wall. Daring to issue commands to her, Lin Shihan, though outwardly reluctant, replied, "Oh, I took the knife. I remember there is some by the small pond. I'll head there." With the stone knife in hand, she ventured into the jungle, her stance reminiscent of one prepared for battle. Sulu watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, realizing that anyone who provoked Lin Shihan at this moment would surely face dire consequences. Women can be quite fearsome. Little black rose and stretched, circling Sulu a few times. Finding no dried fish, it widened its round eyes, glancing from Sulu to the not-so-distant Lin Shihan, ultimately deciding to pursue the softer target. "Meow, meow, meow, what do you want, little rascal? Meow, go find Sulu. Meow, all right, why are you grabbing my leg? Meow, oh, you still need to be held. Can't you walk on your own with those 4 paws? Meow, don't burrow into my arms." No stepping of the sounds gradually faded. With the remaining structure minimal, Sulu swiftly completed the binding and began to excavate around the cliff. Relying solely on the tensioned wooden slat wall, it was clear that securing it to the ground was impossible. Sulu explained that these depressions would serve as fixed slots. Each indentation corresponded with the beams, utilizing the wood's elasticity to wedge into the ground, which would then be buried and reinforced, creating a robust structure. With the stone knife taken by Lin Shihan, Sulu used the shells he had collected after the sashimi feast that morning as excavation tools. He dug small pits approximately 10 centimeters deep and 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter into the ground using the shell's edge. He replicated this process along the cliffside. The cliff's height posed some challenges, so he employed a sturdy wooden stick to carve out a 3-centimeter deep groove. The comments from the audience expressed their admiration. Although Sulu's work appears rough, it is, in fact, quite meticulous. Indeed, it feels as though Sulu has a detailed blueprint in mind, confident about how to bind and excavate. However, I remain skeptical. Can this truly be sturdy? I still believe that constructing on level ground feels more secure. True, the students have mastered to utilize the method of building on flat ground. It seems more manageable. Isabella, one of Master's students, has already completed the slanted beams. However, without Sulu's tools, her progress will surely slow. Still, there is an air of uncertainty. It seems Sulu is far too relaxed. Rest assured. Have you forgotten how Sulu constructed the fish pond this morning and achieved a remarkable outcome? While the audience buzzed with discussions, Sulu completed the excavation of the slots. He measured the wooden slat wall formed by 3 beams, and the dimensions were just right. Erecting the wall, he wedged it into the cliff. The framework was complete. All that remained was for Lin Shihan to return with the thatch. Yet, why was she taking so long? Estimating the time, Sulu realized that Lin Shihan and Little Black had been gone for nearly half an hour. The straight-line distance from the small pond to the cliff was 700 meters. Considering the winding mountain paths, it should only take about 10 minutes to walk there. Did she perhaps cut too much grass? Regardless, she couldn't carry it all back as these thoughts crossed his mind. He stood up and peered towards the small pond. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush. Little Black sprang out, ears pinned back against its head, its fur fluffed up like a duster. Chapter 19. Peril at the waterhole. With the diamondback rattlesnake beside a small pool of water, several bundles of freshly cut reeds were neatly stacked not far from the shore. Scattered along the bank were more reeds that had yet to be organized. Lin Shihan maintained a half-squatting, half-sitting position, her gaze fixed intently on a patch of grass before her. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, and her clothes clung to her skin, dampened by the sweat. A stone knife leaned against her leg, still a considerable distance from her hand. A rustling sound emanated from the grass, sharp and piercing. Through the occasional gaps in the blades, she glimpsed an olive-colored triangular head, held high. Below this triangular visage was a body adorned with dark, diamond-shaped patterns bordered in yellow. The visible portion of the creature was already nearly a meter long, and the entire serpent could well exceed 1.5 meters, potentially reaching 2 meters. Lin Shihan recognized it as the irritable and highly aggressive venomous diamondback rattlesnake, one of the top 10 venomous snakes in the world. This species possesses enormous venom glands, with fangs exceeding 3 centimeters in length, curved like hooks. A bite would inject several grams of blood toxin into the wound, immediately beginning to decompose tissue proteins and dissolve blood, leading to significant blood loss. On an isolated island devoid of medical facilities, a bite from a diamondback rattlesnake almost certainly equates to death. Even on the mainland, in areas with advanced medical care, these snakes cause considerable casualties each year. And now, this menacing diamondback rattlesnake was less than 70 centimeters away from Lin Shihan. At such a distance, the nearly 2-meter-long rattlesnake could strike with a mere flick of its body. Little Black had fled from the outset, but it was understandable. It was still young and incapable of confronting such a serpent. Where was Sulu? He should be binding the wooden beams. The villain. Why must he be absent at such a critical moment? Lin Shihan felt her body growing increasingly rigid. Prolonged squatting had compressed the blood vessels in her legs, restricting circulation and limiting her movements. With the snake so close, it was impossible for her to outpace it. There was no escape. While Lin Shihan had been cutting reeds earlier, she had inadvertently disturbed the diamondback rattlesnake, which was now in a state of heightened alert. The immense infrared heat source that was her body posed a significant threat in the eyes of the rattlesnake. Any movement from this heat source could trigger its fiercest attack. Hiss, hiss. The diamondback rattlesnake flicked its crimson tongue. The scent of a prey that was overly tense served as the most delectable lure for this formidable serpent. How careless. Am I to falter here? Unable to complete my task. A bead of sweat traced down Lin Shihan's nose, her expression clouded with despair. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart. The effect was minimal. Her hand pressed to the ground grew numb and cold. The gentle sea breeze now carried a bone-chilling chill, compelling Lin Shihan to suppress the urge to shiver. She sensed the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. Remain calm. Remain calm. The more anxious she felt, the more she needed to keep her composure. I have encountered similar dangers before. Composure is the best tool for evasion. At that moment, even the viewers in her live stream, watching her intently, dared not breathe too loudly. They feared disturbing the ferocious, venomous serpent. What was the event organizer doing? They needed to act swiftly, but it was futile. Even if help were dispatched, it would take an hour to arrive. Goddess Lin could not withstand such a wait. No, please, Goddess Lin. Where's Su Lu? Who would check on what he was doing in his live stream? Su Lu. Oh no. Su Lu is on his way. Hurry, Su Lu. Even if he arrives, it may be too late. The snake was too close to Lin Shihan for him to intervene in time. If only Su Lu could get there, he might assist with her injuries, buying her some precious moments before rescue arrived. He is here. Thud, thud. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lin Shihan's taut nerves momentarily relaxed. This fleeting moment of relief caused her maintained position to shift slightly. Not good. The sudden movement from the infrared heat source before it immediately alerted the diamondback rattlesnake to a significant threat. It coiled low, like a massive spring, and then lunged forward with explosive force. Hiss. Crack. A dull thud echoed as a flexible wooden rod struck the rattlesnake precisely at its midsection. The 2-meter-long serpent was propelled skyward by the force of the blow. Lin Shihan then caught a whiff of a faint scent of sweat. Before she could process what was happening, she felt a heavy push against her chest, propelling her backward and away from the diamondback rattlesnake. Su Lu, pushing Lin Shihan aside. Su Lu swiftly grabbed the stone knife she had dropped. Swish. Hunting, LV. 2. Chapter 20. A slice. The olive-hued triangular head of the rattlesnake was severed by Su Li's blade, soaring high to one side. Its hooked, razor-sharp fangs shot past his face, almost grazing it. In its aggressive stance, the snake's hollow fangs were filled with venom, poised to plunge into its victim and unleash a torrent of lethal toxins. As it rushed past, Su Lu could detect the pungent odor of its blood, and he could almost see the venom dripping from the tips of its fangs. If even a trace of it were to touch his skin, it would mar my handsome visage. How perilous. My heart raced uncontrollably. The severed snake head lay nearby, still instinctively mimicking a biting motion. The snake's body, propelled by inertia, collided into Su Lu's embrace, blood gushing forth. How revolting. Yet, the opportunity was too precious to squander. He dipped his index and middle fingers into the snake's blood and slowly painted 2 crimson streaks across his cheekbones. With a flick of his wrist, he drew it aside, letting his tousled hair fall back to reveal an indifferent gaze. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Lu, for the ages to languish in darkness. Is this all? Just this? For this display, I deserve a perfect score." The 2 live streams exploded with excitement. Did you all witness the magnificent movements of Su Lu just now? As fluid as flowing water. Indeed. He first used a wooden rod to fend off the snake's initial strike, then pushed aside the goddess of the forest, turned, and wielded his knife. Absolutely stunning. I'm getting goosebumps. This is something even a film would hesitate to depict. I opened a window to watch the recording. The entire sequence executed by Su Lu took less than 3 seconds. Such skill is unparalleled. An old hunter indeed. A swift dash. A single slice to save the fair maiden. My goodness, how romantic. Su Lu is a true man. Little Black was phenomenal as well, alerting everyone immediately. Without him, Su Lu could not have arrived in time. The focus Su Lu exuded while rushing to save. Oh, my heart flutters. What should I do? My face is burning. And that final remark, is this all? The confidence is simply sublime. With a single strike, he dispatched his foe, cloaked in glory, and the blood of his enemy adorned his visage. How thrilling. I am utterly enamored. The streamer is incredible. Voice cracking. Graceful as a hero, donated Rockets X3. Exquisite Dong Dong God, donated Yachts X3. Traveling through ancient times as a programmer. Donated an airplane X1. Be your cat. Donated yachts X5. Have I seen those esteemed individuals above before? Current live stream popularity, 60,000. Current live stream popularity, 65,000. Popularity surge detected, skill awakened, detection ILV, 1, can toggle continuous skill. Coverage range of 10 meters. Every 5,000 points of popularity equals 1 second of duration. Current duration available, 13 seconds. Cooldown period, 1 hour. Sulu, the child of the wilderness template, was provided with a map of the southern coast of the island. However, the map was static and did not denote essential resources. This was to be expected. Flora and fauna ebb and flow. And it is impossible to mark every detail on a map. It is not a living map. With the detection eye, within its effective duration, all available environmental resources would be laid bare before Sulu. As for the 1 hour cooldown, according to the skill description, it can be shortened upon upgrading. This is truly worthwhile. Sulu was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly unable to maintain his charming demeanor. Are you all right? Lin Shiwan's slightly hoarse voice resonated from behind Sulu. The proud survival queen, seeing Sulu crouched and motionless, feared he had been bitten by the snake. Ignoring her own stiff legs, she propped herself up to check on him. Then, thud, she fell flat on the ground. Ouch. The sound was faint and delicate. Sulu turned to see Lin Shiwan sprawled on the ground. Such a large figure. If she were to fall flat, it would not be worth it. He tossed aside the severed portion of the snake and the knife, helping Lin Shiwan to her feet, feeling her still slightly trembling. All is well. All is well. Sulu stepped back from his previous demeanor. We just discussed snake meat yesterday, and now it has come right to our door. Friends in the live stream. Let everyone know how prescient the streamer is. Lin Shihuan? With the atmosphere heated to this extent, is this what a normal person would say now? Why not inquire if I am injured? Am I frightened? You weren't hurt, were you? Sulu asked. Lin Shihuan's heart softened, and she replied softly. I'm fine, just faced off for a moment, and then you arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have found a way to avoid danger. Just stubbornness. Oh, so you weren't hurt. Sulu maintained an expressionless face. Now take that bundle of straw back. Lin Shihuan. Chapter 21. The thatch walls and wooden cabin are completed. Sulu carried a bundle of thatch in one hand and a severed rattlesnake in the other. With a black-footed cat perched atop his head, the little feline lazily nestled in his hair, managing to maintain its balance despite his head movements. The agility of feline creatures is truly remarkable. Lin Shihuan, having survived a harrowing experience, felt a lingering fear, yet her resilient mindset allowed her to quickly regain her composure. The first rule of wilderness survival is to always maintain a positive attitude. She too carried a bundle of thatch, following closely behind Sulu, casting glances at the snake that had nearly claimed her life. During the earlier attack, the rattlesnake had injected all its venom, leaving its venom glands devoid of any remaining toxin. Sulu was indeed correct. This snake could indeed enhance their meals. However, consuming snake meat as sashimi seemed rather unappetizing. There are numerous parasites on a snake. Lin Shihuan shuddered. Upon returning to the cliff, Sulu secured the snake's body with a length of thatch and hung it in a high place. Since they would not be preparing it immediately, they placed it in a cool, ventilated area to prevent spoilage due to humidity and heat. While hanging the snake meat, Sulu explained the process. Lin Shihuan, meanwhile, extracted a handful of thatch, tying one end tightly and then binding another piece approximately 15 centimeters from the first for structural reinforcement. Once Sulu finished with the snake meat, he joined her, employing the same technique to fashion bundles of thatch. They arranged the bundles side by side, interspersing longer pieces of thatch between them and binding them together. This process resembled sewing, as they stitched the bundles into a cohesive thatch skirt. The width of the thatch skirt matched that of the wooden walls they had constructed. As Sulu spoke, he leaned the completed thatch skirt against the base of the wooden wall, using pre-prepared soft vines. He tied knots at intervals to secure the thatch skirt to the horizontal beams of the wall. The first layer was complete. They proceeded to create another group of thatch skirts, with Sulu fastening the second layer above the first. It was crucial that the second layer overlapped the first by at least 1/3 of its height, ensuring that the areas of overlap were also securely tied with soft vines. This way, even in strong winds, the bundles would remain intact due to their interdependence. On one side of the 1-meter-wide wooden wall, Sulu and Lin Shihuan covered the entire height with thatch skirts. At the top, they left a gap of about 30 centimeters. On the other 2-meter-long wooden wall, after covering approximately 1 meter with thatch skirts, they left an opening for a window. This window, about 50 centimeters wide and square, could be raised from the bottom, allowing for flexible ventilation. They continued layering, maintaining the rule that each upper layer must cover at least 1/3 of the lower layer. Similarly, They left an opening of about 30 centimeters at the top. The audience wondered about the purpose of the opening left at the top, speculating whether it would lead to leaks during rain. However, they trusted Su Li's judgment, believing he had sound reasoning for his actions. After approximately 4 hours, the 2 thatch walls were finally completed. Creating bundles of thatch, each no more than 3 centimeters in diameter, required immense patience. In the meantime, Su Lu returned to the small pond to cut more thatch, leaving the area bare, no longer able to conceal any snakes. He worried that Lin Shihuan might encounter danger again. After 4 hours, the final layer of thatch skirt was affixed to the 2-meter-high wooden walls. The binding was complete. The tightly secured thatch skirt rustled in the wind, yet remained perfectly in place. Su Lu and Lin Shihuan stepped back to allow their cameras to capture the entirety of the wooden cabin. Beneath the steep cliff, the 2 thatch walls bulged like a kettle. The tightly sewn green thatch skirt effectively kept the outside winds at bay, while the gap above served as a perfect ventilation system. Through the less than 1 meter wide door between the 2 thatch walls, the soft, slanting sunlight illuminated the interior, casting a warm glow. The island was not particularly cold. This warmth resonated deep within. The seemingly simple walls created a sense of home. Lin Shihuan looked at Su Lu, realizing that he wasn't as disagreeable as she had initially thought. Chapter 22. The Fish Pond. Selecting the finest. Su Lu stretched lazily, his joints cracking with a cacophony of sounds. This was not indicative of his mastery over any profound skills, but rather a consequence of repeatedly bending down to bundle the reeds and tiptoeing to secure them. His body had become fatigued and stiff. After such exertion, Su Lu could not help but voice his thoughts, remarking on the sturdiness of the house's design, lest it require constant repairs every few days. Who could endure that? Lin Shihan felt a flush rise to her cheeks. During her earlier survival attempts, she had invested considerable time in repairing her own shelter. Just yesterday, she might have harbored unkind thoughts about Su Lu, finding him irksome. Yet now, surprisingly, she found no such sentiments brewing within her. On one hand, the wooden cabin Su Lu had constructed indeed balanced practicality with solidity, and it was aesthetically pleasing as well. On the other hand, after collaborating on so many tasks, even the most prideful must concede their superiority. Would they truly reside here for an entire year? It appeared quite agreeable, Lin Shihan mused. After upgrading her skills, would she need to dismantle and reconstruct? Never mind, she decided. For the sake of camaraderie, it was best not to dwell on such distant concerns. Su Lu turned to the camera, a smile gracing his face. Friends in the live stream, what do you think of our work? The comments flooded in. Such clever simplicity. From the outset, it was evident that meticulous thought was put into this. What a charming little house, nestled against the mountains, with such intricate structure. I am thoroughly impressed. Just imagine lying in this cozy abode at night, gazing at the stars through the window. Utterly romantic. Indeed, and if one desires, the sunrise is also visible. The window placement is quite intentional, harmonizing with the surrounding environment, exuding an aura of seclusion amidst nature that is simply enchanting. I suspect Su Lu possesses a background in architecture. Not necessarily. He is a true polymath. Have you forgotten his earlier feat of dispatching a snake? Ha ha ha, what a triumph. I just visited other streams, and Su Lu was the first to erect a dwelling. That's because your Su Lu is collaborating with others, while our smith is battling solo. Indeed, Su Lu's method is ingenious. A true man conquering the Bermuda alone. What did that foreigner say? Oh, the foreigner is merely envious, throwing shade. Ha ha, let them spew their bitterness. How sour they must feel. Current live stream popularity, 69,000. The rise in popularity was not as explosive as anticipated. Su Lu pondered. Had his bold display of bravery in slaying a rattlesnake elevated expectations too high, thereby exhausting his appeal? Was my impressive completion of the house worthy of another surge in popularity? It was quite a challenge. I feel the weight of pressure not befitting my age. By the way, why isn't my skill upgraded? Is level 2 the current cap? Does the Child of the Wilderness template only support such levels? It must be so. Does that imply there will be other templates in the future? How exciting. Let us leave the house as it is for now. Su Lu interrupted Lin Shihan's reverie, urging her. It's nearly low tide. Let us head to the beach and see what we can catch this time. Oh. Lin Shihan felt reluctant, glancing back repeatedly, until she reached the rocky area. Wait, I wasn't like this before, she reflected, wishing to steal another glance. Among the series of fish ponds they had excavated that morning, half remained submerged. Only 3 were visible. Comments. What else can I say besides amazing? The streamer is truly remarkable. Please show us what you've caught. How can there still be people like that upstairs? Didn't they say the streamer can't see the comments? Su Lu adjusted the camera, focusing on the fish ponds. The highest pond contained little water and few fish, likely due to the tidal depth. The fish and shellfish that had ventured into this area were scarce. Taking a few steps forward, he found some fish, along with small oysters, scallops, and clams. All of which were part of their earlier meal. Perhaps they could enhance their diet. Continuing onward, the third fish pond came into view, prompting gasps of astonishment from the live audience. The fish trapped in this segment, whether in size or quantity, far surpassed their expectations. Flounders, groupers, palm-sized oysters, scallops, and clams. Not eating those. Sulu began to sort through the catch. Comments: I feel like Sulu is really showing off here. As he sifted through a layer of shallow sand. An octopus waved its tentacles and swiftly darted past Sulu. Comments: Excuse me, may I take a moment of your time? I wish to discuss our Father and Savior Cthulhu. Chapter 23. One knife, one fish. Is this not the main course? What on earth is Cthulhu? Isn't Cthulhu merely a squid devoured at a summer night market? A ghost formed from collective grievances? What a ridiculous notion of barbecued squid and grievances. Does this so-called barbecued squid of grievances produce sweets? Hearing the chatter from above, I suddenly found myself craving barbecued squid. Time to order takeout. Ha ha ha, finally. I have a moment without being poisoned by the esteemed Sulu. On the island, there is no fire for the time being. Indeed, several streamers attempted to ignite one. But alas, all their efforts were in vain. The humidity on the island makes it quite challenging to start a fire. While the concept of friction fire may seem simple, its execution is far more difficult. It's rare for a streamer to lag behind this time. Others have at least made attempts. To the one above, do you really think that scraping wood until your hands bleed counts as an attempt? That is not entirely fair. The effort to try is indeed commendable. Alas, it's a pity that the first to spark a fire will receive a prominent recommendation spot. Looks like Sulu has missed that opportunity. Sulu poked the flat head of the octopus, which protested by waving its tentacles. Then, with a splatter, it released a cloud of ink, darkening the third pond. The flounder, grouper, oysters, clams, and other sea creatures had no escape. Consequently, they were all covered in ink, grumbling as they dispersed. Lin Shihuan sighed. Even if the octopus's ink is edible, how can you catch fish with the pond looking like this? Ha ha. Sulu chuckled and turned his head. Just because it's dark doesn't mean we can't catch fish. Don't underestimate me. I have a deadly fate. No, eye detection activate. Tick-tock. The 13-second countdown commenced. Before Sulu, the pitch-black water revealed various shapes and colors swimming about. They kept their distance from the octopus, repulsed. They also stayed far from Sulu. Terrified. With the hunting LV2 skill, Sulu instilled fear in these sea fish. They trembled in the presence of the wilderness's king. They quaked before the monarch of the ocean. The above is merely Sulu's imagination. Who would avoid the water when someone steps in? Sulu grinned at the camera, displaying a set of bright white teeth, and declared, Allow me to demonstrate how to fish in murky waters. He held the stone knife in reverse grip, targeting a shape swimming about a meter away, and thrust down with precision. Splashing. A grouper was pierced through the gills by the stone knife, flailing as Sulu lifted it out. Then, Sulu flicked the knife, sending the grouper soaring towards Lin Shihuan. Ah! Lin Shihuan gasped softly, catching the grouper midair. Her delicate brows shot up in surprise. I wasn't ready for that. Quite the quick reflex. Sulu resumed his hunt, while Lin Shihuan threaded the grouper through the mouth and gills with a reed, creating a convenient string for carrying. Sulu continued to strike. As various fish carried in by the tide arched through the air, landing in Lin Shihuan's embrace. That's enough. I can't eat anymore. She complained while stringing the fish. Yet her expression radiated joy. Bullet comments. Goddess Lin. She seems to be enjoying herself. Women, they say they don't want it, but in reality, they desire more. Touch more. Touch more. What the heck? Is that a wheel rolling on my face? Beware of getting banned. Nothing compares to the joy of fishing. If there is, it must be fishing alongside Goddess Lin. You're only on the third tier. I'm at work. Fishing while watching streamers. Now, this is the ultimate fishing experience. 666, I feel inferior. When Lin Shihuan exclaimed no for the third time, Sulu finally straightened up, feeling unsatisfied. The duration of the eye of detection had elapsed. In those 13 seconds, his strikes were as divine. With the enhancement of hunting LV2, every throw from Sulu is precise. In Lin Shihuan's hands, she held 7 wriggling sea fish. What is the point of catching so many? She brushed off the water splashed by the fish's tails from her clothes. I can't eat all of them. Am I supposed to let them spoil? Her tone still carried a hint of the previous joy, soft and endearing. Such a beautiful woman. She truly is more charming when she pouts. Sulu took a breath and replied, We'll eat 2 tonight. And the rest will be strung up to dry, just like how they make cured meat back home. The flavor rivals that of fresh. We have a whole year on this island. We must prepare adequately. A variety of dishes is what makes life enjoyable. All right then. Lin Shihuan blinked. You caught the fish. You make the call. Seeing that Sula showed no sign of leaving, she urged, if we don't hurry, it will be dark soon. Oh. No rush. Sula tossed the stone knife in the air and caught it again. What you have are merely side dishes. Today. There is still the final main course waiting for me to haul out. Chapter 24. The enormous coconut crab. Is there more? Has it already accumulated so much? Lin Shihan inquired, what is the main dish? As she posed her question, a cluster of fish flopped about energetically. A small, furry creature with black fur nestled beside the nearest fish, its nose twitching, seizing the opportunity when the two were distracted. It swiftly tore off a piece of the fish's tail and scurried beneath the rocks to nibble on it. Lin Shihan shot a glare at the little creature, but then recalled that it was this very creature that had alerted Su Lu about their encounter with the rattlesnake earlier today. Resignedly, she detached the remaining half of the fish and tossed it to the small creature. The little creature made a soft, contented sound. Su Lu chuckled and said, "These sea fish are usually accessible, but there are also some delicacies in the pond that we rarely encounter. What else could there be? I just inspected the pond. Aside from these fish, there are only a few shellfish." Teasing. What a villain. The proud side of her personality was beginning to resurface. Sula chose not to look at her. What he had seen earlier with his eye of detection revealed far more than just these fish and shellfish. Beneath the thin layer of silt at the bottom of the pond lay the real treasure. When he caught sight of the hue and outline of this treasure, even Sulu was taken aback. Carefully, he plunged his stone knife into the silt, feeling the feedback from the blade, gradually shifting his position. He approached the outline he remembered. After confirming that the location hadn't shifted significantly, he cautiously scraped away one side of the silt, revealing a sizable irregular oval shape. Watching Su Li's meticulous movements, Lin Shihan held her breath, curiosity ablaze as she focused on the stone knife. A soft clicking sound echoed. Quite a force, indeed. A smile crept across Su Li's lips. This click had resonated through the silt in the water above, approximately 40 to 50 centimeters away. One could only imagine the magnitude of force that must have been exerted beneath the silt. With determination, Sula steadied himself, forcefully exhaling. He then lifted the stone knife with a vigorous motion. With a resounding splash, the water erupted. What emerged, pulled forth by the stone knife, was a creature the size of a human head. A crab? No, a coconut crab. Lin Shihan instantly recognized this rare delicacy. What extraordinary luck. Coconut crabs are already quite scarce, and the one Sulu had just retrieved must weigh nearly 10 pounds. How could such a small pond harbor such a colossal prize? Sulu was right. Compared to this coconut crab, the fish he had previously gathered were mere side dishes. The enormous pincers of the coconut crab clamped tightly onto the stone knife in Su Li's hand. That seemingly light click, in reality, was powerful enough to snap bones. The sound produced when the crab's claw seized the knife. The comments section buzzed with information. Coconut crabs, as their name suggests, primarily feast on coconuts. Their powerful claws can easily crush the hard shell of a coconut, allowing them to savor the flesh and juice within. Su Lu is quite knowledgeable. Should he attempt to handle this crab directly, provoking it could lead to a painful grip that might crush his hand. Is this really a crab? It's enormous. Well, what did you expect? The coconut crab is among the largest crabs in existence, surpassed only by the Alaskan king crab in size. I just checked. Coconut crabs fetch over 500 per pound. How much would such a large one be worth? Who knows? It must be worth over 10,000. Once coconut crabs reach a certain size, they are auctioned in the market, and their price isn't simply a matter of weight times unit price. Given the size of this coconut crab, it could very well be crowned the king of crabs at certain markets. Wow, it looks quite unappealing. Huh, it may appear unattractive, but the flavor is simply divine. Really? Now I'm craving it. I want to eat it. Oh, I remember your ID upstairs. Weren't you just ordering grilled squid for takeout? Aren't you afraid Sulu will outshine you? That hurts. I honestly think the grilled squid doesn't sound appealing at all right now. The eye of detection skill has leveled up, current level, LV2. Current popularity in the live stream, 730,000. Duration of eye of detection skill increased. Current duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown time of eye of detection skill shortened. Current cooldown time, 55 minutes. New skill unlocked. Material processing LV1. Sulu, cradling the hefty coconut crab, showcased it from all angles to the camera. A flurry of notifications brought a broad smile to his face. Ah, what unbridled joy. Lin Shihan couldn't help but let a smile escape as well. The proud one, who had appeared in different moments ago. Sula teased. So, how about this coconut crab as today's main dish? Is it acceptable? Just SOSO. Lin Shihan replied, though her smile became increasingly evident. She crossed her arms, which were now thoroughly squished. Hurry home, I'm starving. Chapter 25, The Fire Plow. Is he about to become the first to succeed? All these fish and coconut crabs, transformed into sashimi? Hiki. Snake meat is rife with parasites. It is absolutely inadvisable to consume it raw, and I must remind you of that. Hee. Sulu. Huh? No hee for me. Haha. How annoying you are. The two of them, one in front of the other, with Sulu cradling a coconut crab, while Lin Shihuan carried a string of 6 fish. Little Black clutched the remaining fish, darting ahead for a short distance, then setting it down to nibble a few bites. Dashing off again, it repeated the process. Whimpering. It complained that the two humans were moving too swiftly. With its 4 short legs, it could hardly keep pace with Lin Shihuan's long strides. As a child of the wilderness, such terrain posed no challenge for Sula. You're holding a fish in your mouth. Don't expect me to let you climb on my head. Sula deliberately ignored the pitiful Little Black. Upon seeing the wooden cabin they had constructed in the afternoon, the trio felt an undeniable warmth of returning home. The sun over the sea had begun its descent, its lower edge resting upon the horizon. The afterglow painted the wooden cabin in hues of a golden red, reminiscent of flames in a hearth. The thatch covering the cabin mirrored this color, resembling a cozy campfire. Let us hang the fish up first, Sulu instructed, placing the coconut crab in a shaded area. Binding it securely with damp thatch. What are you doing? Aren't we eating now? I'm starving. Lin Shihuan felt her stomach grumble in protest. Why do I feel increasingly dependent on him? Lin Shihuan pouted in dissatisfaction with herself. Just wait a moment. Sula grinned mysteriously. We'll be having it cooked. Cooked? Lin Shihuan momentarily failed to grasp the implication of his words. Not just her. But even their audience in the live stream was caught off guard by Sulu's statement. Comments. Sulu, the Great One. Is he about to start a fire? Surely not. Other streamers have been trying for ages without success and are still hungry. What will he use to ignite it? Friction fire? The difficulty level is off the charts. The possibility of success is minimal. The student employed a fire bow. The fastest progress has only produced smoke, yet no flames. It's simply too challenging. Du himself had faced setbacks in this area. Sulu claims he will have a cooked meal. Now that has confidence. Lin Shihuan stared blankly at Sulu, finding his jest utterly unamusing. Stop joking. Conserve your energy. We can start a fire when we have more supplies. Do you not trust me? Sula tilted his face towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, smiling as if detached from the world. You will regret this. A wager, then. What shall we bet on? The proud survival queen raised an eyebrow defiantly. Sulu pondered for a moment. The loser cleans up after the meal. That is a hefty wager. Who is afraid? Lin Shihuan haughtily snorted. Fine. In the courtyard of the wooden cabin, while Sulu was assembling the wooden wall frame. He had already spread numerous scraps of bark and wooden strips on the stones. After a day of exposure to the sun, the bark shavings curled. The wooden strips had dried and cracked. Not good. I've been duped. Lin Shihuan had sensed trouble when she saw Sulu bringing these items back. He must have planned this all along. I knew there was something off about his character. He tricked me into washing dishes. When it comes to igniting fire, many are familiar with the method of friction fire. Sulu explained to the camera. However, the technique I will employ today is a more convenient and skillful means, the fire plow. Comments. Fire plow. What on earth? Sulu took a stone knife, first cutting a dried and cracked wooden strip to a length of approximately 12 to 13 centimeters, just about 2 fists long. He then picked up a longer strip and, using the tip of the stone knife, carefully carved out a groove about 20 centimeters long and roughly the same width as the shorter strip. While carving the groove, he did not sever the shavings, but allowed them to accumulate at the bottom of the groove. Simultaneously, he chopped the dried bark into smaller pieces, stacking them to the side. Once the preparations were complete, the sun had nearly set. Sula gestured to the camera, showcasing the prepared long and short wooden strips along with the pile of bark shavings. If I succeed in igniting fire, how about a flurry of comments? If I manage to start a fire, surely that deserves a surge of excitement, right? I don't want to be eliminated in the first round of popularity. Comments. Absolutely. I'm getting excited. My gift package is itching to be unleashed. If Sulu truly manages to ignite a fire, he will be the first to do so in this episode. Furthermore, he would likely be the earliest to succeed in all the episodes of this survival show. That is quite the achievement. Chapter 26. The Fire Thief, Sulu. On the other side of the camera, Sula pressed a short wooden stick into the groove of a long wooden stick, compressing it, and began to swiftly push and pull back and forth. The sound of dry wood rubbing against wood echoed in front of the small cabin bathed in the golden red hues of the setting sun. The sound was monotonous yet stable. Rhythmic. The remnants of the sun cast a brilliant golden glow upon Sulu as the two pieces of wood continued to rub against each other. More wood shavings were scraped away, accumulating in the groove of the long branch. The sun gradually sank beneath the sea, and a faint wisp of blue smoke began to rise from the contact point of the wood. In this moment, even Sulu himself momentarily ceased his commentary, maintaining his focus. This was the most critical juncture for igniting the fire. The rising blue smoke indicated that the temperature of the two pieces of wood was steadily increasing. However, to truly produce a spark that could ignite a flame required precise control over the speed and angle of the fire plow, as well as mastery of the entire ignition process. Otherwise, it would not explain why over 100 survivalists had yet to kindle a single flame. There was a reason why humanity's ancestors endured thousands of years of consuming raw food before mastering fire. The blue smoke thickened, and Suli's movements quickened. The swift hands of a single man in his 20s were not to be wasted. The sun vanished entirely beneath the horizon, plunging the surroundings into darkness and silence. The camera, unable to switch to night mode, could only capture the rhythmic sound of wood rubbing against wood, causing his live stream to suddenly black out. Over 70,000 pairs of eyes fixated on the dark screen, holding their breath. Lin Shihan stood nearby, holding the wide-eyed little black creature, biting her lower lip involuntarily. Within the groove of the long wooden stick, sparks began to flicker. Sulu made a split-second decision. He tilted the long stick to one side, allowing the accumulated wood shavings to fall onto the previously prepared pile of dried shavings. Immediately after, Sulu discarded both the long and short wooden sticks, scooped up the pile of shavings, and brought it close to his mouth. He blew gently, using the flow of air to carry the sparks surface air and aid in ignition. The sound of scraping wood in the live stream instantly vanished. The barrage of comments flooded in. Sulu, please don't fail. Just wait. It seems Sulu was so confident earlier. Surely he won't fail. It's okay if he does. Other streamers have failed too. The blue smoke began to spread with Suli's breath. Then, quite abruptly, amidst the pitch-black night, a flame leaped forth. The previously dark screen of the live stream was now illuminated by the flame. As the flame flickered, it revealed Suli's face, illuminated by its glow. He raised his head slightly, his gaze indifferent, a smirk curling at one corner of his mouth. To share the fire? He tilted his hand holding the flame, letting it fall onto the carefully prepared pile of branches. A campfire lit up the entire night sky. Ignition skill upgraded. Current level, LV2. Ouch, the price of showing off is quite high. I hope I'm not burned. Sulu glanced at his palm from an angle not captured by the camera, feeling a twinge of concern. Fortunately, he was unharmed, with tough skin and strong flesh. Such bravado needs to be measured in the future. In the live stream, everyone was enveloped in astonishment. Comments poured in. Did you see that? In the pitch-black night, utterly silent, and then suddenly, the flame ignited. The dawn of enlightenment. My whole body is covered in goosebumps. The praise from upstairs is excessive. Now, it's confirmed that Sulu is right. Whatever he said he would accomplish, he indeed did. He said he would ignite a fire, and he certainly did. The fire plow, huh? This technique I will remember, and I'll go challenge the firewood in the kitchen. Haha, you foolish one, if it were that simple. Would it have stumped so many survival masters on this deserted island? In any case, Sulu is indeed impressive. Those who were just now itching to send gifts, start showering him with rewards. With a slight smile, sent the streamer a heartfelt gift. Love Family President, sent the streamer spicy strips. Crooked Mouth Dragon King, rewarded with a Supercar X1. Heaven Above, rewarded with Rockets X3. Time Traveler Coding in Ancient Times, rewarded with an Airplane X1. Be Your Cat, rewarded with Yachts X4. The rewards flooded the screen instantly. At the same time, in the main live broadcast hall of the entire event, a prominent message popped up with the highest priority. Contestant Sulu of Live Broadcast Room 97 has achieved the title, Fire Thief. Time taken to ignite, 2 days. Setting a new record for the fastest ignition on the deserted island. Rewards surged into the hourly leaderboard as top 3. Just as General Chin was about to finish work, sipping on a cup of milk tea while checking in, he accidentally sprayed the tea onto the check-in machine. Damn it. Is it Sulu again? Can't I even finish my shift? Chapter 27. Popularity soars yesterday, after General Chun and Mr. De concluded their discussion regarding Sulu, the fire starter, and Mr. De's students. He ceased to focus further on Sulu. With 100 competitors and 100 live streaming rooms, there were certainly no shortage of world-class personalities. In the early stages of survival on a deserted island, it is these experienced and popular contestants who warrant greater attention. Naturally, those who perform particularly poorly yet can be viewed as comic relief are also subjects of interest for the organizers. Suli's performance, being neither exceptional nor dismal, placed him in a rather awkward position. Moreover, the achievement of igniting fire in the survival challenge has historically been accomplished no sooner than the 4th day. Even a master of survival like Mr. Da has shared tales of starting off with 3 days of hunger. Generally speaking, without any tools or supplies. Ensuring a mere drink of water and finding edible sustenance within the first 3 days is already a formidable task. Only a handful, like Mr. Da's 4 students and several other top competitors from around the globe, managed to navigate their survival efforts with such poise. And to think about igniting fire? Who has the energy for such endeavors? During the day, General Chen observed those contestants attempting to start a fire, all of whom failed, which came as no surprise. However, when evening arrived, just as he was enjoying his milk tea and singing merrily on his way to dinner with his girlfriend, Su Lu unexpectedly succeeded in igniting fire. Who could have anticipated this? He rushed back to the broadcast hall, where the staff had already projected Su Li's recent recording. In the darkness, a flicker of flame. General Chen was astonished. The ambience was so well crafted that there was no need for post-editing. This moment of igniting fire was destined for the cover recommendation. Had it been an ordinary scene, it would have required additional editing and voiceovers. Yet, Su Li's display was so impressive that even General Chen could not help but admire it. He glanced at Mr. Da, who was on duty beside him. "What do you think, Advisor Ed? Your student seems to have fallen behind this time," he said, feeling quite pleased. Although dinner with his girlfriend might be delayed, they could simply fast forward to the events following dinner. "Please hand me some tissues." The gleam from Mr. Da's bald head reflected the color of the flickering flames on the screen, and perhaps he could also fetch me a new notepad. The one in front of him bore splattered coffee stains. "Chun, don't look at me like that. I'm just as astonished." Su Lu had prepared wood shavings and branches in advance to construct his fire plow. However, gathering such materials necessitated a sharp tool, which was precisely the stone knife he had fashioned on the first day. The distinction between having tools and lacking them creates entirely different environments. "I must confess, Chun, I underestimated Su Lu," Mr. Da remarked with a self-deprecating smile and a shrug. His commentary would, alongside Su Li's video, be featured on the cover recommendation. This was praise from a world-class master of wilderness survival. General Chen joyously directed the staff, "Quickly edit this. Use this recording from the moment he began crafting the fire plow until the flame ignited and the campfire blazed." The staff, diligently working, raised their heads to inquire. "What music should we add, General Chen? Su Li's recording seems a bit too quiet." "Music?" General Chen paused, waved his hand, and replied, "No music is needed. I want this atmosphere of silence. Just imagine, the sea breeze blowing, the waves crashing against the shore, the sun beginning to set, and silence enveloping the surroundings. A man, in this scene, bows his head to rub the fire plow. As the sun completely descends, darkness cloaks the earth. The atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive and hope wanes. At this moment, the flames ignite. The night is torn asunder. Is this not enough ambience?" The staff nodded vigorously. "All right, then we can quickly change to the cover." Suddenly, the homepages of major global media outlets refreshed with the headline for the wilderness survival segment. A burst of flames followed by a face with a slight smile, slightly raised. The caption read, "The fire starter, Su Lu." Comments flooded in rapidly. "Is this a mistake? Someone ignited fire the very next day of this episode? And with such an ostentatious title. Su Lu? I've never heard of this individual in the wilderness survival community. Damn, this fire-starting video has some serious flair. I'll bookmark it and watch it later after work." Did you see Mr. Da's comment? This Su Lu meticulously prepared for every step. He truly possesses remarkable skills. Popularity experienced significant fluctuations. Recalculating stable popularity. Current live stream popularity, 130,000. Chapter 28, Steamed Grouper, Acquired New Skill, Cooking Level 1. Acquired New Skill, Indomitable will Level 1. Popularity has reached 100,000. The Wilderness Child template upgrade option has been unlocked. Enhance all skills to Level 2 to complete the upgrade. A significant fluctuation in popularity? It must be due to an influx of followers. Yet those who fail to offer gifts are mere freeloaders. Just as I suspected, there exists a higher tier above the Wilderness Child template. To achieve an upgrade, one must elevate their skill levels to the second tier. Indeed, the skill level cap that the Wilderness Child can sustain is merely Level 2. The danger perception skill is passive and does not denote a skill level, so it can be momentarily disregarded. At present, my Level 2 skills include direction marking, animal taming, trap making, construction, fire starting, hunting, and tool making. The Eye of Detection is also a Level 2 skill, yet it is a toggleable persistent ability. The remaining Level 1 skills awaiting enhancement are material processing, cooking, and indomitable will. Crafting a stone knife from rock is straightforward, as the materials come directly from nature. Thus, material processing will enable the refinement of non-natural resources. I can tan leather, create hemp ropes, and the like. But what, pray tell, is this indomitable will? With a popularity score of 100,000 unlocking the template upgrade, it seems that surpassing this threshold does not grant new skills. It appears imperative to first complete the template upgrade before acquiring new skills. I wonder if new skills will also require a popularity score of 10,000 to unlock. Most likely not. I eagerly anticipate what the next template will be. After tallying my gains, the campfire before me blazed fiercely. Su Lu, with an air of proud elegance, looked at Lin Shihan and declared, "Woman, you have lost." "I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities," Lin Shihan replied, tossing her hair back as she settled beside the fire. "Isn't it merely a matter of tidying up after our meal? What a trivial affair." Gurgle. Her stomach growled. Lin Shihan's cheeks flushed. "You heard nothing. You heard nothing." The warmth of the campfire flushed her face further. Su Lu pretended not to notice and announced, "For our first dish today, let us prepare steamed grouper." The audience in the live stream was perplexed. "Steamed? How do you intend to steam it? There are no steamers on the island. Perhaps the host should stick to grilling fish." Steaming seems like a recipe for disaster. I share their apprehension. While steaming may appear simple, it is not without its challenges. If the heat is improper, the fish will either become overcooked or undercooked. Just as the flames roared to life, Su Lu expertly utilized the stone knife to split the grouper open along its belly. With practiced precision, he removed the innards and scraped off the fine scales from its surface. He then used slender reeds to wipe away any residual slime. He procured a flat stone and laid the cleaned grouper upon it, deftly severing the head and tail, following the spine of the fish. Su Lu carefully filleted the belly and back, slicing the fish into 5 portions, 2 from the belly, 2 from the back, and 1 from the spine. The head, tail, and bones were discarded. As he spoke, Su Lu called over Xiaohe. The little creature joyously trotted away, clutching a fish head, tail, and bone that were larger than itself, happily savoring its dinner. Sea fish possess few bones, yet for ease of consumption, it is prudent to remove them. He continued to slice parallel to the inner sides of the belly fillets, deftly extracting 2 rows of delicate bones. On the back, he made incisions along the spines. Carving a 7-shaped cut, Su Lu held up the filleted belly and back pieces, each adorned with bones, and gestured towards the camera. "Behold, these are the bones of the grouper. Once these bones are removed, the remaining fish meat is entirely boneless, allowing for hearty consumption without worry." To the viewers cooking at home, if uncertain about the process, they might entrust this step to the vendor. Bullet screen. The host is meticulous. He can cleanly remove the bones with a mere stone knife. Handsome Jr., I've learned this. I'm heading to confront the fish my mother just bought. The instant noodles I just soaked have lost their appeal. I crave boneless steamed grouper. While I'm adept at deboning, I am curious how the host will steam it. Su Lu first arranged 4 pieces of fish on one shell and said, "Now, let's prepare the steamer." He gathered 4 larger stones, forming a circle. The lower part of the stone oven left an approximately 10-centimeter opening for adding firewood later. Above the oven, he placed a large clamshell filled with clear water, then sealed the edges with smaller stones to allow steam to rise freely. A rudimentary steamer was now prepared. He took another clamshell, lining its interior with lemongrass and cattail, and neatly arranged the cleaned grouper fillets atop these aromatic herbs. Chapter 29. The main course, coconut crab. The neatly arranged grouper, with its tender white flesh, appeared exceedingly inviting against the backdrop of verdant spices. Su Lu positioned the clamshell atop the steamer and continued to stack stones, sealing it with a stone slab. The entire steamer, including the pot, stood approximately 50 centimeters tall, albeit somewhat crooked. This was the final form of the steamer. Time was of the essence, hence its rough exterior, but its functionality was impeccable. Su Lu emphasized, increase the heat, boil the water. He transferred flames from the campfire to the base of the steamer. The live chat erupted with a perfect display of astonishment. "This won't do. I need to rewind this segment." Su Lu's movements were so swift. It was as if he conjured a steamer out of thin air. "I can't replicate that. I might as well stick to my home steamer," remarked a viewer. "Handsome Jr., I just returned from the market with my mom after buying fish, and I got crushed. What just happened? How did a steamer suddenly appear? Is this the style of the previous survival episodes? If one didn't check the website title, who would guess this was about survival on a deserted island? This isn't the survival show I'm familiar with. Director, did you mix up the scripts?" Amidst the laughter and chatter, wisps of steam began to waft from the top of the steamer. "Is it ready?" Lin Shiwan inhaled the fragrance of the steamed fish, swallowing hard. If it continued, she wouldn't be able to eat anymore. "No, I believe you could eat as much as you want," Su Lu teased, feigning ignorance of her swallowing. "After deboning the grouper, there isn't much left. Surviving on a deserted island is arduous during the day, hence the evening meal must be splendid. I promised coconut crab as the main dish. It cannot be treated lightly." "Arduous? I don't feel that way," Lin Shihuan inwardly contested. "This is far more delightful than my previous wilderness survival experiences. By the way, where did you acquire all these peculiar skills?" Lin Shihuan asked, wrinkling her nose in frustration. "Just admit you're hungry and want to eat sooner. I wouldn't deny you," Su Lu quipped. "And how do you plan to prepare the coconut crab?" Sulu prolonged his tone, steamed or grilled. Can't we have both? That one is quite large. Even if the meat yield isn't substantial after shelling, one method might become monotonous. Lin Shihuan pondered, feeling a bit conflicted. Then let us go with grilling, she decided. Indeed, the correct answer is I want both, Sulu asserted. Lin Shihuan. Then why did you let me choose? With a swift motion, Sula dodged Lin Shihuan's long legs and hurried to retrieve the bound coconut crab. It still looks rather unappealing. Lin Shihuan thought to herself, having no intention of assisting in the preparation of the coconut crab. Although she had watched while the grouper was steamed, it felt different. She had wanted to help with the grouper, but Sulu was too quick for her. With deft movements, Sulu dismembered the coconut crab. The claws and legs were separated into one portion, while the crab body, as large as both of his palms combined, formed another. The limbs and abdomen of the coconut crab were rich in fat, especially the crab roe, which was particularly delectable. However, due to its size, consuming it whole would render the exquisite flavor overwhelming. Thus, we would grill the crab body and steam the claws and legs. As he explained to the audience, Sula placed additional stones on the campfire, creating a porous surface. He positioned the coconut crab's body on the stone platform, approximately 10 centimeters from the flames. The hot air rose, circulating through the gaps in the stones to roast the crab, while tiny fat bubbles emerged, slowly seeping through. Sizzle, sizzle. The droplets fell onto the fire, producing an enticing sound. A fragrant aroma, reminiscent of coconut, wafted through the air. Lin Shihuan could no longer contain her excitement. Let us grill it a little longer, Sulu jested. Coconut crab meat is thick and oily. If it's undercooked, be careful not to overindulge and face repercussions. Sensing Lin Shihuan preparing to retaliate with her long legs, he quickly added, however, the grouper is perfectly cooked. It can be served now. Lifting the stone slab covering the steamer, a torrent of steam poured forth, forming a substantial white cloud. Following closely was the clear and intense aroma of lemongrass, infused with the refreshing scent of calamus. This complex fragrance became ethereal and elusive. Sulu, with a thick layer of thatch beneath his hands, carefully extracted the steaming clamshell from the steamer. In an instant, the robust aroma of lemongrass and the crispness of calamus were entirely subdued. Chapter 30. Understanding ingredients surrounding the campfire. The air was suffused with the enticing aroma of the freshest sea fish, released by the high-temperature steam. The finest ingredients require only the simplest of culinary techniques. The freshly caught grouper, merely deboned, was placed in the steamer. This principle held true. While the fragrances of lemongrass and sweet flag each possessed their own merits, they were merely complementary to the inherent freshness of the grouper, never to overshadow it. Cooking skill upgraded. Current level LV. 2. Gurgle. Lin Shihuan was on the verge of madness. The proud survival queen feigned indifference. Yet her body's uncontrollable reactions betrayed her. Saliva was flowing. Sulu understood that teasing Lin Shihuan at this moment would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Try it, he urged, presenting the aromatic clamshell dish to Lin Shihuan, along with 2 slender wooden sticks to serve as makeshift chopsticks. Upon receiving the utensils, Lin Shihuan lightly prodded the tender fish, and it effortlessly flaked apart along its natural lines. From the broken edge, wisps of steam ascended. She picked up a piece of the steamed fish and brought it to her mouth. The fish was still hot upon entry, but the heat was accompanied by an irresistible sweetness that filled her mouth. The delightful flavor proclaimed its supremacy, akin to a sovereign declaring, "I have arrived. I conquer." Under such intense stimulation, her taste buds succumbed. The vanguard of this culinary emperor was the robust fragrance of lemongrass. Following the proclamation of the sweet flavor's reign, the lemongrass's zest continued to invade, ushering in the scent of lemon, even penetrating into her very being. Accompanying the lemongrass was the refreshing aftertaste of sweet flag, a texture akin to water that perfectly tempered the emperor's might and the vanguard's impetuosity. Both cameras were now focused on Lin Shihuan, who was lost in the ecstasy of flavor. Bullet comments. Lin Goddess. Is this for real? It's just steamed grouper, right? My family has made steamed grouper too, but it never tasted this outrageous. If Sulu is involved, perhaps there is an element of performance. I believe Lin Goddess truly finds it that delicious. I wish I could taste Su Li's steamed grouper. With one bite swallowed, Lin Shihuan found herself unable to restrain from taking another piece. The flavor felt richer than expected. She furrowed her brow, sensing that beneath the abundant flavors, there was something she had yet to grasp. Hidden beneath the sweetness of the fish, the intensity of lemongrass, and the clarity of sweet flag, lay another texture. Did you add something else? She questioned, perplexed. That shouldn't be. I watched him prepare it. There shouldn't be anything he could hide from my eyes. Lin Shihan's delicate face scrunched in concentration. Look down. Sulu suggested, noting her intense gaze. Not that low. Lin Shihan, raising her head from the heavy gap, threatened in a flustered manner. Speak. Oh. Sulu pointed to the clamshell dish in her hand. The final flavor you cannot detect is that of the clam meat. Lin Shihan's eyes brightened as she used the chopsticks to sift through the fish and the spices underneath. Indeed, the clamshell still harbored remnants of clam meat. Under the direct steam, the high temperature had thoroughly extracted the clam's essence. Sulu explained, this freshness, mingled with the scents of lemongrass and sweet flag, has become nearly indistinguishable from its original form. Yet, on the palate of a connoisseur, the subtle difference between the ocean's bounty and that of the shellfish remains discernible. It is this nuance that elevates the grouper's aroma to an entirely different echelon. As he spoke, Sulu took the chopsticks from Lin Shihan and sampled a piece of fish. Well, it is quite similar to what I anticipated. The chopsticks were used by me. Lin Shihan gently stomped her foot in silent protest. Bullet comments. What do you mean by similar? Just look at Lin Goddess. It must be delicious to such an extent. Isn't it the perfect steam grouper in Suli's mind? I just had half a bowl of instant noodles. I'm not eating anymore. After a long day at work, I haven't even had a bite of something warm, and now I'm being tempted beyond measure. Who do I complain to? Suli's mastery of ingredients is indeed astonishing. The clam meat is merely a seasoning component. The seemingly simple method accentuates the fish's inherent flavor. Impressive. Truly impressive. Hanson Jr. clamshell with clam meat. Sweet flag with lemongrass. Just steam them together, right? Got it. I'll go confront that grouper with the bones I didn't pick out earlier. No. Brother upstairs, perhaps you should reconsider your actions? Chapter 31. The perfect flavor. Is there something in the woods? After savoring the steamed fish, Lin Shihan felt unsatisfied, gazing intently at Sulu. There's more. Don't rush. Sulu arranged the crab claws and limbs of the coconut crab into the freshly used clamshell, then filled the lower layer of the steamer with water once more. New firewood was added to the flames. Let us steam the crab claws. Lin Shihan cradled the little black creature that had devoured the remnants of the grouper, holding it close and absent-mindedly stroking its fur. The little black one nestled comfortably, soon beginning to snore. In previous survival experiences, Lin Shihan had never had the fortune of consuming cooked food so swiftly. Typically, raw and cold sustenance would accompany her for over a week, assuming all went smoothly. In less favorable circumstances, she had endured 10 days of raw fare. Digesting raw food imposes a greater burden on the body, and in the context of prolonged wilderness survival, this accumulation of strain could become increasingly troublesome. Fortunately, the solution was straightforward: simply endure it. How blissful it was to have a warm meal leaning against a large rock. The aroma of the coconut crab wafted through the air. The firewood crackled in the campfire, while the sea breeze rustled through the trees above, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves caressing the shore, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. This pastoral life is likely just as idyllic as this. By the way, while tidying up after the meal, Sulu, tending to the fire, casually mentioned, you can pile the garbage at the entrance of the path to the beach. It's downwind and can serve as a makeshift trash bin. Cleaning it daily will keep things tidy. Lin Shihan, is this really the right time for such comments? Sulu's words almost made her forget her earlier wager, in which she had lost, and was now responsible for washing the dishes. What kind of thought process does this person have? Sulu prodded at the coconut crab's body with a stone knife, allowing the fat to drip onto the scorching stones, the sizzling sound enticingly beckoning. It's ready to eat. The shell of the coconut crab displayed a vibrant orange hue. As he cracked open the carapace, the slightly charred crab meat beneath bubbled enticingly. Under the high heat, the fat in the crab meat was forced out, releasing its unique flavor into the air. The dense crab meat tightened further, enveloping the rich crab roe. Though its size was reduced to about half, its flavor and texture were intensified. Sulu sliced off a small piece, holding it up for the camera. Coconut crabs feed on coconuts, and their flesh naturally carries a strong coconut aroma. After roasting, this fragrance became even more pronounced. Alas, the camera cannot capture scents, he lamented. The chat room erupted in criticism. Please, streamer, be human. It's 10 o'clock at night. Is this something a person can do? Someone watching while jogging at night exclaimed, now I've strayed into the night market. My failed diet is entirely your fault. Current viewership, 142,000. Haha. It seems everyone enjoys watching eating shows at night. I should do this more often. Sulu relished a mouthful of roasted crab meat, then cut a slice for the already eager Lin Shihan. The steamed crab claws were also ready. The sturdy crab shell required a stone to crack open, but the delectable meat within certainly warranted such effort. A bite of roasted crab meat flooded the palate with coconut flavor. A bite of steamed crab claw offered a tender, bouncy texture. The same meat, yet different sensations. Together, They created a delightful duet on the taste buds. After enjoying a refreshing bite of sweet flag to cleanse their palates, the entire coconut crab was swiftly devoured by the two. Burp Sulu felt thoroughly satisfied. Burp, reluctantly, Lin Shihan began to clean up the remnants, conceding to her wager. Time for bed. Sulu gathered the thatched bedding into the wooden hut, rinsed her mouth, and performed a set of exercises to invigorate her body. Lin Shihan, the live stream. Swish swish in the thicket. The little black creature crouched low, emitting a low, mournful growl. Sulu squinted slightly, peering into the shadowy depths of the forest. Detection eye. Activate. The distance exceeded 10 meters. The scene in the woods was beyond my capture skills have their limitations, Sulu mused. The night vision camera failed to capture anything, the foliage was too dense. However, the inherent alertness of the black-footed cat could not be mistaken. The danger perception skill had responded earlier. It was not a misjudgment. Indeed, on this island, dangers posed by wild animals were omnipresent. The rattlesnake she encountered in the morning was a prime example. Now that night had fallen, lighting a campfire here would naturally attract other creatures, especially with the enticing scent of roasted meat. Cooking skill is truly remarkable. One must not let their guard down. Just because the response from danger perception was weak does not mean the threat within the dense forest is insignificant. Perhaps a significant conflict has yet to arise. However, since we are to dwell here, conflict is inevitable in due course. Chapter 32. The Attack. What happened to the stolen fish? Upon returning from disposing of the trash, Lin Shihan noticed Sulu frowning as he gazed intently at the trees atop the cliff. Was it possible for him to exhibit such seriousness? The well-fed and hydrated queen of survival sensed something amiss and subtly lowered her posture. Oh, it's nothing, Sulu replied, turning his head to reveal a broad smile, showcasing his white teeth. It might just be some wandering spirits on the island. Lin Shihan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Duong. Sulu quickly sidestepped, nimbly evading Lin Shihan's calf. It could be small animals attracted by the firelight and aroma, he suggested. Xiaohei reacted earlier, so I kept a close watch. Did you see what it was? Lin Shihan inquired, her foot tapping the ground. Her muscles taut from her ankle to her calf. Oh, the proud and aloof one has indeed received combat training, Sulu remarked, diverting his gaze from Lin Shihan's impeccably shaped ankle. But no, my eyesight isn't that sharp. Lin Shihan rolled her eyes at him. During their survival on the island, she had heard of encounters with large wild animals. Her tone carried a hint of concern. Facing such beasts alone, without external tools, posed a significant threat to humans. We're not alone. It's just the two of us and a cat. Sulu attempted to lighten the mood. Lin Shihan shot him another disapproving glance, clearly unimpressed by his physique. 2 or 3 people don't make much difference when confronted by larger animals. Many have perished from animal attacks in previous survival challenges, she retorted, not to mention those who were injured and forced to withdraw. That's true, Sulu mused. Having recognized this truth when he adopted the child of the wilderness template, animals could sustain injuries and easily retreat, while a human could easily suffer fractures or lose flesh, an assuredly fatal outcome. Moreover, the wild creatures, honed by generations of survival, were not easily subdued. Even if the proud and aloof one had a fighting background, facing a rattlesnake would still make her timid. Sulu decided to change the subject. I'll rearrange the fire pit. He averted his gaze from the dark woods. Even with the eye of detection activated, he had discerned nothing significant. Placing the fire pit at the entrance of the cabin would serve to intimidate or even repel most wild animals. Although he possessed the animal taming LV2 skill, he could not vigilantly guard it without rest, nor could he tame every creature that crossed his path. That would be utterly inefficient. Xiaohei circled around Sulu's feet. Prioritizing a good night's sleep now surpassed all other concerns. In the wilderness, stamina reigned supreme. The fire crackled at the cabin entrance, and amidst the natural white noise, Sulu nestled under his blanket and whispered, "Good night." "Good," Lin Shihan replied. To everyone in the live stream. Sulu. Lin Shihan? I knew it would turn out like this. The third day dawned. A delicate lavender hue painted the horizon where the sea met the sky. The relentless cycle of the workaholic's biological clock roused Sulu promptly. He muttered curses about a boss who had already fired him. I no longer have to work. Not at all. The toll inflicted by the 9 to 6 grind was not easily recovered. 2 meters away, Lin Shihan stirred in her sleep, emitting a soft hum. The queen of survival appeared peaceful, though her face bore red imprints from the thatch. Does being well-fed lead to deeper slumber? Quite endearing, really. Sulu found himself reminiscing about the famished Lin Shihan from the previous morning, who had arisen early to forage for food. Having someone prepare breakfast was a delightful experience. Xiaohei. Last night, the little creature had nestled atop his head. Had it ventured out early to hunt? Maintaining its wild instincts was indeed a positive sign. Sulu muttered softly to himself as he stepped outside the cabin. The cool morning sea breeze brushed against him, causing him to shiver. Despite being a tropical island, the temperature difference between day and night was still notable. As Sulu stood in the yard outside the cabin, he squinted, noticing Xiaohei crouched on the ground. Its back turned to him, intently fixated on something while huffing. Upon noticing Sulu's presence, the black-footed cat scratched at the ground, then pitifully meowed at him. Sulu observed several deep paw prints imprinted in the earth, footprints of some creature. The previous night's feast and bonfire had indeed attracted the island's wild beasts. Sulu confirmed his suspicions. The danger perception had not issued any warnings after nightfall, indicating that the fire pit had successfully deterred potential threats. However, the danger had not been completely averted. 3.5 fish had been stolen from the hanging fish, while the snake meat remained untouched. Quite clever indeed. Only going after the absolutely safe food. The fish hung high enough that the size of this wild beast must be considerable. Sulu examined the losses while formulating his hypotheses. Chapter 33. The 350-kilogram wild boar. Sulu heard Lin Shihan's voice behind him, her tone heavy, imbued with a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. You're awake. Now you're a girl, Sulu. Lin Shihan. Not engaging with the joke is rather dull. Sulu turned to greet her, good morning. After a moment, Lin Shihan wrinkled her nose and replied, I usually sleep lightly, so when you wake up, I do too. Impossible. I can clearly see your sleepy face. You almost drooled. Sulu refrained from exposing her. Good habit. Lin Shihan adjusted her disheveled hair, inhaling a few breaths of the cool morning air as she approached the paw prints left by Little Black. She crouched down, inspecting them while stating, this is an adult wild boar. Based on the spacing of the prints, its shoulder height is estimated to reach around 1.5 meters. Given the depth of the prints, its weight is likely over 350 kilograms. In the wilderness, even lions and tigers wouldn't dare to provoke such a creature unless they were truly desperate. She stood up, her once sun-kissed skin now slightly pale. Ugh, given the range of this creature, we might have to relocate. The survival queen kicked aside a patch of grass in irritation. Can you discern so much just from the footprints? Quite impressive, Sulu thought, narrowing his eyes as he discreetly activated Eye of Detection. In his field of vision, the traces left by the wild boar were tinged with a dark red hue. Has this wild boar marked our cliff as its territory? Sulu pondered, plucking a few gray-brown bristles from a nearby stone. He held the bristles close to the camera, chuckling lightly, very sturdy bristles. The wild boar delineates its territory through its bristles and urine. It seems that after stealing a meal of fish last night, this boar intends to claim our cliff as its hunting ground. In the morning livestream, the audience was sparse. Yet some had already expressed their concerns in the comments. A wild boar. A 350-kilogram wild boar. That's terrifying. I just checked. Considering the power of a wild boar, if it charges at an ordinary person, they would be instantly knocked down. Forget wooden cabins. Even a stone house could be breached by such a beast. Wild boars are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. It might not even be penetrated by a bullet. Sulu only has a stone knife. Leaving a mark on the boar's hide would be a challenge. What a pity for Sulu. He just built that wooden cabin yesterday, and now it's targeted by a wild boar. What an inauspicious start. Sigh. The disparity in combat power between humans and wild boars in the wilderness is too great. If it weren't on an island, we could easily teach it a lesson. Thankfully, last night we only lost some food. Had a person been targeted by the wild boar, it could have resulted in a fatality. I concur with Goddess Lin. While there is still no major danger, I advise Sulu to move quickly. A wooden cabin can be rebuilt, but if something happens to a person, they may have to abandon survival on the island. Yet the treehouse was also built with great effort. I feel for Sulu. Must we truly relocate? Can't we hunt the wild boar? Enough with the noise upstairs. What would you use to fight? A keyboard? Lin Shihan had been observing Sulu's expression. Why is he not at all anxious? She clenched her fists. Does he not grasp the gravity of the situation? An adult wild boar is no mere kitten or puppy. It's a beast whose impact can be measured in tons. A starving wild boar might even attack predators like wolves. Sulu, whether examining the boar's traces or explaining to the live stream audience, wore a cheerful smile. It seemed as if the crisis posed by the robust wild boar had no bearing on him whatsoever. You can't seriously think we can contend with such a creature. Lin Shihan felt the need to prepare Sulu for the reality. In the mid-stages of wilderness survival, with ample tools and personnel, attempting to hunt a wild boar is not out of the question. But now, retreating is the wiser choice, and there is no shame in it. Oh, is it truly that formidable? If we attempt to hunt or tame it, wouldn't that garner considerable attention? Sulu quickly calculated in his mind. Lin Shihan approached, tugging at Sulu's clothing, saying, let us tidy up a bit and move to another place. However, she found this insufferable person utterly unmoving. Little Black lay at Su Li's feet, stretching languidly. After being tamed by Su Lu, the black-footed cat had a natural sensitivity to his emotions. Su Lu's demeanor remained remarkably calm, so calm that Lin Shihan felt an urge to knock him out and carry him away. What are you thinking? Lin Shihan's tone now held a hint of annoyance. Su Lu, as if awakening from a dream, turned back. I was thinking. A wild boar is a treasure trove in itself. Chapter 34. Fortifications. Wooden fences? Pigskin can be fashioned into garments, pig bones can be utilized for crafting tools, and pork can be braised or grilled to perfection. If we could tame them, it would bring forth a new companion in battle, which would be splendid. Lin Shihuan felt utterly bewildered. Has he lost his mind? Sulu, are you out of your senses? Sula grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Do you think I'm insane? Indeed. Otherwise, what could possibly explain such thoughts? Lin Shihuan shot him a disapproving glance. What sane person, on the third day of survival on a deserted island, would contemplate provoking wild boars? Even the top survival experts from other live streams would likely choose to steer clear of such perilous encounters. This transcends mere survival. It is a matter of life and death. Lin Shihuan stamped her foot lightly, her chest heaving with agitation. Still don't believe me. Sula found her reaction unsurprising, feeling rather that it was to be expected. The distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to wield tools. He elaborated. I'm not planning to confront them barehanded. What are you worried about? I simply cannot bear to witness reckless actions. Lin Shihuan, momentarily flustered, was at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity while she was in a daze, Su Lu cheerfully added, besides, it would be a shame to abandon the house we worked so hard to build. This remark softened Lin Shihuan's heart. She had invested considerable effort into constructing the wooden cabin. At the very least, the memory of nearly losing her life to a rattlesnake while gathering reeds by the pond would linger for quite some time. Ha ha ha. See, with that said, your fighting spirit is reignited, I assent it? Su Lu chuckled, noting that wild boars typically forage at dusk, leaving them a day to prepare their defenses. It is better to retreat than to surrender without a fight, right? Lin Shihuan suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sharp and resolute. First, let us have a meal. Sula beamed with delight. After breakfast, Sula selected a substantial number of flat stones from beside the cliff, unlike the stones used for the stone knife. These were sturdy and heavy, their thickness several times greater than that of the knife. From these rocks, Sulu meticulously selected appropriately shaped pieces, commencing an industrious process of chipping, refining, and grinding. After more than an hour of labor, he produced a thick-bladed, tapered axe head. The blade was carefully honed to a curved edge, polished to a sharpness that gleamed coldly, despite being crafted from stone. The axe handle was fashioned from 3 resilient wooden rods, bound together side by side. The bottom of the 3 rods was securely affixed with flexible bark, 2 of which embraced the axe head from either side. The final rod served as reinforcement, braced against the lower end of the axe head, using the same pliable bark. They were intertwined in an 8-shaped pattern, firmly binding the handle to the axe head. Gripping the axe, a gentle swing produced a deep, resonant whoosh, a sensation entirely distinct from that of the stone knife. Surely you do not intend to engage in a battle with wild boars using this axe. Lin Shihuan remarked disdainfully. That is out of the question, Su Lu replied with utmost certainty. The axe is intended for chopping wood. Chopping wood. Indeed, Su Lu stated matter-of-factly. We need to fell some sufficiently thick trees to construct a fence. The stone knife is inadequate. Until we comprehend the habits and range of the wild boar, there is no need for direct confrontation. The immediate priority is to establish defensive structures around our dwelling. The wild boar seeks food. Our short-term objective is to ensure safety. As long as we can devise a method to keep the wild boars at bay while enticing them with some food, we can temporarily secure our safety. Once safety is assured, we can adapt as circumstances evolve. Lin Shihuan scrutinized Su Lu for a considerable time. I thought you intended to eliminate the wild boar today, she said. Su Li's gaze flickered. That is not entirely out of the question. No, I merely spoke in jest. Lin Shihuan managed to suppress her irritation. How foolish. The proud survival queen. Why is it that she cannot wrap her mind around this at the moment? Su Lu sighed. Crafting the stone axe took nearly an hour and a half of Su Lu's time. The shaping and polishing of the large stones consumed a significant amount of time. However, sharpening one's tools is never a waste of time. Soon enough, a stack of logs, half a person's height, accumulated in the small grove roughly 50 meters from the cliff. Su Lu was responsible for felling trees, while Lin Shihuan bound several logs together with soft vines, dragging them back to their yard. The strength of the survival queen left Su Lu in awe. After transporting the logs back, Lin Shihuan marked the necessary cutting points based on Su Li's specified lengths. The assembly line-like progression was exceedingly swift, when Sulu returned from cutting trees. Lin Shihuan had just completed all her markings. Down with the axe, it was time to cut the wood. Thud, thud, thud. Segments approximately 1.5 meters long and 5 centimeters thick were efficiently severed. Chapter 35. The barrier of safety. Could a wooden post of such modest dimensions withstand the relentless charge of a wild boar? Lin Shihan leaned against the wooden structure, measuring its girth with skepticism. The 5-centimeter diameter post was only slightly thicker than her wrist. For a human, such a size was formidable enough to resist breaking. However, when it came to wild boars, honestly, a few forceful strikes could easily shatter it, hardly enough for them to warm up. Of course not. Sulu replied promptly. But what if the wild boar cannot charge? What do you mean by that? Lin Shihan raised an elegant eyebrow, struggling to grasp Su Li's implication. Su Lu smiled enigmatically as he dug a pit in the ground, adjusting the camera to ensure it captured the excavation. A foundation of approximately 20 centimeters for the wooden fence would suffice, slightly inclined outward to allow the posts to gain leverage from the ground. Behind the outermost row of post foundations, about half a meter away, he began to excavate a parallel row of pits at a 45-degree angle. The inner layer of pits would be 2 to 3 times sparser than the outer layer. This way, the inner supports could reinforce the outer layer and Su Lu demonstrated with 2 posts, one slightly tilted outward while the other was positioned at the center of the outer row, forming a solid triangle. The inner post would extend outward, creating a barrier resembling a horse deterrent, and it could also act as a rebound deterrent. The posts merely served as a fence, interrupting the wild boar's path. Wild animals are generally cautious by nature. If the enclosure lacked sufficient provocation, and if there were distractions outside, they would not risk breaking through the fence, as it would yield them no benefit. Furthermore, a barrier shaped like a horse deterrent. If it did charge in, it would certainly face consequences. Of course, should the wild boar launch an attack. The sound of the wooden post breaking would be enough to rouse Su Lu. Once awakened, he still possessed animal domestication LV. 2. Did he truly think the system's skills were mere decorations? Speaking of skills, surely LV. 2 would prove useful against a wild boar. Both the black-footed cat and the wild boar were creatures of the wilderness, and the disparity in strength was quite evident. LV. 1 could tame a black-footed cat, while LV. 2 could directly confront a wild boar. It was worth a try. As for hunting, let us not even mention it. Without absolute certainty or a significant advantage, the risks were far too great. In the wilderness, the most unfortunate scenario is not merely encountering a beast. It is when you confront a creature, recklessly charge into battle, and your attacks yield impressive results, only to find that the beast still possesses a layer of vitality. A wounded boar, driven by sheer rage, towering at 1.5 meters and weighing over 350 kilograms, could easily overturn an off-road vehicle. Best to avoid such confrontations. Come lend a hand, Su Lu called out. Hearing Su Lu's earlier explanation, Lin Shihan approached with a perplexed expression to assist. She steadied 2 intersecting posts while Su Lu compacted the earth into the pit, stamping it firmly. Yet, this was insufficient. Surrounding the base of the posts, Su Lu continued to pile a thick layer of stones to further solidify the foundation. At the intersection of the posts, he secured them with thick vines tied in a figure-8 knot, soaked in seawater, then tightened and compressed. The vines, saturated with seawater, would maintain moisture over time. Even under the relentless sun and sea breeze, moist vines could withstand tension far more effectively than dry ones. Regrettably, lacking hemp rope meant that binding with rope would have been even sturdier. Su Lu patted the completed set of posts. They stood steadfast against his knocks and shakes. Just because you cannot move the posts does not mean a wild boar cannot, Lin Shihan muttered quietly, seizing the opportunity to retort. Su Lu leaned closer to Lin Shihan, inhaling deeply. I've sweated so much that my clothes have turned sour. Lin Shihan, why must you bring that up? So petty. On the deserted island, bathing was inconvenient. Moreover, she had only one set of clothing. When alone, she could find chances to wash and dry them, but with Su Lu around, such moments were scarce. Lin Shihan was frustrated, her temples throbbing, yet she could not unleash her ire. After all, she had instigated this. Let us continue. Su Lu, having teased Lin Shihan, returned to diligently securing the posts. He piled dirt and compressed stones. As hours passed, the 2 rows of combined wooden fence and horse deterrent began to take shape. Despite her displeasure, Lin Shihan could not help but feel a sense of safety welling up within her as she observed the formation of the barriers. Setting aside any negative traits, Su Lu proved to be quite dependable. She sniffed, contemplating. Chapter 36. Roasting snake meat with utmost ease. As time progressed, the popularity of the live stream steadily increased. Current live stream popularity, 150,000. Current live stream popularity, 160,000. The barrage of comments surged significantly compared to the previous days. The cover of the Fire Thief Sulu was remarkably compelling, although most viewers were merely onlookers. The number of those who remained was still quite impressive. Who doesn't enjoy watching a live stream with attractive hosts? Moreover, the host was undeniably handsome. Old Monk captured the master, just entered the live stream. What is the host doing? Isn't this supposed to be a survival on a deserted island? Why are there even barbed wire fences? Grassland above, the atmosphere of this host stream is quite different. The other hosts I followed just a couple of days ago were still desperately searching for food. Indeed, if it weren't for the impossibility of cheating in a survival scenario, I would almost suspect that the host was using hacks. How can their progress be faster than that of Diji's apprentice? Unbelievable. Cough. What does it matter if the progress is swift? They're being stalked by wild boars. Perhaps the hard-earned shelter will have to be abandoned, and they'll have to start all over again. Well, wild boars? Ha ha ha. Watching the host suffer brings me joy. The host is bold if things go awry. It might even lead to disaster. Be your cat. That one T happened. I believe in handsome Sulu. Let us cheer for him. Be your cat. Rewarded a yacht X1. Sula gazed at the soaring popularity with a slight toothache, contemplating how to upgrade his skills before the wild boars arrived. Currently, his skills were still at LV1, material processing and unyielding will. It was quite challenging. He scratched his messy hair while mentally murmuring, sizing up Lin Shihan. Could persistently confronting the survival queen upgrade, unyielding will. The proud Lin Shihan felt uneasy under his gaze. What are you up to? Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I should focus on material processing first. Sula chuckled and sidestepped the issue. Rising to retrieve the rattlesnake's body that hung nearby, Lin Shihan's brows furrowed even deeper. Are you planning to scare the wild boars with a half-poisonous snake? Wild boars consider snakes as food. Sulu weighed the severed snake body and commanded, let us gather some firewood. We're going to roast snake meat. After working hard all day, I'm starving. Also, let us process the snake skin. He hadn't realized it until he mentioned roasting snake meat. Lin Shihan touched her stomach and subtly scooted to the side. The snake had long since cooled. What was there to fear? Sulu teased her. Mind your own business. Lin Shihan stood up indignantly. Sulu then used the tip of his stone knife to make a small incision at the severed end of the snake body. He inserted the blade into the cut and, making a circular motion, detached about 2 centimeters of skin and flesh. Once the snake's skin was peeled away, the tender flesh revealed itself, still retaining the freshness from shortly after it was killed. Continuing from the incision, he expertly sliced downwards. The rattlesnake measured over 1.5 meters in length, but thankfully, Su Li's stone knife was extraordinarily sharp. He cut between the scales along the back, creating a straight incision. With the incision made, he continued to cut along both sides, separating the adhering flesh from the skin. His technique was delicate and proficient. The flesh and skin remained intact. When Lin Shihan returned with firewood, she was astonished to find that Su Lu had already completed the skinning process. So fast, the peeled skin was spread out on a large stone. After removing the head and tail, the remaining skin measured about 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length, with the widest part exceeding 30 centimeters, showcasing the notorious reputation of this rattlesnake. Sulu proceeded to open the belly and clean out the internal organs. He then cut the flesh into 5-centimeter segments, sharpened wooden skewers, and began to skewer them. A total of 6 pieces were cut, comprising only about 1/5 of the entire snake body. It was impossible to consume the entire snake at once due to its length. The remaining snake body was rehung to dry, a task left for Lin Shihan. You know I'm afraid of snakes. You did this on purpose. Lin Shihan glared at Su Lu, her eyes almost lethal. The camaraderie built while constructing the walls dissipated in an instant. The skewered snake meat was angled and placed approximately 20 centimeters from the campfire. Su Lu addressed the camera. For large pieces of meat, it is best to use a medium to low temperature roasting method. If we get too close to the fire, the outside may char while the inside remains undercooked, which would be undesirable. Snake meat must be thoroughly cooked. It should never be served as sashimi. Lin Shihan? Can he really be so meticulous about cooking snake meat before facing the danger of wild boars? He seems overly at ease. Under the flames of the campfire, the outer layer of the snake meat quickly developed a brown hue. As the Maillard reaction took place, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the air. Gurgle. Lin Shihan's mouth involuntarily watered. Chapter 37. Material Processing and Tanning. Do not rush. It is not yet fully cooked. Sula casually remarked without turning his head. Lin Shihan shot him a resentful glare. Those who deny me food are all villains. Fortunately, the tender stalks of the cattail are plentiful. With her stomach growling, Lin Shihan clutched a peeled cattail, inhaling its savory aroma before taking a bite, appearing quite pitiable. While the snake meat was being slowly roasted, Sulu continued to process the snake skin he had just stripped off, even after a day of drying. The skin remained supple and resilient due to its close contact with the meat. After laying it flat on a stone for a while, the previously curled skin began to straighten out. Sulu arranged the skin with the outer layer facing down and the inner layer, which was in contact with the meat, facing upward. After confirming that the blade of the stone knife was still sharp and even, he swiftly scraped the inner side of the skin to remove any leftover fat and tissue that had not been thoroughly detached. The sound of scraping echoed as white fragments of meat and residual fat fell away. Once the excess tissue was removed, the inner layer of the skin appeared uniform in color and smooth in texture, devoid of any impurities. The comments rolled in. How can Sulu master so many skills? Processing raw skin is a specialized task. Could it be that his true profession is that of a tanner? Such a skill in skinning cannot be honed without years of practice. Haha, I, Huang He, have a leather factory in Jiangnan. Once Mr. Su completes his survival challenge on the deserted island, I would gladly invite him for guidance. Hey, do you happen to have a sister-in-law? How did you know? My sister-in-law is, absolutely stunning. Lin Shihan watched Su Li's movements with wide eyes. Her attention was not on the cleansed snake skin, but on Su Li's steady and decisive technique. She found herself increasingly perplexed by him. Despite feeling seasick on the speedboat and appearing somewhat frail, he exhibited incredible survival skills just 3 days after landing on the island. Finding water sources, taming a black-footed cat, digging fish ponds, constructing wooden shelters and walls, and now processing leather. And his cooking was delectable. Is there no justice in this world? It seemed as though Su Lu was born for the wilderness. A child of the wild. If only his personality weren't so off-putting, he would be perfect. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Shihan did not notice that Su Lu had finished scraping the final stroke. The inner layer of the snake's skin was now entirely free of any traces of muscle or fat, appearing so pristine that it hardly resembled a handcrafted product. Su Lu gave the skin a shake, producing a crisp sound. I have just performed a simple processing of the snake's skin. Leather is quite a rare commodity in the wild. It can be fashioned into tools such as quivers, knife sheaths, and so forth. It can also be made into shoes, gloves, wrist and knee guards, or even clothing. As he spoke, Sulu glanced at Lin Shihan, a snake-patterned lady, quite intriguing indeed. What does that have to do with me? Lin Shihan thought, momentarily confused, then recalled Su Li's earlier remark about her clothing. Did he dare to suggest that I smell sour? Goddesses are always fragrant. Moreover, what can be made from such a small piece of snake skin? Su Lu, however, did not dwell on this topic. The skin, stripped of fat, still had a considerable distance to go before it could be fully tanned. It was insufficient for skill enhancement. After a trip to a small pond, he washed away the remaining stains from the skin with running water, then returned to the heavily fortified courtyard, spreading the skin out to drain briefly in a well-ventilated area. First, a simple drying, followed by the next procedure, stretching. According to the shape of the skin, Su Lu bound 4 long wooden rods together to form a rectangle. The rectangular frame was slightly larger than the skin, extending about 30 centimeters in both length and width. He tied a sturdy soft vine at each corner. With the sea breeze blowing, the moisture from the skin quickly evaporated. Su Li used a sharpened stick to poke small holes in each corner of the skin. The soft vines from the frame threaded through these holes were secured tightly, then pulled taut. This way, the entire piece of skin was firmly stretched across the wooden frame, displaying its gray-brown diamond patterns in a square formation. Lin Shihan observed that the skin Su Lu had processed maintained its pattern without any distortion. The comments flooded in again. Just this piece of snake skin alone, if sold in the market, could fetch a price in the tens of thousands. The craftsmanship in processing snake skin is simply astonishing. The quality of the skin is nothing short of perfect. I wonder what Sula plans to create from this skin. If he makes a bag akin to an AI Lu Wei or Gu Qi, it would likely exceed 100,000. Impressive. With such skills, I, from the Jiangnan Leather Factory, would gladly appoint Mr. Su as our chief consultant. Leading 30,000 female workers in the leather industry, we could achieve great success together. Old Huang upstairs, how about introducing your sister-in-law to Mr. Su? That would be quite inappropriate. Chapter 38. It has arrived, Su Lu. Are you truly confident in confronting that wild boar? Lin Shihuan inquired anxiously, as the snake's skin stretched within the wooden frame, and the enticing aroma of the roasted snake meat wafted through the air. She took a few bites of the sweet flag, finding it bland and flavorless, which prompted her growing concern. Sula seized a piece of sweet flag, taking a generous bite as the juices cascaded down his throat. With a leisurely drawl, he replied, I cannot claim absolute certainty. What do you mean? Lin Shihuan's tone turned urgent. However, if that wild boar goes berserk, with the caltrops set outside, we should have enough time to escape. Lin Shihuan fell silent. Thus, All the effort put into crafting caltrops yielded no real assurance. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. It seemed she was indeed facing a dismal start. Encountering coconuts had proven fruitless. The cutting of reeds had led to an ambush by a rattlesnake. And after laboriously constructing a treehouse, they were now being eyed by a wild boar. The survival queen was devoid of her regal demeanor in this episode. Her frustration bubbled forth. Su Lu leaned forward, waving a skewer of snake meat in front of Lin Shihuan. The aroma enveloped her instantly. "Can you eat?" he asked, diverting her attention as she salivated at the glistening fat sizzling atop the meat. "Let's eat a bit first to satisfy our hunger. Making it easier to deal with the wild boar later," he suggested, bringing the camera close to the low-temperature roasted snake meat, showcasing its crisp exterior from every angle. The high-performance camera captured the symphony of sizzling sounds, faithfully recording the auditory delight. Tearing off a small piece of the snake meat revealed its tender interior. A wisp of steam rising to shroud the lens in a veil of mist. Low-temperature roasting maximized the meat's tenderness, sealing in the juices. The drying and ventilation from yesterday to today acted as a brief maturation process. When the snake was slain, its muscles were taut. After some time, enzymes dissolved portions of the tendons and muscle fibers, allowing the meat to gradually regain its softness. The moisture was whisked away by the sea breeze, intensifying the meat's flavor. Simultaneously, the snake skin encased it, preventing excessive moisture loss, allowing the juices to permeate the tissue, further enhancing the aroma. Of course, if the maturation time were extended, the flavor would improve even more. This snake still requires a bit more time over the fire. After sharing this detailed commentary, Su Lu took the snake meat back from Lin Shihuan and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. "Hot, hot, hot," Lin Shihuan exclaimed. "If you're not going to share, don't wave the meat in front of me." She shot Su Lu a glare, leaning forward to grab her own skewer of snake meat. After blowing on it, she took a small bite. So tender. Her initial arrogance melted into shyness. In the live stream, comments flooded in. "Wait, has the host forgotten that a wild boar is lurking in the woods?" Correction, it's pig watching with keen interest. Regardless, we hope the host hasn't truly ignored the danger. I'm calling it brave. We viewers are all panicking while the host remains as calm as a mountain. Su Lu knows what he is doing. "You all should calm down. Is that snakeskin nearly dry?" After some simple pounding, it could be fashioned into a bag. "Boss Wang He, you really only focus on the leather, no matter the situation." "Haha, flattery aside. It's just that my sister-in-law has been watching closely, so I mentioned it." While eating, Su Lu remained attentive to the stretching snake skin. Under the influence of the sea breeze and scorching sun, the leather dried at an impressive rate. Whether he could promptly elevate the material processing skill hinged on this very moment. After finishing the skewer in hand, Su Lu intended to move the taut snake skin closer to the fire when suddenly, the wind picked up fiercely, furrowing his brow. He sensed the approach of something ominous through his danger perception skill. Xiaohei, startled, leapt from beside the fire, its fur bristling as it crouched low, fixating on a specific direction. A threatening growl emanated from its throat, displaying a vigilant demeanor. Lin Shihuan, with half a piece of meat still in her mouth, abruptly looked up, realizing she was perhaps the last to notice the peculiar tension in the air. How frustrating. The rustling of trees echoed through the small grove, accompanied by the snapping of branches. Given the sounds, the broken trees were not insignificant in diameter. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically. Could it be the wild boar? What else could it be? If it has Su Lu on high alert, it must be serious. Weren't wild boars supposed to be active at dusk or night? Why are they out this afternoon? Could it be that Su Li's culinary prowess is drawing them in? His roasted meat smells too enticing, luring the wild boar? This is utterly baffling. I'm feeling so tense. Su Lu, please be safe. Chapter 39. The Perfect Barricade. The rustling sounds emanating from the thicket grew increasingly closer. Activate Eye of Detection. Although the Level 2 Eye of Detection still had a range of merely 10 meters, bolstered by an impressive popularity value of 160,000. It now boasted a duration of 32 seconds. Half a minute is certainly not a trivial span of time. Based on the experience garnered from the hunting Level 2 skill, it was evident that the wild boar, attracted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, would not linger for long. Indeed, mere seconds later, the silhouette of a dark figure emerged at the very edge of the detection range. Goodness, it was truly enormous. Su Lu silently cursed in his mind. Standing over 1.5 meters tall and weighing more than 350 kilograms. These figures were devoid of any tangible reality when merely spoken. However, confronting such a creature in the wilderness would undoubtedly evoke an overwhelming sense of pressure. In fact, even Lin Shihuan, who had yet to glimpse the wild boar, could already sense an unsettling aura. How foul. She pinched her nose and followed Su Li's gaze. The thicket parted as a tree, roughly the thickness of a wrist, was effortlessly shattered. The first thing that came into view were two sharp tusks exceeding 20 centimeters in length. Following closely was a long, broad head that swayed as it pushed aside the obstructing foliage. Its bristles, resembling spines, flared out like a collar, creating an exceedingly fearsome visage. The wild boar snorted repeatedly, searching the air for the source of the enticing aroma. The scent of roasted meat. It truly was drawn in by the allure of roasted flesh. Lin Shihuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. When Su Lu finally beheld the creature's form, he too was taken aback. Junior brother, you are truly an eyesore. The pressure he felt was entirely different when observing through the eye of detection, compared to witnessing this living beast up close. This sensation was akin to being caught playing on one's phone in the last row of a classroom, when suddenly the teacher taps you on the shoulder. Or perhaps when idly scrolling through short videos during work hours, only to hear the boss remark from behind, "Young people, your work seems insufficient." It was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lured by the scent of roasted snake meat, the wild boar sniffed the air and honed in on the intoxicating aroma. It grunted heavily a few times, pawed at the ground, and ambled toward the source of the tantalizing scent. Then, with a resounding crash, it collided with a row of barricades erected outside the courtyard. The pliable wood absorbed the majority of the impact, while the remaining force was dissipated into the ground by the triangular structure. Su Lu cheerfully moved a stretched piece of snake skin to the fire to roast. Lin Shihuan stared wide-eyed, bewildered by his nonchalance in such a tense moment. Did he not feel any urgency? Was he truly so enamored with that snake skin? Su Lu shot her an exasperated glance. What do you know? This is called maintaining composure amidst chaos. As the wild boar resumed its attempts to root around the barricades, Lin Shihuan glanced at the half-eaten piece of snake meat in her hand, feeling a pang of regret. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the roasted meat over the fence. The wild boar eagerly pursued the enticing aroma, devouring the meat in mere moments. No amount of discarded food would deter it. This beast was determined to thoroughly investigate the courtyard for more sustenance. Su Lu remarked. Indeed, after consuming the roasted meat, the wild boar circled back, impatiently pawing at the ground and burrowing into the barricade. The sound of crashing wood echoed. Behind that troublesome barrier lay the very fragrance it craved. However, the barricades crafted by Su Lu using Construction Level 2 were no simple obstacles to be overturned. With an almost flawless design and structural integrity, this 350-kilogram behemoth found itself unable to budge the lowly row of barricades. Foolish creature. Su Lu sat cross-legged, laying the snake skin flat before him, and began to pound it with a round stone. The barrage of comments flooded in. I am utterly dumbfounded. Su Lu, are you really tanning leather right in front of the wild boar? Such audacity, such audacity. Yet I adore it. DJ Age, yeah, donated 5 ice-colas. Lin Shihuan was momentarily bewildered by Su Lu's actions. The wild boar could not breach the barricade, but that did not mean it was out of tricks. Its most lethal weapon was not mere ramming, good sir. It was the ferocious charge. If a wild boar were to sprint from a distance of over 20 meters, accelerating with all its might, 350 kilograms of weight combined with a speed exceeding 80 kilometers per hour would undoubtedly spell doom for any adversary. In fact, when two wild boars clashed in such a manner, the impact could shatter the skull of the loser. A mere barricade was no barrier against such force. Lin Shihuan kept her gaze divided between the wild boar and Su Lu. This rogue, if the wild boar were to breach the barricade, she would have to find a way to get him out as well. The distance of 20 meters beyond the barricade was no trivial matter for this wild boar. Lin Shihuan's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 40, Positioning. Blocking the path, and the tripwire. What happened to the promised 20-meter distance? At this moment, she realized how exquisitely the caltrops were arranged on either side of the yard. On one side, the path widened, leading to a small water source that required a wide detour around a bend of the mountain. The other side led to the beach. Narrow and rugged, strewn with debris and weeds. Both routes hugged the mountainside on one side and a sheer cliff on the other, winding and treacherous. Su Lu had strategically placed the caltrops in a single line on each side. Most crucially, both rows were positioned on the innermost side of a series of bends. While traversing, one might not notice them, as there were hardly any easy paths on the entire island. Having grown accustomed to the uneven terrain, she often took it for granted. Now, as Lin Shihuan instinctively sought a sufficient distance for the wild boar to gain speed, she was horrified to discover that there was simply no such length available for acceleration. Beyond the caltrops, the distance available for a speed boost was no more than 2 meters. She turned sharply to gaze in astonishment at Su Lu, who was engrossed in hammering snake skin. Was this part of your plan too? Just by the placement of the caltrops, he had rendered the wild boar's most threatening attack method utterly ineffective. No wonder Sulu had previously remarked while constructing the caltrops. But what if the wild boar cannot charge, merely cutting off the boar's route? Had he already devised a complete offensive and defensive strategy at that time? This was rather extraordinary, wasn't it? Lin Shihan's heart raced wildly. She felt that this man, whose personality irked her, was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The wild boar had also sensed the predicament. Habitually, it stepped back a few paces, intending to accelerate from a distance to smash through the obnoxious barrier. However, after retreating only a short distance, it found itself cornered against the cliff. Humph, humph. The wild boar impatiently grunted as it charged toward the caltrops from this distance. Bang, bang. It proved to be of little consequence. The audience in the live stream was astonished. In ancient warfare, the best strategy against cavalry was to prevent them from reaching their charging speed. To think that such a tactic had been employed by the esteemed Sulu to combat a wild boar. To conceive of this in such a short time and erect the most fitting defensive structure. Sulu was indeed a military strategist. No wonder he remained so composed. He clearly regarded the wild boar with disdain, seeing it merely as a test subject for his military tactics. What obstructed the wild boar was not simply the caltrops, but the foresight of Sulu's strategy. I am utterly convinced. Current popularity of the live stream, 180,000. At that moment, the wild boar grew anxious, stimulated by the increasingly enticing aroma of roasted meat. The massive beast retreated along the winding path, ignoring the curves. Ah, is it all or nothing? Sulu smirked, tilting his head slightly to observe the digging boar from an elevated perspective. Lin Shihan felt a tightening in her chest. She sensed that the wild boar was now truly enraged. Although the path was winding, one could not predict how fast it might accelerate. Should it breach the caltrops? The furious wild boar would possess a destructive force that even lions and tigers would avoid. Sulu casually discarded the stone he had been using to hammer the snake skin. After meticulous pounding, the sun-dried, hardened snake skin regained its suppleness. Material processing skill upgraded. Current level, LV. 2. He used a stone knife to sever the vine binding the snake skin, and the taut skin suddenly snapped back. Wrapping the snake skin around his wrist, he fashioned a rudimentary wrist guard. The comments streamed in. That's a lot of snake skin. It hurts to see. Meanwhile, Sulu held a stone knife in one hand and an axe in the other, advancing toward the wild boar that was now furiously digging the ground in preparation. Sulu, come back. Lin Shihan anxiously tugged at him, only to grasp at air. Xiao He let out a howl and leaped onto Su Li's head, eyes sharp and undeterred. This scene was captured by the camera, leaving the live stream in stunned silence. The wild boar suddenly charged. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on its tough hide, the wild boar maintained its speed around the bend, barreling through the rocky cliff. Chunks of stone flew, and debris scattered across the ground. Lin Shihan watched Sulu's back, her heart turning cold, realizing that this moment was one she would never forget. Bang, bang, bang. The wild boar was nearing the caltrops. As it rounded the final bend, she instinctively covered her eyes. Thud. A thunderous crash erupted. Yet, contrary to expectations, Su Li's cries of pain did not follow. Instead, a mournful wail from the wild boar filled the air. Lin Shihan removed her hand and beheld the 350-kilogram beast, having toppled before the caltrops due to its own devastating momentum. Since I arranged the caltrops, would I forget the tripwire? Sulu laughed, exuding an air of audacity. Chapter 41. Has it escaped? The snare? Lin Shihan searched the ground with her wide eyes. Indeed, on the rocky terrain beyond the barricade, two clusters of wild grass were twisted together, their ends knotted securely, forming concealed yet sturdy snares. 1, 2, 3, so many. Sulu, how many snares have you set up? When did you manage this? Lin Shihan was once again struck by disbelief. The barricade had already obstructed the route and controlled acceleration in the turns, which was within her realm of thought. However, with snares laid out on the ground ahead, Su Li's strategy had reached an unprecedented level. He anticipated that even if the curves hindered acceleration, the wild boar would still recklessly attempt to charge. His grasp of the terrain, mastery of the boar's mindset, and utilization of exceedingly limited resources. Sulu, how do you understand boars so well? My anxiety must seem like a mere joke to him. And he didn't even tell me, making me worry for nothing. The proud survival queen, with her delicate and exquisite features, furrowed her slender brows in frustration. In the live stream comments, snares? So Sulu was tying wild grass into knots while picking up stones this morning for this purpose? Sulu was merely observing. And the wild boar had already nearly injured itself. This is what they call strategic brilliance. I adore him. Sulu is the best. Be Your Cat donated a yacht. DJ Agia donated an ice cola. Old Monk Caught the Master donated a rocket. Current live stream popularity, 200,000. Humph. The wild boar, sprawled on the ground, grunted and cursed. Provoked, it had been accelerating without restraint. The winding path both restricted its speed and, upon crashing against the cliff, caused its momentum to falter. The boar's athletic prowess was formidable, and this imbalance was trivial. It could regain its equilibrium once it accelerated back to level ground. However, at the end of the path, it was met not with a delectable roast, but with the snares. The precarious balance was utterly shattered. With a weight of 360 kilograms, the accumulated force from its charge crashed down onto the rocky ground, akin to it colliding with a solid wall. The agony was unbearable. The wild boar's spirit was broken. Sulu approached the other side of the barricade, looking down from a height at the struggling beast. This creature was the size of 5 or 6 men. Thankfully, I was prepared. Humans utilize tools to set traps, hence our position at the top of the food chain. Trap LV, 2. Hunting LV, 2. Construction LV, 2. This is the culmination of the Wilderness Child template. Little Black let out a howl, its claws extending sharply. With a graceful leap, it jumped from Sulu's head to the boar's. Its sharp claws poised dangerously near the boar's eye. With a slight exertion, it could blind the creature. With the enhancement of Animal Domestication LV, 2, the already skilled black-footed cat easily identified the boar's weakness. The boar struggled on the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Clearly, it had sustained significant injury from its fall. If this were a battlefield, a charging warhorse tripped by a snare would suffer at least a fracture. Seeing the boar still attempting to rise, Sulu couldn't help but marvel at the fray's tough hide and thick flesh. It truly held weight. Kill it for meat? Sula hesitated, surveying the mountainous wild boar and feeling it was a loss. Over 300 kilograms of meat, bones, and entrails was no trifling matter. However, the issue was that there was no refrigerator on the island, though perhaps I could cut it up, cure it, and make preserved meat. Sula pondered as he assessed the creature. The hind legs could be turned into ham. The pork loin could be grilled tonight. The lard could be rendered for cooking. The belly could be braised. The ears would make a delightful snack, but alas, there is no wine on the island. I can't enjoy fresh meat for long. I must plan carefully. Cured meat has its charm, but it cannot compare to fresh. Tomorrow, I need to find some salt. Humph. The wild boar viewed Sulu as a devil. After suffering such a catastrophic defeat, its limited intelligence had now developed a profound fear of Sulu. This was the nature of animals. In fear, the boar struggled violently and surprisingly managed to rise. Sulu. Lin Shihan felt her heart racing. Be careful. Without a moment's thought, she rushed towards Sulu. Thud, thud, thud. The wild boar had taken off. It ran. Lin Shihan's thigh muscles tensed, her form perfectly poised, but she was frozen in place. The wild boar has escaped? Chapter 42. Promotion, Old Hunter. The wild boar has escaped? Lin Shihuan murmured this phrase to herself, her hands hanging limply at her sides as she pinched her taut thigh. Ah, it hurts. I am not dreaming. Is it possible that a wild boar weighing 350 kilograms and standing 1.5 meters tall just ran away? This world feels surreal. In front of the proud and defiant survival queen, memories of her past hardships in the wilderness flashed by like a strobe light, and those various beasts that had pursued her. Why is this happening? Tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. You villain. You made me worry about you. With emotions swinging wildly, Lin Shihuan felt her own mentality beginning to fray. In the live stream, silence reigned for a long moment before a comment appeared, informing her that this was not a survival show on a deserted island, but rather a film production. That wild boar must have been enhanced with special effects, right? I was just on edge about it. This twist came too swiftly. I can only say, the great Sulu is impressive. But why did the wild boar flee? Don't tell me it was because of Sulu's dominating aura. I can only say, those who understand will understand. For those who do not, explanations are futile. There is depth to this matter, and ignorance is no help. I want to hit you upstairs. Don't listen to his nonsense. The wild boar was definitely injured when it tripped over the snares. Its most formidable attack skills were rendered useless, and it was already frightened. Sulu, seated comfortably in the small courtyard, driving away the wild boar. I unilaterally declare this one of the top 10 most spectacular scenes of this episode of Survival. This streamer is so daring. It seems I made the right choice in following him. It just ran away? Sulu took a few seconds to regain his composure. What about my barbecue and braised pork? He had even planned to roast the pig's kidneys, only for the succulent meal to dash away in an instant. Having let the wild boar escape this time, if they meet again, there will be no harmonious scene between man and beast. Foraging and seeking revenge are entirely different mindsets. Next time, the wild boar will likely fight for its life. The massive creature had yet to leave his line of sight. It It was evident that its legs were trembling as it ran. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lu leaped over the fence. Where are you going? Lin Shihuan's heart raced. What scheme was he concocting this time? To pursue and attack. The comments flooded in. Wow, the streamer is so courageous. The show's excitement just skyrocketed. Su Lu, you can do it. Current live stream popularity, 210,000. Lin Shihuan glanced back at the campfire, where snake meat was still sizzling. Resolute, she decided to follow him. This is reckless. What if danger arises? Lin Shihuan complained. Her athletic prowess far surpassed Su Lu's, and she quickly matched his pace, then overtook him. Glancing back at Su Lu, she slowed her speed, running side by side. With such a pursuit, how could they ever catch up to the wild boar? Lin Shihuan maintained her breath, and soon enough, they lost sight of their target completely. Su Lu, panting as he ran, although endowed with the wilderness child template, it only granted him skills and could not enhance his physique. After sprinting 100 meters at full speed, he felt a tightness in his chest. How about, you go ahead and intercept it? Su Lu managed to squeeze out those words. Lin Shihuan rolled her eyes at him. If you have the ability, catch up yourself. She seized the opportunity to retort Su Lu. Furthermore, with the stone knife and axe on Su Lu, even if she caught up, would she really use her fists to confront a wild boar? If they could stop it once, they could do so again. Lin Shihuan continued to present her reasoning. The wild boar had been injured this time and would need time to recuperate before making a comeback. During this period, they could further fortify their defenses. Su Lu shot her a glare. Stopping now would instantly diminish the show's excitement. Your live stream is filled with diehard fans. Mine is not. Yet the distance to the wild boar was undeniably increasing. Just hold on a bit longer. The little black cat was still clinging to the wild boar's back. The black-footed cat scratched and clawed, while the wild boar charged about with its eyes shut. Su Lu was panting heavily. Lin Shihuan frowned, unable to comprehend why he was pushing himself so hard. $1 billion? Money is indeed plentiful, but it's not worth risking one's life for. Once this is over, I must remember to ask him. If it's too much, don't force it. Lin Shihuan advised. I will insist on pushing through. Su Lu, unyielding will skill upgraded, current level, LV2. All wilderness child template skills have been upgraded to LV2. Template promotion activated. Would you like to promote immediately? Su Lu felt a surge of energy. Lin Shihuan suddenly noticed that the person who had been gasping for breath just moments ago seemed to come back to life. Promotion. Su Lu decisively confirmed in his mind. Wilderness child template promoted to Old Hunter. Template has been bound. Old Hunter template initial gift package. Hunting mark. Live stream popularity 200. 000 awakening skill. Can toggle continuous skills. Surge of stamina LV. 1. Chapter 43. The wild boar kneels. Beiji. The old hunter? This venerable hunter seems to require a visit to a place of simple folk for blood therapy. The ascension of a child of the wilderness to an old hunter appears entirely logical. The skill of a hunt mark? The surge of stamina? Su Lu quickly confirmed the effects of these two abilities. Hunt mark designates a singular prey, continually indicating its location. Only after the prey has been hunted can the next target be marked. This is indeed a divine skill for survival in the wild. A prey targeted by the old hunter shall forever be shrouded in the terror of being hunted. Stamina surge is a sustainable skill, similar to Eye of Detection. Its duration increases with popularity points. The higher the level, the shorter the cooldown. It significantly enhances physical endurance during the chase. Currently, Stamina Surge LV 1 corresponds to 5,000 popularity points for 1 second of duration, with 210,000 popularity points that translates to 42 seconds of effect. The cooldown period is 1 hour. Stamina Surge, activate. Thud thud thud. Lin Shihuan gazed in terror at Su Li's retreating figure, vanishing into the distance. Is this scientific? Is it reasonable? Just moments ago, he was panting heavily. How could he suddenly run so fast? Faster than a wild boar. As Su Lu sprinted, he nonchalantly raised 2 fingers behind him, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What a performance, Lin Shihuan thought. Did I misinterpret? Is Su Li's long-distance running speed akin to that of a short sprint? This is absurd. This velocity could easily compete on an international stage. Su Li's height is recorded as 1.8 meters. By this proportion, his current 100-meter sprint speed would be under 10 seconds. Goodness. And this is on a rocky terrain. On a proper track, he is poised to shatter world records. What kind of monstrous streamer have I chosen to follow? Poor wild boar, about to be caught by the streamer. The distance between Su Lu and the wild boar rapidly shrank. Then, immediately following, hunt mark. It certainly feels different now. The running wild boar evokes a sensation akin to a plate of braised pork. Did it just shudder when marked? At this moment, I should tremble with exhilaration and exclaim, is this the might of the conqueror's hockey? Su Lu embellished the scene in his mind, one hand wielding a stone knife, the other a stone axe. He began calculating how to incapacitate the wild boar with minimal cost. Hunting LV. 2. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the boar's eyes. The aged skin of the wild boar reveals only this spot as its most vulnerable. Clop, clop, clop. The wild boar's hooves pounded against the ground, loose stones cascading down. Then, with a whoosh, as Su Lu closed the distance to 15 meters, the wild boar suddenly halted. It turned. Its bristles bristled, and its paws poised for action. Oh no, the wild boar has been cornered, and it will fight to the death. Lin Shihan halted, sweat soaking her back. Su Lu, undeterred, seized the moment as the boar executed its abrupt turn, lunging forward with his knife. Clang! The wild boar's front legs buckled to the ground. Su Lu? Lin Shihan? The live stream chat? The wild boar. Humph. Humph. Tears welling in its eyes. This is quite awkward. I have drawn my 40-meter-long knife. Su Lu was completely unprepared for this turn of events, holding his weapon with a conflicted expression. The boar stands at 1.5 meters tall and weighs over 350 kilograms. And yet, it kneels in surrender. What has become of your dignity? Su Lu internally scoffed. So, in Journey to the West, the second disciple constantly yearns to return to Gao Laozhuang. This is not mere fabrication? Am I truly that terrifying? The wild boar trembled, having been obstructed by a horse-restraining device, nearly thrown off by a tether. While the fierce feline above and the relentless figure before it made it feel utterly terrified of Su Lu. Reluctantly, Su Lu sheathed his knife and axe. Through danger perception, he sensed no hostility from the wild boar. Moreover, with animal domestication LV. 2, he confirmed that this wild boar was genuinely cowed. My braised pork. My grilled kidneys. My barbecued ribs. Su Lu lamented, recalling the dishes he had envisioned earlier. The pig has knelt. Rushing in for a quick kill now would not yield the best entertainment value. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I want to miss this one pig. Furthermore, having an additional capable battle pet would provide greater security on the island. Ultimately, it seems more beneficial than merely slaying it for meat. Su Lu crouched before the wild boar, sternly declaring, from now on, you shall be known as Beiji. You will patrol the perimeter during the night. Serve as my mount when traveling, and you shall forage for your own sustenance. I shall not provide meals. The wild boar grunted, seemingly reluctantly accepting the terms according to the animal domestication skill. Why do you not refuse? Su Lu shook his head with slight regret. If only it had rejected, I could have improved my meals tonight. Chapter 44, Modes of Transportation, Animal Domestication Skill Upgrade. Current level, LV. 3. Old Hunter Template Derivative Skill Awakened. Hunter Envoy, LV1. Prey Tamed. Hunt Mark Reset. The essence of hunting extends beyond mere slaughter. Domestication is equally valid. The elevation of the template allows for the derivation of skills. The Hunter Envoy, stemming from animal domestication, is a skill that enables direct control over tamed creatures. In essence, while domesticated animals typically require training for command, the Hunter Envoy skill eliminates even that necessity. Beiji, lie down. The newly tamed wild boar, Beiji, with its massive form, obediently sprawled on the ground. Umph. Umph. Quite well behaved. Beiji, give me your hoof. The prostrate Beiji raised its front hoof and extended it towards Su Lu. Beiji dance. It clumsily rose, pondering for a while before beginning to stomp its feet in a rather haphazard manner. Why do you stomp like Lin Shiwan, doing it for no reason? Su Lu remarked. Beiji says, it's all Big Brother's fault. Beiji. It appears that tasks beyond the realm of animal instinct are unattainable. What cannot be done remains impossible, akin to Su Li's struggles with advanced mathematics that nearly overwhelmed him. Lin Shihuan watched the scene unfold, her expression contorted. A human and a pig, harmoniously enjoying each other's company. She lacked Su Li's perspective and had been on edge all day. Now, with the sudden shift in circumstances, the proud survivor queen felt her taut nerves and muscles relax all at once. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled slightly, nearly falling. A thin sheen of sweat emerged, dampening her clothing. The fabric clung to her skin, accentuating the contours of her ample bosom and the alluring definition of her waist. Her previously pale complexion, now flushed due to the return of blood flow, radiated a rosy hue. The sunlight, slanting from the west, glimmered off her sun-kissed legs, dazzling the eyes. Get on. Su Lu extended a hand to steady Lin Shiwan. With the other hand, he patted Beiji's back, now equipped with a mode of transportation. The stubbornly proud girl, once steady, scrunched her nose in disdain and turned her head away. No, it stinks. Beiji, unable to comprehend Lin Shihuan's words, but understanding Su Li's intent, waddled closer to her. Its damp snout nudged her gently. Go away, go away. Lin Shihuan exclaimed softly, retreating and casting a pleading glance at Su Lu. Fine. Sulu gave Beiji's back a light slap, the coarse hide vibrating under his hand, eliciting a grimace. Take it easy, don't go approaching females. Beiji. It appeared quite innocent. Lin Shihuan. Is the female referring to me? Am I not worthy of a more dignified title? Sulu ignored her. He poked Beiji with the blade of his stone knife, disdainfully stating, indeed, it reeks. You should find somewhere to clean yourself. While wild boars do exhibit a sense of cleanliness, it pales in comparison to human standards. Sulu could also smell the pungent odor emanating from Beiji. He pinched his nose and looked at Lin Shihuan. Why don't you wash up too? Lin Shihuan stomped her foot. What do you mean? Her voice was so soft that even she felt guilty for asking. What else could Sulu mean? After 3 days of exposure to sun and wind on the island, coupled with continuous strenuous activity, she had just broken into a cold sweat. The scent of her own perspiration was becoming unbearable. Yet, being so bluntly pointed out by Sulu made her quite irate. Don't girls have any pride? Sulu chuckled. It's fine. If you think you don't need to wash, that's all right. I've grown accustomed to not bathing for 10 days or half a month. Then Lin Shihuan burst into tears. Is this how one lives? Her face flushed. She turned and hurried away, her long legs moving swiftly. You can't follow me. Sulu recognized that Lin Shihuan was heading towards the small pond for water. Hiss, all right. The small pond has fresh water. It's not like she's drinking bath water. He pondered for a moment before untying the snake's skin from his forearm and fastening it to Beiji's back. Let us take this along, if she washes clothes. The snake skin could at least serve as a temporary wrap. Should any danger arise, it can return with a warning. After further consideration, Sulu decided to place the stone knife on top of the snake's skin as well. This could serve as her protection. Beiji bore the weight that was unwarranted for its size, letting out a mournful cry as it struggled with its short legs and dashed off. The knife handle trailed from its back, dragging along the ground, clanging as it went. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Shihuan suddenly felt a tickling sensation by her legs. Meow. The plaintive sound from the ground was heart-wrenching. She glanced down but couldn't see Beiji, only the pile of items adorning its back. The stone knife. The snake's skin. Sulu, are you even human? After removing the snake's skin and stone knife, Lin Shihuan tenderly cradled Beiji in her arms. Soft and fluffy. Lin Shihuan. Soft and fluffy. Beiji. Don't step on me. It hurts. Beiji nudged Sulu, its eyes reflecting a look of ingratiation. Chapter 45, an affirmation from the master? Guest arriving? No. Even if I were to bathe, I would not do so with you. Sulu resolutely declined the invitation from Beiji. The 350-kilogram weight pressed against him, accompanied by a blend of disappointment and eagerness for approval. Sulu mused that if Beiji were to reincarnate as a member of the canine family, he would undoubtedly have a brighter future than as a wild boar. Of course, at the end of the day, it all boiled down to my impressive skills. Sulu commended himself. Beiji, unwilling to concede, continued to grunt, his damp nose nuzzling Sulu's arm incessantly, resembling a neglected child. Fine, fine. Sulu begrudgingly mounted the back of the wild boar, stating, I shall wash first. You wait over there. It was simply unbearable. When Xiao He acted adorably, he was undeniably charming, and Lin Shihan occasionally displayed her cute side as well. However, seeing a wild boar exhibit such bashful behavior left Sulu feeling somewhat out of his depth. Beiji carried his master. No, Beiji bore Sulu, galloping across the island with remarkable speed. How could one not admire the resilience of a wild boar? After just a brief moment, it was as if the earlier crash had never happened, the creature now full of vigor. Take it easy. I just remembered, aside from getting seasick, I also suffer from motion sickness, and now pig sickness. My reputation will be utterly ruined. Sulu clutched his chest, his complexion paling. Meanwhile, the live streaming room erupted once more. To summarize the recent events, Sulu, the esteemed figure, ensnared a wild boar with a lasso, the boar, injured, fled. And Sulu pursued relentlessly, ultimately taming the beast to serve as his steed. Organizers, come forth. Is this truly a scenario one might expect in a deserted island survival show? Did you mistakenly grab the wrong script? The audience exclaimed, indeed. Wild boars can be domesticated, but no one could do it as effortlessly as Sulu. A wild boar steed? Do other streamers dare to dream of such a feat? Can they achieve it? This is the prestige of Sulu. On this island, the greatest peril lies with wild animals. Now, with a wild boar at his disposal, Sulu strides forth with newfound confidence. However, some upstairs might argue otherwise. The wilderness harbors myriad dangers. Yet one undeniable truth remains. Sulu is remarkable. Consequently, the streamer's range of activities has just expanded significantly. A treasure of a streamer, protecting the illustrious Sulu. Current popularity in the streaming room, 220,000. Outside the streaming hall, General Chun hummed a tune, preparing to end his day. Suddenly, the phone rang. Is there something you need? What? Sulu? He encountered a wild boar. Damn, I just spent the entire afternoon in meetings, and now this. Have the nearest rescue team dispatched? Regardless of whether it might lead to his elimination, we must prioritize saving a life. What? No need? Good grief. I had high hopes for Sulu. We had just discussed whether to increase the promotion of his streaming room. Such a young man. To face a wild boar. What a pity. Still, let us send out the rescue team. If he perishes, we cannot allow the wild boar to desecrate his remains. What on earth? Could you repeat that? General Chun was left in a daze after hearing the response on the other end of the line. Hanging up in a stupor. It felt surreal. He tamed the wild boar. How absurd. Am I destined to work late again tonight? Back in the streaming hall, Master stroked his bald head, wearing a wry smile. Chun, Sulu has once again exceeded my expectations. Chun beamed. Ha ha, Advisor Ed. You flatter me. Being of the same nation, Chun felt a sense of pride as Sulu impressed even the survival expert, Master Da. Of course. The late-night work would be another matter entirely. No, it's not flattery. Master Da sighed, sincerely stating, Sulu's mastery of the wilderness is undoubtedly of expert caliber. Chun joyfully patted the staff, who effortlessly retrieved Sulu's recorded footage. A stone axe? Chopping wood to build a fence? Chun watched in astonishment. Did he just create 2 rows of barricades? Is there any significance to their placement? That was indeed a lasso for ensnaring horses, right? Can it ensnare a wild boar? Why is he starting to roast meat again? His leather tanning skills are quite impressive. Holy moly, such a large wild boar. Xiao Lu summoned the zoological consultant to estimate the boar's weight. 367 kilograms. Good heavens, if it were me, I would have wet myself on the spot. Beiji. Sulu's talent for naming is simply commendable. I am in awe. General Chin closed the recording with mixed feelings. A staff member approached and asked, What should we do, General? No previous contestant has tamed a wild boar. Should we consider another round of promotional coverage? It feels insufficient to merely recommend. General Chen pondered for a moment, then made a resolute decision. Call the planning team. For this episode of Deserted Island Survival, let us do something different. Tomorrow, I will invite guests to join the streaming room. Chapter 46. Zhu Beiji achieves merit. Exquisite white truffle. Unbeknownst to Su Lo, who was perched upon Zhu Beiji's back, events were unfolding in the live broadcast hall. He was merely pleased to see his popularity soar yet again. Current live stream popularity, 250,000. A popularity of 250,000 translates to 50 seconds of the eye of detection and 50 seconds of stamina surge. Most crucially, if this trend continues, the likelihood of my early elimination diminishes significantly. However, my popularity remains insufficient. With a low popularity, I cannot unlock more skills, nor can I hope to advance my template. It appears that for the Wilderness Child template, one skill awakens with 10,000 points of popularity, and advancement occurs at 100,000 points. As for the Old Hunter template, it likely requires 100,000 points to awaken a skill and 1,000,000 points for advancement. The acquisition and advancement of subsequent skills will probably multiply by 10. In the previous survival on a deserted island, no one managed to endure for a year and reach the end. So, if I wish to persevere until the very end, secure a fortune of 100 million, and enlist the best doctors for my mother, enhancing my popularity is imperative. Awaken skills, advanced templates. Zhu Beiji sensed Su Li's sentiments and responded with a few accommodating grunts before galloping even faster. Whoa, stop, stop, ugh. In the dense forest, Sulu leaned against a grand tree, catching his breath. Zhu Beiji innocently pawed at the ground, its massive form unmistakably prominent amidst the trees. Thank goodness I restrained myself. If I were to faint and regurgitate here, I would undoubtedly lose numerous followers. Stay calm, Sulu thought. But where am I? Such a lush forest. According to the directional marker, skill, I should be on the northeastern side of the shelter. Beyond the coverage of the southern terrain map, having a mount is truly advantageous, as it instantly expands the range of exploration manifold. Judging by Zhu Beiji's reactions, we must be nearing our destination. Sulu steadied his breath and addressed the camera. After riding for a while, let us dismount and take a stroll. While the sun has yet to fully set, let us explore this forest. Currently, we are positioned approximately 40 to 50 degrees northeast of the shelter, over 5 kilometers away. Although distant, the scenery promises to be different. In this secluded forest, the trees boast a maximum diameter of 50 centimeters. The brown bark is adorned with vibrant green moss and entwined vines. The density of the trees is immense. Without Zhu Beiji leading the way, it might have taken Su Lu a significant amount of time to reach this place. Goo, goo. From the treetops, the calls of unknown birds echoed distantly, reverberating through the air. Chirp, chirp. The incessant chirping of insects only heightened the tranquility of the woods. As Sula treaded upon fallen branches and leaves, the delicate crunching sounds seemed particularly jarring in such a serene setting. The trees obscured visibility, rendering it quite poor. Only the sounds of rustling foliage could be heard from a few meters or even a dozen meters away. It was likely some small creature hurriedly passing by. With Zhu Beiji around, there was no need to worry about animal attacks. Sula deliberately lowered his voice, fearing the disturbance of the forest's tranquility. Even in the live stream, the density of comments had diminished. Such a scene is rarely witnessed in bustling metropolises. Even in pastoral retreats, one might not encounter such lushness. Huff, huff. Zhu Beiji eagerly grunted, hastily pushing aside obstructing vines and nudging at the roots of a large tree with its nose, casting flirtatious glances at Su Lu as if seeking praise. Please, don't look at me like that, Su Lu thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort. With a conflicted expression, he approached and began to dig around the tree roots with the handle of his stone axe. After digging approximately 40 centimeters deep, he encountered something with a texture markedly different from the surrounding soil. There is something here, Su Lu announced to the camera. Let us excavate slowly and carefully clear the area around it. Judging by the texture, it seems this buried object is quite sizable. After digging out a few more centimeters, Sula finally regained the familiar feel of the soil. Minutes later, he unearthed a spherical fungus cluster with a diameter exceeding 10 centimeters. Gently brushing away the surface dirt revealed a delicate, smooth exterior adorned with pale white patches. It seems fortune smiles upon me. Zhu Beiji has indeed proven reliable. Su Lu grinned at the camera, gesturing towards the fungus cluster he had unearthed. A truffle. And judging by its exterior, it is a rather rare white truffle. Weighing it in his hands, he added, it's south approximately close to 1 kilogram. The live stream comments exploded. Where will you find reason for this? A casual dig yields a world record white truffle. The diamond of gastronomy, white truffle. It is equivalent in value to its weight in gold. Chapter 47, Black Currant. Another delicacy. The barrage of comments continued to flood in, akin to the division of truffles into two varieties, black and white. The yield of black truffles is relatively higher, and their price remains within a reasonable range. In stark contrast, white truffles are an exceedingly rare species, characterized by seasonal harvesting, a short shelf life, and stringent environmental prerequisites, rendering artificial cultivation utterly impossible. It is only in places like the Bermuda island chain that one might hope to gather white truffles in this season. I have heard that for truffle gathering, specially trained truffle pigs are typically employed for their keen sense of smell. So, does Beiji possess such a remarkable skill? What incredible luck our esteemed Su Lu seems to have. A sizable white truffle like this could fetch at least several 100,000. Observing its substantial size, it seems destined for an auction at the White Truffle Festival. Sula brought the white truffle close to his nose, inhaling deeply. The earthy aroma of moist soil wafted through the skin, accompanied by hints of humus from decaying roots. Yet, more pronounced was the rich scent of fermented cream, a complex, unforgettable essence. It felt less like he was merely perceiving an ingredient and more as though he were inhaling the very essence of nature itself. I knew that the friends in the live stream must be brimming with curiosity regarding the flavor of white truffles. He carefully sliced a thin piece with his stone axe and presented it to the camera. Consuming white truffles raw offers an exquisite taste. He encouraged the audience to partake. The comments read, "My heart is neither elated nor sorrowful. I even feel a hint of laughter." This might be the most expensive eating broadcast I have ever witnessed. The audience expressed calm acceptance. I too wish to savor truffles. After a brief moment, Sula popped the white truffle slice into his mouth. The flavor was incredibly intense. He furrowed his brow, chewing thoughtfully, as the aroma instantly enveloped his palate. It was a robust fragrance that belied the slice's diminutive size. A mere sliver could dominate all sensory perceptions of taste, transporting one to the heart of a forest. Though I am indeed surrounded by woods, the experience of the white truffle fostered an even deeper connection to nature. I strongly recommend that the friends in the live stream seize any opportunity to experience this delicacy. There is indeed a reason for its status as a top-tier ingredient. The comments continued. Viewers shed tears of poverty. The host makes a valid point. I shall order a few boxes of truffles now. Is the person above joking? Do you think truffles are something you can just order at will? Ah, I was referring to truffle chocolate. Cooking skill upgraded. Current level LV. 3. Old hunter template derived skill awakened. Botany LV. 1. The emergence of botany as a derivative skill from cooking makes perfect sense. Sula raised an eyebrow, tucking the remaining white truffle into his clothing. He then patted Beiji on the head in a gesture of encouragement. The over 350-kilogram Beiji nudged Su Lu playfully, its hefty frame crashing against a large tree, causing a disconcerting cracking sound. All right, it is indeed a good thing for a domesticated wild boar to be amiable towards humans. but managing a 350-kilogram behemoth is quite a challenge. After receiving praise for finding a white truffle, Beiji seemed to have triggered some peculiar mechanism. It rampaged joyfully through the dense forest, causing sturdy trees to sway and creak. Beiji, good boy Sulu knelt and began to dig, uncovering a scaly exterior that was pitch black. This was a black truffle, smaller than the first white truffle, roughly the size of a fist. He gestured with his hand for comparison. Indeed, the aroma of truffles correlates with their size. This black truffle's scent is notably more subdued than that of the white truffle. However, it can be preserved for tasting later in the evening to discern differences in flavor. Beiji, Sulu, another black truffle well. I suppose I'll let you have it, Beiji. I'll save room for other fare. Beiji, The comments exploded. I'm in tears. Feeding black truffles to a pig. This is utterly extravagant. Alas, the entire forest's resources belong to our esteemed Sulu. What we treasure outside may be mere trifles in his eyes. Beiji, Sulu, is this not a blackcurrant tree? Haha. Just like the black currants we often encounter in supermarkets, but these are wild. Botany LV. 1. Black currants are a marvelous find, brimming with various vitamins, carotene, fiber, and more. In the previous days, our meals primarily consisted of meat, with the only vegetables being lemongrass and cattail, resulting in a rather imbalanced diet. The inclusion of black currants will certainly remedy this nutritional shortfall. Most importantly, it is the presence of a substance called anthocyanin that gives black currants their dark hue, known for its excellent anti-inflammatory properties. Chapter 48. The preparation of weapons, the tranquil lake in the wilderness. The most daunting fear may arise from injuries that lead to infections and deterioration of wounds. Lacking modern medical facilities, even a minor injury can result in failure to survive. However, the presence of black currants can alleviate this risk to a certain extent. Sulu plucked a cluster of these dark fruits, savoring them one by one. Sweet, yet slightly tart, their flavor is more nuanced than that of cultivated varieties, making them quite delectable. Furthermore, the flavonoids abundant in blackcurrants possess excellent properties for alleviating pain and aiding in the recovery from bruises. Botanical skill has been upgraded. Current skill level 2. Sulu affectionately patted Beiji's head, offering him the cluster of blackcurrants. Beiji responded with a grunt. During a full-speed charge, he had stumbled over a tripwire. It was no laughing matter. Although wild boars have remarkable recuperative abilities and an impressive tolerance for pain, the misfortune he encountered with the tripwire was far more significant than it appeared. Supplementing his diet with these nutritional components would greatly aid Beiji's recovery. The boar relished the fruits, juices splattering everywhere as he munched away, prompting Sulu to playfully kick his rear in mild annoyance. The barrage of comments continued. Has the tone of the stream shifted again? Wasn't he just a food vlog? How did it morph into a health lecture? Sulu, the Great One, has delved into nutrition and medicine? The threshold for wilderness survival is too high. No, I believe it simply highlights how exceptional Sulu truly is. He crafts traps, tames animals, devises strategic barriers, and understands plant nutrition. Is there anything he cannot do? Understood. I shall promptly order some blackcurrants. This is within my means. While Beiji munched on the blackcurrant fruits, Sulu parted the sprawling vines of the blackcurrant bush. From the dense thicket, he selected a straight stalk approximately 1 meter in height, devoid of excessive branches, and deftly severed it with his stone axe. The comments erupted. What is Sulu doing? Is he planning to take the blackcurrants back to plant? Surely that cannot be. Whether they can survive is debatable, and he isn't cutting the fruit-bearing ones, right? If he intends to cultivate them. How long will it take for them to bear fruit? Sulu's expertly crafted stone axe proved exceptionally sharp, swiftly chopping down a dozen or so blackcurrant stalks of 1 to 2 fingers thickness. The blackcurrant stems were straight and uniform, free from nodules, making them ideal materials for crafting bows, arrows, or darts. He also collected some flexible vines, neatly bundling the blackcurrant stems and securing them to Beiji's back. With these preparations complete, Beiji finished devouring the blackcurrants. Gathering more of these fruits was wise. As long as they were edible, the more, the merrier. Among the dense blackcurrant bushes, Sulu selected only the darkest, roundest fruits. In no time, he had amassed around 5 to 6 pounds of them. That will suffice for now. He could always return for more, as the blackcurrants wouldn't sprout legs and flee. After securing the harvested blackcurrants atop Beiji, Sulu truly appreciated the convenience of having a transport tool. The combined weight of the blackcurrant stalks and fruits must have been around 10 to 20 kilograms. With Beiji carrying the load, it felt as if he bore no burden at all. Had he attempted to carry it himself, even with a surge of stamina, he would have surely lost half his strength by the time he returned to their shelter. If Lin Shihan were here, she would likely handle it with ease. Her strength is remarkable, Sulu mused. He wondered how she fared bathing in the shallow pool. The water seemed quite shallow, and he imagined it wouldn't be particularly comfortable. One needs to be fully submerged to truly relax. Moreover, the scenery around the small pool was quite ordinary. From any angle, it appeared rather lackluster. As he pondered these thoughts, Sula trailed behind Beiji. The boar pushed through clusters of trees, the ground gradually transforming from soil and fallen branches to rocky terrain, while vines with aerial roots began to proliferate on the trees flanking them. After navigating around a cluster of obstructing trees, Sula finally beheld a secluded lake, untouched by human presence. The lake, approximately 40 meters in diameter, boasted an irregular shape. Jagged rock formations encircled this isolated oasis, with trees leaning towards the lake's center and vines cascading loosely. The upstream of the lake vanished deep into the woods, while the downstream wound around a substantial bend, disappearing behind a pile of jagged stones. This tranquil lake was divided into 3 tiers by rocks, with the sound of cascading water ringing clear. The water from the upper and higher tiers was crystal clear, while the lake water accumulated in the 3rd tier exhibited a pristine azure hue, reminiscent of glass. Beiji grunted a few times, seeking recognition, before taking a few steps back, preparing to leap into the inviting waters. Chapter 49. A Soothing Bath. No. The livestream comments. No. Sulo. Beiji. It exhibits a distinct reluctance. It sprawls beside the rock layers, gazing at Sulu with a mournful expression, resembling a mischievous child caught by a parent while playing in the fountain, receiving a stern reprimand. In the serene, tranquil lake, a pig luxuriates in its bath. Just the thought sends shivers down Suli's spine. It's a pity Lin Shiwan, in her stubborn pride, refuses to join. Is this not far more comfortable than bathing in a small pond? The live stream comments. Why hasn't the goddess Lin arrived? I wish to see goddess Lin. The person above, could you kindly be silent? After so many episodes of survival on a deserted island, are you unaware that the cameras are always turned off in such circumstances? Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming jealousy towards the esteemed Sulu. We cannot see, but perhaps he can. Following this comment, I too am struck by envy. Jealousy 1, jealousy 2. The slanting sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting a warm orange hue over the lake. Leaning against the rocks, Sulu revels in the water, feeling that nothing could be more delightful. This is what it means to truly enjoy life. What do 5-star hotel hot springs and ocean view swimming pools compare to a serene lake nestled in the forest? He calls out, and Beiji turns towards him, allowing him to easily pluck a cluster of black currants. Eating while bathing. His sweat-soaked clothes are rinsed in the lake, drying in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. In an instant, the fatigue accumulated over the past 3 days dissipates. The tension in his spirit gradually relaxes. Half an hour later, after finishing his bath, his clothes remain damp, but the situation is manageable. Well, there is no soap or anything of the sort, but the lake water is slightly alkaline, and it cleanses quite well. Sulu muses as he dresses. If only he were a little farther from the shelter. He could come here for a soak every evening after dinner. Should he let the stubborn Lin Shihuan know about this place? Sulu detaches the black currant stems and fruits, patting Beiji's back. Let us finish up quickly, we must return before sunset. Beiji grunted a few times, and then took a few steps back. With a sudden burst, he charged forward. Boom. Over 350 kilograms of weight splashed into the lake, sending water soaring at least 2 meters high. Sulu is grateful he stood at a distance. Then Beiji leaps out of the water, bounding over to Sulu, shaking off droplets. Sulu, standing further away, is of no use. Upon reopening the camera, the viewers in the live stream witnessed the spectacle of Sulu being drenched by Beiji. Comments flood in. Ha ha ha. The host finally faced a setback. Instantly, my heart feels balanced. A patch of grassland on his head. Donates Ice Cola X10 DJ Age yeah. Donates Ice Cola X5. Be your cat. Donates Yacht X1 Be your cat. I think Beiji is quite adorable too. To the esteemed individual above, I am also quite charming. Current live stream popularity, 265,000. Sulu grimaces. Well then, this round is not a loss. Riding the pig, we head back. The surface of the lake continues to ripple for a long time before gradually settling into calmness. Dusk descends, the surroundings becoming increasingly hazy, when suddenly, the trees on the opposite shore rustle. A short-haired, tousled-haired girl emerges cautiously. The girl, seemingly around 20, peeks out, her demeanor full of caution. A contestant has managed to tame a wild boar. What a remarkable feat. After a hearty meal and a refreshing bath, Beiji fully showcases its true prowess. The lake is over 5 kilometers in a straight line from the shelter, traversing the wilderness, considering the terrain and vegetation cover. The actual distance can be elongated by 2 to 3 times. However, With Zhu Beiji sprinting, these factors cease to matter. Amid Zhu Beiji's momentum, Su Lu, battling dizziness from riding the pig, endures the discomfort as the dense forest rapidly recedes behind them. Gradually, the beach they arrived at comes into view. The last rays of the setting sun are about to vanish, and the camera captures this scene, filling the live stream with dazzling gold. Su Lu, racing in this golden hue. Riding a pig. Su Lu laments deeply. What a predicament it is to ride a pig. It is not cool in the slightest. I hope the live stream viewers do not bestow upon me the title of Pig Knight. After rounding a cliff, as they approach the small courtyard, Zhu Beiji decisively slows down. It remembers the mishap it faced here. A lingering trepidation remains. Meanwhile, Lin Shihuan has returned from the small pond. She sees Su Lu from a distance, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. So, you have only just returned. How slow. Her upper garment is drying by the fire, replaced by a snake skin wrapped around her. The snake skin, though insufficient in length, has several holes at the end, secured with flexible reeds. Su Lu? After trimming the ends, the snake skin remains about 1 meter long. This length is hardly adequate for her use. Su Lu could never have anticipated this. Chapter 50, Lin Aojiao's culinary skills? Allow me to add some ingredients executing a precise parallel parking maneuver. I tugged at Beiji's tail and engaged the handbrake. With the support of the hunter's messenger's skill, Su Li's commands were executed with unwavering fidelity. Beiji came to a halt approximately 1 meter outside the barricade, lying down and grunting, refusing to advance any further. How I wished I had this skill back when I was taking my driving test. I must have failed the parallel parking portion 5 times. When I finally passed, the driving school principal even treated me to a celebratory meal, which left me feeling quite embarrassed amidst my tears of joy. While lost in reverie, Su Lu narrated to the camera. The journey from the lake to the shelter took about half an hour. On foot, this distance would likely require 2 to 3 days. It is crucial to accurately mark the direction. The orientation of the treetops and the direction of the sea breeze can serve as valuable references. However, I am not inclined to take such risks in the early stages of survival on a deserted island, as unforeseen events could easily occur. One could easily become lost for 10 days or even half a month due to a miscalculation. Thus, today, the credit belongs primarily to Beiji. Let us shower Beiji with compliments in the live stream. The chat room buzzed with excitement. A salute to the Pig Knight Su Lu. Haha. The title of Pig Knight is quite fitting. Current live stream popularity, 270,000. Position marking skill has leveled up to LV. 3. Old Hunter template derived skill awakened. Geology, LV1. Geology. It pertains to minerals and rock strata. The stone knife and axe I am currently using are merely made of ordinary shale, and indeed, it is time to upgrade to more durable materials. Furthermore, it involves analyzing soil composition, making it a skill suitable for foundational construction. Lin Shihan emerged, and Su Lu greeted her. Her face appeared quite flushed. Yet, the serpent-patterned lady is truly remarkable. I waited for you for a while. If you didn't return, I started roasting some snake meat myself, Lin Shihan said. Taking deep breaths, struggling to catch her breath, she mumbled softly, "Never mind. Go ahead and eat." Then she grabbed her nearly dried clothes and dashed into the wooden cabin. "You can't come in." The serpent-patterned lady -1. After changing clothes, Lin Shihan sat beside the fire, offering Su Lu a skewer of surface-charred snake meat. She turned her head away, avoiding eye contact, and said, "Try my roast." Su Lu accepted the skewer, observing that it looked quite appetizing. It's rare for the deathly afraid of snakes to actually prepare snake meat. The outside was crispy, while the inside had a nice chewiness. The fire was a bit too fierce, leaving a hint of smokiness. Su Lu critiqued as he ate. "It's slightly overcooked. The snake meat is lean, and the lack of moisture affects the taste. However, having been cured for nearly 2 days, it does recover some flavor. Overall, I would rate it an 80 out of 100. Lin Shihan retorted. "I isn't it because I was worried you would return after a long day with nothing to eat and go hungry? This is how I roast when I'm surviving alone. And you still find fault?" Lin Shihan grumpily bit into a large piece of snake meat. He was right. The proud survival queen begrudgingly chewed, acutely aware of the stark contrast between this meal and the one she had in the afternoon. Why, oh why? Why can Su Lu make such a delightful dish out of simple meat? It was quite frustrating. However, I do have some ingredients to enhance the flavor, Su Lu remarked. Ingredients? Lin Shihan abruptly turned her head back, only to pivot away again. "I'm not looking forward to it." The old proud girl. Su Lu shot her a glance, retrieving black and white truffles and blackcurrants from Beiji's back. "This is a blackcurrant fruit, right?" Lin Shihan recognized the highly nutritious cluster of berries. "Are there blackcurrant trees along the beach?" "None. Beiji carried me into the woods, and I stumbled upon them there." Su Lu picked a few blackcurrants and handed them to Lin Shihan. She leaned forward to take them, feeling their weight as they squished together in her lap. Mm. A bit sour, but quite sweet as well. Is there any danger in the woods? She inquired anxiously. Finishing the first cluster, Sulu offered and reaching for another. Wherever Beiji goes, how could there be danger? Sula chuckled. That's true. Lin Shihan furrowed her brow. Did you bathe as well? Sulu's hair and body exuded a refreshing scent of moisture. Even his clothes appeared freshly laundered. Yes. There is a large lake in the woods with excellent water quality. Sula gestured to indicate its size, over 40 meters in circumference, with a splendid view. Much more comfortable than a small waterhole. Lin Shihan's expression shifted. Are you trying to provoke me? Duong. What is that? The fatigued Lin Shihan noticed two black and white lumps beside Sulu and inquired. Are those plant tubers? They need to be cooked before eating, as raw tubers may contain toxins. Oh, this? Sulu picked one up in each hand and handed them to Lin Shihan. These are truffles. Chapter 51. The allure of white truffles. What? Lin Shihan was taken aback. Truffles? Indeed, Sulu replied. Beiji detected it. The produce from the Bermuda Islands is quite impressive. Such a large black truffle is rarely seen in the outside world. As he spoke, he tossed the truffle up and down, causing Lin Shihan to feel a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Goodness, how enormous! The black truffle is indeed colossal. Why is it that he can return from a mere bath with such peculiar treasures? Lin Shihan pondered. Black currants were one thing, but black truffles seemed as ordinary to him as cabbages rotting in the ground. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to unearth a truffle the size of a fingertip? And here you are, casually claiming to have dug up one this size? Lin Shihan inched closer to Sulu, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. There's another one almost as large. I thought I might feed it to Beiji if I couldn't eat it. Should I mention it? On second thought, perhaps not. After weighing her options, Sulu handed her the white truffle. It's not just the black one. There's also a white truffle here. Even larger. Lin Shihan found herself surprisingly composed. Well, since you've unearthed a white truffle worth hundreds of thousands, we might as well rename this episode from Survival on a Deserted Island to Exploring the Isles with Sulu. Having participated in wilderness survival shows for several years, she had never witnessed anyone achieve such progress within just 3 days. The snake meat is a bit dry, so we can enhance its flavor with blackcurrants and truffles. Sulu redirected the conversation. He plucked a cluster of blackcurrants from the vine, their dark, glossy berries glistening. Using a stone slab as a cutting board, he carefully crushed the blackcurrants, creating a sauce with an even texture and hue. The stone slab filled with the blackcurrant sauce was placed over the campfire, and soon, fine bubbles began to emerge. Glug glug. A fruity sourness. Lin Shihan inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed as she pressed her stomach. Thankfully, it remained silent. The cultivated blackcurrants are overly sweet, lacking the sharpness of their wild counterparts, which is why they do not produce such a potent aroma when roasted. Wild ones, however, are quite different, Sulu remarked. Oh, I was just about to confront my mother over the blackcurrants I intended to buy. A comment appeared in the chat. Hey, aren't you the one who faced off against the fishbone yesterday? What happened next? I refused to answer. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shihan swallowed nervously. When can we eat? She inquired nonchalantly. Sulu glanced at her profile, smirking inwardly, noting her subtle yet unmistakable anticipation. Oh, very soon. Large pieces of roasted snake meat were further sliced thinly with a stone knife, dipped into the bubbling blackcurrant sauce. The fruity sourness enveloped the meat's aroma, harmonizing with the smoky essence of the fire. The drippings from the snake meat released even more of the blackcurrant's fragrance. What began as rustic wilderness barbecue transformed into an exquisite dish infused with the warmth of a banquet. Can we eat now? Lin Shihan was eager, her slender fingers twitching, yearning to grab the roasted meat from the hot stone slab. Slap. Sulu swatted her hand away. Not yet. Why are you so impatient? Just wait a little longer. Lin Shihan pouted, her expression a mixture of annoyance and longing. Meanwhile, a subtle chemical reaction continued on the stone slab. Sulu took a generous piece of white truffle and scraped it with the edge of his stone knife. Scrape, scrape. The tender surface of the white truffle yielded delicate shavings, wafting a rich aroma reminiscent of cheese. As the truffle shavings fell onto the snake meat soaked in blackcurrant sauce, the intense heat from the fire released a fusion of fruity and meaty fragrances, elevated by the truffle's essence. In that moment, the distinctly separate aromas melded into a harmonious symphony under the bold overtone of the white truffle. Now, Sulu deftly lifted a piece of snake meat with the tip of his stone knife. The grilled slice, a deep brown, glistened with dark purple sauce, adorned with translucent shavings of white truffle. Steam rose, causing the truffle shavings to curl slightly in the warm air. The snake meat was offered to Lin Shihan's lips, and before she could think, she reflexively opened her mouth. Ah, So delicious. Lin Shihuan's face lit up with joy, and as she regained her composure, she thought to sneak another piece while Su Lu was distracted. However, upon turning her head, she caught Su Lu watching her with an amused expression. Pouting, she turned away defiantly. Is it really so difficult to admit you want to eat? Su Lu mused inwardly. With a mat of straw beneath his hand, he presented the stone plate to the camera, showcasing it from every angle. The residual warmth of the stone would continue to cook the meat, akin to a resting period, ensuring that the juices were locked within, enhancing the texture with new layers compared to when it was freshly grilled. The flavor of the white truffle would permeate the meat, becoming an integral part of its essence. White truffle paired with blackcurrant sauce on grilled snake meat. As per tradition, let us invite our esteemed viewers to savor this creation. Chapter 52. Stars accompany you. Beiji's aspirations. Su Lu concluded his presentation, delicately extracting a piece of snake meat with the tip of his knife and savoring it. The moment it touched his palate, a burst of juices enveloped his senses. The smoky aroma of protein, perfectly grilled, mingled with the sweet and fruity essence of heated blackcurrants, complemented by the earthy fragrance of white truffles. There is no greater joy after a long day than indulging in a delectable piece of roasted meat. In the live broadcast comment section, one viewer remarked, "But I believe that the stone plate is the essence of the dish." Another added, "Abandon the meat. Focus on the plate." I noticed a pattern. Su Li's breakfast was modest, his lunch was passable, yet his dinner was undeniably extravagant. Wait a moment. I watch survival shows to witness various streamers enduring hardship, yet here in Su Li's stream, it feels more like a showcase of abundance. Over 70% of the other survival streamers are still grappling with hunger. Su Li's lavish meals seem almost surreal. Am I the only one who perceives that Su Li's understanding of ingredients and culinary arts has reached an extraordinary level? Look upstairs. Su Li's skills in constructing wooden houses, fortifying defenses, and taming wild beasts are unparalleled. What is there to be astonished about? As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Beiji lifted his head, continually grunting towards the refuse. Shall we feed him a bit? Lin Shihuan, cradling the soft little black creature, felt a pang of compassion and consulted Su Lu. The little black one stretched lazily in her arms, emitting a comforting purr. Doesn't he think we should offer our new friend something delicious? Lin Shihuan teased with a gentle tone. No. He means, why doesn't that simpleton fend for himself? Su Lu refrained from correcting Lin Shihuan. He tossed a piece of snake meat towards Beiji, who sprang up with surprising agility, snatching it midair and devouring it in mere moments. He then looked up at Su Lu with eager eyes, reminiscent of a pig raised on slop, now relishing a rare treat of pigweed. Once a child, unaware of fatigue, would roam the hills to gather pigweed. Su Lu tossed another piece of snake meat to Beiji. This is the last piece. Go find your own food afterward. After finishing their meal, they gazed at the stars for a while before retiring for the night. In the live broadcast hall, Manager Chen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, cast a melancholic glance at the Milky Way stretching across Su Li's stream. Su Lu, positioning his bedding to face the window, quite the strategic move. Meanwhile, I must endure another sleepless night. Xiao Lu, how is the negotiation with the guests progressing? I hope to establish a preliminary remote connection with guests by tomorrow for a segment titled Stars Accompany You. The guests will watch the live stream alongside the audience and vote for their favorite contestants. The efficient staff member Xiao Lu replied while scrolling through the computer screen. Progress is smooth. Numerous international stars are currently in talks, and negotiations are nearing completion. At that moment, on various negotiation calls, a voice chimed in. Su Lu, is it? Taming wild boars? Quite intriguing. Survival on a deserted island? Are you kidding? I'm absolutely interested. No special effects involved, and the wild boar just kneels down. Perfect timing. I happen to have a project in preparation. This young man is worth keeping an eye on. Writing songs. Yes, I will definitely watch. I'll text you. On the 4th day of survival on the deserted island, I still can sleep. I am still very sleepy. I no longer have to work. If I don't sleep before midnight today, I won't bear the Su surname. A sharp cry pierced the air outside the wooden house. Su Lu. No. My slumber. Do not leave me. Su Lu sprang up from his bedding, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the stone wall within the cliff. Is life always this painful, or is it just me who experiences such torment while sleeping? I suspect it is only during my slumber that I endure this. The little black creature approached, nudging Su Lu with its head and mewing adorably. How charming the little black one is. Su Lu reached out to stroke its head, and the little black one flopped over, purring softly, and soon fell asleep. Su Lu sighed, resigned, as he exited the wooden house, encountering Lin Shihuan. Her complexion pale. With gritted teeth, Lin Shihuan pointed towards one side of the courtyard. Su Lu followed her gaze and understood why the proud, long-legged beauty was so startled. A wild boar lay atop the refuse, its body draped over 2 enormous pythons, each measuring 3 to 4 meters long, the thickest part exceeding 30 centimeters. The giant pythons lay motionless, evidently lifeless. Outside, Beiji lay on the ground like a husky, his curled tail wagging as he looked at Sulu, seeking praise. No, Beiji, you really don't need to do this. Sulu held his head, feeling a throb at the back of his skull. Chapter 53, The Python's Skin and the Remarkable Combat Prowess of the Wild Boar. The formidable strength of the wild boar. Sulu approached the giant python, discovering that it had met its demise with a clean bite at the 7-inch mark. The 3 to 4 meter long serpent did not have its heart measured from the head, but rather at the critical location near the heart. The wild boar preys upon serpents. It would not dare to engage with a highly venomous creature like the rattlesnake. Yet these two pythons were effortlessly maneuvering. Their weight of over 350 kilograms was no mere coincidence. Sulu could vividly imagine that after a satisfying meal of roasted snake meat the previous night, the gluttonous Beiji had ventured into the dense forest, found an unfortunate python, and swiftly dispatched it. He then dragged it back to the courtyard to hang it up. After killing another, he would return to hang it as well. All the while, awaiting Sulu to roast the snake meat for him to devour. Such tenacity. The sturdy horseweed had been contorted under the weight of these two massive pythons. What to do about them? Lin Shihan peeked out from Su Li's shoulder, her disdain evident. Having only just conquered her fear of the 1.5 meter long rattlesnake, she now faced two even larger serpents. She felt utterly overwhelmed. Of course, we shall skin them, extract the meat, and enjoy the feast, Su Lu responded nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing to do. The python was a treasure trove, and surely, a snake's skin over 3 meters long would suffice, wouldn't it? What does suffice even mean? Lin Shihan paused for a moment, then realized. Gripping the flesh at the back of Su Li's arm, she twisted it with force. Ouch! The startled birds in the nearby grove took flight. On the 4th day of survival on the deserted island, Su Lu greeted the livestream audience in this manner, with tears welling in his eyes. He pushed aside a segment of horseweed. Beiji, come help me move this. A 3 to 4 meter long python, weighing over 100 pounds, was not something he could manage alone. I am but a frail scholar, and injured to boot. Such burdens should not be mine to bear. I am a man of intellect. Sulu mused inwardly. Beiji shook his head and climbed up, easily pulling down a large python from the horseweed and dragging it into the courtyard to lay it flat. After directing Beiji to position the first python, Sulu turned around and was taken aback to see Lin Shihan hauling down the remaining one. Even though this one was smaller, it still exceeded the weight of an adult. The overconfident Beiji was indeed formidable. Aren't you afraid of the snakes anymore? Sulu inquired playfully. Lin Shihan raised an eyebrow. Are you not still yearning for the thrill of that earlier twist? Ha ha, what a splendid day it is. Sulu chuckled, trying to deflect the conversation. The two colossal pythons filled the courtyard to the brim, forcing the fire pit to be relocated to the edge of the stone pile. After breakfasting on a skewer of black currants and feeding Beiji and the little black one 2 dried fish, Sulu reversed his grip on the stone knife and began to skin the two massive pythons. Given their size, the meat would undoubtedly require drying. There was no need to dry it with the skin on. Noticing Lin Shihan's hopeful expression, Sulu doused her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. And the texture will surely be quite tough. Lin Shihan sniffled. I will fetch some water and see if I can find any new coconut shells. For coconut shells barely sufficed for 2 people, necessitating 3 or 4 trips for water throughout the day. Sulu had no qualms about delegating this menial task to Lin Shihan, who seemed to enjoy it despite her haughty demeanor. Sulu admired the graceful silhouette of Lin Shihan as she moved. The method of skinning a python was largely similar, and he began to explain while he worked. The only difference was the size, which made the task somewhat more laborious. As he spoke, his knife glided smoothly. He made a cut around the circumference, slicing down along the opening to separate the skin from the flesh. It was a seamless process. Material processing, LV. 2. In no time, a substantial python skin was peeled away from the massive body. The skin, nearly 3 meters long and over half a meter wide, was cut cleanly, with minimal fat remaining on the inner side. Once tanned, it would yield an exquisite piece of leather. The live stream chat buzzed. Does Sulu consider this effort strenuous? Watching him work is truly a delight. Such flawless leather, devoid of noticeable scars, is exceedingly rare in the market. Hey, what happened to that leather factory owner from a couple of days ago? Haven't seen him shout 666 lately? Who knows? Perhaps he has absconded with his sister-in-law. Ha ha, you're quite the joker. I'm utterly exhausted. Let me stretch for a moment. Sulu, having removed the python skin, straightened up to catch his breath. This python skin is immense. The methods we used yesterday with the stone knife and wooden frame for stretching are not very effective. The efficiency is too low. Thus, we shall employ another technique to eliminate the residual fat from the leather. We need to find a swift-flowing stream and submerge the leather within it, allowing the current to wash away the fat. This should only take about half a day, resulting in a clean, supple leather. Do you remember the lake we visited yesterday? The downstream current there would be ideal. However, there is no rush. The most valuable aspect of such a large python is not its skin. Chapter 54. Python Tendons. The perfect material for bowstrings. In the live streaming room, the curious viewers began to flood the screen with comments. Isn't that just skin? Or could it be meat? How is that possible? Is Master Su planning to extract the snake bones to craft tools? Bone tools. Are we underestimating Master Su? He's already utilizing stone tools. I bet it's snake gall. Isn't it said in martial arts novels that consuming snake gall grants immunity to toxins? I advise the previous commenter to wake up. Novels are fiction, in reality. Snake gall often contains numerous parasites, and if not handled properly, it can lead to serious health issues. Skin, meat, and bones. No wonder these three elements are involved. Surely, Master Su wouldn't regard the python's flesh as a treasure, would he? Su deliberately paused, sensing that the curiosity of the audience had been piqued. He then pointed to the peeled snake body and said, "Friends in the live stream, do you see those band-like structures in the snake's abdomen? That is the rib skin muscle. The rib skin muscle connects the belly scales to the ribs and facilitates movement through contraction and relaxation. As the belly scales rise and rub against the ground, the snake can propel itself forward. The tendons separated from the rib skin muscle possess remarkable elasticity, making them ideal for crafting into ropes. When making a bow, they can be affixed to the outer side of the bow arms to provide sufficient elasticity. Additionally, on the python's back, there lies a large tendon that is well hidden beneath the muscles. This tendon, capable of supporting the immense body of the python, boasts exceptional hardness, rendering it the perfect material for bowstrings. An experienced hunter's standard equipment is the longbow. I would never engage in close combat armed solely with a stone knife and my prey. The seasoned hunter prefers to maintain a safe distance from overly hospitable beasts. Su thought. After facing a wild boar, he prioritized long-range killing methods and assigned them a high level of importance. Should a similar situation arise again, he could employ a kite-flying strategy, conserving energy while pursuing his target. After all, the duration of the stamina surge skill is limited, and on the Bermuda Island chain, there are certainly many beasts capable of outlasting the skill's effects. Yesterday, he had cut several blackcurrant branches with the intention of using soft vines to twist ropes for bowstrings today, aiming to quickly craft a simple longbow. Now, with the python tendons and muscles at his disposal, both were superior options compared to the soft vine ropes. How considerate, Beiji. He continued to slice with the wide stone knife, which in Su's hands resembled a precision surgical instrument. Bundles of muscle were deftly extracted by the knife's tip and neatly placed to one side. After collecting a sufficient quantity, he separated the tendons from the muscle, laying them out under the sun to dehydrate. Soon, a thick layer of white fascia accumulated atop the stones at the edge of the small courtyard. The remaining snake meat was not wasted either, spread out on a shaded stone to dry in the sea breeze. When Lin Shiwan returned, holding a coconut shell brimming with water, she beheld this scene. The snake skin was carelessly rolled to one side, while the snake meat and tendons were laid out to dry. The entire courtyard floor was nearly covered with various parts of the snake. "I'm off to gather coconuts," Su remarked, causing Lin Shiwan, her skin prickling with goosebumps, to swiftly retreat into the distance. Why the sensitivity? Didn't you use animal tendons for crafting tools during your survival training? The sun soon rose, and under the combined effects of its warmth and the sea breeze, the python tendons began to dry rapidly. As he broke open the python's back, Su felt a distinct texture that differed from the softness of the snake's belly. The belly could be described as supple, while the back was as firm as stone. Each inch he sliced required considerable effort. Brute force alone would not suffice, for a miza could damage the tendons, rendering his efforts futile. The sharpness of the stone knife was also limited. Su pondered as he cut. However, with the enhancement of the material processing skill, the snake's back was soon breached. A pale yellow tendon ran the length of the body, closely adhering to the spine. By carefully extracting this tendon along the vertebrae, Su had successfully liberated the python's most valuable parts. The python tendons also required drying before they could be tanned, so he laid them alongside the python muscles. The courtyard now resembled a chaotic scene. Su surveyed his surroundings, silently lamenting the disorder. After extracting the tendons and muscles, the python was left with little more than a skeleton. After spending over half an hour, Su neatly divided the remaining snake meat, tying it with straw and hanging it outside the wooden cabin. One python was processed. Now it was time to begin on the second. After approximately 3 hours of diligent work, the two formidable pythons had been transformed into usable raw materials and slowly drying meat, swaying gently in the wind. Lin Shihuan approached from a distance, carrying 4 coconuts, their large round shapes bobbing as she moved. Cautiously nearing the small courtyard, she noticed that it had been tidied up, prompting her to smile brightly. Look, these coconuts are definitely not the old ones. Chapter 55, Coconut Juice, Connection with the Stars. Are you just biding your time, waiting for me to finish gathering everything before you return? Sulu mused inwardly. Lin Shihuan hopped nimbly along the gravel path, returning to the courtyard, cradling a coconut in her hands to show Sulu. I specifically chose this green one. I discarded any that had even a hint of brown. Surely, there won't be any mishaps this time? Her spirits soared as she boasted. The first task upon arriving on the island was to find coconuts, and the self-proclaimed survivor queen, having seamlessly stumbled into misfortune, viewed this as an opportunity to demonstrate her prowess. She slightly lifted her chin, her face radiating a desire for praise. For coconuts. How splendid. Just when I was parched. What impeccable timing. Sulu exclaimed theatrically. He took one coconut from Lin Shihuan's hands, placed it on a stone, and carefully struck it with a stone axe. Thud, thud, thud. The green shell was cleaved in a perfect circular crack, and with a twist at the top. A 5-centimeter opening appeared on the coconut. Lin Shihuan leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She nudged Sulu aside with her head, peering into the coconut's interior. It's coconut water, she cried joyfully. Sulu, infused with her exuberance, tilted the coconut back and took a hearty swig. Ah, so refreshing. Lin Shihuan's elegant face scrunched in displeasure, her gaze filled with disdain as she stared at Sulu. Balancing the coconut on one hand, she clenched her other fist, producing a series of cracking knuckle sounds. With a fierce glare directed at Sulu, she raised her fist. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Sulu, understanding the situation, quickly seized another coconut, deftly chopping it open and presenting it to the irate yet proud girl. Allow me to sample it first. Humph. Lin Shihuan brought the coconut to her lips, the rough shell pressing against her soft lower lip, tilting her head back. A thin sheen of perspiration glistened on her neck, the taut skin revealing a healthy golden hue. Gulp, gulp. As she drank, her body leaned back slightly, the fabric of her shirt stretching tightly across her chest, raising concerns that it might tear at any moment. Just a single coconut transformed into a grandiose tribute. Ah, so delightful. Lin Shihuan's eyes narrowed with pleasure. You resemble that animated character, the old lady who chugs beer after her bath, Sulu silently critiqued. With 2 coconuts remaining, each took one, and naturally, Sulu was the one to open them. The coconut water from all 4 coconuts was crystal clear, and Lin Shihuan proudly puffed out her chest, feeling as though she had finally gained an upper hand. But no one is actually competing with you, Sulu thought, admiring her sharply defined profile. After finishing the coconut water, he widened the opening with a stone knife and scooped out the coconut flesh. This way, they acquired 4 additional containers for storing water. Lin Shihuan frowned at the 8 coconut shells surrounding them, complaining, do we really have to lug around 8 of these every time? Isn't that a bit cumbersome? Carrying 10 balls around would indeed be tiresome. Sulu replied, chewing on a handful of coconut flesh. For now, let us make do with this. Later, I can fashion some jars or containers, and we won't have to be so awkward. Lin Shihuan shot him a skeptical glance. Jars? How do you plan to make those? She grabbed a handful of coconut flesh from Sulu. Once you finish yours, you'll be taking mine. Sulu retreated a few steps before countering. What do you think? Sulu, do you think that just because there are a few meters between us, I can't reach you? Sulu's expression shifted instantly. Lin Shihuan's athletic prowess was astonishing, and with such a short distance between them, he might not actually evade her. Realizing he had miscalculated, Sulu raised his chin. Why not take a look over there at the snake skin? Sensing the unfriendly glare from Lin Shihuan, he hastily added, Oh, I found some dried clay in the gaps of the scales from the python that Beiji brought back. Geology, LV, 1. Sulu declared. You know what clay is, right? Ah, fine, it's just a less sandy, fine-grained, cohesive soil. It's impermeable and relatively easy to shape, perfect for molding jars. Afterward, it can either be sun-dried for immediate use or fired in a kiln. Lin Shihuan asked in astonishment, You understand all this too? Sulu modestly nodded. I know quite a bit. Let us take a break and catch our breath. We'll head out again this afternoon. In the live broadcast hall, the staff were nervously answering calls and making adjustments. Several celebrities had confirmed their participation yesterday, and stars from across the country were online and ready. The live stream began to synchronize its signal, allowing the celebrities to join the show remotely. Director Chun, should we send a notification to the contestants on the island? A staff member inquired. Director Chun, sporting panda eyes, shook his head. No need. Let them remain in their most natural state. The staff confirmed. Understood. We will begin connecting with the stars now. Soon, a somewhat muffled voice emanated from the speakers. Whoa, this live stream room is quite spacious. Chapter 56. The Praise of Brother Long, Crafting the Bow. In the live broadcast room, the guests' names and avatars were prominently displayed. Late last night, the official website for survival on a deserted island refreshed, announcing the invitation of a heavyweight expert. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than the renowned Master Lewin. Another highlighted avatar chimed in. Are these individuals in the live room truly unparalleled masters of survival? Greetings, Master Xing. A dragon-emblazoned avatar exclaimed. Wow. I saw that young man from yesterday who doesn't need any special skills. It's Su Lu, right? I wish to visit his live stream. With that, the dragon avatar clicked into Su Li's stream, number 97. Come on, let us follow Brother Long and take a look. On the island, Su Lu leaned beside the campfire, roasting a black currant branch. The branch, approximately 1.2 meters long, was one of the longer pieces he had collected the previous day. A simple roasting could dry the outer bark of the bough material, making it easier to peel later. Once the outer bark was sufficiently dried, he paused, deciding to continue the drying process afterward. As the bark began to crackle, Su Lu carefully moved the branch aside. He positioned the base of the branch against the ground and stood it upright. Gently gripping the top, he pulled it closer to himself. The branch bent accordingly, stabilizing after a few sways. The live stream comments flooded in. Su Lu, the master. Is he shaping the bow this way? Seems a bit time-consuming. Brother Long. Hello, everyone in the live room. Wow, it's Brother Long. Can you comprehend Su Li's technique? Brother Long. He is seeking the natural curve of the wood. Isn't he? Once the natural curve is established, the back of the bow will be on this bent side. Brother Long. In my youth, I too crafted my own props. These minute details are easily overlooked. Brother Long. The young man possesses remarkable skill. This craftsmanship qualifies him to join my Long family troupe. Brother Long. Ha ha. The production team has urged me to check out other live streams. Farewell, everyone. What an incredible moment. Su Lu has caught Brother Long's eye. The Long family troupe is one of the premier martial arts groups both domestically and internationally. This is a meteoric rise for the streamer. Even if Su Lu were to fail at surviving on the island, this opportunity is a guaranteed success. Be your cat. Su Lu is bound to succeed. Be your cat. Tipped 3 yachts. Current live stream popularity, 330,000. New skill awakened. Climbing LV1. Su Lu nearly dropped the black currant branch in surprise. What just happened? Why did my popularity suddenly surge by over 100,000? Is it due to my charm? No. Older gentlemen are like fine wine, meant to be savored. Crafting the bow has only just begun. There's no reason for the shock department to step in just yet. Perhaps it's another recommendation from the production team. Su Lu quickly adjusted his mindset. Lin Shihan, with a hint of concern, asked, What's wrong? Are you too tired this morning? Oh, perhaps it's because you pinched me. My arm feels a bit weak. Su Lu casually replied. Ah. Lin Shihan's expression became conflicted, apologizing. Don't be like that. You're so easy to tease. It makes me feel embarrassed. No, I didn't apply any force. Lin Shihan realized, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Su Lu. Dear friends in the live room, once we determine the curvature of the bow material, we can begin refining its shape. Su Lu skillfully shifted the topic. First, we must identify the center point of the bow material, which will indicate where the grip will be. Here. Su Lu lightly etched a mark on the lower midsection of the branch. He then used a stone knife to gently scrape away the dried outer bark. Lin Shihan supported her head with one hand, watching Su Lu deftly maneuver the stone knife. His hands are remarkably steady, she thought, secretly impressed by his long legs. Once the surface was cleaned, revealing the dense wood beneath, Su Lu transitioned from scraping to shaving, as fine shavings fell to the ground. While shaving, he rotated the branch evenly. The almost straight wood, marked by the center point as a symmetry axis, gradually took on the early form of a bow. The center point remained the thickest, tapering towards both ends to create a conical shape. Su Lu held one end of the bow and presented it to the camera. This shape is sufficient for now. Looking down from one end, it formed a neatly defined point without excess curvature. If I pinch both ends slightly bent, it will reveal a uniform arc. Finally, the finishing touches. The stone knife continued its dance. Cascading wood shavings fell from the conical bow material. Before long, the bow was complete. What was once an ordinary black currant branch had transformed into a beautifully shaped bow through Su Li's craftsmanship. The comments erupted. How stunning. This is no mere bow. With this craftsmanship, it could be considered a work of art. I eagerly anticipate the final form of this bow. Su Lu placed the bow at a safe distance from the campfire to dry and retrieve the already sun-dried python sinew. Next step, crafting the bowstring. Chapter 57, The Strong Bow. Ah, by the way, Su Lu said to Lin Shihan, holding the python tendon, that he had rendered a considerable amount of fat from the snake, suggesting to simmer it in a bit of water to extract the snake oil. Are you assigning me tasks again? Lin Shihan pouted. I still want to eat the roasted snake meat from yesterday tonight. The long-legged girl expressed her demands in exchange. That can be arranged. Sula casually agreed. Can't you have a little ambition? Eating roasted snake meat for every meal is hardly appealing. Bullet comments. I would love to taste the white truffle snake meat roasted by Sulu. Are you craving snake meat? Or is it the white truffle you desire? What does Sulu need snake oil for? Could it be? I think it's quite possible. Lin Goddess, danger. Sulu explained. The animal fat can be used to soften the bow's body, and it can also serve as an adhesive. To the friends in the live stream, he added. If anyone has a twisted interpretation, please type "Why have I turned yellow?" in the comments. Bullet comments. Why have I turned yellow? Look at my color. I am white. Nonsense. Clearly, you are yellow. Current live stream popularity, 335,000. Sulu placed a stone slab on the ground, laid the python tendon on it, and began striking it repeatedly with the back of a stone axe. The dry python tendon was gradually pounded into white, fluffy strands of fiber. This whole tendon has saved me quite a bit of effort. If it were shorter tendons, I would have to process them piece by piece. In that case, I might not finish this bow today. Sulu mused, meticulously untangling the fibrous strands. He separated 2 strands from the mass, twisting them with his fingers until they formed a dense single strand. Repeating the action, he transformed the separated fiber bundles into fine tendon threads. After more than half an hour, he had produced a python tendon rope that was only half the thickness of his finger, exceeding a meter in length. He tugged at both ends. The strength of the python was remarkable, and now that it had been twisted into rope form, it was even sturdier. Under his pull, the formed python rope remained utterly unyielding. Perfect. At this moment, the snake oil had also been simmered to completion. Here you go. Lin Shihan pinched her nose, handing over a shell filled with the bubbling liquid, which emitted an unpleasant odor. After allowing the snake oil to cool slightly, Sula dipped his fingers into the fat, smearing it over the python tendon rope. As he worked, the knots on the rope surface were smoothed out, transforming the coarse python tendon into a sleek and resilient bowstring. The surface of the dry bow body was similarly coated with snake oil. While applying the oil, he roasted it over the fire. This is to infuse flavor into the bow body, preparing for our next step of braising, he explained. Just say it's to maintain flexibility. Lin Shihan raised an eyebrow, skeptically regarding the man who spoke so fancifully. Seeing Su Li's gaze, she responded defiantly. I can do this too, she declared, puffing out her chest. You're right. You have a point. Sulu fell silent. The bow body, now saturated with oil, gradually darkened in color, and the surface became increasingly smooth. A gentle press revealed a resilience that was entirely different from before the oil was applied. It can provide approximately 15 kilograms of draw weight. The materials from Bermuda are indeed extraordinary. Sula marveled, noting that the blackcurrant branch had only average resilience. The elasticity can be further enhanced. He continued, retrieving the dried python sinew. The thinly sliced sinew required minimal processing. It merely needed to be heated slightly until sticky, then adhered to the bow's back with snake oil. The bow body, now neatly affixed with the python sinew, appeared rugged, resembling the skeletal limb of some creature, exuding an eerie beauty. After another oil infusion and drying, repeating this process 3 times, the blackcurrant wood branch, which was just 2 fingers thick, could now be grasped entirely in his hand. The elasticity had significantly improved. Now it's about 20 kilograms. Roughly 50 pounds for the bow. That is sufficient. I'm merely a frail scholar. If it gets any heavier, I won't be able to draw it. Sula thought. He used a stone knife to carve grooves at both ends of the bow's back and then secured the dried python tendon bowstring within these notches. The bow, measuring 1 meter in length, bent in a powerful arc under the tension of the bowstring. He plucked the taut bowstring with his fingers, producing a deep humming sound as it vibrated. Bringing the bow closer to the camera, Sula showcased the freshly crafted longbow from every angle. Live stream comments. So beautiful. That curve. That angle. Wow. I'm impressed that Sula managed to create such a finely crafted bow in such a short time. I can't wait to see the streamer use this longbow to hunt. However, using the bow requires great skill. I wonder if Sulu knows how to use one. Tool crafting skill has been upgraded. Current level. LV. 3. Old Hunter Template Derived Skill Awakened. Weapon Mastery. Chapter 58. Arrow's Weapon Mastery? In comparison to versatile tools, the skill of weapon mastery is more focused on the art of crafting weapons that excel in hunting performance. Of course, it also allows me to adeptly wield a new weapon right away. The enhancement in using weapons for hunting is quite significant. The system is truly powerful. No. Although I have crafted a bow and ascended to the status of an experienced hunter, I still consider myself a hero who follows the path of intellect. Animal taming and trap crafting remain my core skills. Adhering to the choices of my heart, I prefer to avoid unnecessary violence. Lin Shihuan observed Sula muttering to himself and waved her hand in front of his face. Have you lost your mind? Now that you've made the bow, aren't you going to prepare some arrows? I just decided to avoid unnecessary violence. Sula hesitated for a moment, finding Lin Shihuan's point somewhat valid. Whether or not to use them is another matter. The key is that wielding a bow and arrows is undeniably impressive. Selecting a branch of blackcurrant that is about a finger's width and relatively lightweight, he stripped away the outer bark and roasted it over fire until straight. He then made a longitudinal split at the tip and inserted a triangular shard of shale. The shard, sharpened and well-shaped, was secured onto the shaft with python sinew wrapped around it. Regrettably, there were no feathers. Sula sighed as he looked at the bare arrow tail. Without feathers to act as stabilizers, an arrow shot would likely veer wildly. However, he could substitute with straw for now. Sulu cut the straw leaves into rectangular strips, carefully split the arrow tail, and inserted the straw, adjusting the angle accordingly. It would have to suffice. He placed the makeshift arrows beside the longbow and mimicked the action of drawing the bow. Lin Shihuan's eyes lit up. That looks quite professional, your bow drawing stance. Well, did you not think of this when you saw me crafting the bow? Sulu replied nonchalantly. I have a rudimentary understanding. His tool crafting skill had not leveled up, nor had weapon mastery. Arrows were indeed merely consumables tied to the bow, Sulu confirmed within himself. Following the same method, he crafted 8 more arrows, achieving a numerically auspicious total. He rolled up the snake skin he had stripped earlier and secured it to the back of Beiji. Let us go soak the snake skin in flowing water to wash off the residual fat, preparing for the next step of tanning. Then I can upgrade my material processing skill. Oh, and the lake where I bathed yesterday is over there. You might want to take a dip. Lin Shihuan squinted her eyes. Or perhaps just soak your feet. Sula wisely substituted the last word. Ride the pig? Lin Shihuan asked, her arms crossed. Her expression somewhat distorted under the weight. What else? Sula glanced sideways at her. Or would you prefer to walk? Fine. I'll ride the pig then. Lin Shihuan reluctantly nodded. You go first. I'll follow behind you. TSK. How petty. Sula thought to himself. Beiji. The little black pig, who had been sleeping since morning, transformed into a streak of golden-brown lightning, perching itself atop Beiji's head. Sulu felt Beiji tremble slightly as the little black pig climbed aboard. The wild boar, weighing over 350 kilograms, felt a twinge of apprehension at the unexpected claws scratching its eyelids. A faint scent, tinged with a hint of sweat, wafted through the air as Lin Shihuan also mounted the wild boar's back. Smack. Sula clapped his hands together. Beiji, let us go. Why aren't you moving, Beiji? You hit my leg. Lin Shihuan's voice, a mix of embarrassment and anger, came from behind. Sulu felt a shiver run down his spine. Why is it so soft? No. Move quickly. He tugged at the coarse bristles of the pig. And Beiji, just in time before Lin Shihuan could unleash her frustration, galloped forward into the woods. Trees became mere blurs as they sped past. Having regained its strength, Beiji, carrying 2 passengers, maintained an incredibly swift pace. The truffle digging spot is right there. Sulu pointed towards the forest. Just ahead is where we gather blackcurrants. Further on is the lake, but today we'll process the snake skin downstream. If you wish to see the lake, we can circle back later. Lin Shihuan instinctively opened her mouth to decline, but then hesitated and swallowed her words. After all, she wasn't planning to bathe. A little visit wouldn't hurt, she thought. After Beiji dashed past a thicket, a disheveled head appeared from within the brush. Thigh. A delicate wrist extended into the air, her small face, marked with dirt and leaves, bore a look of wistfulness. Thigh has left. Lin Shihuan furrowed her brows and patted Sulu's shoulder. Did you hear anything just now? Huh? Sula turned his head, confused. No. Perhaps it was just the sounds of animals in the woods? Lin Shihuan pondered for a moment, then accepted Suli's reasoning. Beiji's rapid movement must have startled many creatures along the way. After navigating through several clusters of trees and scattered rocks, the gentle sound of flowing water began to emerge, faint yet distinct. Chapter 59. The Pack of Jackals. The flow of water in the afternoon is vastly different from that at dusk. How tranquil it is. Lin Shihuan sat atop the wild boar, covering her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft exclamation. Then she succumbed to jealousy. It turns out this scoundrel had secretly hoarded such a secluded place. Sula felt a shiver run down his spine and patted Beiji on the back. Let us stop here. He parked the boar sideways, and Beiji began to grunt as he dug for food. What has he caught a whiff of? Lin Shihuan inquired, observing Beiji's swaying tail. Sula turned his head. Perhaps he is off to dig for truffles. 2 rolls of snake skin had already been unloaded from Beiji's back. Sulu, equipped with a bow and a quiver of arrows bound with straw, assessed his cumbersome gear. Could you carry the bow for me? Sure. Lin Shihuan accepted the bow and quiver, securing them on her back. The taut bowstring accentuated the contours of her chest. After several adjustments, the outline became more pronounced, prompting her to glare at Su Lu in indignation. What are you staring at? Aren't you supposed to be cleaning the leather? I understand the reasoning, but this is rather oversized. I must find time to craft a bow for her as well, so she can carry it consistently. Su Lu elongated his tone. Oh, the fresh snake skin measured approximately 3 meters in length and 50 centimeters in width, while the other was shorter, around 2.5 meters, with a width of only 40 centimeters. With holes punched at one end of the skins, he threaded a soft vine through to secure them. Su Lu found a sturdy branch jutting into the rushing water and secured the vine around it, allowing the snake's skins to submerge in the flowing stream. The water washed away the residual fat and tissues from the inner layers of the skins, and before long, the loosely attached remnants were stripped away, swept downstream. How long must this wash? Lin Shihan crouched down, stirring the stream with her hand. Half a day should suffice, Sula replied. By afternoon, we should be able to return. Thus, in this serene atmosphere, it felt rather pleasant. Lin Shihan sensed her body relaxing amidst the gentle water and the birds' melodies. Should we perhaps soak our feet later? She glanced sorrowfully at her bare soles, which had suffered from the rough terrain over the past few days. The water trickled softly, the birds chirped, and behind her, the sound of animals snapping twigs echoed. Suddenly, Lin Shihan felt a chill creep down her spine. She instinctively turned, but Su Li's low voice urged, "Don't move. Danger perception. What is it?" She mouthed to Su Lu, conveying her unease. Detection Eye activated. With 330,000 popularity points, it could sustain the detection for over a minute. Within the dense forest, the outlines of tawny beasts materialized. A pack of jackals. Su Lu frowned. Aren't jackals typically found in mountainous grasslands? Bermuda truly harbors an erratic array of species. He grew increasingly wary of this island chain. Jackals. Lin Shihan felt a cold shiver run down her back. These predators are notoriously infamous for their gruesome practice of consuming their prey alive. Many unfortunate souls, having been caught, were devoured while still breathing, often left with significant portions of their bodies gnawed away. Jackals are particularly enthusiastic about such ruthless hunting. Nothing is fresher than this flesh, nor more fear-inducing. She would rather face a lion or tiger. At least the death would be swift. How many? She inquired again with her lips. I'm not afraid? Su Lu felt a surge of admiration for Lin Shihan. There is only a wrong name, never a wrong nickname. The survival queen truly exudes a formidable presence. Well then, I'll be slipping away. Sula silently edged to the side. Lin Shihan's eyes widened. Are you selling me out? Sula hastily waved his hands. Though he harbored scattered thoughts, he had no intention of fleeing. After adjusting their stances, he and Lin Shihan shifted their angles, creating a disturbance that captured the attention of the pack of jackals. Rustling in the underbrush, the detection eye revealed the jackals cautiously approaching. Did they not notice Beiji, who was busy foraging for truffles nearby? Su Lu let out a sharp whistle, the sound reverberating through the woods. Hunter S. Messenger LV-1. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled beneath the weight of Beiji, who weighed 350 kilograms. There were no winding paths here as outside the small courtyard. Beiji instantly reached top speed. With a resounding crash, a mournful wail echoed simultaneously as Beiji's sharp tusks impaled a jackal that had failed to escape in time. The creature's body twisted sideways, slamming into a nearby tree. Its body contorted at a harsh angle, blood spurting from its mouth and nostrils. At that moment, the remaining jackals lurking in the forest were startled. To Su Li's astonishment, they did not flee. Instead, they split into 3 groups. One group of 4 distracted Beiji, while another group of 3 flanked Su Lu. The final 5, led by the most robust alpha, crawled stealthily towards Lin Shihan, who had her back turned to them. Chapter 60. A flicker of hope. The air was thick with tension, the atmosphere charged with an impending sense of dread. The coordination among the pack of jackals was unerringly precise, their intelligence seemingly elevated. They feigned an attack on Beiji, merely to distract and redirect attention while sending forth the agile, slender members of their group. Meanwhile, the most robust of their kind targeted Lin Shihan, a clear indication of both intent and wariness. The mere thought of Lin Shihuan's formidable strength sent shivers down Su Li's spine. She had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training, the kind that could even alleviate one's phobia of serpents. Su Lu mused bitterly. The advancing wave appeared to consist of the frail and the aged. If they managed to hunt, it would be a gain. If not, it would cost them nothing. Were they truly so dismissive of her capabilities? As the jackals began their charge, the livestream chat erupted into chaos. Jackals, such a large pack? It's over. There's no way to fight them off. Even with Beiji, it would only buy a moment. With so many jackals attacking together, Both Su Lu and Lin Shihuan are likely in grave danger. Where are the organizers? Send help. In the streaming hall, the staff were drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, we genuinely need to call for assistance. Mr. Chen trembled visibly. Advisor Ed, is there any hope for survival against such a multitude of jackals? He stammered. Ed, stroking his bald head, gritted his teeth, ultimately shaking his head. It's exceedingly slim. Even during my service, a tactical team encountering a pack of jackals would choose to circumvent them. The guest in the live stream shared his anxiety. Brother Long remarked, this isn't a movie, nor are there any special effects. I can't conceive of a way for Su Lu to escape this peril. It's far too dangerous. The sense of helplessness permeated the conversation. In stark contrast to facing snakes, Lin Shihuan's reaction was resolute. She bent down to gather a handful of gravel, hurling it behind her. The sound of stones striking a robust jackal in the eye caused it to yelp and veer away. With a swift roll, she evaded the assault from two others. At this moment, her longbow, previously slung over her shoulder, was drawn. With a swift motion, she knocked an arrow and released it. The arrow zipped through the air, striking a jackal's shoulder, causing it to stagger, and yet, astonishingly, it charged again. Suddenly, a black cat, Xiaohei, leaped from the underbrush, landing deftly on the jackal's head. Delivering a precise claw attack, blood spurted from one of its eyes as it retreated with a howl. Lin Shihuan clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. The bow was commendable, yet her stance remained too defensive, and her accuracy was in question. The jackals, fierce and cunning, recognized that she could only focus on one at a time. Dispersing their attack and using the trees for cover, Beiji, effortlessly dispatching another jackal, was ambushed from behind, a jackal leaping onto its back. While its thick hide withstood the sharp teeth, the assault was sufficient to disrupt its footing. For jackals had now converged, biting at its legs from various angles. Unless Beiji bolted, it risked injury from the relentless pack. With a sudden sharp whistle, the jackal gnawing at Beiji's back lost its balance as Beiji executed a roll, crushing the jackal beneath its considerable weight. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Snorting, Beiji fluffed its mane, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Having dealt with the jackal behind, the remaining three were no longer a significant threat. Yet, it was evident that it could not provide assistance immediately. A solitary tiger could hardly contend with a pack of wolves, nor could a lone pig withstand a horde of dogs. Lin Shihuan, hearing the commotion behind her, dared not divert her focus. To shift her attention would mean conceding the advantage. She confirmed inwardly, I cannot afford to look away. Drawing her bow once more, she aimed at the jackal that had its sights set on her. The cunning creature dispersed, taking cover behind the trees to evade her shot. How sly. She cursed silently. What of Su Lu? He was merely an ordinary person. Surely he was safe? A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart. That fleeting moment of doubt caused her to falter in her stance. The cunning leader of the jackals let out a howl, prompting two jackals to dart toward her from opposite directions. This was dire. She could only confront one. Without hesitation, Lin Shihuan adjusted her aim, focusing on the one to her right. With a swift release, the arrow, charged with intent, flew through the air, piercing the jackal's neck and pinning it to the ground. Yet another was closing in. There was no time. She could deflect one with her bow, but the rest would soon descend upon her. Even she could not withstand such an onslaught. Unexpectedly, her struggle for survival was destined to fail in such a manner. Gritting her teeth, Lin Shihuan resolved to take as many down with her as possible, hoping to alleviate some pressure from Su Lu. He still had Beiji. Beiji could help him escape. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she felt a warm breath against her ear. What are you thinking, you silly sister? Chapter 61. This young man is remarkable. Lin Shihuan felt a shiver run through her body. You. She instinctively turned around, only to see Su Lu approaching with a stone knife inverted in his hand, blood still dripping from the blade. The visual effect was striking. Ah! Su Lu flicked the blood off the stone knife. I've slain all three of the jackals. Why do you speak of this as if you were merely discussing having finished 3 bowls of rice? Lin Shihuan struggled to find her words. The disparity of the situation left her feeling somewhat drained. In the live stream chat, someone exclaimed, did anyone see the movements of the great Su Lu? I didn't catch it. Just a flash of shadow and the sound of wind, and he tossed away a jackal. Is this even human? This is a deity, isn't it? I remember when Su Lu dealt with the venomous snake. It was equally swift. No. The sensation of Su Lu dispatching the jackals is even more intense than when he severed the snake. Su Lu is incredible. What a show. Brother Long, this young man is truly extraordinary. Hunting LV. 2. Weapon Mastery LV. 1. With the enhancement of these 2 skills, Su Lu dispatched 3 jackals in less than 10 seconds. During this time, he even managed to issue commands to Beiji. Hunter SILV-1. Furthermore, he approached Lin Shihuan, taking advantage of her distraction to blow a breath of air into her ear. The effect of the Hunter SI skill was still active. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the jackals, stimulated by the scent of their companion's blood, emitted low, threatening growls mingled with fear. Among the jackals that had been harassing Beiji, one had its belly torn open by fangs, spilling its entrails onto the ground. Beiji stomped about, leaving behind a mess of yellow, white, and red splatters. At that moment, with the leader's mournful growl, the remaining jackals regrouped, encircling Su Lu and Lin Shihuan at a short distance. Beiji, impatient, pawed at the ground, disdainful of such cowardly tactics of retreat. There were 14 jackals in total. Initially, Beiji had slain one. The remaining included one leader and 5 power types attacking Lin Shihuan. 4 agility types were holding Beiji at bay, and 3 clumsy types targeting me. One of the power types was dead, another severely injured. 2 agility types had fallen, and all the clumsy ones were on their knees. Clumsiness is the original sin. Sula swiftly reviewed the situation. The jackals now encircling him were the leader, 4.5 power types, and 2 agility types. In total, 7.5 jackals remained, their eyes glinting with malice as they growled menacingly. Be careful, Lin Shihuan warned Su Lu. Though half of them were gone, the combined fighting strength of these jackals still represented over 70% of the pack's original power. They were all elite fighters. Oh, Su Lu replied nonchalantly. The duration of the hunter's eye skill still had 40 seconds left. Where to hide? Time to showcase our skills. Beiji. With a sharp whistle, Beiji suddenly retreated, creating a 20-meter gap before accelerating again. Stamina surge, activate. In an instant, all fatigue vanished. With the enhancements from the LV2 hunting skill and the LV1 weapon mastery skill, Sula grinned and charged toward the jackals. The leader, taken aback by this development, let out a low growl and all the jackals surged forward. Facing the old hunter head-on? How brave. Sula smirked, his body agilely sinking down. He dodged a lunging jackal, thrusting the stone knife upward, using the jackal's own momentum to disembowel it. Lin Shihuan's pupils contracted. Such clean, decisive movements. I could replicate these actions if broken down, but the flawless combination felt as if the jackals were performing in concert with him. Lin Shihuan found it hard to contain her excitement. Soon, the 2 fastest agility types fell to Su Li's blade. He flicked the blood flowing against the knife's edge, the viscous liquid making the handle slippery. As a 3rd power type charged at him, Su Lu reversed his grip on the stone knife, stabilizing the handle with one hand while thrusting downward toward the jackal's head. Thud! The blade pierced through the hard skull. Meanwhile, Beiji, having regained his speed, barreled toward Su Lu. An unobservant power type was crushed under the weight of Beiji's 350 kilograms, its spine snapping upon impact. Roar! Apart from the leader, the most robust jackal, with its neck bristled, let out a furious roar. At the moment Su Lu withdrew his knife, it used the corpse of its companion as cover, launching an upward attack. Damn, what a clever tactic. Sula realized he was too late to fully withdraw the knife. Instead, he decided to use the jackal's body as a projectile against the attacker. Thud. The power type's immense strength rebounded against him, causing Su Lu to take 2 steps back. As an intellect type, I truly cannot compare. Beiji. Command issued. Beiji drifted and turned. The jackal that had been pinned to the ground barely had time to regain its footing before being crushed under a powerful hoof. Against strength? Sula chuckled coldly to himself. Only 2.5 remain. At this moment, the jackal that had been shot in the shoulder by Lin Shihuan lunged forward recklessly. The jackal leader and the remaining one turned to flee. Chapter 62, Can the streamer perform lightness skill? Sula let out a cold smile, deeming it cowardly to flee when one cannot win a fight. He expressed disdain towards the jackal leader's cowardly behavior. The eye of detection continued to function, revealing the clear escape path of the 2 fleeing jackals. The half-injured jackal charging at him posed little threat. Sula found no merit in engaging in combat. Suddenly, an arrow flew from behind, as Lin Shihuan decisively ended the life of the jackal that had previously evaded her grasp. The escaping jackal was nearing the 10-meter mark. Su Lu raised his hand and hurled a stone knife. With a swift whoosh, the knife spun through the air, striking the jackal squarely in the back. The unfortunate creature's spine was severed, and it whimpered as it dragged its body along. The boar charged forward with a resounding thud. With a stomp of its foot, it shook its head, preparing to pursue the last jackal leader. However, upon sniffing the air, it realized that due to the wind's direction, the scent of the jackal leader was barely perceptible. Frustrated, it continued to dig into the ground. Lin Shihuan muttered in discontent, it got away. Jackals bear grudges. We must remain vigilant until we eliminate it. She stamped her foot in frustration. It won't escape, Su Lu whispered softly. Lin Shihuan's eyes widened in surprise. Hunting mark engraved. Just as the jackal leader dashed out of the eye of detection's range, Su Lu had already activated his skill. The jackal leader, now invisible to the eye, reappeared in Su Li's intuition. Let me show you what a true veteran hunter is capable of. He bellowed. Bow, now. Foolish woman, she doesn't know how to coordinate. Lin Shihan handed over her longbow, along with 6 remaining blackcurrant arrows. Fully equipped, the dense forest loomed ahead. Climbing LV1. Su Lu took a few running steps, stepping onto the trunk of a slanted tree, ascending effortlessly. In the livestream chat, comments erupted. The streamer can perform lightness skill? This is amazing. The trees leaned at an angle, defying no laws of physics. Newton-esque coffin remained intact. I understand the principles, but the visual spectacle is astounding. Brother Long, are you in the chat? Can you replicate Su Lu's move? Haha, you're too nosy. Brother Long, haha. I could try, but not as effortlessly as Su Lu. In our Long family troop, very few can perform such a feat. Brother Long, I am increasingly looking forward to collaborating with Su Lu on a film after this survival on the deserted island. The props team is underutilized. I have a vacancy for a second male lead. Su Lu, you are impressive. Current live stream popularity, 370,000. The popularity surged. Su Lu steadied himself, leaping from one tree to another branch. Progressing through the trees would indeed be swifter than on the ground. Su Lu discerned this. Is this what it means to be an old hunter? I adore it. I hope the viewers don't bestow upon me any peculiar nicknames. In the live stream chat, man ape Su Lu, man ape Tai Lu. As he maneuvered, Su Li's gaze sharpened. Aha, I see you. He readied an arrow, drawing his bow. Thigh. Where are you, Thigh? The little girl, with her disheveled hair, trudged through the underbrush, her face smeared with dirt and leaves, and her hair a tangled mess. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the forest ahead. Is that Thigh? It must be Thigh responding to my call, coming to rescue me. Her small face brimmed with tears. Since arriving on the island, she had barely eaten a full meal. Hot, cooked food had only graced her dreams. Even in dreams, discomfort lingered. The damp, cold ground left her aching all over. Is this what survival on a deserted island entails? It's so difficult. Everything online is misleading. Surviving on a deserted island is far from pleasant. Following the videos, not a single attempt was successful, but I cannot give up. As she pushed through a vine taller than her shoulder, she spotted the source of the noise. A colossal dog, standing at a height of over 1 meter, lunged out from behind the vines. The giant dog, with its moist snout, pressed close to her face, sniffing with a menacing expression. Big dog? Roar. The jackal leader lunged without hesitation, jaws wide open. It was the end. The girl with the messy hair crouched down, covering her head in despair. It won't hurt. It's just a quick bite. But she felt no pain. Lifting her head, she saw the massive jackal lying defeated beside her, its eyes pierced by an arrow, lifeless. From above, Su Lu descended like a guardian. Thigh, the girl exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 63, The Unfortunate Young Girl. The skill of climbing allows Su Lu to maneuver gracefully between branches. However, the landing from such a descent relies on the augmentation provided by surge of strength. The issue lies in the fact that neither of these skills accounts for mid-air double jumps or adjustments to the descent's direction. This is akin to defying Newton's laws. Even Virgil could not achieve such a feat, and I am even less capable. The frail girl with a bird's nest hairstyle was caught in Su Li's downward momentum and deftly rolled to the side. Ah, a sharp cry echoed. Su Lu landed smoothly, seemingly stepping upon something. He bounced lightly on the ground. It must have been an illusion. Climbing skill upgraded to level 2. Surge of strength skill upgraded to level 2. Weapon mastery skill upgraded to level 2. Hunting skill upgraded to level 3. Old hunter template derived skill. Weakness perception awakened. Indeed, a grand battle is the most opportune moment for skill upgrades. Aside from the surge of strength, which had already been leveled up during the pursuit of Zhu Beiji, all other utilized skills have seen advancement. Weakness perception? By its name, it appears to be a skill that grants insight into the vulnerabilities of prey, facilitating lethal strikes. A single fatal blow would surely enhance the spectacle. Su Lu felt a sense of satisfaction with today's hunt, even contemplating seeking out a pack of jackals for another harvest. No. Perhaps it is best not to rush. The skills are now on cooldown. In the live stream chat, I have decided that from today onwards, Su Lu is my idol. Why watch action films anymore? Su Li's hunt of the jackal was executed with such fluidity. It was simply breathtaking. Especially that moment in the trees when he pursued the jackal leader. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Is this truly lightness of foot? Su Lu, could you possibly be a descendant of a hidden lineage? Exaggerated, those above. This is actually advanced parkour. Su Lu must be a seasoned practitioner. What does Brother Long have to say? Brother Long, are you there? Brother Long, it seems I came at the right time. Su Li's skills would suffice for him to be a coach in my Long family troop. On Tian Wang, oh, quite impressive. I suddenly have inspiration for a new song titled The Cowboy in the Forest is Busy. I shall note down the melody. Xingyi, is this a joke? Can a person really fly? Along, I must compete fiercely with this Sulu. Brother Long, haha. Xing, you exaggerate. Sulu has yet to sign with an agency. We all have a chance. Current live stream popularity, 405,000. Awakening skill, First Aid LV, 1. The popularity has surpassed 400,000, distancing itself from the danger of early elimination. First Aid. Speaking of which, did I step on something when I landed? After tallying his gains, Sulu looked down and noticed a figure sprawled beneath a nearby tree root, upside down. Surely she isn't dead. As he approached, he gently prodded the girl's nose with his finger. Thankfully, she still had breath. Had she merely fainted? Is her fortune to be deemed good or ill? One cannot simply abandon her. It seems she has merely been stunned. With no internal injuries to her organs or bones. She does have some superficial wounds, but they appear to be from a day or two prior. Of no concern to me. Sula felt no guilt in this matter. Oh, there is indeed a bruise. How does it resemble my footprint? He winced slightly. Very well. The superficial injury can be treated with a poultice of chicken bloodvine roots, which works remarkably well in emergency situations. Sula made his assessment based on the knowledge provided by his First Aid LV-1 skill. Indeed, chicken bloodvine, a regional herb, is also found here in Bermuda. Quite miraculous. From a damp, humus-covered patch of earth, Sulu plucked several vines that clung to a nearby tree root. He gently snapped the vines, revealing a reddish-brown cross-section from which a juice resembling chicken blood seeped, thus, the name of the herb. After collecting the roots and stems, Sulu hesitated for a moment before placing the medicinal portions into his mouth. He chewed and spat out the remnants. If only I had brought a stone knife, I could have chopped them directly. Given the limited conditions, this will have to suffice. He smeared the chicken bloodvine paste onto the girl's wounds. Soon, she began to stir from her light stupor. Why do I smell saliva? Is it from a big dog? It doesn't seem like it. With a dazed expression, she looked up and saw Su Li's large face. Thigh. With a sudden sharp scream, the birds in the forest took flight in a flurry. Sula felt a chill run down his spine. Don't come any closer. Alas. It was too late. The chicken bloodvine paste, sweat, and leaves became a chaotic mess on Su Li's clothing as the girl lunged toward him. Thigh. I finally found you. The girl with the bird's nest hairstyle exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 64. Leg ornaments? No. I do not wish for you to find it. And what on earth is a thigh? On this island, aside from myself and Lin Aojiao, it appears there are others. The contestants for this survival challenge on the deserted island have been completely randomized. Su Lu disdainfully prodded at the head of the bird's nest. Attempting to dislodge this bothersome burden? It's over. Yesterday's clothes were washed in vain. Sula lamented. The filthy face of the bird's nest exhibited a look akin to a puppy reuniting with its long-lost owner. No. What expression is that? I am aware of my extraordinary handsomeness, but to be so entranced upon our first meeting? Surely not. Moreover, I possess no such proclivities. Are you also a contestant? What is your name? Sulu inquired. My name is Mingyi, from room 89. The bird's nest-headed Mingyi nodded eagerly while inching closer to Su Lu, leaves cascading from her hair. The closer the live stream number, the greater the potential. Lin Aojiao is number 6. Why are you, a number 89, so excited? Oh, I understand now. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sulu expressed his sentiments with a stoic facade, stating, well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Mingyi, don't go, Thigh. She lunged forward, inadvertently gripping the hem of Su Li's garment. Rip, the hem tore away, leaving a narrow strip. No. Sulu's expression was exceedingly complex. Was this not a scene from a low-tier romance drama, where the male lead behaves in such a manner towards the female lead? Typically, the female lead would then shyly assert that he must take responsibility. I shall take responsibility. Meng Yi timidly responded. No. I do not require that. Sulu yanked his garment free, stepping back several paces to re-establish distance. I shall be responsible for mending your clothes. Meng Yi proclaimed, I can also weave grass shoes. Before participating in the survival challenge, I specifically sought out a master to learn. Sulu glanced down, noting that indeed. Meng Yi was wearing a pair of grass shoes. They were crooked in form, yet at least they were footwear. However, whether one had shoes or not made little difference. Sulu muttered, departing. QAQ Meng Yi. You returned? Are you all right? Where did you find this leg ornament? Ultimately, Sulu was unable to shake off Meng Yi. With 2 large cameras recording, it would not be prudent to knock her unconscious and flee. Furthermore, after becoming entangled with Meng Yi, the popularity of his live stream had risen imperceptibly. Current live stream popularity, 405,050. 50 points of popularity is still popularity. But why would the system even notify such trivial fluctuations in popularity? This one is Meng Yi. This one is Lin Shihan. Sula introduced the two. 1. Lin Shihan tilted her head. Lin Shihan? Ming, yes, I sparkled. I know. You are the prominent contender from the earlier episodes of the Survival Challenge. The Queen of Survival. Lin Shihan bashfully covered her face. Enough, enough. I am bound to lose face in this episode. By the way, why does she exude a scent reminiscent of saliva? After Meng Yi leaned closer, Lin Shihan wrinkled her nose, casting a puzzled glance at Su Lu. Oh, she nearly got bitten by a wild dog. Su Lu averted his gaze. Really? Lin Shihan expressed disbelief, even if so. But she is so small. How did she pass the screening of the production team? Small? Meng Yi retorted. I am already 20. Moreover, I can mend clothes. I can also weave grass shoes. She emphasized her worth. You hardly appear to be 20. Su Lu scoffed. Casting a scrutinizing glance over her, Su Lu unreservedly added in his mind. She is akin to a living washboard. Meng Yi's presence emanated the sense of saliva, earth, and sweat. Lin Shihan covered her mouth and nose, saying, let us not discuss that for now. I will take her to wash up. Is the lake you mentioned far? The somewhat dim-witted Meng Yi cheerfully interjected before Su Lu could respond. I know. Just follow the brook upstream. That is where I saw the big brother riding a wild boar. Su Lu inwardly questioned whether this was truly the mindset of a 20-year-old. Why does she behave like a child? It is somewhat distant. Let Zhu Beiji carry you both. Su Lu sighed. The 350-kilogram Zhu Beiji approached. And Meng Yi displayed an incongruous curiosity for her age. The big brother riding the wild boar. Is that a tongue twister? Su Lu felt a twinge of embarrassment. By the way, would you like me to assist in washing your clothes as well? Lin Shihan pointed to the mud stains on Su Lu's shirt and proactively asked him. That would be fine. Su Lu was not one to be overly particular. He removed his shirt and tossed it over. To the eye, he seemed to possess a physique of mere flesh. Yet surprisingly, he had a commendable build. Lin Shihan blushed slightly. The thigh truly appears quite reliable. Meng Yi brimmed with confidence. After the two girls departed, Su Lu surveyed his surroundings. The corpses of wild dogs lay strewn about. These are excellent raw materials. Chapter 65. Taming and the runaway young lady dogs are known as humanity's companions, their ancestors being wolves. In contrast, jackals belong to a different lineage, ferocious and resistant to domestication, making them unsuitable as friends. Despite sharing the term dog in their names, one must not confuse the two. Su Lu withdrew his stone knife from the severed head of the jackal he had slain. We shall skin the jackal, much like we did with the great python. The flesh is of no use, as it is unpalatable. Although we are surviving in the wilderness, we must still retain our basic pursuits in life. As Sula spoke, he dragged the carcasses of the jackals to the riverbank, excluding those that were too gruesome to behold and those that lay too far to retrieve. He had a total of 10 jackal corpses before him. With precision, he began to skin them, swiftly removing their pelts. Unlike python skins, which are devoid of hair and can be washed directly, jackal pelts require meticulous handling to preserve their fur. Otherwise, it would shed post-tanning, rendering them unsightly. Su Lu ingeniously excavated a water channel at a bend in the rushing stream, leading to a natural depression. The stream filled the depression, creating a small pond of approximately 4 to 5 square meters. The live stream audience marveled at his ingenuity, proclaiming Su Li's actions as a harmonious synergy with nature. After diverting the water, Su Lu gathered dried wild grasses from the surrounding thicket, piling them together. The next step was to prepare the ash from the plant material. By using wood ash to soak the furred skins, we can soften the leather and secure the fur, preventing it from being easily pulled away, Su Lu explained. However, he realized he had no fire. After a brief hesitation, he crafted a simple fire plow, rubbing it against a rough wooden trough. With a burst of flames, he ignited the dry grass. That was effortless, Su Lu chuckled at the camera. According to the organizer's statistics, only 6 contestants had successfully made fire by the 4th day on the island, while Su Lu had already mastered various methods of ignition. The audience eagerly anticipated his triumph over the international survival experts. The ash was quickly prepared, and Su Lu ground it finely before adding it to the small pond. He then submerged the jackal pelts, gently massaging the fur to ensure the water penetrated the fibers. Typically, this soaking process would take an entire day, but given that these were freshly skinned pelts, and with continuous rubbing, he could reduce the time to 2 or 3 hours. In the dense forest, Su Lu busied himself, completely absorbed in his task. The scene was broadcast live, and the viewers watched in silence. Meanwhile, in a lavish office in the bustling metropolis, the manager, Mr. Ming, received news. The young lady has been found. Has she admitted her mistake? No, she has joined a survival show on a deserted island and has already endured 4 days. A middle-aged man, stern and exuding the authority of one accustomed to high office, slammed his hand on the desk. A survival show? Indeed, replied his composed secretary. It is the globally recognized survival program. The young lady likely leveraged her family's connections to participate. This is sheer folly. With the engagement looming, even if she is reluctant, she would not resort to such antics. Sir, I must mention that her fiancé, Li Jialong, is also a contestant on the same show. Li Jialong? What nonsense! Were it not for his father's deep ties with me, I would never allow him near Yi. The authoritative Mr. Ming furrowed his brow. What is his purpose there? There are rumors of a wager between them. If she outlasts Li Jialong, the engagement remains. Otherwise, it is annulled. Mr. Ming pondered for a moment. The atmosphere in the office thick with tension. Is Yi alone? The secretary adjusted his glasses and nodded. She has enlisted the help of a renowned survival expert. However, the expert did not draw a slot for the competition. A trick devised by Li Jialong, Mr. Ming remarked coldly. And what about him? He has secured the participation of Ed, a master of survival, and his student, Yu Chuanlai. Yu Chuanli's live stream is number 9. With a crash, Mr. Ming hurled his water cup to the ground. That fool. Has he no sense of loyalty? After calming his breath, he considered, is he attempting to manipulate EE? Not quite, the secretary replied gently. The latest news indicates that she has just joined forces with 2 other contestants. Who? Lin Shihan and Su Lu. Chapter 66. Why are all the ingredients vegetarian? Lin Shihan, who is that Su Lu? Mr. Ming inquired. He is a newcomer. The cultured and articulate secretary answered every question, revealing that he had recently joined the survival show on the deserted island, with the live stream number being 97. 97. Mr. Ming furrowed his brow. Lin Shihan can manage EE, but adding another Su Lu might be too much for her to handle. What are the chances of this Su Lu being eliminated in the first round? The secretary, peering over his glasses, remarked, it is quite likely he won't be eliminated. Why? Because Lin Shihan is guiding him? No, Mr. Ming. The secretary hesitated but ultimately expressed, given the current circumstances. It appears Su Lu is the one guiding Lin Shihan. Mr. Ming? Do women take such long baths? I've already processed my 10 skins, and they're ready to be hung out to dry. Is a bath truly taking this long? Su Lu internally grumbled as he calculated the time. So slow. The sun had tilted at a 30-degree angle, suggesting that nearly 2 hours had elapsed. He habitually provided commentary. The bullet comments read, taking a bath does indeed consume a lot of time, doesn't it? Su Lu, you must know this, right? Surely not? I understand, esteemed Su Lu. As single individuals, we generally lack such concepts. I only learned today that women take such a long time bathing. Hence, women only slowed down the pace of reaching the pinnacle. Su Lu hung the skins on a protruding branch to dry temporarily. The remnants of flesh inside the python's skin had been nearly washed away by the rushing stream. He stored it away and hung it up properly. Completing these tasks took him nearly an hour. Finally, the 2 girls returned from their long bath. Zhu Beiji shuffled about. Lin Shihan perched on his back, while Ming Yi sat in front, cradling Little Black. Little Black looked displeased. Ming Yi's embrace was far from soft. The agile Lin Shihan wrapped her arm around the adorably clueless Ming Yi to prevent her from falling. The scene was quite pleasant. The once filthy girls, now cleansed, appeared quite fresh. It wasn't that they lacked beauty. Their faces were merely obscured by mud and leaves, making their features hard to discern. Their hair remained a tangled mess, as naturally curly locks are challenging to manage. After just 4 days, they had descended into such disarray. How could these girls, lacking in self-sufficiency, dare to embark on a wilderness survival adventure? Su Lu mused as he waved his hand. It's about time we head back. Meng Yi cheerfully exclaimed, Thai. Please don't call me that. Su Lu covered his face in embarrassment, thinking, I call him Su Lu. And you should simply address him by name too. Lin Shihan patted Meng Yi's messy hair, stating, if he bullies you, I will stand up for you. Su Lu, where did you learn to speak like that? As if you were the main wife. In such a short time, have you become so familiar? Su Lu expressed his astonishment at this unfamiliar world he found himself in. Lin Shihan glanced at Zhu Beiji, then back at Su Lu. How? Are we supposed to return? Beiji can't carry 3 people, can he? In such a competitive environment, the 2-seater sports car is quite daunting. You and Meng Yi should head back first to familiarize yourselves with the coastal surroundings. Then, let Beiji come find me again. By then, the skins will be about ready. Su Lu instructed. With both the animal taming and hunter's messenger skills working in tandem, Beiji was obedient and compliant. That works. Lin Shihan tossed the clean clothes to Su Lu, happily remounting Beiji. With a few quick paces, they disappeared into the distance. Taking this opportunity, let us gather some ingredients for dinner. The bullet comments flowed. What is meant to come will come. Welcome to today's segment, where esteemed Su Lu showcases dinner. I wonder what ingredients he will prepare today. Detective Eye activate. With the enhancement of the skill, all plants within a 10-meter radius revealed their distinct outlines. The duration of detective eye is 80 seconds. Sulu confirmed in his mind. He swiftly navigated through the trees, observing his surroundings while noting the approximate locations of the plants. He chuckled, feeling fortunate. Various ingredients were indeed plentiful nearby. Once the duration of detective eye ended, Sulu had already memorized the necessary ingredients in the vicinity. He approached a dense cluster of trees, crouching near a patch of wild bamboo roots to excavate. Fresh bamboo shoots, this would be our first dish. He then unearthed a series of fist-sized tubers from a low-growing, sprawling green plant. Taro. This batch of taro was uniformly sized and appeared substantial, yet surprisingly light, indicating it was full of moisture and would be quite fragrant and crunchy. The live chat erupted with lines of confused comments. Has Sulu turned over a new leaf? Why are all the ingredients so vegetarian today? Eating too much meat can be tiresome. Perhaps he just wants to change things up. Grilled bamboo shoots and grilled taro? It suddenly seems less appealing. Sulu continued his search on the ground, ultimately arriving at a patch of exposed rock. Lastly, he sought out the seasonings. Chapter 67. Rock salt, black panther, old jackal. Rock salt? Sulu exclaimed as he pried a somewhat translucent crystal from the rock strata. The past few days had seen a sparse diet, lacking in salt, with only a limited supplement obtained from the seawater clinging to the surface of marine fish. With this substantial piece of rock salt, once crushed and stored, he could satisfy his salt requirements for a considerable duration. Bamboo shoots, taro, and rock salt. He bundled these three items with a bundle of straw and set them aside. The chat comments were filled with confusion, speculating that the host might not showcase anything today. Surviving on a deserted island, acquiring salt was indeed a challenge. But with someone as skilled as Sulu, the anticipation diminished. It was understandable to take a day off from daily displays. Instead, they looked forward to what culinary delights the host would present the following day. Sulu continued with his tasks. He rolled up the still somewhat damp python and jackal skins, securing them neatly. Next, he selected a slender jackal carcass and removed its large hind leg bones. He had amassed a thick stack of ingredients and leather. Would Beiji be able to carry all this in one trip? Sulu grimaced, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Should he discard some? What a pity. He had not anticipated such an abundance of pelts today. While it was arduous, it was also exhilarating. Perhaps he could make a few more trips? That was feasible, but it would be quite a hassle. Muttering to himself, he sat by the stream, soaking his feet in the flowing water as he awaited Beiji's return. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the outermost jackal's corpse, which suddenly twitched. No. I signed up for survival on a deserted island, not for an apocalypse. A skinned carcass can still move. This defies logic. Turning around, he was met with a complex expression as he observed, behind the slick jackal body, an ebony tail standing upright. The tail swayed, revealing the creature's struggle to drag the jackal's carcass. It appeared to be merely a small predator drawn by the scent of blood. Sulu decided to ignore it. After all, he had no intention of taking the jackal meat with him. The python meat hanging outside the wooden cabin would suffice for a while. He could cure the meat, but it would be far more appealing to hunt for fresh meat when the craving struck. His sense of danger provided no forewarning. The small creature stealing the carcass seemed too preoccupied to notice him. Generally, the jungle's small animals would not bother humans unless provoked, even if they sensed Su Li's presence. For such a diminutive predator, the ready supply of meat before them rendered it unnecessary to provoke a living giant. Better to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, danger sense. Sulu grimaced, covering his face. He must not utter such things. Just as he finished that thought, trouble appeared uninvited. You're so small. What threat could you possibly pose to me? I'm not after your meal. With a sigh, he stood up, gripping his stone knife, its blade already showing signs of wear. The small predator dragging the jackal carcass now fully revealed itself to Sulu. A black cat? No. Its form resembled that of a leopard. A young black panther? It hadn't noticed me. The warning from my danger sense did not originate from it. Sulu muttered to himself while addressing the live stream audience. Generally, where there are black panther cubs, adult black panthers are likely nearby. If one were to come too close to a cub and pose a threat, they would face the relentless aggression of the adult black panther. Chat comments flooded in, questioning if that meant an adult black panther was lurking nearby. Isn't that a certain demise for the host? Someone noted. Let us not forget that Sulu just tore apart a pack of jackals, with the help of Xiaobai and Goddess Lin. But now he is alone. Sulu remained cautious, his gaze shifting carefully. The detection skill was still on cooldown, but that didn't hinder him from discerning the potential approach of the adult black panther through his danger sense and hunting skills. He held the longbow in his left hand, while his right deftly knocked a blackcurrant arrow onto the bowstring, drawing it slightly taut. The sound of soft footfalls reached his ears, characteristic of feline grace. Suli's gaze drifted to the left. Sulu. The camera simultaneously transmitted the unfolding scene to the live stream. This black panther is enormous. Without even counting the tail, it must be over 2 meters long. Panic ensued in the chat, with viewers fearing for Su Li's safety. The black panther lowered its body, assuming a poised stance before launching its assault. Its gaze fixed intently on Su Li, clearly perceiving him as the greatest threat to its cub. Su Li's brow furrowed. Wait, why is there another set of footsteps? They were much lighter, sneaky. It appeared to be a case of exploiting the situation. This was not a companion of the black panther. Otherwise, it wouldn't be acting so stealthily. The footsteps approached from downwind. Was it attempting to evade me? Or the black panther? A high-pitched yelp escaped the small black panther, which struggled to drag the jackal carcass. Suddenly, a brown shadow darted from the thicket, seizing the small black panther in its jaws. Chapter 68. How about you becoming my battle companion? The old jackal? Su Li discerned the brown shadow clearly. An aged jackal. Was it part of the same pack as those deceased? The elderly jackal, clutching a small black panther in its mouth, did not retreat. Instead, it lowered its head and nudged the carcass of a jackal lying on the ground. It appeared to be a pack situation. The robust members of the jackal pack had ventured out for a hunt, leaving the elder to guard. After the designated return time, the old jackal followed the scent to this location. Su Li sighed. In social predatory animals, such divisions of labor exist within packs. Yet it did not invoke any sympathy from Su Li towards this aged jackal. It was this pack of jackals that had first provoked him. The black female panther, held in the jackal's mouth, crouched even lower. A deep, guttural sound emanated from her throat. This sound, produced by airflow squeezing through her elongated lungs and directly through her vocal cords, was low and powerful, signifying her readiness for a confrontation. TSK. Why provoke me? In a short sprint, can an old jackal truly compete with a prime black panther? Su Li steadied his longbow, loosening the taut string for a moment to grant his fingers a brief respite before retightening it. Despite the furious growls of the female panther attempting to intimidate the jackal, her offspring was still in the enemy's grip, preventing her from taking further action. Moreover, it seemed that this old jackal was not easily intimidated. Its jaws tightened slowly, causing the young panther to emit a sharp, plaintive cry. Did it presume that this pack of jackals was capable of overpowering the black panther? This old jackal does not seem very astute, Su Li remarked, watching the scene unfold. How about I deal with this jackal for you? And you become my battle companion? Animal Taming, LV3. Su Li extended an olive branch to the enraged black panther with a smile. The livestream chat was abuzz. At this moment, shouldn't the correct strategy be to play dead and wait for the jackals to leave? Su Li is indeed exceptional. Such composure is not something just anyone can emulate. Speaking to a black panther, can it understand? What if the jackal perished, and the panther regarded Su Li as dinner instead? Wouldn't that be foolish? A battle companion. If Su Li could truly tame this black panther, I would gladly bestow upon him the title of Beast King. Su Li, the Pig Knight, the Human Yeti Tale Teller, the Beast King. I believe there are more titles to come. Su Li casually lifted his head towards the female panther, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Consider it? A low growl escaped the black female panther. In her fury, under the influence of the animal taming skill, she slightly lowered her head. Heh, clever. Draw the bow. The old jackal possessed an inherent sharpness towards danger. In the harsh realities of the wilderness, the fact that a predatory animal could survive into old age without being abandoned by its pack speaks volumes. The moment Su Li drew his bow, the jackal decisively shook its head. The black panther cub in its mouth was flung high into the air, directed towards Su Li. Clever. By placing the cub in the line of fire, it ensured that I would hesitate, allowing it ample time to escape. Truly a wily old creature. Yet it was unaware of the prowess of the system. Hunting LV3. Weapon Mastery, LV2. Have you ever heard of bullets that can curve? With a flick of his wrist, Su Li released the longbow. Buzz. As the blackcurrant shaft left the bowstring, his hand brushed against the reed arrow fletching. The fletching was distorted, disrupting the arrow's balance and causing it to travel in a subtle arc through the air. The arrow grazed the tuft of fur atop the panther cub's head before continuing its trajectory. Target. The old jackal. Howl. The old jackal emitted a wretched whine. Its momentum from turning to flee compounded with the arrow's impact, propelling its body forward for an additional 2 or 3 meters before it collapsed, lifeless. Su Li reached out and caught the panther cub thrown by the old jackal. Howl. The cub opened its mouth to bite Su Li's finger. Oh, not so fast. Su Li flicked his finger against the cub's head, and as the adult female panther approached, he casually tossed the cub back to her. He then sheathed his longbow and drew out a stone knife, cautiously advancing towards the downed jackal. When he was within 3 or 4 meters of the old jackal, he suddenly exerted force and hurled the stone knife. Whoosh. Howl. Ugh. This old trickster is remarkably convincing, even in feigning death. The knife pierced the old jackal's heart from an unexpected angle with precision. Weakness Perception, LV1. Weakness perception skill upgraded, current level LV 2. Weapon mastery skill upgraded, current level LV 3. Prey has been slain, hunting mark has been reset. Just to be cautious, while the female panther was bowed. He had already marked this old jackal. If the prey does not perish, the hunting mark remains. All done. From now on, you shall be mine. Just as he was about to finish his thought, Sulu heard the sorrowful wail of the black female panther behind him. Chapter 69. The little black panther, disobedient? What is happening? Haven't I returned your son? Sulu turned around in confusion. The black panther cub lay on the ground. Its earlier ferocity while in Su Li's arms now vanished. Its fist-sized head made feeble attempts to rise, only to fall back down again. Beneath its body, a pool of blood slowly spread across the ground. Injured? This cannot be due to my arrow. The extent of this bleeding suggests that the trajectory must have been influenced. Could it be the work of the old jackal? The protective female black panther emitted a low growl of warning as she saw Sulu approach. What a fierce creature, away with you. Sulu impatiently pushed her head aside with his longbow. Let me have a look. The female panther growled softly. But instinct told her to refrain from making any rash movements. The little black panther, however, still had the strength to show its defiance towards Sulu. Considering its injury, Sulu chose not to retaliate. Indeed, it was the old jackal, such a brutal attack. Sulu gently parted the cub's fur, revealing 2 rows of gruesome bite marks on its back. The puncture marks from its canine teeth had broken the skin, possibly even reaching the bone. The female panther leaned in, attempting to lick the cub's wounds. Go away, don't meddle. Sulu held her head down, pushing her aside while simultaneously explaining to the camera. The saliva of felines possesses antiseptic properties, yet their tongues are barbed, and licking the wound could lead to further tearing. In the live chat, comments flowed in. So now, is Sulu the veterinarian or the beast king? It hardly seems to make a difference. The fiercely protective black panther is surprisingly submissive to Sulu. And did you see the moment he killed the jackal? His arrow actually curved. I once watched a movie about marksmanship. Sulu's archery skills could be considered a form of archery combat, though I do not grasp the principle. It is undeniably impressive. I understand now. I must go buy a bow and arrow for a showdown. Aren't the ones upstairs the brothers facing off against the grouper? Have you suddenly come to understand? What about the little panther? How pitiful. Is it going to die? It won T. Just look at Sulu. He is remarkably composed. Sulu indeed exuded confidence. First aid LV1. The wound was substantial, yet fortunately, there was bone lodged in it. Though the old jackal struck with ferocity, it did not create the most grievous penetrating injury. Thus, I must first clean the wound. Sulu cradled the cub, using the rushing stream to wash away the blood and jackal saliva from the wound. The flowing water directly stimulated the injury, causing the little black panther to emit a pained whimper. The female panther gazed at it with tenderness, nudging the cub's head and licking its forehead. After rinsing for a good 10 minutes to ensure the wound was clean, we will then attend to the injury. Sulu spoke while busying himself. By the way, the treatment here is a makeshift solution suitable for when conditions in the wilderness are inadequate. If any of the viewers happen to be bitten by an animal, do not imitate my methods or seek out folk remedies. It is imperative to consult a doctor immediately for proper treatment. In the live chat, comments continue to pour in. Sulu is so considerate. I've learned something. Watching wilderness survival is merely for entertainment, but in the event of such a situation, one must trust the doctors. Before long, the little black panther's wound was adequately treated, as the immune system of animal cubs is not yet fully developed. Sulu proceeded to crush some herbs into juice to feed the cub. While speaking, he busily searched for herbs, selecting and chopping them. The crushed herbs were squeezed drop by drop into the little black panther's mouth, yet it turned its head away, displaying great aversion to the vegetation. Sulu. Pop. A light tap landed on the little panther's head. With its wound treated, the black panther's spirit visibly improved, and after the tap, it bared its tiny teeth in a mock display of fierceness. Pop. Another one. Arg. The little black panther turned to the nearby female panther in complaint. The female lowered her head and licked its head, then turned its head back to face forward. The little black panther. Oh so, does love fade away. It smacked its lips, begrudgingly swallowing the bitter herbal juice. First aid skill has leveled up, current level LV. 2. After a series of first aid measures, the little black panther had regained some vitality. The female panther tore off small strips of meat from the nearby jackal's carcass, which the little panther devoured eagerly. While eating, it eyed Sulu warily. Quite well. It can fend for itself. I need not worry. Sulu felt a sense of relief. Where is Beiji? Is he lost? As he pondered, familiar hoofbeats echoed from deeper in the forest, growing closer. Beiji emerged with a bobbing head, snorting and grunting. The 350-kilogram wild boar and the 2-meter-long black female panther locked eyes, creating an exceedingly awkward moment. Chapter 70. Riding the Leopard Awa. The little black leopard clutched a piece of meat in its mouth, baring its teeth at Beiji in a feigned show of bravado. Humph. Beiji, perplexed, wondered where such a diminutive creature, capable of being crushed underfoot, found the audacity to act so fierce. Growl. The female leopard crouched low, cautiously circling to position herself between the little black leopard and the wild boar. Faced with a creature of such considerable size, even she could not guarantee her ability to prevail. Smack. Bang. Bang. A resounding thump echoed against Beiji's head. His eyes, filled with innocent grievance, seemed to plead. I am blameless. Everyone, calm down, we are all allies now. Sulu stowed his bow and piled the neatly bundled skins of jackals, python, and other provisions onto Beiji's back, securing them with soft vines. 10 jackal skins and 2 python skins formed a small mountain atop Beiji's back. Material processing skill upgraded. Current level, LV3. Old hunter template-derived skill. Smelting technique awakened. I underestimated the quantity of this load. Sulu felt a mix of discomfort and joy. There was no choice but to ride the black leopard. The female leopard, measuring 2 meters in length without her tail, extended her tail to an impressive 3 meters. She stood over 2 meters tall. Her fur was a glossy black, and her body boasted a perfectly streamlined appearance. The well-defined muscles highlighted a harmonious blend of agility and strength. Riding her was far more majestic than riding a pig. In comparison, the wild boar seemed akin to a utilitarian pickup truck, while the leopard resembled a limited-edition supercar. Sulu gave the female leopard a gentle pat on her rear, and she graciously adjusted her stance to facilitate his mounting. The little black leopard, unwilling to be held, sprawled lazily on the female's neck, closing its eyes as if to drift into slumber. Swift as the wind. How fast? This was merely her ordinary pace. Not even her sprinting speed. Her short-distance bursts would be even swifter, though such speed could not be sustained for long. The female leopard was truly remarkable, and she showed no signs of motion sickness. Sulu softly scratched her back, eliciting a low purring sound from her. Meanwhile, Lin Shihan handed Meng Yi a coconut shell filled with water, from which Meng Yi sipped delicately. Upon finishing, she returned the shell and eagerly accepted a bunch of black currants, devouring them without concern for appearances. She was fortunate to have discovered a stream of fresh water. However, her skills in foraging for food were lamentably lacking. If they had to endure for a few more days, she would have to resign herself to an unfortunate early exit. Thankfully, she had found a reliable companion. She mumbled as she ate. The snake meat was rekindled over the fire, roasted at a safe distance. Surely, it couldn't be worse than what he had prepared. Lin Shihan remarked, patting Meng Yi's restless hands. Patience, it's not ready yet. Oh. Meng Yi gazed intently into the flames, eagerly anticipating the return of their companion, hoping it meant food would soon follow. Her stomach growled audibly. She could simply call him Sulu. Had they been hungry for long? This was the everyday reality for most survival contestants on a deserted island. Lin Shihan mentally reviewed the list of participants in this survival challenge. Beyond contestant number 20, those who would enjoy a full meal could likely be counted on one hand. Even among the top 20, those with hot meals were probably fewer than 10. Sulu is back. Meng Yi suddenly leaped to her feet, waving toward the nearby woods. He has returned? Lin Shihan joyfully rose, not realizing how much more relaxed she felt just hearing Sulu's name. But what on earth was he riding? Just as she began to relax, Lin Shihan gasped in astonishment. A leopard? A black leopard? She felt somewhat dazed. Sulu, you have gone too far. Maintaining a safe distance from the barricade, Sulu halted the female leopard. Beiji cautiously navigated around the path and, upon receiving permission, entered the small courtyard from the side. The female leopard, perplexed, lowered her head to examine the grass knots on the ground, her face registering a human-like surprise. Growl. Then, stepping into the courtyard, she followed in Beiji's footsteps. Lin Shihan took a cautious step back, ensuring the black leopard exhibited no hostility before finally releasing the struggling little black leopard from her embrace. The little black leopard and the black-footed cat exchanged wide-eyed stares as they descended from the ladder's back. Awoo. The little black leopard issued another challenge. Smack. The black-footed cat swiftly pressed the little black leopard's head to the ground. Despite its smaller size, the black-footed cat was undeniably an elder of the clan. Awoo. The little black leopard felt quite aggrieved. Sulu. Meng Yi joyfully stood up, exclaiming that their companion had returned, and surely they could eat now. The aroma of the roasted snake meat wafted through the air. Beiji lay on the ground, nudging closer to the fire with his hind legs. Did you roast this? Sulu asked with a faint smile, glancing at Lin Shihan. Indeed, she replied, lifting her chin proudly, arms crossed over her chest. I'm not incapable. Oh. Thankfully, I haven't eaten yet, or there would have been trouble. Lin Shihan's eyes widened in surprise. Meng Yi looked puzzled at the two. Why can't I eat? Chapter 71. A bowl of hot soup. How many meals have you had without a proper feast? Sulu inquired of Meng Yi. The girl with the bird's nest hairstyle counted on her fingers and replied brightly. If we count 3 meals a day, that's 12 meals. Including afternoon tea and snacks, it totals 20. Lately, she had only dared to consume wild fruits that appeared familiar. The more Meng Yi spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Lin Shiwan's brow twitched slightly. 5 meals a day, including snacks. And yet she managed to maintain such a slender figure? What a miraculous constitution. Sulu could not help but smirk subtly. 5 meals a day. And all that resulted in a washboard physique. And wild fruits. After 4 days on the island, Yu Haven Tea had a single proper meal. Sula steadied herself, realizing it had been quite some time since her dietary routine had been disrupted. Given the high-fat content of snake meat, Meng Yi's current state was not suited for such fare. Have you forgotten the coconuts I forbade you from eating when you first arrived on the island? Could you please refrain from bringing that up? Lin Shihuan interjected. What should we do then? Offer her only cattails and black currants? That would be excessive. Sula rummaged through the supplies she had taken from Beiji's back, retrieving the bamboo shoots, taro, and bones from the dingo she had collected earlier. Roasted bamboo shoots and taro? Lin Shihuan crossed her arms defiantly. And roast the thigh bones? How much disdain do you harbor for roasting? Sulu shook her head and instructed her. Bring me one of the coconut shells you gathered at noon, preferably one with some coconut flesh remaining. Without glancing at Lin Shihuan's expression, Sulu knew the proud survival queen would inevitably furrow her brow while gathering the necessary supplies. Meng Yi nestled beside Sulu. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at the ingredients in his hands. What are we having? Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Sulu replied without looking up. Meng Yi obediently squatted beside him, focusing intently on his preparations. What a good girl. Sulu explained to the camera. Bamboo shoots are a common ingredient, so I won't elaborate much. Peel and remove the roots. The freshly harvested bamboo shoots were exceptionally crisp and tender. As Sulu cut into them, droplets of juice oozed from the cut surface. Gulyalu. Meng Yi swallowed hard. Is this even acceptable? How unpicky are you? Sulu took a deep clam shell, filled it with water, and placed the cut bamboo shoots inside. They would be blanched to eliminate their bitterness. Next came the taro, which was also cut into small pieces. Does taro need to be blanched too? The curious Meng Yi asked. No need, Sulu casually replied, placing the taro into the coconut shell brought by Lin Shihuan. Given that the shell still contained some coconut flesh, Sulu poured fresh water into it and set it aside. The live chat buzzed with comments. I have a vague inkling of what Sulu is about to create. Is it a type of soup? Somewhat similar, but traditional soup requires a pot, and Sulu only has a coconut shell. Is it even feasible? Indeed, a coconut shell cannot be used for boiling. I'm rather eager to see what Sulu does next. Once the vegetables were prepared, Sulu retrieved some sun-dried fish. Beiji had snuck a few pieces, but after feasting on snake meat these past 2 days, the remaining fish had escaped the fate of consumption and had dried into firm jerky. She crumbled it and added it to the coconut shell, then smashed the dingo bones with a stone and placed them in as well. The modest coconut shell was now brimming with a colorful array of ingredients. Finally, they added the blanched bamboo shoots. Gulyalu, gulyalu. Meng Yi gulped repeatedly. But we can't eat yet. The little girl's spirits faded, and Lin Shihuan came over to comfort her slender shoulders. It's all right. This rascal has that kind of temperament. You'll get used to it. Keep tarnishing my reputation, and I'll have Beiji stuff your bedding with snakes tonight. Do you believe it? Beiji. Humph. No. Beiji. You don't need to take that seriously. I'm just speaking whimsically. But it seems there is something to look forward to. Lin Shihuan teased Beiji. If you annoy me, will I finally get to eat braised pork? Beiji. Humph. Sulu opened the steaming apparatus used for the steam grouper, placing the clam shell filled with water and the coconut shell overflowing with ingredients on the top and bottom layers. Ignited. Throughout the process, Meng Yi's gaze remained fixated on Su Li's movements. It's just steaming vegetables. Lin Shihuan thought, maintaining an air of calm. The way you cook is so majestic. Meng Yi murmured dreamily. Don't. Stop. Sula found the praise quite gratifying. Soon, a fragrant aroma mingling the scent of rain-soaked earth and ocean breeze wafted from the seams of the steaming apparatus. This scent, intriguing, Lin Shihuan remarked nonchalantly. She glanced at Su Lu from the corner of her eye, noticing his knowing smile in return. You. Oh. Su Lu quickly explained before Lin Shihuan could erupt. This is merely the natural essence of the ingredients being released. The bamboo shoots impart freshness, the taro adds sweetness, the dingo bones contribute earthiness, and the fish jerky brings the essence of the sea. Do you understand? Sula glanced sideways at Lin Shihuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 72. The pickled freshness on the island. It seemed that comprehension eluded her. Lin Shihuan, with a calm demeanor, did not raise an eyebrow towards Sulu but remarked, "Just as I anticipated. I don't understand." Meng Yi, with drool nearly spilling, turned her wide-eyed gaze towards Sulu. "Child, you will undoubtedly be a competent supporter." Sulu adjusted the camera to capture the entirety of the steamer. The ingredients were mostly familiar, save for the wild boar bones. He began his explanation. "Once again, I reiterate, the essence of ingredients on a deserted island lies in their freshness. Bamboo shoots and taro begin to fibricize once they are uprooted. The longer the transportation, the more the texture deteriorates. Beyond texture loss, the most significant issue is the evaporation of flavor. Only the freshest ingredients will release their perfect aroma when steamed. Of course, relying solely on plant-based ingredients may render the dish somewhat insipid. So I have included wild boar bones. Their primary contribution is the marrow." Sula glanced at Beiji. Using pig trotter bones would be a superior choice for a home-cooked meal. Beiji snorted in response, shivering slightly. The fat from the marrow carries a unique fragrance that complements the plant ingredients, enriching the overall flavor. "Hey, I noticed you added dried fish as well." Meng Yi wiped her mouth and inquired. "Even Lord Qian is not as remarkable." Sulu mentally applauded Meng Yi. The salty freshness of the ham was the finishing touch to the dish. "No, Beiji, you need not shrink back this time." Sulu subtly redirected his gaze. The lengthy curing process of ham makes sun-dried sea fish the optimal substitute. It possesses a similar salty flavor and is more fitting for an island setting. The key techniques for preparing the sea and land pickled freshness were thus concluded. It's becoming increasingly complex. Lin Shihuan abandoned her thoughts and modestly praised, "Not bad." "Such arrogance." Sula smirked. "Fantastic. It seems even better than the chefs at my home." Meng Yi cheered. "Did you just utter something remarkable? Can we eat now?" Meng Yi pressed. Sulu estimated the time and nodded. "It is ready." Using thatch to protect his hands, he lifted the stone slab covering the top of the steamer. In an instant, a thick cloud of steam burst forth, accompanied by an aroma that was exponentially more intense. Lin Shihuan's gaze flickered, the scene before her reminiscent of a past moment, causing her to momentarily daze. Meng Yi leaned forward, but Sulu gently pushed her back. "Be cautious of the scalding steam. At 20, is that not common sense?" "I'm hungry," Meng Yi mumbled in protest. Even the black panther and its cub could not resist raising their heads at the enticing aroma. Roar. The little black panther emitted a delicate growl. Meow. The black panther calmly wagged its tail, disdainful of the cub's unusual behavior. Naming the black panther and its cub will be a challenge after the meal. Sulu pondered while retrieving a coconut shell filled with the pickled freshness. Inside the coconut, the broth shimmered. The soup contained white bamboo shoots and taro chunks, alongside pale fish fillets that expanded after soaking. Gently swaying with the movement of the coconut shell, the white wild boar bones leaned against the edge of the shell, their marrow having become part of the broth. Even the coconut flesh within was a pristine white. Sprinkling finely ground rock salt upon it resembled snowflakes falling. The presentation is delightful. It resembles a bowl of snow. Meng Yi continued to salivate. Sulu fetched 2 empty coconut shells, filling each with a serving of the sea and land pickled freshness. "Give it a try." He offered it to the 2 eager young women. "Yay." Meng Yi hastily took a sip of the broth, only to find it scalding, her words muffled in gratitude. She eagerly picked up a piece of bamboo shoot with a wooden skewer, quickly feeding it to herself. So crunchy, so fragrant. It lacks the dullness often found in long-cooked dishes. Impressive. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. Lin Shihuan selected a piece of fish and brought it to her mouth. The subtle yet distinct fragrance invaded her nostrils before the morsel even reached her lips. The tender fish carried not only the essence of the sea, but also harmonized with the flavors of mountain delicacies. Bamboo shoots, taro marrow. In that moment, Lin Shihuan could not discern which ingredient was dominant and which were supplementary. The true essence lay not in the prominence of any single ingredient, but in the harmonious amalgamation of all. Sula smiled as he spoke. Having broken her dietary routine for an extended period, the meticulously prepared broth would not only replenish Meng Yi's lost nutrients, but also gently nurture her digestive system back to equilibrium. Lin Shihuan cast a subtle glance at Sulu, a faint smile gracing her lips. His arrogance was unappealing, yet his attentiveness was indeed commendable. As for the indigestible roasted snake meat, Sulu sighed in resignation. "I shall bear the burden alone." Lin Shihuan's smile instantly froze. Chapter 73. Like a mojito, Meng Yi bit into a piece of taro, tears welling in her eyes from the heat, exclaiming, "The thigh is so considerate." "What nonsense. Don't let this villain deceive you." Lin Shihuan glared fiercely at Sulu, who merely smiled innocently in response. He picked up a piece of low-temperature grilled snake meat from beside the fire and sprinkled it with chopped white truffle. Taking a large bite, oil dripped from his mouth. Not bad, not bad. It has about 30% of my culinary flair, he praised as he ate. Humph. Lin Shihuan turned her head away. You're lucky this time. She lowered her head to continue sipping her soup. The warm broth indeed possessed a nurturing quality unmatched by grilled meat. Upon entry, its rich aroma unfurled, spreading from lips to stomach, where it transformed into a warm current, soothing her entire body. Meng Yi was oblivious. But the seasoned Lin Shihuan understood the immense value of this bowl of soup in such circumstances, far exceeding that of the grilled snake meat, especially for a girl. Sulu, the grilled snake meat is fantastic. The white truffle is marvelous too. Bajia, come eat. Sulu, you're so annoying. Bajia munched on the grilled snake meat, while the little black panther cautiously crept close to the fire. Can't see me, can't see me. I'm about to steal some grilled meat. Lin Shihuan sneered. How old are you? Still giving a voice to the little panther? I enjoy it. Sula shot her a glance. Seizing the moment, the little black panther snatched a piece of snake meat and dashed back to the female panther, hiding beneath her tail. Dropping the meat, its pink tongue lolled out, panting from the heat. The female panther emitted a low purr, gently swaying her tail to reveal the cub that was sneaking a bite. She bowed slightly towards Sulu, expressing gratitude and submission. Good. From now on, your name shall be Infinity. Sulu pointed at the little black panther. Your son shall be called Black Whirl. Lin Shihuan, what kind of nonsense is this? Live stream comments. Sulu, your life is so comfortable. It hardly feels like you're surviving on a deserted island. Latest news. The fellow in live stream room 99 has already given up. The disparity between people is staggering. The Black Panther is simply magnificent. I'm so envious that Sulu can ride the Black Panther. Infinity. Black Whirl. I feel like I want to complain, but can't find the words. The little Black Panther Black Whirl is adorable, and the black-footed cat Little Black is also charming. It's so hard to choose which I prefer. Be your cat. So I want them all. Be your cat. Donated 10 yachts. Wow, it's only been 4 days. How much have you donated already? Is it too late for me to cling to your leg? Luan Tianwang just finished writing a new song's melody. Sulu is eating. This soup looks delightful. Resembling a mojito. Hello, Luan Tianwang. Luan Tianwang. Hi everyone, it's quite interesting to watch Sulu while playing the piano. Wow, Luan Tianwang, you're playing so late? Won't your neighbors complain? Grin. Grin. Luan Tianwang. No, there are no neighbors around where I live. So enviable. Current live stream popularity, 435,000. A surge in viewership. The climb to 100,000 is still slow. The grilled snake meat was quickly devoured. Sulu let out a satisfied burp. Fiddling with the sand he had scraped from the gaps between the giant python scales earlier in the day. Are you planning to make your pottery now? Lin Shihuan approached after finishing her soup. The warmth of the hot soup and fire enveloped her, giving her a rosy glow. Yes, Sula nodded, tomorrow. Let Ba Jie lead the way to see where he caught these 2 giant pythons. If luck is on our side, we won't have to eat from coconut shells anymore. Alchemy. Essentially, it involves using flames to refine materials and process them. The crafting of pottery falls within this skill's scope. Thigh. A rejuvenated Meng Yi came trotting over, pointing at the python skin hanging in the wind. Let me help make leather armor and straw sandals. She emphasized her worth once more. This girl is far too eager. Straw sandals are within the realm of normalcy, but leather armor? Sulu dug at his ear, wondering if he had misheard. Leather armor? Lin Shihuan raised her delicate eyebrows in inquiry. Yes, my dad taught me. It's an old family craft. At last, Meng Yi displayed an expression befitting her age, finally resembling a 20-year-old. Sulu silently pondered. But what kind of father teaches his daughter such peculiar skills? In a lavish office, a custom business phone leaned against a stack of documents, where Meng Yi's voice echoed. My dad taught me. Meng's father's lips curled into a wild grin. At the office door, a cultured secretary entered. Meng Zong. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Zong wiped his face, regaining his authoritative expression from earlier. Why did you come in without knocking? I knocked for 10 minutes, but you didn't respond. Chapter 74. The Finger Protector, Meng Yi's family craft. 10 minutes? I did not hear anything. Meng's brows were sharply furrowed. The cultured secretary bowed slightly and replied, perhaps my knock was too gentle. Here are the materials you requested, all publicly available from the production team. We are still working on uncovering more. He handed over a slender folder containing a few simple pages. Currently, we have not identified any background on Sulu. It appears he is indeed an ordinary person. His mother fell ill, which is why he joined the survival show, hoping for a stroke of luck to cover medical expenses. After reviewing the document, Meng's frown deepened. Ordinary. Nonsense. An ordinary person cannot tame a wild boar and a black panther. An ordinary person cannot surpass the renowned survival expert Lin Shihan. Should we continue our investigation? The secretary adjusted his glasses, asking cautiously. No need. The inability to uncover information is in itself a significant concern. This Su Lu is far from simple. Ming pondered for a moment. As long as he can assist Yi. I do not care about his background. Cease all investigations. Understood, the secretary bowed. Also, as he turned to leave, Ming called him back with another query. The board members and regional presidents are all enthusiasts of wilderness survival, correct? Not exactly, the secretary answered without hesitation. Aside from Mr. Xiao and Mr. Chong. One enjoys deep-sea fishing while the other prefers lake fishing. The rest have interests unrelated to the outdoors. Well, they have now. The secretary paused, then bowed again. Got it. I will make the arrangements immediately. Let them boost Su Li's popularity. Not for Yi, Meng's gaze flickered. It is for Su Lu. Look. Meng Yi held up a finger protector that resembled a glove, presenting it to Su Lu. The protector covered only the first two knuckles of the index, middle, and ring fingers. The back of the knuckles extended into 3 leather strips, which were stitched together at the wrist, forming a protective cuff. Crafted from stone for durability. Sewn with the tendons of a giant python. She proudly puffed out her chest, though there was little to show. This is an exquisitely made finger protector for archery. The high tensile strength of the bowstring paired with a powerful bow means that the fingers supporting the string endure immense pressure, whether drawing back or releasing. Upon release, the bowstring rubs against the fingertips, leading to potential bruising with repeated use. Not bad, Sula remarked, patting Meng Yi's head. Also, the material you used for stitching is from a python's tendons, not from a thigh. He silently corrected in his mind. I can make other protective gear as well. Meng Yi was eager to demonstrate further. Su Lu turned to Lin Shihan. Look at her. The proud, long-legged girl raised an eyebrow. When you were ordering me around to do this and that, why didn't you mention it? Sleep. A space to rest was limited. With Meng Yi and Lin Shihan squeezing onto the same mat. She is so thin, she hardly takes up any space. Lin Shihan shifted to one side. Finally, a sheltered place to sleep. Meng Yi whispered joyfully, so soft. The situation was looking promising. Having 2 lovely girls was simply wonderful. Sula nudged the little black panther aside to reclaim his pillow. Zhu Beiji and the female panther kept watch, while the little black panther continued to learn survival skills from its mother. Thanks to Su Li's medicinal concoction, its injuries had stabilized. After a dinner of roasted snake meat, the little creature was full of energy, sharpening its claws against the wooden post outside. In the live broadcast hall, Mr. Chen sat beside Da, holding a cup of coffee. A black panther. He pinched the bridge of his nose, lamenting, another night of overtime to draft promotional materials. The issue is there really someone who can tame a black panther? Mr. Chen's patience frayed under the strain of continuous overtime. And despite the bustling live broadcast hall filled with recording devices, he let out a string of expletives. Xiao Lu, remember to edit that part out later. The staff member nodded. This was merely a minor issue. The critical point was that Mr. Chen's outburst echoed the sentiments of many staff members. A black panther, nonetheless. And it was a mother with cubs. To let it serve as a mount. If it weren't for the certainty that their production team would never cheat. The staff might suspect Su Li's actions involved some hidden agenda. De reviewed his students' recordings, rubbing his bald head. Chun, it seems if my students do not unite soon. The outcome of this wilderness survival episode may lack suspense. Mr. Chen regained his composure and took a sip of coffee. Following the initial eliminations, there would indeed be a wave of alliances among the remaining contestants. Nevertheless, I still believe Su Lu will emerge victorious. Ha ha ha, De chuckled, in wilderness survival. What matters more is long-term stability and development. You believe in Su Lu, just as I believe in my student. Chapter 75. Preparations for mining in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Su Lu seemed to hear someone calling out to him. No, you have the wrong person. I am not a leg. Please let me enjoy my slumber. Yet, the heat was stifling. Was my good brother pressing down on me? Su Lu opened his hollow eyes and looked down to see the little black panther, Hishio, and the black-footed cat. Xiaohei languidly sprawled across his chest. Is there no softer spot for you two to lie on? Su Lu playfully swatted the head of one furry creature, causing both felines to yowl and dart out of the wooden cabin. Leg, you're awake. Meng Yi greeted him cheerfully. I am destined to be a mere cog in the machine. Su Lu responded with a vacant gaze, good morning. He then noticed Meng Yi emerging from behind him, holding a pair of straw sandals. What is this? Su Lu, still not fully awake, inquired. Lin Shihan entered upon hearing the commotion inside the cabin and said, I saw you sleeping so soundly. That's why I waited until now to wake you. Though there is no clock, judging by the angle of the sun, it should be around 10 o'clock. Yi has been up for a while and even made you those sandals. 10 o'clock. but I feel like it's barely 6. I could still sleep. Sleeping past noon cannot be called a lazy sleep, Sulu grumbled as he rose reluctantly. He slipped on the straw sandals. Although he had grown accustomed to running barefoot for 4 days, having a pair of shoes was undeniably much more comfortable. "He is amazing," Sulu praised, ruffling her bird-esque nest-like hair. "With such peculiar skills, she must be a sheltered little darling from a wealthy family." Sulu assessed her with a hint of concern. "Such a naive and protected existence. The world is filled with treachery. Fortunately, she has encountered me and not someone else." After steaming some vegetables and catching fish from a nearby pond, Lin Shihan remarked that if he didn't get up soon, he would finish everything. Early risers get to eat. How touching. The more days like this, the better. Who wouldn't he want to be a pampered parasite? Sulu mused, quickly returning to his thoughts. Surviving on a deserted island like this would surely plummet his popularity. He flipped himself up, feeling the excellent sensation of the straw sandals on the ground. Far superior to any trendy brand. Sulu gave Meng Yi a thumbs up, and the naive girl with the messy hair smiled back. The live stream comments rolled in. "I admit I'm envious. It really is a life of being served. I want this too. Suli's life is a complete level up. People can be so infuriating. Why didn't you say anything when Big Boss Su was busy during the day?" It was the 5th day, and 2 more contestants had withdrawn last night. Out of 100 contestants, only 97 remained. Sulu was certain he could lead the lady to victory. "Sulu, you can do it. Lady, you can do it. Wait, aren't those comments changing tone a bit too quickly? Current live stream popularity, 439,000. Such excitement early in the morning? Does no one have to work? The audience is truly wonderful." Sulu mumbled as he ate, occasionally complimenting Lin Shihan's culinary skills. He never picked and chose when it came to meals that didn't require his own effort. "All done. As we discussed yesterday, we need to scout the location where Beiji is catching the giant python today," Sulu explained. "Before that, we need to do some preparatory work." Lin Shihan and Ming Yi exchanged puzzled glances. "Prepare what? A bow and arrow? Are you worried there are more giant pythons? No need to rush for the bows. You will definitely be equipped, but not right now," Sulu replied with ease. "With Beiji around, giant pythons are of no concern. I found remnants of clay among the scales of the python, indicating that the area where they frequent should have high-quality sediment accumulating. We should prepare a few baskets. If the distance is far, we will have to rely on the baskets to transport the sediment back." As he spoke, Sulu grabbed a stone axe and began chopping the necessary wood. He peeled the bark off, discarding the core. Similar to when he made the fish basket on the first day, he wrapped the wood bark and wove it, though this time, the purpose was different. For transporting sediment, the basket's weave needed to be tighter. Tool creation LV3. For tasks like this, it required minimal effort. After more than half an hour, Sulu had crafted 2 flat baskets, each with an opening of about 40 centimeters and a depth of over 30. The gaps in the baskets were minimal, and he also wove 2 ears on the edges. Using soft vines, he secured the baskets to the ears and called Beiji over, loading one on each side of its back. The 350-kilogram wild boar perfectly served the function of a small household pickup truck. It was truly wise not to have killed it for meat. Meng Yi, the comedic foil, sparkled with excitement. "I want to learn this too. What is there to learn?" Sulu glanced down at his straw sandals. "Aren't these sandals less complex than a broken basket?" The sheltered little darling from a wealthy family certainly had her interests misplaced. Chapter 76, The White Clay Mine with preparations complete. I remained in the small cabin with Yi. Lin Shihan spoke to Sulu in a consultative tone, suggesting that the 2 python skins could be fashioned into some replacement garments, and perhaps even a blanket for her to use at night. Sulu thought it would be quite satisfactory for the 2 of them to share a single blanket. Beiji, burdened with a basket on his back, had no room for anyone to sit. Despite the female leopard's impressive length of 3 meters, she was not the hefty creature that Beiji was. Thus, she could only carry 1 person. Sulu readily agreed. The stone knife and axe were left for them. Both were tools and weapons. He himself carried a longbow, just in case. An intellect-based hero need not wield a blade. A true man simply needs to master the art of archery. The 2 felines, Black and Black Xiao, were in their most lethargic state during the day, sprawled nearby with no intention of following. Well, having 2 adorable creatures accompany 1 charming individual and a proud, long-legged companion was rather delightful. Sulu patted the female leopard's rear, eliciting a low purr from her throat as she crouched down, allowing him to mount her. "Let us be off," Sulu waved his hand. "Beiji, lead the way." Beiji grunted in response. Statistics indicate that the intelligence of pigs can reach the level of a human child, and Beiji's intellect clearly surpassed that threshold, especially when it came to remembering food. He led the way without hesitation through areas where giant pythons had once been hunted. As they traversed a narrow expanse of broadleaf forest, the scenery opened up before them, revealing a landscape entirely different from the bathing area and stream. They had evidently reached a higher elevation, nearing the edge of the southern bank's topographical map. No wonder I had overlooked this area before. While surveying his surroundings, Sulu noted the environment, and with the aid of this spatial marker skill, the southern bank's topographical map continuously expanded. Beiji halted at a layered rock fault, sniffing intently for the scent of the giant python. Is this the spot? Sula squinted slightly. Geology LV 1. The geological information derived from the spatial marker revealed the resources available within the shale fault, appearing clearly in Su Li's mind. It seemed to be a white clay mine, pushed to the surface after sedimentation. Adjusting his camera, he focused on the mineral deposit, mica, kaolinite, quartz, and other minerals mingling together. Sulu pinched some of the surface mineral, continuing his explanation. The texture is relatively soft, classifying it as a malleable mineral soil. Moreover, we are fortunate. This area features exposed mineral layers, requiring little excavation. We can gather a substantial amount simply by picking up stones. As he spoke, he manually pried loose pieces of the easily accessible ore and tossed them into the basket on Beiji's back. Geology skill upgraded to LV2, with 2 baskets, each 40 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters deep. The limited capacity soon filled to the brim. Beiji, having found no trace of the giant python, let out a disgruntled grunt before obediently rising to transport the load back to the small courtyard. The live stream's comments flooded in. Isn't this a bit hardcore? The host is truly versatile. He can tame beasts, tend hides, craft bows and arrows, cook, and now he is mining too? How did Sulu acquire such a diverse skill set? Perhaps this is the gap between mere spectators and professional players. No. This feels less like a gap and more like a chasm between the divine and us mere mortals. Should we start referring to Sulu as a deity? On just the 5th day, he had already achieved such status. What could possibly come next? Beiji made the round trip in approximately half an hour. Upon returning to Sulu, the basket held a finely crafted pair of wrist guards. Sulu recalled how, during the pursuit of Beiji, he had used snake skin to wrap his arm as a makeshift guard. Now that piece of snake skin had become a substitute for Lin Shihan's top. Though shorter in length, the essence remained intact. The snake-patterned garment was simply splendid. It was likely Lin Shihan's idea for Meng Yi to craft the wrist guards first, quite thoughtful of her. Sulu strapped the python skin wrist guards onto his wrists and continued to extract stones with his bare hands. After 3 trips back and forth, Beiji had amassed a sufficient quantity of ore. Given the proximity of this white clay mine to their camp, they could retrieve materials whenever needed. He scratched Beiji's back, nearly bursting with bristles from the arduous journey, soothing the wild boar's accumulated grievances. There is still python meat. Roasting it will be a simple task, he reassured. Beiji shook his head and snorted. Meanwhile, the black panther, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly stood up and let out a deep growl at the boundary between a rocky wall and a thicket of trees. Chapter 77, The Yellow Goat? All arrows missed? And what of the pack of jackals? Sulu gazed unperturbed into the boundless horizon. Beside him stood a colossal wild boar and a vigorous black panther, both exuding an aura of formidable power. In the face of mundane threats, he need not lift a finger. His 2 battle companions could effortlessly handle the majority of challenges. At the junction of the rocky cliff and the thicket, a yellow goat stood, nearly 2 meters tall, its wide eyes fixed curiously upon them. Poor creature. Sula noticed that Infinity was poised to spring. Her muscles tensed, her skin glimmering like satin in the light. The true beauty lies in the sinewy definition of her powerful physique. Suddenly, the sound of the Black Panther's paws striking the rocky ground echoed sharply, and Sulu momentarily perceived her as a streak of black lightning. This was her full speed. Compared to yesterday's long-distance sprint, the panther excelled in short bursts of pursuit. In mere seconds, her swiftness was sufficient to overpower most prey. The yellow goat swiftly regained its wits and dashed toward the nearby rocky terrain. A wise choice, Sula calmly noted. The dense forest behind offered a more complex environment, typically a favorable escape route. However, the goat's oversized horns could easily become ensnared in the jutting branches. Should the horns become entangled in vines, it would spell certain doom. Comparatively, while the rocky terrain facilitated the panther's acceleration, the goat itself was also a creature of speed. In its own domain, it could very well match the panther. The live chat buzzed with excitement. Learn something new, they exclaimed. Yet, given Suli's keen insights, did this imply that the yellow goat had no chance of escape? The speeds of the goat and Infinity seemed comparably matched. Sulu could no longer resist. He drew his bow. Is he about to replicate yesterday's feat of slaying the jackal leader with a single arrow? He thought as he secured his finger guards and braced his arm. Observing the goat's leaps, he gradually pulled back the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air. It struck the ground 3 to 4 meters in front of the goat, which nimbly leapt and dodged around a small bend. The chat erupted. Oh, missed? This was uncharacteristic of Sulu. Understandable, given the high speed of the goat. It was not surprising that he failed to land a shot. Whoosh. The second arrow. Again, it lodged in the rocky ground, as the goat agilely pivoted and changed direction once more. The audience lamented, "Ah, another miss. So close this time." Suli's consecutive failures were indeed unusual. Laughter erupted in the chat. Finally, Sulu has stumbled. Wow, I clicked in thinking he was extraordinary. This streamer is just mediocre, right? Our expectations for him were misplaced. What are you talking about up there? With over 90 streams. Can you find anyone more impressive than Sulu? At least Mr. Ed's 4 students and several retired Marines far surpass this streamer. Indeed, one of Mr. Ed's students, Hachiko Retsu, is a successor of the IGA ninja clan. Sulu is hardly worthy to carry his shoes. The banter continued. I bet Sulu will hit the next arrow. As Suli's popularity surged, a flurry of comments flooded the chat. Whoosh. The third arrow, once again, it struck the rocks. The goat continued its nimble dance, while Infinity ceased pursuit, lying low with her sharp gaze concealed. The chat fell silent. This string of misses was uncharacteristic of Sulu, seeking fame for no reason. Haha, is this Sulu? I thought he could pose a challenge to Hachiko Retsu, but now it appears I was overly concerned. Go Sulu, you can do it. Make the next shot count. Whoosh. The fourth arrow, missed. Whoosh. The fifth arrow, also missed. The goat adeptly leaped amidst the scattered rocks, while Infinity had halted her chase, lying in wait, her gaze sharp and restrained. The chat erupted once more. Pathetic. Yet, why did Sulu exhibit no signs of anxiety? The Black Panther had ceased its pursuit as well. Logically, in such a vast area, the goat should have fled far by now. Had anyone noticed that since Suli's first arrow, the goat had been circling this small patch of land? Indeed, it hadn't even descended the slope. Thus, Sulu was not targeting the goat at all. He was blocking its escape route. With a single arrow, he had effectively sealed off the escape path of the goat. A master of speed. What kind of divine maneuver was this? Come on, you self-proclaimed experts of archery. Let's see you try to top that. Chapter 78. So he was on the 5th level. The 6th arrow knocked on the bowstring, and the longbow was drawn back. The skills of the naive and sweet young lady from a wealthy family were quite impressive. Sulu felt the power transmitted back from the bowstring. Through the finger tab, the hardness of the bowstring felt considerably softened, and the sensation of force was buffered. After releasing 5 consecutive arrows, there was no sign of the bowstring's friction or the soreness and numbness in the first joint of his fingers. The python leather arm guard prevented the bowstring's rebound, ensuring that his forearm was not struck by it. What exactly did the naive young lady's family do? Sulu mused idly while casually explaining. I tried out the new equipment, the finger tab and arm guard. They work quite well. The short-range acceleration of the yellow goat is terrifying. I simply constrained its movement with arrows. After all, we will be heading back soon, and the journey home is long, so I must conserve my boundless stamina. There's no need to waste it here. Live stream comments. So, is Sulu testing new equipment on this yellow goat? Simply constraining its movement with arrows. Either I misunderstood the term simple or Sulu did. So Sulu is on the 5th level. Didn't that foreigner just say that Yuchuanlai was impressive? What number is his live stream? I want to see his bow. The yellow goat, agitated, scratched at the ground, while the ever-watchful Infinity awaited Suli's command. The arrows had successfully intercepted the yellow goat's path 5 times, each time precisely at the moment it began to accelerate. Hunting LV3, Weapon Mastery LV3. With the effects of both skills, the yellow goat's movements held no uncertainties in Suli's eyes. As the 5th arrow was released and the 6th arrow drew back, the yellow goat took a brief respite to regain its strength before charging forward again. The final arrow sealed its fate. Sulu raised his hand and released. The timing of this shot was impeccably precise. The yellow goat abruptly turned, charging directly towards the ambush set by Infinity. Infinity Hunt. Hunter S Messenger LV1. Infinity surged with energy, her muscles rippling beneath her sleek black fur, resembling a tempest brewing beneath the surface. With a growl, she seized the yellow goat by the neck and effortlessly tossed her head. Crack. The yellow goat met its demise. Livestream comments. Splendid. The final arrow sealing the position was truly a stroke of genius. Indeed, understanding Suli's intentions makes watching his subsequent actions a delight. Infinity's final hunt was so impressive. Big cats have their elegance, and little cats have their charm. Infinity is majestic, Little Black is adorable, and Zhu Beiji is reliable. Black Xiang is clearly just causing mischief. What happened to that foreigner? Please continue to act tough. Be your cat. Sulu is the most formidable. Be your cat. Tipped a rocket X1. A sea of grass above. Tipped a yacht X1. Launch in group board. Lee tipped a rocket X1. Launch in group board. Chang tipped a rocket X1 launch in? Is this for real? Upon checking, it was verified as a gold member. It's authentic. I'm in awe. This is indeed the official account created specifically for viewing the survival on a deserted island. Su Li's reputation. A salute to President Meng of Longshan Group, haha. To all the bigwigs at Longshan, if you find Su Li's survival skills entertaining, do remember to return. Current live stream popularity, 460,000. Hunter S Messenger skill has leveled up, current level LV, 2. A flawless hunt undeniably attracts a vast audience. The yellow goat, with its neck bitten through, lay motionless on the ground. Infinity released her grip, nudging the goat towards Su Lu with her muzzle. This was the Black Panther's way of expressing loyalty and submission, waiting for the leader to distribute the food. Well done. Su Lu affectionately ruffled her head. Infinity responded to Su Li's gesture by nudging up against him and then shaking her head. A low purring sound emanated from her throat. She resembled a tractor. Su Lu chuckled as he tapped her tail's base. Her purring intensified, retrieving the arrows. Su Lu then worked alongside Infinity to hoist the yellow goat onto Zhu Beiji's back, securing it tightly. The disgruntled wild boar grunted in discontent, harboring great resentment for not finding the giant python on this excursion. Should I dig up 2 more baskets of white clay, or? At that, Zhu Beiji instantly became obedient, riding on the agile and beautiful Black Panther. With Zhu Beiji following behind, Su Lu cast one last glance at the rocky area and began to analyze. The northeastern side could be considered a food-gathering zone, with flowing water, lakes, and various plants. Here, on the northwestern side of the shelter, lay mineral veins extruded by tectonic movements. The confirmed resource was white clay, but there should be accompanying minerals. The northwestern side could thus be designated as the raw materials zone, coupled with the coastal marine resource area. Surveying the shelter's surroundings would significantly expand the resource information on the map. This was merely a limited area near the southern shore of an island within the Bermuda archipelago. Beyond this island, there were many more islands, and the central area of the island chain. I wonder what resources lie on the other islands. Chapter 79, The White Clay Mine and the Journey of Leisure with the Boundless Expanse ahead, both Wuxian and Beiji navigated with ease. The Black Panther proved to be quite remarkable, gliding along the path with nary a bump, unlike Beiji, whose every stride sent ripples through his flesh. The absence of that nauseating feeling was indeed a relief. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Shihuan and Meng Yi had donned garments crafted from python and jackal skins. The naive and innocent movements of Meng Yi were surprisingly swift, leaving Su Lu in awe. Lin Shihuan sported a short top fashioned from python skin, paired with shorts that seamlessly combined both python and jackal leather, perhaps better described as hot pants. The top, though not overly fitted, did not shy away from accentuating her well-defined curves. The exposed midriff revealed a tantalizing line of defined abs that elicited envy from onlookers. The shorts elongated her legs, making her already striking thighs even more prominent, while her sun-kissed skin glimmered under the sunlight. Yet, Sula found himself partial to the shorter, snake-patterned outfit. Meng Yi, on the other hand, wore a striking combination of 2 types of leather, forming a one-piece dress paired with shorts. Her exposed arms and calves were a lovely lotus color. One was dark-skinned, the other fair. Were they not the embodiment of the duality of black and white? The meticulously tanned leather was lightweight and breathable, ensuring comfort even in the tropical climate of the island. Look at my thighs. Aren't they beautiful? Meng Yi exclaimed, leaping into the air and waving her arms upon spotting Su Lu from a distance. Quite appealing, Su Lu replied, gently patting her head as he approached. The craftsmanship is impressive. He feigned ignorance, asking, but does leather not make one hot? Not at all. My father specifically taught me how to tailor leather garments. Meng Yi replied proudly, her hair styled in a bird's nest. The ventilation is all designed in. Su Lu mused silently about how inventive her father was in teaching his child. Lin Shihuan, with her arms crossed over her ample bosom, remarked, I've piled the stones Beiji brought over there and even found some to break and grind for you. How considerate of the experienced Lin Shihuan, Su Lu thought, flashing her a bright smile. Is this a yellow goat? Lin Shihuan asked calmly. Well, a yellow goat. Such a large one, Meng Yi exclaimed, finally noticing the creature on Beiji's back. You'll get used to it eventually, Lin Shihuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Aren't you going to ask Su Lu what style of clothing he desires? What style do you want? Meng Yi inquired eagerly. Can I not choose? I would like a suit of molten stone armor, a robe of flame, so that I may embody the essence of the year, Su Lu responded whimsically. Oh, just something ordinary will suffice, he concluded. After dismissing Meng Yi, Su Lu called to Lin Shihuan to help unload the yellow goat. The tasks ahead included skinning, butchering, sinew removal, and processing the horns. Su Lu sighed, realizing there was much to be done. Lin Shihuan, wielding a stone knife, arched her brows playfully. How about I handle the yellow goat while you attend to your mining? She was pleased to see Su Lu's surprised expression. Do you think I can't manage anything? She teased, raising her eyebrows defiantly. I may not wish to deal with snakes, but I can handle other prey just as well. Do not underestimate the queen of survival. Lin Shihuan silently declared to herself, embodying the spirit of resilience. Su Lu, without hesitation, turned away, sweeping his sleeves as he left behind the tasks he was reluctant to undertake. The white clay stones were piled high in a cool shade. Their processing was relatively straightforward, crushing and grinding them before mixing with water to create coarse materials for pottery. Let us commence with the first step of clay preparation, crushing. Su Lu declared, selecting 2 appropriately shaped stones from those Lin Shihuan had found. One larger stone, flat with a groove, served as the base, while the other, resembling a short stick with one end thicker than the other, would serve as the pestle. He placed a fist-sized piece of white clay in the center of the stone mortar and began to pound it with the pestle. The soft white clay quickly crumbled into pieces the size of fingernails under the impact of the harder stone. Continuing to grind, it eventually transformed into powder, which he set aside in a nearby basket. As the mortar filled with the white clay powder, Su Lu shook the basket to sift out the fine particles, returning the coarse remnants to the mortar for further grinding. This process of grinding and sifting continued, and soon a thick layer of fine, gray-white powder accumulated on the ground, delicate and uniform in texture. In the live stream chat, viewers expressed their amazement. I'm utterly mesmerized. The streamer's skill set is incredibly vast. Such fluid motions could only come from years of expertise. I always thought one could simply mold soft clay into a jar, but I had no idea Su Lu approached it with such professionalism. Though I've said it many times, I must reiterate, Su Lu is truly impressive. Chapter 80. Crafting clay. A substantial quantity of white clay or lay before Su Lu, who had ground down approximately 1/5 of it, just enough to fill a slightly overflowing basket. The white ash on the ground had accumulated to a height of over 20 centimeters, evenly spread out into a small mound. Although referred to as ash, it was still mixed with pebbles the size of sesame seeds. There was no remedy for this. The holes in the basket were no match for a professional sieve. Su Lu pondered as he crouched down to sift through the material, gathering the white clay ash into a heap. He then procured several square stones to encircle the mound, framing it into a neat square shape. Next, he took 2 coconut shells and gradually poured the clear water inside them into the confined white clayish pile. As he poured, he stirred with a slender wooden stick. The clay dissolved in the water, settling into a slightly gray, coarse slurry, while the fragments and impurities were whipped into a small vortex, rising to the surface. These residues were deemed unnecessary. Su Lu took a moment to explain, using the edge of the basket to scoop up the waste and discard it, repeatedly performing the actions of stirring and skimming. After several minutes, the white clay ash transformed into a fine slurry. In truth, it required a finer sieve or cheesecloth to expel the excess water for easier shaping. However, having controlled the water amount, and after skimming off the debris, the remaining mixture of water and white clay ash was in a slightly thin yet appropriate consistency. In the live stream chat, viewers expressed their confusion. Did anyone understand this? I didn't get it. I have a vague idea. Is it similar to the process of mixing urine and mud from my childhood? That's disgusting. I'm trying to eat here. Continuing to stir the white clay ash and water evenly, Su Lu adjusted the camera to focus on the slurry within the square stone frame. This should suffice. It's smooth and well mixed. There was still a slight excess of water, but I hadn't separated the ground from the loose sandy layer beneath the clay mound, allowing moisture to seep downwards. To expedite this process, a layer of stones was placed atop the clay slurry, selected for their flatness. Before long, a mound of white clay, completely covered by stones on all sides, was complete. Su Lu straightened up, stretching his back. As an aging office worker, performing such labor that requires constant bending is quite a challenge for me. Let's have a snack. I gathered some raspberries and thorny gooseberries this morning. Lin Shihan, noticing Su Lu had momentarily paused, presented him with a handful of enticing berries. Among them were some black currants he had collected 2 days prior, now even more vibrant. Raspberries and thorny gooseberries? Su Lu chuckled, teasing, these are not easy to gather. Are you underestimating me? Lin Shihan tilted her head slightly, narrowing her eyes at Su Lu. Not at all. Upon seeing her expression, Su Lu quickly relented. With food offered to him, why would he resist? He bent down and took a bite of a thorny gooseberry. Delightful. The fruit resembled small tomatoes, predominantly sour with a hint of sweetness, and was juicy and appetizing. Beneficial for the stomach. He then sampled a raspberry, chewing thoughtfully before continuing. Raspberries lack a substantial bite and have a rather mild flavor, but their aroma is quite pronounced. making the experience rather interesting. However, the black currants are superior. He leaned down for another bite of the ripe black currant. Lin Shihan's hand lowered slightly, and Su Lu missed his target. What is better? Not for you. Her cheeks flushed as she added, I offered you something to quench your thirst and rest, not to have you pick and choose to irritate me. Ow, ow, ow. Su Lu exclaimed as he held his face. Just let me have some. Lin Shihan pressed the berries closer to his face. Ah. Su Lu leaned back. I'm just occupied here. He raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. After grinding and mixing the white clay, a thin layer of grayish slurry covered his hands, still dusty and in need of washing. Ugh. Su Lu murmured softly. Lin Shihan scrunched her nose, transferring the berries to one hand to select a thorny gooseberry. Really? Open wide. Ah. Thorny gooseberry, raspberry, thorny gooseberry. Could I have a blackcurrant? Lin Shihan plucked a blackcurrant and popped it into her mouth. No, you may not. After finishing a small handful of berries, Lin Shihan, satisfied, returned to feed Meng Yi, the innocent one. Su Lu resumed the repetitive tasks of grinding the white clay, or sifting the debris, adding water, and mixing the clay. 2 hours later, the white clay, or had been fully processed. 5 neat clay mounds stood side by side. While the white clay dried, they would construct a simple potter's wheel. Chapter 81. The Pottery Wheel, a simple structure. In the live broadcast, comments flowed. What chicken? The chicken for soliciting? Is it a bit early for that? Is someone upstairs doing this on purpose? As the esteemed Su Lu mentioned, this is a pottery wheel, a machine used in pottery making to shape clay. Oh, I've seen one before. Last weekend, while visiting a ceramic studio, I placed a lump of clay onto a machine, flipped a switch, and it began to turn. Then, with my hands or tools, I could mold the clay into the desired shape. I crafted a bowl and it will be shipped to the store once it's fired. Is it electric? Indeed, it connects to a motor. Otherwise, how could the pottery wheel turn? So how does Su Lu intend to create a pottery wheel without electricity? It seems that is the case. Nevertheless, let us just observe. Over these past few days, haven't the miracles created by Su Lu been numerous? Su Lu carefully selected 8 wooden pieces, each 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter and approximately 1 meter in length, from a pile of timber. He then picked a thicker log, about 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter and roughly 50 centimeters long. Without electricity on the island, we must craft the most rudimentary wooden wheel pottery wheel. First, he began by creating the wooden wheel. He took the thick log and stripped away the bark. Using a stone axe, he meticulously removed any knots and imperfections to create a straight bearing, about 20 centimeters from one end. He carved 8 evenly spaced shallow grooves with a stone knife. These grooves, less than 2 centimeters deep, were slightly staggered, with approximately 1 centimeter between them, forming a step pattern around the log. After finishing the bearing, Su Lu prepared the 8 thinner wooden pieces using the same method of stripping, polishing, and straightening. He carved a 1 centimeter square groove at the center of each thin piece. The grooves of the thick and thin pieces interlocked seamlessly. He took one thin piece and aligned it with the cut end of the thick log, where the 2 grooves fit perfectly together. With the back of the stone axe, he tapped to ensure there were no gaps at the joint. This completed 1 spoke of the wooden wheel, and he installed the remaining 7 spokes in the same manner. With rhythmic and precise strikes, the spokes were secured in place. He pressed the bearing against the ground with one hand and gently turned a spoke with the other, causing the crude wooden wheel to awkwardly rotate. In the live comments, here it comes, the familiar craftsman Su Lu. Watching him create these tools is truly a pleasure. It transcends the mundane, providing a sense of detachment. I can't help but think of Miss Ziqi. When will she collaborate with Su Lu on a video? Ha ha ha, let us just wait and see. After forming the basic shape of the wooden wheel, Su Lu dug a small pit about 6 to 7 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters deep. He positioned the side of the wheel with the spokes downwards, wedging it into the stone pit. Comments flooded in. It's taking shape. He then found a wooden rod approximately 70 to 80 centimeters long, with a forked branch at one end. The end without the branch was sharpened and tilted at a 45-degree angle, driven into the ground about 7 to 8 centimeters deep. The forked end was positioned on top of the wooden wheel-S bearing, and he secured the opening of the fork with soft vines to ensure the bearing remained in place. By kicking the protruding spokes, the wheel began to rotate clumsily once again. Squeak, squeak. Comments, it's really turning. It looks simple, yet watching Su Lu's process is oddly relieving. Oh, did tools for pottery making in ancient times also follow this construction method? Surely, with sufficient materials and tools, ancient pottery wheels must have been even more sophisticated, utilizing human, animal, and hydraulic power. It feels a bit like time travel, especially with Su Lu crafting earthenware. Evoking a sense of returning to simplicity, Su Lu stepped back to admire the rudimentary structure of the wooden wheel and remarked, if we support it on one side, it may easily topple. Therefore, we must add 2 more supports in the same manner we made the previous one. As he spoke, he selected 2 straight wooden rods, sharpened them, and drove them into the ground. The forked ends were similarly positioned against the wheel's bearing, secured with vines. The 3 supports formed angles of 120 degrees, surrounding the wheel's bearing like stars encircling the moon. On the side of the bearing away from the spokes, Sula carved a shallow groove about 3 centimeters wide, allowing the notches of the 3 supports to fit snugly into it. Triangular structures are the most stable. This design is simple, easy to construct and maintain. The friction at the upper joint may hinder rotation, and the ground contact point also generates considerable friction, so we will use lubricated snake oil for smooth operation. Chapter 82. The ancient art of pottery. The oil extracted from 2 colossal pythons had undergone a drying process, rendering it somewhat hardened. Sula utilized a stone knife to meticulously chop the hardened blocks of python fat, applying it to the joint surfaces of the wooden wheel's axle. With a vigorous motion, he spun the spokes by hand, and the wooden wheel began to rotate swiftly, continuing for approximately half a minute before gradually coming to a halt. The spokes were relatively lightweight, allowing for effortless rotation in their unburdened state. However, should a clay blank be placed atop, the wheel would not spin nearly as long. Sulu smiled at the camera, explaining, "Thus, we shall add some counterweight to the wooden wheel." Adding weight was a simple task. It merely required tying large stones to the ends of the spokes. 8 slender wooden spokes were inserted into the axle bearing at their center, extending outward on both sides, resulting in a total of 16 spokes encircling the axle. Each pair of adjacent spokes formed a group, and Sulu secured elongated stones at the ends of the spokes, fashioning a sturdy triangular bundle. Completion. Sulu let out a sigh of relief, stepping back a few paces. The 3 supports firmly secured the wooden wheel, which now bore over 40 kilograms of stones as counterweight. At the upper end of the axle bearing, he affixed a flat stone slab to support the clay blank. After a few vigorous rotations, aided by the lubrication of the python fat, the wheel continued to spin for over 3 minutes before it began to slow down. Ultimately, the wheel operated for more than 5 minutes in total. In the live stream's comments, viewers expressed awe. What does it mean to be impressive? When Sula mentioned creating a pottery wheel, I had no idea what that entailed. And yet, here we are, with a rudimentary human-powered pottery wheel in such a short time. Fellow viewers, it's only the 5th day of surviving on this deserted island. By now, I wouldn't be surprised if Sula conjured up something else entirely. Having watched Suli's live broadcasts, it felt as though other competitors were merely playing at home. Aside from a few in the top 10 who could barely keep up, the rest were left far behind by Sulu, eagerly anticipating Suli's pottery making. Or rather, clay pulling. The island's sweltering heat, combined with a meticulously balanced water-to-powder ratio, significantly accelerated the drying process of the white clay. Sulu dismantled a stone block from the side of the white clay mound, extracting a solid clay blank that had been compressed under the weight of the stone slab. Cutting through the clay material revealed a dark, glossy surface. This smooth cross-section indicated that nearly all air had been expelled, ensuring that the crafted items would be free of sand holes and air bubbles, resulting in greater durability. Taking a piece of clay, he placed it on a flat stone slab for further kneading, ensuring the moisture was distributed evenly and expelling any remaining air. The clay blank was then positioned on the pottery wheel, where he moistened his hands and began to spin, shaping the clay. The grayish-white clay rose swiftly under Suli's adept touch. He continued to scoop, lift, and pull. In no time, a sturdy base, bulging body, narrow neck, and wide mouth of a water jar emerged from the clay blank. The entire process flowed seamlessly. As the speed of the pottery wheel decreased, Suli's movements became more gentle and deliberate. He began to make finer adjustments to the clay body. At this stage, it was preferable to slow down rather than rush, for otherwise the clay blank might be flung away. When the pottery wheel finally came to a complete stop, a beautifully shaped, uniformly formed water jar clay body appeared within the live stream's frame. The surface of the clay body still bore the texture from the manual shaping, presenting a raw and primitive aesthetic. First attempt at pottery, not too shabby. Sula nodded in satisfaction. He slowly rotated the pottery wheel, ensuring the clay body was captured from every angle by the camera. In the comments, viewers marveled. Did that just yield a clay body in under 3 minutes? If anyone claims Sulu lacks a decade's worth of pottery experience, I simply want to believe it. I believe I've seen a similar shape in a museum, perhaps resembling an ancient pottery water jar unearthed during archaeological digs. Is Sulu replicating historical artifacts based on archaeological findings? Suddenly, there's a profound sense of history. It's exquisite, rustic and refined. Though simple in form, it evokes the image of our ancestors bravely facing the wilderness. What more can one say? Fellow viewers, let us shower our support. Amon the Little Angel donated an ice cream X1, Master. Please take me in, donated iced cola X10. Head in a meadow, donated hearts X30. Lung Chun Group, Southeast Region, donated rockets X5. Lung Chun Group Board Xiao, donated rockets X5. Lung Chun Group Board, Lin donated rockets X5. The tycoons of Lung Chun Group are quite generous. Be Your Cat, donated yachts X6. Be Your Cat. Humph. I bowed down to the wealthy above. With the first clay body completed, Sulu used a stone knife to slice it off horizontally, placing it in a shaded area to dry. Employing the same method, he continued to produce the remaining clay blanks. Chapter 83. The furnace roars to life. 5 mounds of white clay, after being stacked and trimmed, were divided into over a dozen uneven portions. Except for the first portion, which was crafted into a bulging jar, the rest were molded into similar-shaped water storage vessels. Deep bowls, hand-sized cups, and wide-mouthed urns. There were even spoons of varying sizes. One particular piece, slightly coarser in texture, was fashioned by Sulu into a thick-walled earthen pot with a diameter of 1 centimeter, featuring 2 layers of lids. The leftover clay was shaped using a potter's wheel, complemented by wooden tools for pressing and carving, resulting in 3 jugs, each with a capacity of approximately 200 milliliters, each supported by 3 short, stout feet, with the upper openings extending outward. Once all the white clay was utilized, it resulted in a neatly aligned array of earthenware along the base of the wooden cabin. Tall and short, stout and slender, they presented a delightful sight. What an impressive display! Exclaimed the Navi and cheerful Meng Yi as she bounced over, eager to grasp the most aesthetically pleasing jug. However, it was not yet dry. Lin Shihan restrained Meng Yi's eager hand, casting a glance of uncertainty at Sulu, inquiring whether further firing was necessary. I merely divided the yellow sheep. How could he work so swiftly? It has only been 2 or 3 hours. That wooden wheel. Its structure is simple, yet achieving such precise craftsmanship in such a short span is no small feat. All these vessels, they were all made by him. The proud Lin Shihan felt her imagination falter. Is there anything this person cannot accomplish? Sulu tousled Meng Yi's messy hair and replied, indeed, they must be fired to achieve the final product. The firing temperature for pottery typically needs to approach 800 degrees Celsius. For porcelain, it requires nearly 1400 degrees. Meng Yi's face reflected confusion. So, our current campfire doesn't reach that temperature? In truth, the combustion of firewood can indeed achieve the minimum temperature required for pottery firing, Sulu explained while ruffling her hair. But the outdoor campfire is susceptible to factors like airflow, making it unstable for pottery firing. Meng Yi nuzzled Sulu's hand. You know so much. Lin Shihan silently pulled the Navi girl back. It's not your little black. Why are you so affectionate? She shot Sulu a sideways glance. In the distance, in the cool shade, a small black tail flitted about, forming a compact ball. In the live stream, viewers commented, "Ah, so all these beautifully crafted jars cannot be fired? How unfortunate." Since Sulu has started making pottery, he must have already considered the firing methods. Sulu met Lin Shihan's gaze. Ask me. Sulu grinned, revealing a broad smile. What a tease. Why can't you just reveal it? Lin Shihan was consumed by curiosity. Do you have a solution? Indeed, Sulu replied, his eyes narrowing with a smile. For smaller bowls, we can construct a miniature kiln in the center of the campfire. The results may be somewhat fragile and uneven in color, but they will serve their purpose. As for the larger jars, Lin Shihan's eyes glimmered with anticipation as she slightly raised her fist. Sulu continued. The larger jars can be transformed using a steam furnace into a ventilation kiln. A ventilation kiln? Lin Shihan's eyes widened in surprise. Meng Yi tilted her head, puzzled. Sulu, however, chose not to respond further. He first set about constructing the small stone kiln. He deftly dodged Lin Shihan's long leg aimed at him. The definition of his muscles was quite admirable. Perhaps taking a kick or two from such long legs wouldn't be too regrettable. Sulu separated a portion of firewood from the campfire and stacked stones of palm-thick dimensions to create a diminutive furnace, measuring over 20 centimeters in height and 30 centimeters in width. The white clay bowls were carefully placed within the small kiln, and he covered the firewood once again. The firing commenced. Next came the construction of the ventilation kiln. Sulu used a stone axe to cut straw, mixing it with ordinary soil and water, then incorporated segments of straw into the clay. After achieving the desired consistency, he began layering the clay around the outer side of the stone-built steam furnace. The clay mixed with straw would yield a sturdier texture, akin to reinforced concrete, allowing for greater height, without collapsing easily. Big brother, what can we help with? Meng Yi inquired eagerly. Sulu glanced back at the 2 girls, one fair-skinned and the other dark-skinned. You can help mix the clay. The ventilation kiln needs to be over 1.5 meters tall, requiring a substantial amount of clay. In a tea room adorned with yellow rosewood in the bustling metropolis, a genuine piece by Mi Fu hung in the center of the cozy space. In front of a golden silk Netizens, several individuals were savoring the exquisite Da Hong Pao produced from the Jiolong cave that year. President Meng reclined in a carved dragon armchair, suddenly bursting into laughter. President Meng. The others paused their activities, turning to inquire respectfully. Nothing. Continue, President Meng replied, wiping his face as she held her phone. On the screen, Meng Yi was seen vigorously kneading a lump of clay. Chapter 84. Not ancient sentiment, but ancient charm. In recent days, Master Ming appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. The speaker was a middle-aged man with graying hair, slicked back. The notion that Master Ming's uplifted mood was indeed a cause for celebration was echoed by another gaunt middle-aged man, who suggested, "Why not ease the pressure on my end a little, allowing the families in Southeast Asia a bit more time to savor life?" "That might not be necessary," interjected a cheerful, wizened old man beside the lean figure. "Those who lack discernment and choose the wrong side are merely aiding and abetting the oppressors, assisting the nations in thwarting the northern flow of chips. For now, their bankruptcy is merely a sign of your mercy, Master Shao." The lean middle-aged man, Master Shao, nodded in agreement, savoring a sip of the exquisite Da Hong Pao tea, and sighed, "Indeed, nothing compares to the taste of tea from the mother plant, yet regrettably, the few leaves that reach us amount to no more than 2 or 3 taels a year, far too little to indulge in. Since Brother Chongqing has expressed it thus, we shall proceed with our plans as usual. What say you, Master Meng?" The ever-absorbed Master Meng, engrossed in his mobile device, replied without lifting his gaze. "Feel free to proceed as you wish." With a grin, the diminutive elder Chongqing remarked, "Who would have thought that Master Meng has taken a liking to these short videos, aligning himself with the trends of the youth?" Master Meng did not deny this, swiping through his phone before producing a screenshot and passing it over. "Take a look at this," he said. Changqing received the image, while the others leaned in to catch a glimpse of what lay on Master Meng's screen. Just a few clay jars. What's so fascinating about them? Chongqing chuckled. "It seems Master Meng has developed an interest in such items. Professor Shue's research institute has quite a collection." "Look closer," urged Master Meng, the middle-aged man with graying hair. Professor Shue took the phone, magnifying the screenshot. "Aren't these several jars from the Yanxiao culture? But they are not specimens on public display. How did Master Meng acquire this photograph?" After a brief pause, Professor Shue furrowed his brow. "These are not originals, but rather reproductions?" He pondered. "Who possesses the skill to replicate them so exquisitely?" Master Shao took a sip of tea and commented, "Imitating a tiger's form is hardly a surprise. Brother Shue, why the alarm?" Professor Shue's frown deepened. "To depict the shape is simple, but capturing the essence is another matter entirely. These antiquities are not trivial. Where did Master Meng come across this?" A slight smile graced Master Meng's lips as he replied, "Survival on a deserted island." "Survival on a deserted island? Surely these jars weren't excavated from the Bermuda Triangle." Master Meng continued, "As you noted, they are reproductions. The creator is from room 97, Su Lo. He is currently with EE. Professor Shue enlarged the screenshot further, his urgency palpable. "The archaeological team has unearthed several batches of ancient pottery over the years, but the damage has been extensive. The experts we have are often hindered in their restoration attempts. If Su Lu were to engage in restoration work, it would be a monumental contribution to bridging the gaps in the archaeological field." Master Shao questioned, "Surely that cannot be the case. The national research institutes are numerous and esteemed. Do we truly need to place such importance on a mere novice?" Professor Shue shook his head. "You do not comprehend. The spirit of ancient pottery is a matter of minute precision. Su Lu possesses remarkable talent. To be blunt, Master Meng, he has already surpassed your future son-in-law by leaps and bounds. Isn't he currently with Yi? Nurturing their relationship, perhaps?" A sudden burst of laughter escaped Master Meng as he sputtered tea across the table. Meanwhile, Su Lu was painstakingly adjusting a crooked clay strip, feeling a pang of discomfort as he dismantled the flawed piece. "Please hand me a new one." He discarded the damaged strip and received a fresh piece from Lin Shihan, placing it atop the gap. The ventilation walls surrounding the steam furnace had nearly reached the design height Su Lu aimed for. The furnace now stood at 1.5 meters, almost at his chest. The base was wider than the top, having been expanded to over 50 centimeters at the bottom while tapering to just 30 centimeters at the top, about 10 centimeters up from the base. A spacious opening of 20 centimeters in diameter had been left, revealing the pile of burning firewood within. The orange flames danced continuously. Once the top was completed, Sula fashioned a ventilation pipe, matching the diameter of the base's opening. The pipe, measuring 25 to 30 centimeters in length, was installed vertically into the furnace's opening. with half of its length protruding inside and the joint sealed with soft clay. Through the ventilation pipe, the once orange flames gradually lightened to an almost white hue, indicating a high temperature. Consequently, the vented furnace's temperature could exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius, maintaining stability at that level. And this was merely using wood as fuel. Should charcoal be utilized, temperatures could potentially soar to 1,500 degrees Celsius. This was sufficient for firing pottery, and if conditions permitted, even porcelain could be attempted. Dazed, the naive Ming hesitated momentarily before saying, "Dage, it seems you haven't placed the clay jars inside yet." Chapter 85, Burn. Naturally, one must insert from the top. Sulu gazed kindly at the somewhat foolish Ming Yi. The vent furnace was designed to facilitate airflow from top to bottom. Through the ventilation holes, more fuel could be added, with the top of the furnace radiating an intense heat, causing the air to shimmer like ripples on water. The temperature inside the furnace continued to rise. However, due to the thick inner stone and outer clay dual-layer walls, even standing beside the vent furnace, one could feel no heat emanating from it. Its heat retention capabilities were exceptional, ensuring the internal temperature remained remarkably stable. The vent furnace itself had an elongated shape, allowing for the stacking of ceramic jars and pots layer by layer. As he explained, Sulu crafted a simple wicker basket from soft vines, framing the protruding waist of the clay jars and pots. The basket was suspended by a sturdy wooden stick, facilitating the insertion of the clay jars into the furnace through its top opening. The wicker would not be a concern, as the soft vines could later serve as part of the fuel, preventing waste. The steam furnace was divided into 2 tiers, with stones separating the uneven ground of the lower level from the upper one, where the clay jars and pots were neatly arranged. Next came slightly smaller vessels, such as bowls and plates. Finally, on the upper tier, the last crafted earthen pots were stacked. Peering down from the top opening, one could see the incandescent flames licking the ceramic jars on the bottom tier. The combustion created a flow of air. The broad opening at the top and the narrow vent below naturally formed a negative pressure wind tunnel, accelerating external airflow into the vent furnace. The scorching air coursed through the entire structure, bursting forth from the upper opening. Phew, so hot. That was careless. Sulu instinctively leaned back to avoid the heat. He nearly singed his eyebrows, and, moreover, his perfect hairstyle. He touched his face and head, confirming that his eyebrows and hair were intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The hair loss during those grueling 996 work hours could not afford to suffer any mishaps here. I absolutely refuse to be prematurely bald like the department head. This is not a comic. Baldness does not equate to strength, and it will diminish one's popularity. Now that the furnace temperature was adequate, we would proceed to add more fuel, igniting the entire interior of the vent furnace. Sula chopped the firewood into 30-centimeter lengths with a stone axe and carefully placed them near the edge of the furnace's upper section to prevent them from falling and damaging the surface of the ceramic ware. The heat surged, instantly igniting the wood. After adding a sufficient quantity of firewood, the flames filled the furnace, and even from the top openings, one could see the flickering fire. Looking through the bottom vent, the flames on the lower tier had turned to pure white. The fire blazed fiercely, thick smoke billowing into the air. Under the influence of the sea breeze, the dense smoke drifted away from the cliff face. Smelting skill has been upgraded, current level, LV. 2. Fire starting skill has been upgraded, current level, LV. 3. Old hunter template derived skill, fuel refinement awakened. Did my fire starting skill just upgrade? It makes sense. The act of merely igniting a flame lacks challenge. The skill advanced due to my acquisition of a more concentrated and higher temperature flame. Fuel refinement? The charcoal mentioned earlier can indeed be obtained through this skill. Coupled with geology, could I possibly mine coal? The artful manipulation of fire is the driving force of human civilization. Construction skill has been upgraded, current level, LV. 3. Old hunter template derived skill, precision processing awakened. The vent furnace is also part of camp construction and can be reused. Precision processing? Simply smashing stone against stone is merely rough work. With precision processing, the accuracy of tools, materials, and other processes can be significantly enhanced. Gear springs and the like. These are tasks that rough processing cannot accomplish. 2 derived skills. Sulu's lips curled into a delighted smile. Live stream chat. I've said it before, as long as Sula decides to do something, we need not doubt his capabilities. He undoubtedly has his own methods to tackle any challenge. If we don't understand, it's certainly because we are not on his level. The vent furnace for firing ceramics ensures stable airflow, high temperatures, and, most importantly, the firepower is easily controllable. One can simply adjust the amount of firewood. Is this still survival on a deserted island? I believe that in a year, Sulu could establish a town on this island. While other streamers face elimination and struggle for food, Sulu remains leisurely, even finding time to craft ceramics. They are simply not on the same level. Current live stream popularity, 480,000. Popularity is steadily rising. Yet there remains a considerable distance to catch up with the contestants who entered with their loyal fans. Lin Shihuan scraped the mud off her hands with a thin stone slab, her expression complex. I previously doubted whether you could last 3 to 5 days. She hesitated to finish her thought. It's still not too late to cling to the strong, Su Lu teased. Lin Shihuan turned her head, a defiant look in her eyes. The strong. Her bird's nest hair sparkled with excitement. Right, the clothes I made for you are also finished. Chapter 86. The new garb of the old hunter Meng Yi turned and scampered away, returning shortly with a stack of leather garments. The main material was made from wolf hide. They had already exhausted their supplies of python skin for their previous outfits. Su Lu took the leather jacket, lifting it to shake it out. It felt remarkably light. Silly and innocent Meng Yi had further treated the leather during the sewing process. This ancestral craft is truly exceptional. Her large eyes sparkled with anticipation. And even Lin Shihan cast a few furtive glances at Su Lu. What are you so expectant about? During the crafting of the garments, Sister Lin had mentioned certain areas that needed reinforcement. Silly and innocent had completely sold out the proud and aloof. Really? So that's what you two were whispering about. Su Lu turned to look at Lin Shihan. She coldly averted her gaze. Why are you blushing? Su Li's mischief. Duong. He attempted to twist away to evade the incoming kick, but Lin Shihan, with her agile reflexes, delivered a swift side kick. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My leg is broken. I didn't kick hard. Hurry and change. That outfit of yours is foul. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. Enter the wooden house and change clothes. With 3 of us, this wooden house might need some expansion. After all, having 2 girls around can be somewhat inconvenient. As Su Lu planned, he donned the leather outfit that Meng Yi and Lin Shihan had collaboratively crafted. It was skin-tight, breathable, and offered excellent sun protection. Su Lu struck several poses, discovering that he could move with greater fluidity than in his previous attire. It felt as though it had been designed specifically for wilderness survival. Or perhaps it was a design born from the wisdom of survival experiences. Lin Shihan had specifically pointed out the areas needing reinforcement, and he found them. The elbows, knees, and hips, joints that frequently come into contact with the ground, were double-layered with wolf hide. Yet, it did not appear clumsy at all. Could it be that Silly and Innocent S family has connections to a military unit? Those soldiers are all experts in wilderness survival. It would be a shame not to participate in the program. No. They came to exert an overwhelming advantage, to bully others. Su Lu imagined the military god watching survival live streams, envisioning a scene where his daughter was directed by strange men while playing in the mud. Enraged, he envisioned 100,000 troops parachuting into Bermuda, all joining her in the mud. No, 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 don't frighten yourself. At the cuffs and pant legs, there were small perforations, threaded with leather cords. This design allowed for tightening the openings. Such a feature is convenient for traversing dense forests, preventing mosquitoes from entering the clothing. Su Lu habitually elaborated, only to realize that he had turned off the camera while changing clothes. Well, in any case, it's quite impressive. And there are straw sandals too. He put them on. The sandals were tightly woven, and the spikes and knots on the straw stalks had been meticulously removed. They felt wonderful on his feet. After bouncing in place a few times, Su Lu felt that if he activated his stamina, his speed could increase significantly. Indeed, novice gear and professional outfits are distinctly different. How do I look? Upon seeing Su Lu emerge, Meng Yi gazed at him expectantly, eager for his evaluation, almost as if a tail were wagging behind her. It's very comfortable. And the straw sandals are excellent. Su Lu reached out to ruffle her fluffy hair but halted midway. The military god, in a fit of rage. 100,000. Forget it, forget it. The design is incredibly impressive. It's evident that it comes from a rich heritage. EES skill has reached this pinnacle, so surely your esteemed father possesses even more extraordinary craftsmanship. He lavished praise in front of Meng Yi's camera. Meng Yi beamed, revealing her 2 pointed tiger teeth. In the tea room, Meng Zong smirked slightly, emitting a nasal sound. Meng Lang, tip for the yacht X100. The group of dignitaries before the TC exchanged glances. This young man possesses remarkable insight and great talent. The Institute of Ancient Artifacts, I must recruit Su Lu. Meng Yi, cultivate the relationship. Lin Shihan squinted slightly. Oh. Su Lu quickly added, the reinforced areas are very practical. That's good. Lin Shihan's crescent-shaped eyes curved into a smile. By the way, I've skinned the yellow goat. Take a look if it requires further processing. She pointed to the other end of the courtyard. Dried fish and python meat hung in the shaded area, and this side offered good ventilation, ideal for air-drying meat products. The parts of the yellow goat were neatly arranged on the straw, divided according to major joints, front and hind legs, the torso, head, and skin. Your skill in skinning goats is quite commendable. Indeed. Oh, but why is there still a strip of skin left on the abdomen? Lin Shihan's face flushed once more. The skin on belly is quite tender and flavorful. Oh. Sulu elongated his tone. Lin Shihan shot him a glance. Realizing this mischievous person was refraining from mocking her. The belly is fatty. Eating it will add weight. Sulu. Lin Shihan. Mind your own business. Chapter 87. A touch of spice. Ambitious lamb, what parts would you like to eat? Yee. Sulu inquired. The naive and sweet girl rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before responding. I've been eating lamb chops from Fakey at home. I'm rather tired of it. The seasoning feels overly deliberate. I wonder if I could enjoy the boiled lamb chops that the herders consume on the grasslands? Her eyes sparkled with hope, radiating a captivating light. How refreshingly simplistic. Such sophisticated terminology for someone who claims to be a food enthusiast, Sulu mused. That sounds acceptable. The belly, boiled lamb chops. It's rare for someone to place an order. In the live stream, viewers, tears streaming from their eyes, bombarded the chat with comments. Ah, they've truly turned survival into a vacation, and they're even ordering food. I'm off to order lamb. I have every spice imaginable at home. I refuse to believe that my lamb could possibly fall short compared to Suli's. I suppose we shall see. Don't forget to provide feedback later. As they prepared to cut the meat, Sulu began to carve the lamb based on Lin Shihan's guidance, skillfully extracting the desired cuts. The belly, with skin, was sliced into long strips the width of 3 fingers, while the ribs were severed from the spinal column and chopped into segments roughly 7 to 8 centimeters long. The strips of belly and lamb chops were then wrapped in reed skins. Shihan, Sulu called, handing over 2 large packages, placing them at the inlet of a small watering hole to soak and drain the blood. Of course, Lin Shihan agreed readily, her willingness evident. I'll join you. Meng Yi eagerly accepted the wrapped lamb chops, following behind Lin Shihan. Such is the power of cuisine. Even the proud and aloof one has not uttered a single complaint. Sulu observed the contrasting figures of the dark-skinned girl in shorts and the fair-skinned girl in a little dress, their silhouettes quickly fading from view. It was indeed a pleasing sight. Now, let us gather some spices for the boiled lamb, Sulu continued. A graceful female leopard leaped from a branch high on the cliff, emitting a contented purr from her throat. She shook her body, her satin-like fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. Below, a small black creature flipped onto its back, paws resting on the head of another small black one, both continuing their slumber. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji patrolled the perimeter of the courtyard. Riding the ever-stable female leopard, Sulu ventured back into the woods. According to the topographical map, the location of the low shrubs was in the northwest, not far from the mining area. Giving the leopard a gentle pat, she urged it to accelerate. As they navigated through the tangled branches, the trees gradually grew shorter. Sulu leaned against the leopard's back, one hand gripping her neck for stability, while the other shielded her eyes from the sun as she scanned the surroundings. Currently, her popularity value stood at 480,000, which translated into nearly a minute and a half of the duration for the eye of detection. Estimating they had arrived at the densely shrubbed area marked on the map, Sulu activated the eye of detection. The coverage remained at 10 meters. Infinity, accelerate. A powerful force surged from the leopard's body, as the muscles along her spine contracted and expanded violently, almost tossing Sulu off. The rushing wind pressed against her, making it nearly impossible to breathe, and the scenery on either side blurred into unrecognizable streaks. How swift? Is this your full power, Infinity? With her stamina surging, she commanded, activate. Gripping the leopard's neck firmly, she managed to stabilize her position. That was close. I should have activated the stamina boost before asking Infinity to go full speed next time. Sulu fought through the dizziness, striving to ensure the eye of detection covered as much of the underbrush as possible. As the minute and a half concluded, the leopard came to an abrupt halt. Panting heavily, her acceleration involved the engagement of all her muscles, and her body's natural ability to dissipate heat could not immediately release the accumulated warmth. Without a break, the overheating could damage her central nervous system, potentially leading to her demise. Yet, she was already far superior to the leopards depicted in documentaries. In those films, leopards could only maintain their speed for 30 seconds. Sulu recalled the commentary from shows he had watched in his youth. He gently patted the leopard's head and signaled for her to rest. In that brief minute and a half of rapid dashing, they had covered nearly 3 kilometers. With an extensive area scanned, there are quite a number of spice plants here. Sulu parted a thicket, revealing a cluster of sword-shaped leaves hidden behind. This is galangal. Following the shape of the leaves, he dug into the soil, uncovering a network of segmented roots. We don't need much. 1 root will suffice. He continued to explain, carefully cutting a section of the root approximately 20 centimeters long from near the plant. Shaking it towards the camera, soil fell away, revealing a surface resembling scales. Galangal serves both medicinal and culinary purposes, similar to ginger, and we will use its aromatic qualities to eliminate the gamey flavor of the lamb. In addition to galangal, there are other spices here. Let us gather them all. Chapter 88. The preparation of lamb and the first batch of pottery aromatic spices flourished in the narrow 2-kilometer stretch of shrubs, including galangal, Sichuan pepper, mint leaves, and wild onions. On the sunny side, Su Lu discovered clusters of small reddish-brown fruits, each about 5 millimeters in diameter, adorably petite. These were Sichuan peppercorns. He plucked a handful and popped one into his mouth. The numbing sensation was unmistakable. Sichuan pepper was indeed the soul of seasoning for eliminating the gamey taste of lamb. He decided to gather these first, though not in abundance. They would suffice for a while. Su Lu showcased his harvest to the camera, filling a thatched basket with these fragrant spices. In the livestream room, it wasn't too much. His kitchen had fewer spices than this. The gentleman who had purchased lamb earlier might find himself outdone by Su Lu once again. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Shihan and Meng Yi were already waiting. "Where have you been?" inquired the tall and proud Lin Shihan. She was unconcerned, having spent the past few days with Su Lu. She no longer believed he would encounter any truly threatening troubles, especially with the infinite companionship of a leopard. What worried her more was the safety of other creatures in the woods. Su Lu opened the thatched basket filled with spices, and an intense aroma wafted through the air. Lin Shihan stepped back, covering her nose. "The scent is overwhelming. You went to gather spices, didn't you?" Although she frowned, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The dishes they had consumed over the past few days were fresh and flavorful, yet they lacked seasoning. Su Lu was an exceptional cook, but the humid heat of the island days and the chilly nights necessitated bolder spices to awaken the palate. "Indeed," Su Lu replied. Lin Shihan pouted slightly and stepped aside. "First, we should blanch the lamb to remove the blood foam. Let us prepare these spices." While explaining, Su Lu categorized the mixed spices from the thatched basket. He removed the earthy scales from the galangal, cutting it into segments for storage. "Besides the portion we will eat today, let us dry the excess in the sun. The part for today we'll peel and slice for later use." The mint leaves were to be kept fresh. He picked up a coconut shell filled with water, placed the mint leaves in his palm, and crushed them, sprinkling them into the coconut shell. Lin Shihan took it and tilted her head back, drinking deeply. The refreshing taste compelled her to consume nearly half the coconut shell before reluctantly pausing. "You should try some," she offered to the sweet and naive Meng Yi. Su Lu continued, "The preparation of Sichuan pepper is the same as that of galangal. We remove the stems and lay them out to dry." "What about this one?" Meng Yi, having finished the mint water, pointed at the remaining wild onions and Sichuan pepper. "You'll find out shortly," Su Lu teased, keeping them in suspense. "Here we go again." Lin Shihan wrinkled her nose. "Oh," Meng Yi nodded obediently. The contrast in personalities between the two girls was striking, prompting Su Lu to chuckle. Checking the time, Su Lu noted that the lamb had been soaking in water for nearly 2 hours. He called upon Lin Shihan to retrieve the lamb once more. As he peeled back the soft skin, the lamb revealed a pink hue. The gamey flavor resided in the blood. Freshly slaughtered wild sheep carried a stronger scent. After soaking in water, the blood was removed, leaving only the essence of the lamb. Gently pressing the meat, he noted its tender texture. "So how shall we cook it?" Meng Yi asked. "Good question. Your role as the comic relief is truly commendable. We shall use the earthen pot we just crafted." "So quickly?" Lin Shihan was somewhat surprised. "Indeed," Su Lu nodded with assurance. While adjusting the water-to-clay ratio during the preparation of the white clay, this time is sufficient. The harmony between fire and furnace is paramount. Material processing, smelting technique. The synergy of these two skills was indeed crucial, Su Lu thought to himself. Extinguish the fire, open the kiln. The bright color within the furnace gradually dimmed to shades of orange, yellow, and red as the temperature continued to decrease. After waiting for over half an hour, the temperature within the furnace, influenced by the sea breeze, gradually fell to around 100 degrees Celsius. Peering through the opening, one could see an array of pottery stacked neatly, exhibiting a distinctly different hue from their clay form. Our first batch of pottery seems to have been a success. Using thatch as a lever, Su Lu carefully extracted the topmost earthen pot. The white exterior bore the rough texture of clay, suggesting a sense of timeless weight. As he continued to cool the pot, its color slowly transformed, ultimately stabilizing into a bone-white hue. The fire pit, the pottery. The comments flooded in after a moment's pause. This is simply exquisite. It evoked a sense of traversing through history and time. Suddenly, I felt that the pottery bowl I crafted at the pottery studio last weekend paled in comparison. In the tea room, Professor Shui excitedly held Ming's phone, captivated by the sight. Though the clay is different, the essence is right. It possesses the aura of ancient pottery, not the overly retro craftsmanship of modern imitations. The ancient pottery waiting for restoration in the Research Institute's storeroom now holds promise. Chapter 89. Clay Pot Braised Meat. Exquisite flavor. The clay pot emerged from the kiln, while the remaining jars rested in the ventilated furnace, continuing to cool. The ceramic bowls, buried within the campfire, were unearthed by Sulu and set aside to cool. Inside the clay pot, slices of yellow goat belly and cut lamb ribs were neatly arranged. Sliced ginger and fresh Sichuan peppercorns were sprinkled over the meat. Next, freshly drawn spring water was poured in. Sulu constructed a wooden frame spanning the campfire and suspended the clay pot above it. Cold water began to cook the meat. The gentle bubbling sound filled the air. After a few minutes, the water temperature gradually began to rise. Sulu turned to glance at the proud black skin and the eagerly awaiting white skin, both of whom turned their heads simultaneously, their faces flushed with embarrassment. It was amusing how hunger could be such an endearing vulnerability. Lin Aojiao, unable to shed her idol-like demeanor, was one thing. But why was the innocent Bai Tian blushing? As the water in the pot heated, the residual blood from the lamb rose to the surface. Sulu deftly skimmed off the foam with a long-handled ladle crafted from clay, gradually clarifying the broth. With the cold water and the flow of the pot, the gamey taste lingering in the meat was effectively eliminated. While explaining the process, Sulu manipulated the wooden rod holding the clay pot, pulling it away from the campfire. Once the water reached a boil, we could reduce the heat. Covering the pot to simmer, the lid consisted of 2 layers, an inner layer slightly narrower and flat, featuring 2 air vents on either side, while the outer layer was domed with a single air vent. Adjusting the lids to align the 3 vents in a triangular formation allowed for steam to escape while creating a slight pressure inside the pot, akin to a pressure cooker. The thick walls of the clay pot, particularly its base, were made from a mixture that didn't yield overly delicate air holes. Thus, the final product had a dense texture, somewhat coarse on the surface, yet possessed remarkable heat retention and water storage capabilities. With high temperature and pressure, we anticipated the exquisite lamb that would emerge from this cooking method. Bai Tian nodded in agreement, recalling how their family chef had remarked on the rarity of a good clay pot. It was not merely the thickness of the walls that mattered, but a multitude of other characteristics, such as thermal expansion rates, which were equally significant. The complexity of this was akin to tailoring garments, and she trailed off, embarrassed, flashing a shy smile that revealed her small white canine teeth. No worries, Sula suppressed the impulse to tousle her hair, knowing that an hour of simmering would suffice. In the live stream's comment section, is an hour really enough? My family's lamb stew takes at least 2 to 3 hours. For meat dishes, if the cooking time is too short, the meat won't be tender. Isn't that problematic? Whether it's tender or not is one thing. But if the meat isn't cooked through, you won't even be able to bite it. Didn't Sula say there's a clay pot? If he says it's fine, then it surely is. Exactly, trust in Sulu. Was there someone else cooking meat earlier? How is that going? It's on the way. The meat has just arrived, and they're skimming the foam off the cold water. So, I guess Sulu is all set while you're still waiting for your meat. As the clay pot produced a delicate bubbling sound, accompanied by the soft gurgling from black skin and white skin-s bellies, Sulu retrieved the food ingredients previously set aside, wild pepper and wild onions. The lantern-shaped red fruits of the wild pepper were chopped and crushed, while the wild onions were treated similarly. Hey, why are you crying, Big Thigh? Mingy inquired curiously. I was reminded of the hardships of sleeping outdoors these past few days. Sulu wiped away a tear with his arm. Yee, why are you crying? Ugh. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for days, and I haven't slept well either. It's been so tough. What are you two up to? Lin Shihan furrowed her brow as she approached. Ah, it's so spicy. Are wild onions supposed to be this pungent? She wiped a tear away as well. You too. Is this entertaining? The crushed wild pepper and wild onion were mixed evenly in a ceramic bowl. A few mint leaves were also taken, their juices extracted and blended into the wet mixture. Coarse, salt grains, meticulously ground from rock salt, were placed in another bowl for dry seasoning. Sulu, using a straw mat to protect his hands, lifted the 2 layers of the clay pot lid. The clear, slightly milky broth revealed lamb that quivered slightly with the bubbling of the liquid. No tasting was necessary. The visual alone confirmed that the lamb had been thoroughly cooked to tenderness. The unique aroma of the lamb burst forth as the lid was lifted, reminiscent of flowers blooming in an instant. The freshness of fish and lamb is unparalleled. The fragrance of fish carries the bracing essence of the sea, while that of lamb emanates from the mountains, soil, and meadows. There was no trace of any gamey odor. Lin Shihan could not contain her surprise and whispered in awe. Such fuss over nothing, Sula remarked, skimming the thick layer of oil from the surface of the broth. then ladling out 2 bowls of meat to pass to the eager pair. Chapter 90. The whole lamb feast in the luminous broth. Pieces of fatty and lean lamb belly sank to the bottom of the bowl. Lin Shihuan, wielding chopsticks crafted from wood, attempted to retrieve a piece, only to find that with a gentle effort, the meat crumbled into the soup. So tender, she exclaimed in surprise. Carefully, she extracted the lamb belly, dipping it into a sauce made from a blend of Sichuan pepper and wild onions. Upon tasting, the lamb offered little resistance with a gentle press of her tongue. It disintegrated effortlessly. The fatty portions were as soft as mousse, devoid of any greasiness. The lamb skin, having been stewed to the consistency of tendons, required no effort to chew. The phrase melts in your mouth could not have been more apartment. The spiciness of the Sichuan pepper combined with the wild onion sauce coated the lamb, and before it could deliver a potent kick to her palate, it too dissolved in her mouth. The interplay of spice and tenderness enveloped her senses, reminiscent of traversing hills to behold vast meadows stretching towards the horizon. The flavor surpassed her expectations. Lin Shihuan cast a complex glance at Su Lu and took another sip of the soup. The subtly sweet broth washed over her palate, presenting a flavor profile distinct from the lamb itself. Meng Yi, with her Navi charm, held her bowl of lamb chops, swallowed hard, and grasped a rib. As she pulled, the meat effortlessly detached from the bone, falling back into the bowl. The small girl with a bird's nest hairstyle stared at the bone in her hands, exclaiming, "It came off the bone. It really only takes an hour." Sulu offered her coarse salt, advising her to try the lamb chop with the seasoning. Meng Yi dipped a piece of the sliding meat into the coarse salt and brought it to her mouth. Delicious, she declared. What makes it so good? Sulu encouraged her to elaborate. Well, the sweet girl tilted her head in contemplation. The layered meat, although tender, retained its texture. The coarse salt presented a unique mouthfeel, each grain assertive yet not overpowering the lamb's flavor. It's much better than what our chef makes. The way this discerning young lady praises food is delightful. I crave more of such compliments. The audience in the live stream, once skeptical, now had no further objections. It really did come off the bone. Now they have to believe it. It truly took just an hour to stew. The clay pot is remarkably effective. I think I'll buy one myself. My meat is only half cooked. I just poked it with chopsticks, and it wouldn't even yield, let alone detach from the bone. Cooking meat to tenderness isn't particularly difficult. The key is that Su Lu crafted the clay pot himself, which is truly impressive. When Su Lu was tenderizing the skin, didn't Boss Huang from the Jiang and Leather Factory say he wanted to hire him as a consultant? I wonder if any cookware manufacturers are now willing to sponsor Su Lu for his pottery skills. In the tea room, Professor Shui, still clutching his phone with reluctance, lamented in despair. Such exquisite pottery, and it is merely used for cooking meat. Such a waste. Chang Qin patted Professor Shui on the back, lowering his voice. Ahem. Once Su Lu completes this challenge, why not have your daughter entice him to join our family? Cough. Meng Zong. The two girls, with their contrasting complexions, were too eager to let the meat cool, disregarding the heat as they fed themselves bite after bite. Sula shook his head. The clay pot retains heat remarkably well. There's no need to rush. By the way, what are you eating? Meng Yi mumbled, her mouth full of meat. Lin Shihuan also looked at him with a puzzled expression. The meat in the clay pot was entirely divided between her and Meng Yi, leaving the rogue with seemingly nothing for himself. Moreover, even for 2 people, it seemed a bit insufficient. No. Is he about to start being infuriating again? I'm having grilled lamb skewers, Su Lu revealed, flashing a broad smile. Fresh lamb skewered and grilled. Could anything in this world surpass that? Lin Shihuan. Meng Yi. Oh, I want to eat too. The girl with the bird's nest hairstyle declared. Weren't you tired of the grilled lamb chops? Su Lu inquired. I want to eat what the thigh prepares. Well, I suppose I shall taste some as well. Lin Shihuan raised her chin with poise. Su Li's smile widened, revealing even more of his bright, white teeth. The proud girl with the long legs arched her brows. What is so amusing? Su Lu pointed at the clay pot and the meat in the bowl, well aware that she was eager to eat, intentionally preparing less stewed meat. Su Lu. Before Lin Shihuan could withdraw her long legs, Su Lu swiftly turned away. The leg meat and crispy bones were cut into thumb-sized morsels, skewered with sharpened wooden sticks. The kidneys were stripped of their fat and wrapped in thin slices of lamb fat, secured with 2 skewers. Finally, the lamb leg bones were cleaved in half with a stone axe. On the reed mat, hundreds of skewers of various meats were laid out in a splendid display. Meow? Little black. How well? Black soot. Roar. Huff. Infinite. Humph. Humph. Beiji. There is plenty for everyone, Su Lu. Chapter 91. A small plan. Producing charcoal. The lamb skewers, a delightful blend of fat and lean meat, present a tender, succulent texture complemented by crispy, charred edges. The fat drips and sizzles in the flames, creating a tantalizing sound. The crunchy bones are crisp on the outside, yet tender within, delivering a lingering taste akin to breaking off a spring bud, offering a subtle chewing experience. The oil-soaked lamb kidneys, infused with rich lamb fat, conceal tender meat beneath their crisp exterior. A bite releases warm vapors, showcasing the lamb's exquisite flavor. Lin Shihan and Meng Yi each hold a skewer of roasted lamb, keeping it warm near the campfire. With their right hands, they greedily indulge in the juicy skewers, savoring each morsel. Su Lu, with both hands full of meat, flips and roasts them over the fire, sprinkling fine salt flakes as he cooks. The fragrant lamb skewers are a true essence of night market vendors, calling out for more as they roast. More from the thigh, please. I want some too. Could you two speak more normally? Anyone would think we're live streaming some nonsense here. Su Lu internally grumbles while handing over 2 freshly roasted skewers. He continues to roast more skewers, cutting the remaining lamb into 15-centimeter strips. Some are salted and hung up, while the fresh meat is distributed among his companions. The sleek black female leopard shares the meat strips with the little black panther and the black-footed cat, while the rest is devoured voraciously. Even Beiji receives the roasted python meat, a reward for its diligent guarding of the courtyard. I'm no longer just a hunter, I've become a caretaker now, Su Lu reflects, observing the scene of his companions, pigs, leopards, and cats feasting heartily. With Beiji and Wuxian around, hunting and guarding are no longer concerns. The little black creatures provide significant relief from the solitude of the island. In the wilderness survival, mental well-being is paramount. In terms of food, there is a stable seafood supply from the fish pond, alongside salted python and lamb meat. Should they desire more meat, the forest is always an option for hunting or setting traps for small animals. Protein intake is no longer a worry. However, vegetable options are limited to cattail and various wild fruits, indicating a need for improved fiber and vitamin intake to avoid nutritional imbalances that could lead to illness, a significant concern in wilderness survival. Currently, carbohydrates are scarce, but taro, a starchy root vegetable, can serve as a temporary solution. Seasonings such as Sichuan pepper, Chinese prickly ash, and ginger are available, along with 7 pieces of jackal skin, lamb tendons, shanks, and bones. With a stable supply of white clay for pottery and a potter's wheel, as well as a kiln for firing pottery, there are promising prospects. The white clay mine likely harbors other mineral deposits, and the kiln's capabilities extend beyond pottery. However, to truly harness the potential of metallurgy, the heat provided by firewood is insufficient. Additionally, retreating to a secluded corner is not ideal for maintaining program appeal and popularity, as it could lead to elimination. The exploration of Bermuda presents numerous dangers. Relying solely on Wuxian and Beiji for protection, combined with current skills, does not guarantee absolute safety. Risks arise from the environment, but one must not overlook the unpredictability of other competitors. After reflecting, Su Lu quickly identifies the issues that require resolution for future development. The first is securing a stable source of plant-based food to address fiber and vitamin deficiencies. The next priority is to produce higher-calorie charcoal and further explore mineral resources. Entering the Iron Age would be ideal. Metallurgy and precision processing present vast possibilities. Upgrading tools and weapons is essential for self-defense and exploration. For now, these 2 objectives shall be prioritized. I have taken on burdens that my rank does not warrant. Su Lu concludes his reflections. Are you familiar with the plan? Meng Yi asks, a piece of meat in her mouth. What do you want to ask? You could wait until you swallow before speaking. Oh, it's nothing. Su Lu continues roasting the skewers, formulating 2 small plans. He divides a skewer of crispy bones into 3 portions, ensuring all the lamb meat is fully distributed. Lin Shihan, ready to take a portion, suddenly burps and covers her mouth with her fingertips. You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. I heard nothing. I heard nothing. Su Lu combines the 3 portions into 2 bunches, handing one to Meng Yi while keeping one for himself. Lin Shihan wrinkles her nose. What small plan are you concocting? She inquires, finishing her last skewer while eyeing Su Lu's hand. Perhaps to earn $1 billion first? Su Lu pulls the skewer closer. Thinking of stealing a bite? Not a chance. Lin Shihan dramatically pouts. Still pouting? You know nothing of the 30 years that passed, do you? I can't recall how it went, having watched too early. She struggles to remember the details. First, let us produce some charcoal. Chapter 92. Stirring the Ancient Cultural Research Institute. After finishing the roasted lamb, we tossed aside the wooden skewers for the proud long-legged one to gather. I joined in to lend a hand, and Bird's Nest stood up to help clear the aftermath. Su Lu called over the gluttonous Beiji, who was gnawing on a python bone. A basket was placed on its back to collect some clay for building the kiln. As the daytime clay used for the ventilation furnace had already been exhausted, Beiji snorted in response. Sulu playfully tugged at its bristles and added, not white clay. Feeling rather lazy, he pondered whether to rename it Sha Sung in hopes of inspiring more diligence. As he continued to jest, he explained, next, we will be crafting some charcoal. To do this, we need to build a furnace that isolates air, hence the ventilation furnace constructed in the afternoon is not suitable. The viewers in the live stream chat began to chime in, providing explanations. I understand the process of charcoal production. It is the product of incomplete combustion of wood, which possesses superior characteristics compared to regular firewood. After transporting 4 baskets of clay, Sula designated a spot a little distance away from the wooden house for constructing the kiln. During the charcoal-making process, a significant amount of carbon monoxide is released. Therefore, the kiln's location must be situated downwind and away from areas of human activity. While articulating these details, he shaped a base with an internal diameter of 60 centimeters and a wall thickness of approximately 10 centimeters. Once the base reached a height of about 10 centimeters, he piled firewood inside and ignited it. This step serves to dry the inner walls of the kiln while it is being constructed. The walls of the kiln were further raised vertically to about 50 centimeters. At the bottom of the kiln walls, Sula created 8 evenly spaced small holes approximately 5 centimeters wide with a stick. He then began filling the kiln with firewood, stacking it vertically against the walls until it reached the top, forming a pointed peak. He continued to apply clay around the peak, leaving an opening of about 10 centimeters at the very top. It was time to ignite the fire, lighting the exposed firewood at the top. He fanned it with a dry broadleaf to encourage the flames. From the small holes at the base of the kiln, white smoke began to waft out. When he could see the glow of flames through the holes, Sulu filled them with the remaining clay, sealing the top of the kiln. Fuel refinement, LV1. Perfect. Sula straightened up. The quantity of firewood would require about half a day to convert into charcoal. Tomorrow, the kiln would be ready. The chat was flooded with comments. This is perhaps the most down-to-earth activity Sulu has done in days. Yes, in my childhood. We also made charcoal in the countryside, and I used to gather firewood to help. It feels nostalgic. Alas, as an adult, I'm always working overtime and have no time to assist my family. During holidays, I come home, just finished working in the fields, and collapse on the bed to watch live streams. I'm utterly exhausted. As twilight descended and stars began to twinkle, he gazed at the Milky Way outside the wooden wall window, ready for sleep. In the organizer's livestream hall, Mr. Chen frowned as he hung up the phone. Although it was well past the end of the workday, he remained in the hall, accustomed to it. Sure enough, a late-night call had come through to his phone, inquiring about Su Li's information. Wasn't all the data publicly available on the official website? What use was it to ask me? The phone number was marked as belonging to the National Ancient Cultural Research Institute. What on earth has Sulu done? Is it the pottery? Could firing pottery attract the attention of the Ancient Cultural Research Institute? Though he was not entirely sure, Mr. Chen resolved to edit a promotional clip showcasing Sulu's pottery-making scene. This Sulu, just on his 5th day, had become a regular feature on the homepage cover. Hey, Advisor Ed, why the frown? Asked Mr. Da, holding a coffee cup while reviewing his student's performance. Upon hearing Mr. Chen's query, he rubbed his bald head and replied, Yuchuan seems not to be preparing the infrastructure as agreed. It appears he is readying for an inter-island operation. This is quite perilous. I mean, undertaking such a venture without sufficient preparation carries significant risks. I hope Yuchuan knows what he is doing. An experienced survival expert should not make such mistakes. In an office in the bustling metropolis, Li Jianlong had certainly invested a considerable amount of money. This Yuchuan Lai had audaciously chosen to abandon collaboration with his peers and actively align with his direction. The cultured secretary marveled at the live stream projected onto the wall. Mr. Ming scoffed, if he truly succeeds and marries Yi, a significant portion of Longchen would essentially fall into his hands. A few $100 million to pay this person is no problem. The cultured secretary adjusted his glasses. Aren't you the least bit concerned, Mr. Ming? Concerned? Mr. Ming smirked. Yi is rather fortunate. The secretary was taken aback. Was it because of Sulu? It was quite rare for Mr. Ming to hold such high praise for a young individual. The night swiftly passed. Day 6 of survival on the deserted island. Chapter 93. A simple breakfast. Charcoal is ready. The weather seems rather dreary. Sulu, having rare fortune to wake up naturally, meaning he slept until 8, stretched leisurely. The sea, once a vast azure, was now adorned with sparse, low-hanging clouds. It seemed likely that a tropical depression would arrive in the next couple of days. Fortunately, the chosen refuge was situated a considerable distance from the coastline. Moreover, given the expanse of the beach and the vegetation along the cliffside, even a torrential downpour would not inundate this place. Early in the morning, the live stream was buzzing with astonishment. Sulu could even predict tropical depressions? Truly remarkable. After making a judgment based on the directional mark, Sula confidently lifted the two little creatures, Xiao Hong and Heishio, who were sleeping on his calves, by their scruffs and tossed them over to Lin Shihan and Ming Yi's bedding. With a soft snore, the two adorable beings began to smacking their lips, finding the softest spot to nestle in. I want to eat, Ming Yi mumbled in her sleep, reaching out towards the air. Lin Shihan, with the two little ones pressing against her chest, furrowed her brow and gave a gentle nudge, her eyes still firmly shut. It seemed both girls had not awakened early. A hearty meal of lamb and skewers, combined with the tropical depression, indeed made one feel languid. Why then had I awakened so early? Sulu smacked his forehead, feeling as though he had lost out once again. It must be the worry over the charcoal still being made. However, according to the feedback from fuel refinement, it would still be a while before the charcoal was finished. Nevertheless, the ceramic pots should have cooled adequately. Yesterday, he had only fired clay pots and a few bowls. The remaining thinner-walled vessels, jars, and basins were left to cool freely in the ventilated furnace for greater stability. Once removed, the pale gray, archaic pottery was lined up neatly. Sulu secured the openings of two large jars with soft vines and hung them on Beiji's back. Time to fetch water. 8 coconut shells could hold no more than 3 liters, but one ceramic jar could easily exceed that amount. He drew clear water from a small pond, the liquid sloshing in the jar with a pleasant sound. Sulu made another trip to the fish pond, retrieving a few fish which he cleaned thoroughly. He sliced them thinly with mutton fat, frying the skins in a ceramic basin, then added water, covered it, and set it over the fire to simmer into fish soup. Only a few slices of ginger were added for flavor, soon producing an enticing bubbling sound. He then added chopped, peeled cattails and reed stems, raising the ceramic basin to maintain a gentle temperature. As the aroma of the fish soup wafted through the air, enticing Lin Shihan and Meng Yi, Sulu was busy breaking open the top of the charcoal kiln. There was no need to disturb the vertical walls of the kiln. Each firing only required the removal of the top, which was more labor efficient. Awake? Sula tilted his head to greet them. Good morning. Good morning. Meng Yi, half asleep with her messy hair, responded groggily. Morning, Lin Shihan replied softly after a brief pause, having not had time to tidy her clothes. She tugged at her short shirt, trying to conceal her neckline. Phew, thankfully, no one is watching. Is that fish soup? Meng Yi exclaimed, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she reached for the lid of the ceramic basin. Hot. QQY the rush? Lin Shihan pulled her hand back, blowing on it, and then lifted the lid with a thatch of reeds as protection. You added cattails and reed stems? Yes, I thought I'd keep it light for breakfast. So I made some fish soup. The cattails and reed stems help absorb the oil. Sula replied, retrieving the completed charcoal from the kiln without looking back. Bowls and soup spoons were nearby. Oh, Lin Shihan acknowledged. The charcoal was neatly stacked beside the kiln, exhibiting a uniform black hue with a calorific value exceeding that of ordinary firewood. More is always better. Fuel refinement skill has leveled up, current level, LV. 2. Sula filled the kiln with fresh firewood, constructed the top with clay, and repeated the process of reigniting, fanning, filling the ventilation holes, and sealing the top. His movements were fluid and graceful. Come, let us have some soup. Upon seeing Sulu's task come to a pause, Lin Shihan called out. A sprinkle of fine salt was added to the fish soup, transforming it into a milky white hue with a delicate, ethereal fragrance. Such an understated dish was perfect for awakening the soul lingering between dreams in the morning. I plan to head into the woods with E later to gather some fruits, Lin Shihan stated, setting down her soup bowl, half in agreement. Wait, why am I consulting him? All right, take Wuxian and Xiaohong with you. We were just discussing how to supplement our fiber and vitamin sources. The survival queen certainly has her talents. With a soft thud, Wuxian, perched on a branch high above the cliff, leaped down gracefully, landing lightly. The sleek black figure, measuring 3 meters including its tail, was visually striking. Okay. Lin Shihan replied, her expression conflicted. The bad guys aren't around. The Black Panther 1T bite us, right? Chapter 94, Mining for Iron, or How Could There Be Emeralds? Rest assured, Infinity is quite gentle and does not bite, Sula said, gently stroking the back fur of the female Black Panther. Starting from the base of her tail, he moved his hand against the grain all the way to the top of her head. Infinity lazily shook her body, and the disheveled fur smoothed back down. See, I told you so. The comments flooded in. Sulu is incredible. My cat wouldn't allow me to stroke her against the grain like that. Huh? What happens when you stroke against the grain? My cat is right beside me. I want to try. Go ahead, brave warrior. I got swatted by my cat. Haha. Mingyi timidly reached out her hand. Infinity. Mingyi. Meow. You said she doesn't bite. The little bird's nest protested softly. Lin Shihan looked at Sulu with a poker face. Sulu remained composed. She merely bared her teeth a little. Infinity was just playing a scare tactic. He patted the agitated female panther's rear. Nonsense. Lin Shihan ruffled Mengyi's hair, comforting the little girl while casting a disapproving glance at Sulu. Let's go. Meanwhile, Sulu, accompanied by Beiji, moved towards the mining area. Today, he was not riding the Black Panther. Thus, he had to slow down. Running too fast would make Beiji dizzy. The female panther is truly splendid. He directed Beiji's course according to the topographical map while narrating his usual commentary. According to the plan, we are now in search of iron ore. Given the island environment, the likelihood of encountering marine volcanic and marine sedimentary mineral deposits is quite high. In Bermuda, geological data indicates a record of volcanic eruptions. Therefore, iron ore from volcanic eruption centers may have been brought to the surface by water movements, becoming sedimented. For instance, ahead. Sulu smiled as he turned the camera towards the area he was indicating. Before them lay layers of fractured rock, somewhat reminiscent of white clay ore. However, the distinguishing feature was its darker hue. The fractured rock displayed alternating black and red layers. Between the black and red strata, other colored layers were interspersed, albeit much thinner. The red layer, approximately 7 to 8 centimeters thick, was composed of sedimented and uplifted hematite. We are quite fortunate. On one hand, the rock layers are distinctly separated. On the other hand, due to the erosion from sea winds, the surface or veins have loosened, making extraction easier. If we had encountered a solid, contiguous layer, we would have truly struggled to mine it. Geology skill level upgraded. Current level, LV, 3. With that, Sulu had Beiji wait nearby while he took out a basket and began to pry at the reddish-brown hematite layer with a stone axe. The live chat buzzed. So Sulu is essentially a human surveying machine? What a feat. I feel like we're truly witnessing a miracle as he discovers an iron mine. Isn't it even more astounding that on the 6th day of survival on this deserted island, Sulu is about to challenge iron smelting? What I'm watching isn't just survival. It's a one-on-one battle against the island. One-on-one is an understatement. Sulu is here to conquer the island. On the other side, Sulu had pried off quite a bit of stone. He collected the densely colored hematite and tossed it into the basket, roughly estimating. The iron content in these ores could be considered rich. With these 2 baskets, accounting for losses, it would be sufficient to refine several kilograms of crude iron. While selecting the ores, Sulu also gathered some crystalline white stones and more transparent columnar crystals. These transparent crystals were niter, which could be used for ice making. Enjoying a chilled coconut on a hot day is simply delightful. Of course, when crushed, they could also be used to create gunpowder. He tossed them into the basket as well, as he continued to excavate from the crevice of the pried rock layers. Sulu's gaze was drawn to a glimmer that flashed by. How dazzling. He chuckled, sensing that this time we might have an unexpected find. Sulu smiled mysteriously at the camera. The curiosity of the live audience was instantly piqued. What unexpected find? Is it some other type of ore? Could a scholar please explain? Sometimes, Sulu's live stream leaves us bewildered. Perhaps it's magnetite or mica quartz. Magnetite could be quite useful. However, it seems Sulu currently cannot utilize it. Not quite. When the camera focused on the rock layer earlier, I think I saw something glittering. That unknown. Quartz can also refract light. At this moment, Sulu had already pried open the surrounding rock layers and extracted the shimmering mineral. It was a deep, clear green stone, reminiscent of a tranquil forest lake. The chat erupted. Emerald. Chapter 95. The exceptional emerald? Do not disturb my iron smelting. The barrage in the live streaming room fell silent for a good 10 seconds before erupting into a flurry of comments. Is this for real? The emerald is the most exquisite gem. Can it truly be unearthed so casually? I believe Master Su would speak without basis. If one were to unearth something of high value in a survival scenario, surely they could bring it out? There are contestants specifically here to mine gemstones, right? I recall there being some this season. Indeed, once it's brought out and appraised, everything will be revealed. Didn't we see someone dig up a crystal in previous episodes and mistakenly declare it a diamond? They ended up receiving a penalty and lost their rewards. Ah, yes, I remember. One contestant from the Tower Kingdom claimed to be an expert in gemstone appraisal. If this is indeed an emerald, considering its size, it must be as large as a quail's egg. What a fortune that would be. The value varies based on quality. Factors such as inclusions, oiling, and color. A single carat can differ by dozens to hundreds of times. Wow, Master Su has placed the emerald right in front of the camera. Such a stunning green. So pure. And I can't seem to detect any obvious inclusions? Is there a gemstone appraisal expert among us? Well, if inclusions are not visible to the naked eye and the camera magnifies it, the clarity must be at least F1 level. Dear Gem Appraisal Expert, How much could this emerald unearthed by Master Su fetch? Huh. I wouldn't dare to arbitrarily price this piece in Master Su's hands. This is the quality that enters the world's top auction houses. If one were to forcibly assign a price, it would start at millions, with no upper limit. Translation: Our Queen's crown is still missing a gemstone to adorn it. This emerald is destined for my glorious nation. Translation: The most perfect emerald should be enshrined in the Pharaoh's scepter. Translation: Such a gemstone is fated to embellish the scabbard of the Viking pirate king's curved blade. Ugh, here come the foreign folks again with their nonsense. Million starting price, and no ceiling. I am at a loss for words. Master Su has already made this journey worthwhile, even if he were to be eliminated now. Current popularity in the live streaming room: 500,000. Awakening passive skill, Voice of Nature. It seems that such unexpected gains can indeed elevate one's popularity. The Voice of Nature skill? Sounds of mountains. Flowing water, the wind. This is essentially a bond with nature. Danger perception only senses immediate threats. But potential dangers can be perceived in advance through the Voice of Nature. Goodness, this is akin to being a half-prophet. Additionally, one can utilize the human physiological structure to produce the sounds of nature. Master Su whistled, a clear and melodious sound resonating outward, causing the distant woods to respond with birdsong. Birds flapped their wings, leaves rustled. It seemed small creatures were curiously approaching. This feels reminiscent of enhanced perception abilities in a fantastical novel. Is the old hunter template this formidable? I can even hear Zhu Beiji's movements. Ugh, this lazy bum is both farting and grinding his teeth. My ears are now sullied. Let us set the emerald aside for now. Our primary focus today remains on mining iron ore. The live stream is inundated with ellipses. Damn those byproducts. If I were to find an emerald, I wouldn't even be able to think about mining anymore. Master Su tucked away the irregularly shaped, quail egg-sized emerald and continued to pry at the ore. To Master Su's astonishment, as he continued to dig, he uncovered a second piece just over 10 centimeters behind the first emerald ore. Smaller. Roughly half the size of the first, yet the color remained equally deep and translucent, with exceptional quality. Whatever you don't want, just give it to me. Master Su muttered, placing the stone into the pocket of his new attire. The barrage in the live stream continued to flood with ellipses. What kind of extraordinary luck is this? Are jewels really strewn across the ground? I'm envious. If only I could have it. The iron ore quickly filled 2 baskets, the reddish-brown iron ore topped with a layer of transparent and bright nitrate. Today's haul is quite satisfactory. Master Su held a piece of iron ore up to his eyes. Look, everyone. The metallic luster on the surface of the ore is evident, indicating a very high iron content. We should be able to refine a remarkably pure iron from this. For smelting iron, we can use the vent furnace we constructed yesterday. Back to the courtyard. Have Lin Aojiao and the silly white sweet not returned yet? Surely they haven't lost their way, with the infinite possibilities. They must be having too much fun. Shopping can be quite terrifying for women. The ore was spread out upon the ground. Then, he ignited the vent furnace. This time, he utilized the charcoal he had newly crafted. Soon, the vent below the furnace revealed incandescent flames flickering vigorously. Continuing to add charcoal to stoke the fire, one could observe bundles of flames erupting from the furnace's top. The heat value of the charcoal was indeed considerably higher. The temperature in the vent furnace must now be approaching 16 or 1700 degrees. Now let us introduce the iron ore. Chapter 96, Fed? Coming right up. The furnace blazed with a brilliant white heat, devouring the iron ore that had been cast into it, although the molten state of the ore remained unseen. The sounds reverberating from the Voice of Nature provided an auditory glimpse. Su Lu discerned the faint crackling of charcoal as it ignited, the disruptive noises of the iron ore succumbing to the intense heat, and soon thereafter, the sizzling of molten metal. The melting point of iron hovers around 1500 degrees Celsius. It appears our furnace operates quite efficiently. While waiting, Su Lu retrieved 2 emeralds from his pocket and held one up to the sunlight for scrutiny. The bounty of the Bermuda archipelago is indeed astonishing. This should fetch a handsome price. Yet, it pales in comparison to the reward awaiting the completion of the Desert Island Survival Challenge. Moreover, dealing in such gemstones privately poses significant risks. Who knows if the nefarious elements might take notice? Thus, garnering popularity, completing the challenge, and securing the reward seems the most prudent course of action. I am truly clever. Gems, after all, are merely commonplace minerals. The bounty of nature is abundant, with countless treasures far exceeding the value of any gemstone. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Our primary focus remains the smelting of iron ore. A slight smile graced Su Li's lips as he casually cast the 2 emeralds aside. The barrage of comments erupted. Su Lu, your swagger is simply unmatched no matter the gem. It cannot disrupt your rhythm in conquering the island. What does it mean to be impressive? This is what it means. A man with a focused goal is undeniably captivating. I feel myself falling for Sulu. I have already fallen for him. His scruffy stubble, his brooding demeanor. Wake master, I seem to hear someone calling my name. Foreign language. This Sulu is truly wasteful. He has no comprehension of the value of gemstones. Haha. Here come the critics again. Sulu is right. Nature's gifts are the true priceless treasures. Our traditional philosophy of harmony with nature is something they will never grasp. Current live stream popularity, 540,000. Indeed, that's how it is. I now comprehend the feeling of witnessing a wealthy character flaunt their riches in a novel. When fortune falls from the sky, it is exhilarating. Sulu contentedly reached for a piece of charcoal and added it to the furnace. The sounds emanating from the flames indicated that the batch of iron ore had nearly completed its melting process. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Thighs. Thighs. We've gathered so many things. Turning to look, he spotted Lin Shihan behind Meng Yi, who was bounding forward. Another splendid day, it seems. How much did you all collect? Meng Yi wore a necklace woven from various wild fruits and vines. Lin Shihan carried a load on her back, her short leather jacket stretching tightly, accentuating her curves. As Meng Yi excitedly bumped into Lin Shihan, their forms squished together, like two spheres being reshaped. Try this. Meng Yi slid down from Infinity's back and plucked a berry from her fruit necklace, presenting it to Sulu. I picked this blackcurrant myself. Quite impressive. Sulu couldn't resist ruffling her tousled hair before accepting the dark, glistening fruit. Ah, it's a bit tardy, encouraged her. Very sweet. Hiki. Lin Shihan had also removed the various roots and tubers she had gathered. Taro, asparagus, wild buckwheat. Purslin, the tension in her leather jacket relaxed. What a pity, nevertheless. These items she retrieved are indeed quite useful. Wait, her hair is damp, so did the sweet innocent take a detour to have a bath? No wonder it took so long. Lin Shihan blushed as she tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Gathering roots, some should be suitable for planting as well. She offered Sulu a berry from her palm when she had tea finished on the way. This one is different from what he picked. You should taste it. Well, it's the sweetest bunch. The innocent one pouted. But Linjia, didn't you say there were none left? Lin Shihan, it's quite delicious. Sulu looked down and then back up. Can't you just grab it yourself? The proud girl felt a tickling sensation from Su Li's breath on her palm. Her anger flaring. Dung, wait, sold that to you? Why are you kicking me? Sulu rubbed his bruised leg. She's surprisingly strong. Lin Shihan retracted her leg, patting her flushed cheeks, changing the subject with a question. Have you begun smelting your iron? Sulu pointed to the furnace in the pile of ore. The first batch is about to be ready. I was just asking casually. Lin Shihan's expression turned complex. So this is iron ore? Meng Yi, bursting with excitement, rummaged through the pile of stones and unearthed the emerald Sulu had discarded earlier, exclaiming, wow, it's a pure, vivid green. Chapter 97. The Iron Ingots. We officially enter the Iron Age. What green? After listening to Meng Yi's words, Sulu looked utterly bewildered. Warden Green? This name sounds rather tragic. Meng Yi covered her mouth with her fingers. Warden Green is the highest grade of emerald color, indicating purity without inclusions or cracks. Its value is exceedingly high. This naive and innocent girl can no longer be considered an ordinary lady from a prominent family. Though she may not have first-hand experience, she has certainly heard of gem appraisal during her time as a keyboard warrior. To identify gemstones with the naked eye, without any tools. How extensive must her knowledge be? Moreover, how do the skills of wilderness survival and gem appraisal coexist within a single individual? Could she really be the daughter of a military god? I was merely joking around. Sulu composed himself and adopted a poker face. Oh, is that so? How impressive. You can find emeralds of such caliber. It was merely a casual find. The high-profile persona must not falter. Sulu smiled lightly, thinking that if she was interested, she could play with them for now. After all, on the island, gemstones are of little immediate use. Meng Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Shihan, though not deeply knowledgeable about such matters, could glean some insight from Meng Yi's expression. This person, is she joking? These two emeralds have garnered such praise from Yi. Does she truly comprehend the value of gemstones? Is she not concerned about the possibility of losing or damaging them? Sulu waved his hand. Shihan, why not choose one as well? Just consider it a temporary custody. Lin Shihan. Meng Yi. Live stream comments. Sulu, the heating and smelting time for the blast furnace is nearly complete. Let us see the results of this iron refining. Lin Shihan was momentarily taken aback. But the emeralds. How could emeralds be more important than iron refining? Sulu shot her a glance. Old-fashioned thinking. He opened the vent at the bottom of the blast furnace and extinguished the fire. The intense heat of the furnace gradually diminished. The portion I have just excavated can be reused by sealing it with straw clay next time. Su Lu scraped out all the carbon residue accumulated at the bottom of the furnace. Among the ash-like carbon residue, one could see the black iron slag, appearing in the form created by fluid condensation. Carefully extracting the iron slag from the soil, he piled it into a mound measuring over 10 centimeters on each side and approximately 10 centimeters high. The smelting skill has been upgraded. Current level, LV3. Livestream comments. So, indeed, Su Lu managed to produce iron. This is a godly speed. On the 6th day, Su Lu entered the Iron Age. After extracting the first batch of iron sand, he filled the gap in the blast furnace with a mixture of straw and clay. Leaving the vent open, he added charcoal and iron ore and ignited it. The already melted iron sand was poured into a pre-baked ceramic jar. Subsequently, the jar was placed in the stone slab layer above the blast furnace. This step aimed to achieve a higher purity of molten iron. During the molten iron process, we prepared the mold. Su Lu wedged several stone slabs into the ground, applying a thick layer of clay to secure them. Then he filled the mold with finely sifted dry sand. When the sand was half filled, he vertically embedded a stone knife. Continuing to add sand, he compacted it with stones until the entire knife was enveloped in the fine sand. Finally, he carefully removed the stone knife. Within the compacted fine sand, a mold cavity resembling a knife blade remained. Cautiously, he excavated a portion of the fine sand, placing 2 thin wooden strips horizontally at the position of the knife handle. He then refilled the excavated cavity. On one side of the fine sand mold, Su Lu also dug out 4 or 5 triangular cavities, each approximately 5 centimeters long. Having completed these tasks, Su Lu fetched a long wooden rod, about 1.2 meters in length, still damp, and split it at the front third. The rod, inserted through the opening above the blast furnace, was just right to grasp the ceramic jar containing the iron sand. The iron sand had already melted. Carefully peering into the opening of the blast furnace, Su Lu explained, "Now we have obtained a sufficient quantity of molten iron." He cautiously extracted the ceramic jar. Through the camera lens, one could see the molten liquid, glowing with a piercing white light within the jar. Pouring the molten iron into the mold. Sizzle. Awaiting cooling. The molten iron gradually lowered in temperature, its color shifting from nearly white to a dull hue. Ultimately, it settled into a dark gray-black state. After waiting a bit longer, Su Lu began to break apart the compacted fine sand mold. Within the 5-centimeter-long channel, the tip of an arrowhead emerged, still appearing somewhat crude. Yet, one could already perceive its menacing sharpness. Upon breaking open the knife-shaped mold, what emerged was an iron knife blade, nearly identical to the stone knife. The blade bore a curve, its tip wide, and the center of gravity shifted forward. Although it had yet to be polished, a raw, rugged charm emanated from it. Chapter 98. The Iron Blade. A crisis in the air? He truly has forged iron implements. Lin Shihan meticulously arranged the plants she had gathered. Her gaze fixed on the iron blade in Su Li's hands, her spirit momentarily uplifted. The practicality and durability of iron tools vastly surpass those of stone tools. Even the master of wilderness survival, known as the Yi, once confessed during a time of hunger that he would gladly trade all his resources for a Swiss Army knife. Modern tools provide an unparalleled advantage in survival situations. On the 6th day, Lin Shihan quietly compared her current survival experience with that of her past. Reluctantly, she had to concede that Su Li's progress was, without a doubt, far superior to nearly all the other competitors. How exquisite, Meng Yi exclaimed, crouching nearby. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as the iron blade emerged from its mold. Su Lu crushed the 2 carbonized wooden strips from the blade's handle, gripping the rough blade and swinging it through the air a few times. Its balance felt quite satisfactory, and the grip was comfortable. The cold steel, shaped like a dogleg, promised exceptional performance. He dripped water onto a flat stone surface, using it as a whetstone to smooth the pitted surface of the iron blade. Then he honed the edge to a razor-sharp finish. He approached. Huh? The innocent girl edged closer to Su Lu while still squatting. Su Lu playfully tousled her hair, inadvertently tugging a fine strand free. Meng Yi, gently blowing along the blade's edge with the hair, it remained unscathed. Oh no. With a gentle increase in pressure, the hair finally complied and snapped in two. It was still somewhat rough. Indeed, one should not harbor unrealistic expectations for a blade forged from crude iron. While skill enhancements play a role, the quality of the material itself is paramount. However, having already unlocked the rudimentary technology of the Iron Age, it is only natural that future endeavors will involve steel forging and other advancements. Currently, the blade's sharpness was more than adequate, representing a qualitative leap over stone knives. Su Lu retrieved his stone knife, aligning the 2 blades side by side. It was evident that the stone knife's edge had developed chips, and the blade bore fine cracks. It had served as a life-saving tool during the early days of ignorance, having cut through trees, slain snakes, and even dispatched wild dogs. It could now be preserved as a collectible. Sulu stored the stone knife away and used the iron blade to cleave a dry wooden stick of similar shape to the handle, splitting the stick in half. He heated the iron arrowheads alongside it until they glowed red, then drilled 2 small holes through them. This would form the grip. When the handle was affixed to the iron blade, the holes in the wood aligned perfectly with those on the blade. He inserted a thick wooden wedge for stability and polished away any splinters on the handle. Subsequently, he cut the coyote hide into long strips and fashioned a cross-patterned wrapping around the grip. This not only enhanced the feel, but also prevented slipping. Sulu had learned the hard way about the dangers of a slipping grip while hunting coyotes with his stone knife. Once more grasping the iron blade, the heft felt more substantial, and the center of balance had been subtly adjusted. The honed edge gleamed with a reflective quality, while the blade retained its rugged texture. The iron blade was complete. Sulu drew the camera closer, showcasing the first iron blade on the island. Friends in the live stream, please assess it. The blade shimmered coldly in the light. The audience was captivated. A handcrafted iron knife, truly beautiful. The curvature of the spine, the angle of the tip. The craftsmanship of the wrapping. I can't help but ask, Sulu, are you selling this knife? Though it was merely the most rudimentary form of ironware. For survival on a deserted island, it was nothing short of revolutionary technology. Come on, everyone, let's flood the chat with Sulu is incredible. Sulu is incredible. Sulu is incredible. Current live stream popularity, 570,000. Meng Yi twirled the iron knife, examining it from every angle. Hee, I'm going to make a sheath. She dashed off with the iron knife. Sulu had intended to caution her to be careful, but he realized that her grip on the knife was more professional than his own. The daughter of the war god was indeed confirmed. Feel free. After the innocent girl took the iron knife, Sulu began sharpening the iron arrowheads that had been forged alongside it. The arrowheads were easy to refine. He polished the 2 long edges to a keen point, then created shallow grooves on both sides. The grooves served to facilitate penetration into the prey while also aiding aerodynamics. The elegantly shaped metal arrowhead possessed superior aerodynamic properties compared to stone arrowheads, allowing for reduced speed decay and consequently greater range. When hunting coyotes, stone arrowheads were effective within a 20-meter range. Beyond that, there were no data. However, calculations suggested that it could inflict sufficient damage within 50 meters. With the metal arrowheads, the lethality range was further extended. He wedged the polished arrowheads into a long, straight blackcurrant shaft, using trimmed reeds for the fletching. 1 iron arrow was now complete. As Sulu finished crafting the last iron arrow, a small black dot swooped down from the clouds. There was a rush of wind. Sulu turned abruptly. A golden eagle, its feathers brown, swooped low, capturing the snoozing black fox that lay on a branch above the cliff. Chapter 99. The Golden Eagle and Unprotected Rock Climbing. With a mighty roar, Infinite leapt from the branches, challenging the heavens. The reverberating call of this great feline resonated through the surrounding forest, causing the leaves to rustle in response. All creatures in the small courtyard, save for Sulu, felt a shudder of trepidation. This was the primal pressure of a top-tier predator within the food chain. The golden eagle, having successfully struck, ascended once more, soaring towards the cliff's summit above the courtyard. Black Show, awakening from a deep slumber, howled towards the ground. Awooh! Infinite's mane bristled. She coiled her body and, with claws gripping the rock face, pursued upward. However, the cliff was steep, particularly the section directly above the courtyard, where vegetation thinned and footholds were scarce. Infinite managed to ascend a dozen meters, propelled by her jumping momentum, but soon exhausted her strength and fell back helplessly. With another fierce roar, birds scattered throughout the forest. Unyielding, she attempted to charge again, only to be restrained by a hand on her head. Roar! Infinite turned, her eyes reflecting sorrow. Are you going to pursue? Lin Shihan asked urgently, seeing Sulu comforting Infinite while preparing his longbow. Is that even a question? Sulu raised an eyebrow. By the way, do you still need the iron knife? He first secured the stone knife at his waist before inquiring. Wait a moment. Meng Yi handed over the iron knife, sheathed in a skin made from jackal hide. Here, for your thigh. The rustic jackal hide sheath was attached with a leather strap, holding the iron knife snugly within. After fastening the strap around his waist, Sulu practiced drawing and sheathing the knife. So convenient. Was this designed with my movements in mind? Yi blinked, eagerly awaiting Su Li's evaluation. When he nodded in approval, the bird's nest-haired girl broke into a silly grin. Hiki, take this as well. Lin Shihan tossed over a crooked leather pouch. How abstract. Is Ning sure inspired by Picasso? It's an arrow pouch, Lin Shihan replied, turning to Yi as they played around. If you want to use it, go ahead. Sulu examined the pouch, realizing it did indeed resemble an abstract work of art. Before Lin Shihan could react, Sulu had already readied his arrows. "Call over Xiaohei to perch on my head," he said, beginning his ascent along the cliff's edge. Climbing LV2. Even with the climbing skill, the almost vertical rock face remained perilous. Infinite gazed upward at Su Li's figure, a low whine emanating from her throat. Using the iron knife to carve footholds into the rock crevices, Sulu ascended steadily. The stone knife, though hard, was somewhat brittle and insufficient to support his weight. In this sudden predicament, it could only serve as a backup weapon. However, the iron knife possessed ample resilience, allowing for slight bends, making it ideal for supporting his body. Moreover, its thick spine would not easily bend under pressure. As the soil and stones Su Li dislodged tumbled down, Lin Shihan and Meng Yi anxiously looked up. Above them, on the mountain peak, resided a golden eagle. A fleeting glimpse during its dive revealed a creature with a wingspan nearing 3 meters. Black Show lay sprawled on a branch, almost beckoning the eagle, "Come catch me." Danger sense yielded no response. The golden eagle was not targeting me. This skill is robust but has its evident shortcomings. Nature's sound had detected the sound of the eagle's wings slicing through the air. Yet I failed to react in time. This highlights the current vulnerabilities surrounding the small courtyard. In the wilderness, wild animals pose the greatest threat. I must not become complacent, even with these newfound skills. The earlier incident with Black Show being captured occurred beyond the range of my skills. Sula reflected. In the live stream, this unexpected scene startled the audience. That came out of nowhere. I couldn't even grasp what was happening before Sula began his ascent. Reviewing the recorded footage revealed a large golden eagle, its wingspan roughly 3 meters. Sulu, evidently unaware of the eagle's presence, seemed to react instinctively, turning around. The aerial advantage of the eagle is overwhelming. There's no way Sulu could have anticipated it. Poor thing. Poor thing. I wonder if Black Show will be alright. It's hard to say. Do you think the eagle snatched the little leopard just to keep it as a pet? It's likely either for its own meal or to feed the eaglets. On another note, given the steepness of the cliff, I hope Sulu is safe. This is essentially unprotected rock climbing. Even Alex wouldn't dare tackle such a cliff. While the great Alex might take on such challenges, he would never do so without any preparation, unlike Sulu, who is launching into this endeavor without hesitation. With a crash, more rocks fell. The comments flooded in. That was close. Sulu has already ascended nearly 200 meters, hasn't he? Thankfully, this cliff is not excessively high. According to the data, it's only about 600 meters. 600 meters is still quite daunting, isn't it? Imagine standing outside a 100-story building without any railing. Moreover, Sulu is racing against time to rescue Black Show. Chapter 100, The Summit. With an iron blade, Sulu meticulously carved out a foothold in the stone. He held the blades back in his mouth, poised to ascend further, when suddenly he curled his body, pressing tightly against the cliff wall. A gust of wind unexpectedly swept past him, causing his clothes to flap violently. What a close call. He had sensed the wind's warning in advance. Had he been caught in the midst of his ascent, he might have plummeted off the precipice. Sula steadied his breath. The winds against the cliff face were far more ferocious than he had anticipated, swirling chaotically from all directions without a hint of predictability. Gasping, with no safety harness in sight, Sulu cast a furtive glance downward. After climbing approximately 200 meters, the small courtyard below appeared scarcely larger than a palm. The chat in the live stream had thinned out. So high. So tense. No one dared to type anymore. At such heights, a fall would result in nothing but a splatter of flesh. Is Su Li's stamina failing him? It seems he has paused, perhaps seeking refuge from the wind. The higher he climbs, the more chaotic the gusts become. Just look at Su Li's tousled hair. Su Lu is on the move again. Evading a fierce gust, he reached out to grasp a crevice in the rock, forcefully pulling his body across. 200 meters, 250 meters. I recall reading online that free climbing can unlock genetic potential. But who knows how credible that is? Yet, aren't those online tales often mere fabrications? Bored at high altitudes, Sulu entertained himself with light-hearted banter. This cliff face is hardly the most suitable nesting ground. Why would the golden eagle choose to roost here? There were no signs of birds in the past few days. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Sulu gritted his teeth. With renewed determination, unyielding will LV2. 300 meters, 400 meters. Sulu looked up, almost able to discern the hazy outline of the peak. A piercing cry echoed from above, faint yet distinct. Was the sound carried down by the downward gust at the summit? The perception ability of the nature's sound skill is formidable. Sula felt a slight relief and joked towards the camera. It sounds like Black Howl is confronting the golden eagle. The little one isn't intimidated at all. The chat began to fill up again. Sounds like, I didn't hear anything. The cameras in survival shows are world-class, if they can't capture the sound. How can Sulu hear it? Perhaps it's telepathy developed from their time together? The chat attempted to explain from a mystical perspective. 450 meters. 500 meters. The final 100 meters. The cries of Black Howl grew clearer, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping and claws scraping against the rocks. The little creature is quite impressive, lounging on the rocks, indulging in sleep and sustenance, yet can also be fierce when needed. Almost at the top, Sula took a deep breath once more. Surge of stamina. Activate. With 500,000 popularity points. He exchanged for 100 seconds of stamina surge. Sulu thrust his blade into the rock face, twisting his wrist and catapulting himself upwards like a gecko. Soaring 5 to 6 meters. The viewers in the live stream were left astonished. Did you see that? Is Sulu for real? That was a vertical cliff. That vertical charge just propelled him over 5 meters in an instant. The master of unprotected climbing, Alex, could never achieve that. Not to mention Alex. I doubt anyone else could replicate Sulu's recent maneuver. Brother Long, this young man is extraordinary. I can only take the stairs in my performances now. It's impressive to see a youth execute such perilous stunts. Hello, Brother Long. We've also seen your new movie. Brother Long, thank you for your support. A new generation replaces the old. I believe that if Sulu is willing, the Long family could train him to be my successor in stunt performance. Brother Long, that's quite an exaggeration. Brother Long, not at all. Those with genuine skill deserve the utmost investment of resources. Sulu, has he effectively been designated by Brother Long? In a tea house in the Magic City, adorned with authentic works of Mi Fu, Master Xiao San, Chong Qin, Professor Shui, and others were left speechless, watching Sulu's recent ascent. Master Ming, Sulu's actions just now were undeniably genuine. May I dare to inquire? During your youth, could you do the same? With a calm demeanor, Master Ming set down his teacup and shook his head. This young man is remarkable. Chong Qin sighed. Comparing him to that Li Jianlong, he surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Master Ming, will you consider? Master Ming's expression grew stern, his eyes narrowing. Unbeknownst to Sulu, his leap had already stirred considerable ripples. Under the watchful gaze of the live stream audience, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Thus cascaded, and his form continued to ascend. With each climb, he covered no less than 5 meters. After several ascents, the roars of the panther at the cliff's summit and the swoops of the golden eagle became distinctly audible. Chapter 101. Drawing the bow to shoot the eagle. Upon the cliff summit, the creature known as Black Show concealed itself between 2 massive boulders, baring its teeth and growling menacingly at the opening. The colossal golden eagle, with its wings beating fiercely, stirred up clouds of sand and debris. When Sulu emerged from the cliff face, the eagle was already soaring higher, preparing to dive down with ferocity. The gale generated by its 3-meter wingspan filled Sulu's mouth with grit. Beneath the clouds, the eagle's shriek echoed thunderously as the golden eagle swooped down. Its sharp talons carved deep gouges into the stones where Black Show was hidden. The curved claws, exceeding 10 centimeters in length, left marks that were impressively deep, over 6 or 7 centimeters. Sulu's pupils constricted. The sheer force of a single claw capable of rending stone would undoubtedly spell doom if it were to strike his own head. Such a fearsome bird had exhibited no signs of life just days prior. Upon seeing Sulu arrive, the little black panther turned its head, emitting a low growl. Its fur bristled, revealing early signs of fatigue. The golden eagle, with an intense ferocity, let out a piercing cry directed at Sulu. During its hunt, no creature was permitted to encroach upon its domain. This was the dignity of the king of the skies. Ascending once more, it swept low, changing its target from the concealed Black Show to the obstructive Sulu. The fierce wind rushed towards him. With this surge of strength, skill still in effect, Sulu maintained his composure, knocking a stone arrow onto his longbow. Drawing it back fully, he released. Whoosh. The cliff's summit spanned only about 4 or 5 square meters. Sulu shot the arrow and, without pausing to verify the outcome, rolled sideways. This maneuver served to distance himself from the sheer cliff face, while also evading the eagle's direct assault. The force of the wind was staggering, nearly blowing his hair away. The pressure felt akin to a train arriving at the station. After rolling to his feet, Sulu crouched down and knocked another stone arrow, pulling the bowstring taut once more. The previous arrow had been deflected by the wind, not even grazing its target, having been sent flying aside. This time, he aimed at the eagle's left eye and released the arrow with precision. The eagle's wing struck out and sent the arrow careening away. The wind was fierce, the atmospheric conditions unstable. The eagle's dynamic vision was exceptionally acute. As Sulu analyzed his surroundings, he remained on high alert. The golden eagle was relentless, launching a third assault. This time, it did not descend directly upon Sulu but rather swooped past him, attempting to knock him off the cliff with a powerful gust. With the enhancement from Surge of Strength, Sulu drew forth his iron dagger, embedding it into the jagged stones to stabilize himself. 30 seconds remained. If the battle was not resolved within that time, he risked disaster here. Sula swiftly drew his backup stone knife from behind his waist, preparing to strike at the descending golden eagle. He aimed for its landing blind spot. The eagle, undeterred, extended its talons to grasp the stone knife, an overwhelming force transmitting instantly to Su Li's wrist. With a wingspan of 3 meters and nearly 20 kilograms of weight, combined with such high-speed diving, Su Lu wisely chose not to engage in a contest of strength, relinquishing the stone knife. The knife shattered beneath the talons with a disheartening crunch. The sound of grinding metal was enough to send chills down one's spine. With 20 seconds of surge of strength remaining, as the eagle adjusted its posture during a dive, Su Lu nocked an iron arrow. Release. The golden eagle attempted once more to disrupt the arrow's trajectory with its wind, but the aerodynamically superior iron arrow was only slightly deflected. It then penetrated through its wing. Upon hitting its mark, Sula did not allow himself a moment of respite. The arrow had passed through too easily, merely piercing the layer of feathers and breaking a few without inflicting substantial damage to its body. The golden eagle flapped its massive wings again. Sulu squinted. Something was amiss. It had indeed suffered an impact. The sound of its wings flapping was no longer balanced. The subtle variance in the wind's sound did not escape the keen perception of his natural sound skill. Only 15 seconds remained of surge of strength. Once more, the iron arrow flew forth. This time, Su Lu aimed at the wing that had just been pierced by his previous arrow. Whoosh whoosh. 2 arrows flew in tandem, akin to a pair of giant scissors, creating a palm-sized hole in the left wing of the golden eagle. Although it did not wound flesh, the broken feathers significantly disrupted its balance. The eagle's next dive exhibited a noticeable deviation. Normally, it could adjust its flight to compensate for such an imbalance. However, Sulu had no intention of granting it that opportunity. Whoosh whoosh. The final 2 iron arrows were released. The gaping hole in the eagle's wing continued to widen. Simultaneously, Sula charged towards the golden eagle. As the eagle's body tilted to one side, attempting to evade the reckless human strike before it, Sula shouted, "Little Black." Meow. The small black panther, hidden behind Sulu, darted forth like lightning. It landed on the eagle's impaired wing and began to claw furiously. Feathers rained down in a flurry. The agile black-footed cat rolled on the expansive wing, nearly stripping half the tip clean of feathers. The golden eagle's balance was utterly shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Sulu surged forward. He grasped the golden eagle's neck firmly with one hand, pinning it to the ground, the blade's tip poised menacingly at its eye. Chapter 102. The Golden Eagle's Submission. Wounded? Submit, or perish. The winds continued to whip across the cliff's summit, carrying the feathers plucked by the small black creature in all directions. The stamina surge had dwindled to 0. Stamina surge upgraded, current level, LV, 3. That was a close call. I almost faltered. Sula maintained a stern expression, using his weight to pin the golden eagle down. The tip of the iron blade was nearly touching the eagle's eye, the cold metal rendering the once mighty creature, which had soared through the skies, powerless to resist. Sulu repeated his earlier command, "Submit, or die?" His tone was filled with authority. I have longed to utter such melodramatic words. To proclaim them in front of so many viewers in the live stream is a tad embarrassing, yet it feels so exhilarating. Respond to me. The defeated golden eagle emitted a guttural sound from its throat. Good, it still has spirit. The eagle, restrained beneath Sulu, displayed a look of resentment in its eyes. How could it not feel spirited? The animal taming skill had already completed its task when Sulu subdued it. I have performed my part in this theatrical display. The small black panther, brimming with ferocity, dashed forth for revenge but was swiftly caught by the scruff of its neck from behind. Sulu lifted the rejuvenated little panther and inspected it thoroughly. Fortunately, it had only been startled and borne no external injuries. As he spoke, Sulu rose and released the golden eagle. The eagle and the panther exchanged intense glances. Bang, bang. Sula smacked the eagle on the head with the back of his bow. Let us coexist peacefully. The viewers in the live stream finally grasped the magnitude of what had just transpired. The legendary golden eagle, nearly impossible to tame, had been subdued, and a creature of such immense size at that. How impressive was that display earlier? Did anyone catch the sequence of shots after Su Lu ascended the summit? After watching the replay, Su Li's skills are nothing short of invincible. Those last 2 arrows were incomprehensible. How did he manage to shoot 2 arrows simultaneously? Precisely severing the feathers? I have heard tales of ancient generals whose archery skills were so extraordinary they could execute such a dual arrow technique. Indeed, I believe I have seen it as well, 2 arrows working in unison, capable of decapitating an enemy. That proclamation of submit or die was undeniably commanding. Current live stream popularity, 590,000. Climbing skill upgraded, current level, LV, 3. Indomitable will skill upgraded, current level, LV, 3. Old Hunter template derived skill awakened, passing the torch. With the golden eagle at my command, my aerial prowess has been significantly bolstered. Moreover, the advantage of a vantage point in the skies far surpasses that of the ground. Passing the torch skill. Is it about passing flames, my friend? No. It's a different skill that provides usable techniques. Passing the torch has handed me a trove of ancient crafts, the repeating crossbow, the curved plow, the water wheel, and an array of other miscellaneous tools. This is not the right context. I am merely striving for survival on a deserted island, for heaven's sake. As Su Lu comforted his trembling heart, he leaned over to gaze down the cliff. So high, his heart began to race once more. The golden eagle approached, nudging him with its wing and emitting a soft, cooing sound. Can you glide with someone briefly? Su Lu glanced at its tattered wing and thought better of it. I shall handle it myself. Just take Blackie and the little panther down safely. The golden eagle flapped its wings, revealing a chaotic array of feathers on its left side, with a patch of matted feathers beneath its ribcage. What is this? I recall my arrow did not strike here. Su Lu pulled back the eagle's wing for inspection. Is it stained with blood? The matted feathers suggest uncleaned wounds. Was it injured while hunting? The golden eagle let out a low, pained cry. Hold still, let me see. Beneath the matted feathers, a 3-centimeter-long wound was still oozing blood. Embedded within the wound was a broken fragment of a stone projectile. Wait, this is not an arrowhead. It is longer and broader than an arrow. It feels akin to some kind of thrown weapon. Did a contestant from the survival competition do this? Having just battled the golden eagle, Su Lu knew his stone-tipped arrows could be easily brushed aside. For a stone projectile to strike the golden eagle, this attacker must possess considerable skill. There were no medicinal herbs atop the mountain, so Su Lu refrained from removing the stone shard from the eagle's body for the time being. Let us descend with Blackie first, but be cautious of Infinity. Oh, that female panther. However, they are all my battle companions now. She will be able to sense my scent on you. Blackie is uninjured, so Infinity should not become agitated. On the other side of the island, a short-haired man aimed a sharpened wooden rod at a fish gliding over the tidal flats. Thud. The rod pierced the sand, but the fish wriggled away. Empty again. The short-haired man turned his cheek away from the camera, muscles twitching momentarily, before his face broke into a warm smile. No matter, patience is key. I shall try again. The prey I have set my sights on will not escape my grasp. At that moment, whoosh, a stone dart suddenly flew from the side, pinning the recently escaped fish to the bottom of the water. Mr. Li Jianlong, is that not Mr. A's disciple, Yu Chuanlai? What a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 103. The source of the wounds. Meng Yi, Yu Chuanlai, and Li Jianlong have already converged. Master Xiao cast a glance at the side where President Meng sat. Li Jianlong's live stream lacked any semblance of excitement, far inferior to that of the young man Su Lu. I just watched the recording of Yu Chuanlai, Chongqing interjected. The golden eagle that Su Lu encountered was wounded beneath Yu Chuanlai's kunai. The heir of the Koga clan exhibits remarkable skill with this kunai technique. Master Xiao snickered disdainfully, merely a defeated general. The two are merely putting on an act, pretending to have a casual encounter. Otherwise, they are broadcasting live to the entire world. A FAAD must be maintained. Changqing chimed in, patting Professor Shui beside him. Stop repeatedly showcasing those jars made by Su Lu. If you act first and take Su Lu as your son-in-law before Meng Yi, will you not have him assist you in sorting out some ancient ceramics? Professor Shui slammed the table. Matters of culture cannot be so superficial. At the very least, you must consult my daughter first. Ahem. The typically taciturn President Ming cleared his throat twice, stating, let us focus on the live stream and refrain from such frivolities. Are you not the least bit worried, Meng Yi? Master Xiao inquired. Worried? President Ming scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe that with just Yu Chuanlai, he can eliminate Su Lu? Are you so confident in Meng Yi? The wilderness abides by its own rules. President Ming sipped his tea. Su Li's understanding of the wilderness rules is evidently deeper than that of Yu Chuanlai. Furthermore, he has Lin Shihuan and Yi on his side. Master Xiao reminded him that is predicated on adhering to those rules. What if Yu Chuanlai does not abide by them? The mischievous creature returns. Meng Yi tugged at a long tail, holding the gleaming tip in her mouth. Infinity emitted a threatening growl, accompanied by a pained cry. As a large predatory feline near the apex of the food chain, the people around Su Lu dared to nip at her tail. She could only endure. At the cliff's edge, the golden eagle swooped down, a small black dot growing larger, casting a massive shadow on the ground with its 3-meter wingspan. Infinity's muscles tensed, her back coiling like a spring, ready to pounce. But in the next moment, 2 furballs, one black and one golden red, of varying sizes, suddenly leaped down from the eagle's back. Meng Yi exclaimed, oh, it's Xiaohei and Heishio. The black furball landed behind Infinity, bouncing off and crashing into Meng Yi's embrace. The naive girl with a bird's nest hairstyle staggered back from the impact, while Infinity used her tail to steady her. The golden-red fur ball collided with Lin Shihuan's impressively large figure, rebounding and tumbling toward the ground. With remarkable reflexes, Lin Shihuan swiftly caught Xiaohe and held him against her chest. Xiaohe. Purr. Purr. Lin Shihuan warily observed as the golden eagle landed, folding its wings. The king of the skies appeared somewhat dejected, drooping its head as it surveyed the small courtyard. It let out a couple of weak coos before beginning to doze off. The already injured golden eagle, after being struck by Su Lu and Xiaohe, glided down rather laboriously. Su Lu. Lin Shihuan blurted out in her urgency. The golden eagle cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shihuan, pointing with its beak toward the cliff, and resumed its slumber. Up on the thigh, Ming Yi pointed excitedly at a small black dot atop the cliff. That villain. Lin Shihuan covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling. Soon, Su Lu landed. Quite obediently, without incident. He patted the eagle's head. Su Lu. Lin Shihuan could not contain herself and called out. Huh. Su Lu turned his head, looking perplexed. Climbing straight up the cliff. How dangerous. Lin Shihuan bit her lip. It's fine. Why are you calling me if it's fine? Are you dazzled by my charm? Su Lu tugged at the eagle's wing. Ah, it's injured. Ming Yi gasped softly. It must have been hurt by another contestant. Su Lu pressed on the eagle's wound, gritting his teeth. With a bit of force, he extracted the shard of stone from the injury. The wound oozed dark blood, which he cleaned with straw before commencing treatment. Lin Shihuan frowned, picking up the stone shard that Su Lu had discarded. Have you seen this thing before? Su Lu asked casually while tending to the eagle's wound. It looks very much like the kunai from the Koga clan. Lin Shihuan replied. What is that? A confused expression crossed the face of the black man. Koga clan? Isn't that something from a comic? Oh no, that slipped out. It seems I've revealed something that could lead to social death. I heard it from a friend, Su Lu quickly added. Is this friend perhaps you yourself? Lin Shihuan thought to tease, but quelled the thought. It must be the handiwork of Yuchuan Lai. A leading contender for the championship in this survival on a deserted island, she said. Yuchuan Lai? I believe I saw that name on the contestant list. But it wasn't he mentioned in the profile. Even the arrogant Sundara knows about this? Chapter 104. Seeking trouble, is that Hachiko Retsu truly formidable? Su Lu inquired earnestly, applying a layer of crushed herbs to the wound of the golden eagle. It's not merely a matter of strength, he is. I see no reason to engage in his games, Lin Shihuan suddenly realized. He is a rather unique contender. Let us finish the jest, Lin Shihuan remarked, forming two small crescents with her brows. The information on Hachiko Retsu merely stated that he was an ordinary member, fond of wilderness survival, and had a mentorship relationship with survival expert Ed. In reality, he hailed from the Koga school. Don't look at me like that. It's not as exaggerated as depicted in anime, it's akin to special forces. You seem quite informed, Su Lu nodded. Ninja, and then what? Hachiko Retsu possesses an obsessive personality, resorting to any means to achieve his goals. In recent episodes of the survival show, several contestants teamed up with him, yet all faced unexpected eliminations midway through. Upon reviewing the recordings, we discovered that each mishap had Hachiko Retsu's interference behind it. Wait a moment. Su Lu interrupted Lin Shihuan. If they teamed up, why would he orchestrate their unexpected eliminations? Crossing her arms, Lin Shihuan raised her chin defiantly. To eliminate threats. Those unwilling to submit to him completely, or merely due to a scarcity of resources. She paused, adding, not every contestant enjoys a fortunate start like you. In truth, 90% of the contestants might not have had a decent meal until their elimination, unlike us who feast daily. It's nothing remarkable. Su Lu grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, scratching the back of his head. By the way, how did he create those accidents? Don't feign ignorance. Lin Shihuan took a deep breath, her bosom slightly heaving within her embrace. She lifted a half-chipped stone blade, replying, naturally, with the techniques of the Koga school, the shuriken. The golden eagle is a prime example. Whether he intends to use it as food or to tame it, in his eyes, the eagle is his possession. In other words, if you tame the eagle now, it would perceive you as an enemy stealing its prey. Su Lu and the golden eagle exchanged glances. Then he plucked a feather from the bird and wedged it into an arrow shaft to create an arrowhead. Did he also come to the island? Lin Shihuan shook her head, uncertain. The golden eagle ranges widely. The golden eagle, owo. Oh, so it must have already reached the island. Su Lu pondered. It feels as though I've been outsmarted by a foolish bird. Lin Shihuan gravely cautioned Su Lu. If Hachiko Retsu is on the same island, you will either become his lackey or must eliminate him before he does so to you. Is there even a choice? Let us take him down, Su Lu declared, ruffling the golden eagle's crest, having bandaged its wound. Rest for a couple of days, and soon you'll be back to your old self. First aid skill has been upgraded. Current level, LV. 3. From now on, your name shall be Little Shah, Shadiel. The golden eagle tilted its head, appearing to accept the name with delight. Lin Shihan? Do people name creatures like that? What's wrong? Meng Yi, feeling scared. Su Lu tousled Meng Yi's tousled hair. Upon hearing Hachikawa Retsu's name, her innocent demeanor dimmed slightly. Are you frightened? He's just Hachikawa Retsu. Su Lu attempted to console her. Meng Yi nodded vacantly. Ugh. I'm not adept at comforting young ladies. This is troublesome. In the live stream comments, isn't Hachikawa Retsu currently with the heir of the Li Corporation? That makes Li Jianlong quite vulnerable as well, being of the same heritage. I hope Li Jianlong doesn't fall victim to Hachikawa Retsu's schemes. Their interactions seem rather harmonious, albeit a bit peculiar. Who cares? I'm just waiting for Su Lu to eliminate Hachikawa Retsu. Such confidence upstairs. Hachikawa Retsu's live stream number is 9. And so what? Su Lu was merely obscure until now. After this wilderness survival program, Su Lu will undoubtedly make a name for himself in the survival realm. Exactly. By then, Su Lu may not just be in the top 10. I dare say he might even secure a spot in the top 3. Su Lu handed the unsettled Meng Yi over to Lin Shihan before asking, by the way, you mentioned the Koga School's shuriken technique. How potent is it? Lin Shihan promptly responded, hand thrown, with a maximum range of 50 meters and a landing deviation of within 10 centimeters. Within 20 meters, the deviation is 3 centimeters. And within 10 meters, it's statistically negligible, considered to be without deviation. The Shadiao's injuries must have been inflicted from approximately 40 meters away. Is it that impressive? My wooden bow has a similar range. I wouldn't fear him in a direct confrontation, though the arrow's firing speed is too slow. I'm not the type to falter after just one shot. Su Lu mused while turning to check the ventilation furnace. The second batch of iron had yet to be retrieved. Do you have a plan to deal with Hachikawa Retsu? Lin Shihan inquired. Chapter 105. The Juga Crossbow. Su Lu gazed sorrowfully at the shattered stone knife. As he descended from the cliff, he had taken the remnants of the stone knife as a memento. One must always be wary, while the intention to harm may be absent. The need for self-defense must not be overlooked. Moreover, you mentioned that Yu Chuanlai is no ordinary adversary. Thus, one cannot afford to be without essential weapons. What weapons? Lin Shihan, accustomed to Su Li's half-spoken words, inquired. Have you ever heard of the Juga crossbow? Huh. Lin Shihan was perplexed. In a tea house within the magical metropolis, Professor Shui inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of Da Hong Pao tea onto the face of the venerable Xiao San. Old Shui, to be careful. You know how difficult it is to procure Da Hong Pao from Jilong Cave. Yet, Professor Shui only glared at Su Li's livestream screen, repeating 4 words, Juga crossbow. It is indeed the Juga crossbow. Master Meng, I am aware. It is a lost ancient craft. Meng's expression turned grave, his voice low. The fact that Su Li dared to utter such a statement indicated he possessed confidence. He was knowledgeable about the craftsmanship of the Juga crossbow. Professor Shui, equally solemn, remarked, if we could revive this ancient technique, it would significantly enhance the field of archaeology of that era. In the live stream chat, messages flooded in. Is it true? Su Lu is going to create the Juga crossbow. It is said that this crossbow, due to its intricate craftsmanship and specially made arrows, has long been lost. Many in both popular and academic circles have attempted to replicate this technique. Is Su Lu serious? Su Lu, shouldn't you consider a more practical approach? Lin Shihan raised her delicate eyebrows, observing Su Lu as he meticulously carved various components of differing sizes and shapes from a mold. Toolmaking level 3. The components appeared to interlock. Though Lin Shihan soon found herself overwhelmed. She pinched her brow, leaving 2 delicate imprints between her finely arched brows. I think this is quite practical. Su Lu continued his work, shaping a component reminiscent of a gear linkage. Initially, I intended to create a firearm. However, I currently lack the materials for gunpowder, particularly sulfur. How exaggerated. Lin Shihan tightened her arms, her short top riding up slightly. From Su Li's perspective, he could catch a glimpse of the lower edge of the southern hemisphere. No, I must not be distracted. Women will only compromise my steadiness. He stowed away his curiosity about Antarctica. Half an hour passed, and the carving was complete. He removed the flow channels and air holes. Mold assembly. Time to extract the iron slag, place it in the ceramic vessel to melt, and then pour. With a rush, the molten iron flowed into the mold, surplus iron spilling from the air holes. While waiting for it to cool, Su Lu cut a blackcurrant rod into approximately 30-centimeter segments. He trimmed and polished them, adhering dried python tendons to one side and filling them with twisted python sinews. Continuing, he used an iron knife to carve the outer shell of the Juga crossbow along with other wooden connecting pieces. An hour later, the components within the mold had begun to cool. He broke apart the wooden frame and retrieved the pieces. A variety of intricate components scattered across the ground. Lin Shihan looked on with a slight headache, observing the array of parts, and then turning her gaze to Su Lo. How is it that some people can discern the purpose of these components? Is there truly a difference in our cognitive processes? Su Lo gathered the various pieces, sorting them into small piles based on their function, before commencing to polish the water ports and mold seams. Precision machining. Chop, chop. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and Lin Shihan, unable to bear it any longer, wiped it away, only for more sweat to trickle down. There is saltpeter over there. You can mix it with water to create ice water, then chill 2 coconuts. Su Lu brushed away the sweat that had dripped onto his nose with her palm. You're ordering me around again. Fine, I forgive you. Saltpeter is this. Add water. It should take some time to lower the temperature, right? Lin Shihan prepared the basic materials for ice using saltpeter in a ceramic jar, then called over Meng Yi, who was still agitated. Come help me pick some coconuts. I'll teach you how to distinguish which ones are drinkable and which ones are overripe. The naive girl widened her eyes in wonder. Oh, okay. That was easy. Su Lu watched the proud black-skinned girl lead the white-skinned girl with a bird's nest hairstyle as they walked away. Why can't I learn to charm girls? At that moment, Professor Shui cradled his phone as if it were a treasure, his eyes not willing to blink. So this is how it is. Such an ingenious structure. Ancient ceramics. The Zhuge crossbow. Su Lu is truly a gem in the field of literature and history. No matter what, I must have him join my research institute. Oh, I must call my daughter Wan Wan. I want Su Lu to be my son-in-law. Meng. Finally, the last component was polished and assembled. Su Lu cradled a cross-shaped object, with a delicate box-like body at its center. The wings of the bow were fully drawn, and the bowstring was concealed within the box-like body. A row of nearly identical arrowheads protruded from the front of the body. The Zhuge crossbow is complete. Chapter 106. The fear of insufficient firepower. Precision processing skill has leveled up, current level, LV, 2. Continuous firing skill has leveled up, current level, LV, 2. Su Lu aimed the Zhuge crossbow at the other end of the courtyard, targeting a piece of hanging yellow goat meat, and pulled the trigger with a swift motion. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed. Tiny holes, approximately 3 millimeters in diameter, appeared on the goat meat. The specially designed arrowheads penetrated the skin, driving even the shafts deep into the flesh, protruding on the other side by the length of a finger. The power of the crossbow was commendable. Seizing the moment before Lin Shihan and the others returned, Su Lu retrieved the arrows. If she were to discover that I was using food for experiments, she would certainly have a fit. The essence of the Zhuge crossbow lies in its continuous firepower and portability, which significantly diminishes its power in comparison to a wooden bow. When the shot was fired, the target, the piece of meat, was merely 10 meters away. Viewers in the live stream could observe that all 10 arrows only penetrated one side, failing to pass through completely. At greater distances, they would likely only puncture the surface without achieving full penetration. After explaining, Su Lu reloaded the arrows into the quiver and moved back a distance to try again. With a swift pull of the trigger, the quiver automatically pushed and pulled, and the arrows rapidly emptied. This time, the arrows penetrated the skin of the goat meat to a depth of approximately 5 centimeters. Given the previous distance of 20 meters, a 5-centimeter penetration is indeed an acceptable range. It can be inferred that the effective lethal range should be around 50 meters. Beyond that, the effectiveness cannot be assured. Reloading once more, he prepared for another shot at a distance of 5 meters. With a swift release, arrows flew forth one after another. All 10 arrows pierced through the meat, embedding themselves into the straw wall behind the goat meat. The effective penetration distance for close-range shooting was approximately 5 to 6 meters. Su Lu summarized and collected the arrows, laying the Zhuge crossbow and arrows on a stone, capturing the entire set of crossbow equipment with the camera. This is our Zhuge crossbow. The close-range penetration limit is 6 meters, while the maximum lethal distance exceeds 50 meters, with improvements to the bow arms and string materials. These performance metrics can be enhanced further. The quiver holds 10 arrows, and reloading takes about 20 seconds. However, if preloaded quivers are prepared in advance, the reload time can be reduced to under 3 seconds. Short trigger pulls allow for single shots, while long trigger pulls enable full auto-fire. I use sheep fat as lubricant between the mechanisms, yielding 2 significant benefits. Firstly, sheep fat provides excellent lubrication and has a high melting point, alleviating concerns of leakage contaminating the mechanism. Secondly, the distinct odor of sheep fat effectively masks human scent, greatly aiding in our concealment in the wilderness. However, the setup of the Zhuge crossbow feels a bit lacking. There is still plenty of iron sand. We shall create a few more sets. The live stream's comments erupted. Witness the miracle. Su Lu has truly created the Zhuge crossbow. And it's not just a display piece. It can actually fire. A guaranteed kill within 2 zhang, a threat within 20 zhang. This is the primary method for infantry in close combat. It can fire single shots or continuous bursts. And the quiver can be replaced. Though I have reiterated this numerous times, I must say again, Sulu is remarkable. Sula mentioned making a few more sets? I completely understand the fear of insufficient firepower. How dare anyone, like Yuchuan lie, provoke Sulu and make him regret participating in this survival show. Indeed, after hearing Lin Shin's revelations about Yuchuan Lai, I even sought out his past recordings. Truly. TSK. In the courtyard, Sulu had carved the second set of molds and was pouring molten iron, awaiting it to cool. The wooden components for the Zhuge crossbow were ready. Retrieve the pieces, polish them, and assemble. The second set of Zhuge crossbows was rapidly completed. The comments noted. Did you all notice? The molds for Su Li's second set of parts are nearly identical to the first. His hands are so steady. I shall call Su Lu invincible. Dual-wielding Zhuge crossbows. It has a certain flair. Current live stream popularity, 610,000. Specialized skill branch unlocked. Detected host weapon specialization. Awakened specialized skill, gunfighting technique. Gunfighting technique? Hunting and weapon mastery are skills targeting animals and specific weapon usage, respectively. Gunfighting encompasses a complete set of combat techniques, thus qualifying as a specialized skill. It essentially enhances close-quarters combat capabilities or the ability to engage multiple foes in the wilderness. Continuing on. Soon. First sets of Zhuge crossbows were completed. Precision processing skill level up, LV. 3. Sulu, VE returned with the coconuts. As Lin Shihan and Meng Yi chatted and laughed, carrying green coconuts back to the courtyard, they encountered the scattered quivers and the 4 neatly arranged sets of Zhuge crossbows. Chapter 107. Test Shot Zhuge Crossbow. Still 4 sets. Countless enthusiasts and academic experts have tirelessly sifted through materials. Yet none have succeeded in recreating the Zhuge crossbow. 4 sets are laid out on the ground. I'm back, Sula greeted, looking up. Before meticulously inserting specially crafted arrows, each approximately 10 centimeters long, into his quiver. Is this truly the Zhuge crossbow? Lin Shihuan inquired uncertainly. Why not give it a try? Su Lu replied, unable to free his hands. He gestured toward the 4 sets of crossbows on the ground with his chin. It's quite simple to operate. Just push the clasp on the spring mechanism, short press for single shots and long press for continuous fire. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shihuan tossed her long hair and stepped over the scattered quivers and parts, arriving beside one of the crossbows. She had exchanged her straw sandals for a pair of sleek leather boots. Raising her foot, she stomped the ground. The tip of her boot lightly pressed the grip of the crossbow, and astonishingly, it sprang up from the ground and landed in her hand. Is this some kind of acrobatics? It must be. Well, Miss Proud, do you really have to be this impressive? Your aura has completely transformed. So you were indeed hiding your skills just to mooch off me. The more beautiful a woman, the better her acting. I shall deem you the Queen of Shadows. How about settling the meal expenses for the past few days then? Like this? Click. She deftly flicked her thumb upward, and the wooden safety clasp popped open. Standing with her legs parallel and shoulder-width apart, her taut thigh muscles exuded a wild beauty. Between her short shirt and hot pants, beads of sweat glistened as they slid down from higher up, with one arm naturally hanging down. She gracefully opened the hand gripping the crossbow to the side, her movements fluid and effortless. Turning her head, her hair lifted. Her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered. Pull the trigger. Whoosh. A shot rang true. The entire sequence of retrieving the crossbow, positioning, aiming, and firing was completed. And only then did her flowing hair settle back down. A strand of hair fell across her face, and she gently tossed her head, her eyes half closed. You're even better at pretending than I am. What will happen to my popularity then? Sula mused internally. Lin Goddess is so beautiful. I think my heart just stopped. The comments flooded the live stream. On one side of the yard, a piece of yellow goat meat hung, with a hole about 5 millimeters in radius pierced by an arrow that had yet to fully penetrate. Not bad for accuracy. Sula clicked his tongue. To achieve such precision on the first attempt with the crossbow, that Miss Proud must have some experience. This set of movements is truly a remarkable tool for showing off. Coach, I want to learn this. Speaking of which, she had used goat meat as a target. Why was I worried earlier? The feel is quite nice, with almost no recoil, Lin Shihuan remarked while holding the crossbow. Of course, there's no recoil. It's not like it uses gunpowder. Sula silently retrieved the arrow lodged in the goat meat. Why did you use goat meat as a target? If the meat gets ruined, we can't eat it, he muttered while collecting the arrows. Can I also give it a try? Meng Yi, the sweet girl, asked with wide eyes, placing down her green coconut. Like a little puppy. Refusing you would make me feel guilty, Sula grinned. Sure, Give it a go. Just pull the clasp on the spring mechanism. Short press for single shots and long press for continuous fire, right? Meng Yi cheerfully picked up a crossbow. In her little dress, she stood with her feet shoulder-width apart, pulling back the shoulders of the bow, taking a small step back. Tilting her body 30 degrees, she leaned forward, pushing the crossbow out, her elbows slightly bent. Is this posture more professional than Miss Proud? Sula thought. Is she really here just to show off? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 shots fired, each creating tiny holes. Thank goodness. Although Sweet Girl's movements were professional, her precision left much to be desired. If she had also shot 10 arrows into the same hole, I would have been utterly humiliated. Sula stole a glance at the piece of yellow goat meat he had been using as a target. The arrow holes were indeed densely packed, yet still spread across a palm-sized area. Though he aimed to show off. Can I keep it? Meng Yi asked cautiously. Well, look at you asking such a question. Would I dare to not let you keep it? Sulu gently patted Meng Yi's messy hair, handing her several quivers. The more you make, the better for self-defense. The quivers are interchangeable. Once loaded, they will automatically draw the bowstring. Just get familiar with it. Though, I believe you both probably won't need much practice. Sulu thought to himself. Do I get one too? Lin Shihuan raised her lips. Yes, yes, yes. Sulu readily passed her several quivers as well. The quivers are easy to make, so losing or damaging them is no concern. The crossbows take a bit more time. If you can avoid damaging them, please do. Understood, Lin Shihuan replied, her demeanor reverting to that of the proud girl as she turned her head in acknowledgement. Yes, Meng Yi nodded vigorously. So, are the remaining 2 sets of crossbows all for you? Chapter 108, Chilled Coconut Water Dual Wielding? Lin Shihan queried suspiciously upon hearing Meng Yi's words. Sulu elongated his tone, whatever works. Lin Shihan remained silent, yet the glimmer in her eyes clearly conveyed her disbelief to Sulu. Sulu. 30 years of this, and that, 30 years of that and this. However, the youth was indeed impoverished at this moment. Gripping the crossbow, Lin Shihan eagerly urged. Shall we have a contest? A contest? What? This is rather perplexing. Isn't it pleasant for everyone to simply sit down and enjoy chilled coconut water? Don't ask why. My proud long legs are just twirling my hair, as a way to help me regain my composure. I haven't moved much since arriving on the island, and my skills have grown rusty. What if I encounter Yuchuan Lai? Not moving much. Wasn't battling the jackals a few days ago enough? Sulu remarked. Though his complaints were overshadowed by a lingering suspicion that Lin Shihan's true skill tree was not invested in survival, but rather in the art of killing. The technique you speak of, is it the kind that involves decapitating someone in a one-on-one encounter? No wonder you felt at a loss against the jackals. If they are not human, you would hesitate to slay them? In the sweltering heat, Sula shivered and declared, I refuse. I want to drink chilled coconut water. Turning away, he ignored Lin Shihan's expression and began explaining to the camera. The water mixed with saltpeter should have frozen by now. All we need to do is immerse the green coconuts in it, and they will soon be chilled. He bent down to pick up a green coconut, patted it, and lifted the stone knife, intending to remove the outer layer of the coconut shell. It was sufficient to leave only the innermost 2 layers, as excessive thickness would hinder temperature conduction. Lin Shihan widened her eyes and challenged, Are you afraid? Bah, I'm merely being considerate of you. Do you comprehend the terror of firearms mastery? Have you ever seen Rapid Pursuit? Sulu replied earnestly, I am indeed afraid. Go ahead and bite me. Lin Shihan. The large ceramic jar was just the right size to hold the peeled green coconut. The mixture of ice-cold water and saltpeter submerged the coconut, and soon, a layer of condensation formed on the outer wall of the jar. With some of the ice water mixture still remaining, Sulu decided to pour half into a smaller jar. He then immersed another, smaller coconut. This could be regarded as unlocking a rudimentary refrigerator skill. Apart from coconut water, many berries would taste delightful when chilled as well. However, as the nitrate within the saltpeter is harmful to the human body, we must ensure that when chilling, we either retain 2 layers of the shell for easy peeling later, or place a smaller jar inside the larger one, separating it from the saltpeter water. The live stream chat divided into 2 factions. One group expressed their eagerness to witness Sulu and Lin Shihan compete, noting that her movements were clearly professional. While although Sulu was impressive, he might be at a disadvantage. Indeed, in previous episodes, Lin Shihan primarily relied on her simple crossbow for hunting. Her ability is indisputable. Have we forgotten how Sulu dealt with the jackal pack and tamed the golden eagle? I believe that in a true comparison, Sulu might not necessarily fall short. The other group clamored for chilled coconut water. I crave it. Chilling coconut water isn't difficult, right? Just buy a coconut from the supermarket and toss it in the fridge. What is so remarkable about that? Clearly, you don't understand. Freshly picked coconuts from the island, peeled and chilled right away, while lounging in a little courtyard, watching the sea and feeling the ocean breeze while sipping coconut water. That experience cannot be compared to sitting in a room facing a computer. Now that you mention it, I too feel the urge to travel to an island. Killing time watching others live streams, but with Suli's, it seems I might hurt my wallet. Oh well, I'll just enjoy watching Sulo. I still have to discuss requirements with the clients tonight. The upstairs crowd seemed rather unfortunate, merely buying a coconut to chill in their fridge. As the sea breeze gently blew and the waves rolled, shadows danced upon the sand and water, with the azure sky, fluffy white clouds, crystal clear sea, and lush greenery painting a picturesque scene. Leaning against a large rock, Sulu retrieved the chilled coconut, peeling away the last layer of bark and creating a small opening. Mingy exclaimed, "It's yours." Sula handed over the prepared coconut. "Thank you, strong arm." She replied. "Do you want some?" Sulu inquired, holding up a second coconut to the still pouting Lin Shihan. "Why so stingy? With that outfit of yours, when a fight breaks out, it'll all be on display." "Are you so competitive?" "I won't drink." Lin Shihan haughtily refused. Sulu took a swig, glug, glug, glug. "Ah. The island's heat makes nothing more refreshing than a sip of chilled coconut water. I finally picked one at the perfect maturity. It would be a shame to waste it." Glug, glug. "Hey, where's my coconut?" "Humph." Lin Shihan shot Sulu a glance, cradling the coconut she had snatched and bringing it to her lips. Glug, glug, glug. "That one is from my side." Chapter 109. Taro balls and buckwheat porridge. Lin Shihuan continued to indulge in her coconut water, tilting her head back as she drank, casting a sidelong glance at Sulu. With a series of satisfying slurps, Meng Yi blinked her large eyes, alternating her gaze between Lin Shihuan and Sulu. "Go on, drink your coconut water," she urged. Once finished, Meng Yi handed over the hollow coconut shell, now merely containing a thin layer of white coconut flesh. Such a glutton, Sulu mused, contemplating what they might have for dinner that evening. He looked up at the sun, which indicated it was around 4 in the afternoon. "Are we fast-forwarding straight to dinner? How can you eat so much when you're so slender? If my former colleagues discovered your metabolism, they'd be envious beyond measure." "I'm hungry too," Lin Shihuan interjected. "I had soup for breakfast and some wild fruits for lunch. It's about time we ate." She placed the empty coconut shell down. "Ah. So now there's no pressure when asking me what I want to eat?" Sulu thought to himself, recalling the shy demeanor Lin Shihuan had exhibited just days prior. Pointing towards a corner of the small courtyard, Lin Shihuan declared, "I've gathered some ingredients over there. The taro, purple sweet potatoes, asparagus, wild buckwheat, and purslane she had collected were all neatly organized in the shaded section of the courtyard." She puffed out her chest, seeking acknowledgement from Sulu. "All right. Let us start with the wild buckwheat," Sulu suggested. "This pale red-stemmed variety should be sweet buckwheat, which is more palatable than bitter buckwheat, although it might lack some nutritional value. However, when foraging in the wild, one cannot be overly picky. Let us get to threshing," he continued, demonstrating how to rub the buckwheat flour clusters between his hands, allowing the grains to fall into the ceramic basin below. The amount Lin Shihuan had gathered was modest. Once the three of them had finished threshing the buckwheat stalks, they had only a thin layer of grains at the bottom of the basin. "We still have the fish we caught this morning. Let us make buckwheat fish porridge." Sulu assessed the weight of the grains. "First, we should soak them. Generally, dried buckwheat needs to be soaked for over 3 hours before cooking, but fresh buckwheat is more forgiving. Besides, we'll be using an earthen pot, so there's no worry about it not cooking thoroughly." He added water to soak the grains. "As for the taro and purple sweet potatoes, let us turn them into taro balls. It's simple: steam, mash, and roll them into balls." Lin Shihuan furrowed her brow, questioning, "Didn't you turn the steamer into a ventilation system? How are we supposed to steam the taro and purple sweet potatoes?" After Sulu gazed at her with a look of concern for a moment, Lin Shihuan realized her oversight and lightly slapped her own cheek. "Forget I asked. We have a pot, after all." As Sulu spoke, he poured water into a ceramic pot, arranging wooden slats neatly along the rim to serve as a steaming rack. The root vegetables were placed directly onto the rack, then covered with an inverted ceramic basin. Let us steam it over a high flame. After a brief interval, the fragrance of the taro and purple sweet potatoes wafted through the gaps between the pot and basin. Peel and mash the roots. Meng Yi squatted down, hugging her knees as she watched Sulu work, who offered her a small piece of the steamed taro. Delicious. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. "I want more." Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Sulu handed her a whole peeled taro and a purple sweet potato. "Eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot." "Okay." The happy girl scampered off, exclaiming, "Sister Lin, it's so sweet." The playful exchange among the young girls added a delightful touch to the atmosphere. After mashing all the ingredients and allowing them to cool slightly, Sulu continued to roll them into balls, forming long strips. They remain somewhat crumbly. Having starch as an auxiliary ingredient would have facilitated shaping. However, with his cooking LV.3 skill, the taro and purple sweet potato balls ultimately took perfect form. He cut them into segments and rolled them into round shapes, creating an array of white and purple taro balls that looked utterly appetizing, which he then chilled to further solidify. The ceramic basin was placed into a makeshift refrigerator. All right. The wild buckwheat should be sufficiently soaked now. Let us start cooking the porridge, Sulu explained. Unlike regular clay pots, the thick walls of the earthen pot retained heat exceptionally well, providing a prolonged high temperature before boiling. This method of heating would effectively gelatinize the buckwheat. As he described the process, Sula set up the earthen pot, adding the buckwheat and water, covering it to steam. Bubbling, bubbling. The sweet aroma is filling the air. Mengyi lifted her little nose to sniff, and Sula noticed that drool might soon escape from the corners of her mouth. While waiting for the buckwheat porridge to simmer, Sulu prepared the fish fillets. Dear viewers in the live stream, do you remember how we deboned the fish a couple of days ago? Sulu said with a smile, deftly slicing the fish and removing the bones. In the live stream chat, comments flooded in. Haha, didn't someone say they were going to confront their family about the fish? Handsome Jr., stop scolding, stop scolding. If you keep it up, there won't be any left. Chapter 110, another vegetable dish, followed by a sweet dessert. The barrage of comments flooded in. Haha, what's wrong? Still haven't mastered it? Charming Jr., don't mention it. Watching the great Sulu in action looks easy, but doing it myself is a disaster. My mother has been making me clean the kitchen these past 2 days. What on earth happened? Did you blow up your kitchen or something? Charming Jr., no, it's a long story. Laughing and crying emojis. Be your cat. It's still more pleasant to watch Sulu cook. I should start preparing dinner as well. Oh, it's rare to see the esteemed person upstairs not giving any rewards. It feels quite strange. Be your cat? Oh, then I guess I'll disappoint you? Be your cat. Rewards with 100 ice colas. Is this acceptable? I bow down in gratitude. The sliced fish fillets are arranged neatly at the bottom of a ceramic bowl. Fresh galangal is peeled and shredded, interspersed among the fish fillets. Coarse rock salt is ground and sprinkled over the fish, gently pressing down to allow the flavor to permeate. A few slices of sweet flag are added to absorb excess salt, ensuring the fish remains succulent. Mengyi nudges the edge of the bowl. When will the fish be added? No rush. The fish cooks quickly, especially this type of sea fish, which is tender and requires little cooking. Mengyi, can I feed some to Xiaohei and Heishio? Not the fish in the bowl. It has salt. Give them fish bones or scraps instead. Mengyi, okay. Heishio, roar. Xiaohei, purr. The preparations continue. The peeled asparagus is cut into fine shreds, measuring 2 millimeters square, using a sterilized iron knife. Purslane is blanched in water and then arranged on the plate alongside the asparagus. A sprinkle of small Sichuan peppercorns and crushed spicebush berries are evenly distributed over the 2 vegetable dishes, topped off with a pinch of rock salt, the essence of seasoning. Finally, hot lamb fat is drizzled over the spices, fully unleashing the delightful aromas of the ingredients. Can we eat now? Mengyi asked impatiently. Lin Shihuan leaned slightly in this direction. Though she remained silent, her eyes were fixed on the dishes in Su Lu's hands. Almost ready, let us prepare. Lifting the lid of the clay pot, the fragrant buckwheat porridge wafts up from beneath the double lid. A gentle stir reveals that the buckwheat grains have blossomed beautifully under the heat and slight pressure of the pot. Watch closely, once the pot is off the heat. We will use the residual warmth to cook the fish. With a sizzling sound, the marinated fish fillets are poured into the porridge, mingling with its delightful fragrance, instantly infusing it with a hint of seafood sweetness. A bowl is served, steaming hot. The surface of the porridge is adorned with soft, tender buckwheat grains and delicate fish fillets, prompting Mengyi and Lin Shihuan to eagerly sip from their bowls. How is it? Sulu asked with a smile. No one answered. They were all slurping their porridge and sticking out their tongues in delight. Sulu, you two could at least shout awesome for all the effort I put in. He served himself a bowl, swallowing a mouthful of porridge before savoring a piece of fish. The clay pot retains heat remarkably well, and the ceramic bowl serves the same purpose. The high temperature maximizes the infusion of flavors. The buckwheat, coarse and earthy, transforms into a complex texture and sweetness once fully cooked. The fish, having undergone the simplest cooking method, maintains its tender state, still offering a delightful chewiness. The sweetness of the seafood, released by the heat, melts seamlessly into the porridge without a trace of waste. Taking another bite of the asparagus shreds, he chewed thoughtfully. Yes, the combination of hot porridge and fish could make one sweat profusely. Yet the crisp, refreshing asparagus shreds felt like birch branches brushing against the skin during a sauna, leaving a cool aftertaste. Mengyi shuffled closer, cradling her bowl. I'm done. I want more. Lin Shihuan, with a hint of restraint, raised her head. I would like some more as well. The porridge filled their bellies satisfactorily. Dressed in a short shirt, hot pants, and little boots, the dark-skinned girl, along with the fair-skinned girl in a short skirt, shorts, and sandals, leaned against a large rock, unabashedly burping. So full. Mengyi, burp. Lin Shihuan covered her mouth. You two will wash the dishes in a bit, Sula said, glaring at the two beauties who devoured everything in sight. Don't you have any curiosity about why I saved the taro balls, and didn't he cook them? Dad, can we eat the taro balls now? Mengyi asked, rubbing her belly. Sula replied, so you two didn't forget it all? Then why eat so much? All right then, the chilled taro balls had taken on a fixed shape. Go get me a coconut. Oh. The bird's nest had brought over 2 green coconuts. Are we making coconut milk taro balls? Sula nodded. Yes, a dessert after the meal. A pot of water is brought to a boil, and both white and purple taro balls are added until they float, then soaked in cold water. The coconut is opened, the coconut water is poured out, and the flesh is scooped out and mashed into coconut cream. The coconut water and cream are mixed to create coconut milk. Then the taro balls are chilled before being returned to the coconut shells. Coconut milk taro balls completed. Chapter 111. The reinforcement of the wooden bow, the horn bow. Inside a turquoise coconut shell, a generous serving of creamy white coconut milk awaits. Floating within this delightful concoction are purple and white taro balls, chilled to perfection. The coconut shell quickly becomes enveloped in a veil of condensation. Lin Shihan and Meng Yi's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Oh, it seems they are utterly defenseless against such sweet indulgences. Su Lu offers the coconut milk and taro balls to the two of them. Aren't you going to have any? Meng Yi, with her lips poised at the edge of the coconut shell, takes a small sip of the coconut milk, squinting her eyes in delight as she asks, aren't you going to save some for yourself? Lin Shihan, with a watchful gaze fixed on Su Lu, replies suspiciously, are you planning to hoard it all to yourself? Ha 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 ha. Su Lu turns his face away. That's out of the question. What do you mean it's out of the question? It's you who is hoarding it. Lin Shihan, convinced she has seen through it all, scrunches her nose in protest. Yet, the enticing aroma of the coconut milk and taro balls proves irresistible, and she can't help but pluck a piece of purple taro ball to savor. The live stream chat erupts with cravings. I can't bear to watch any longer. I'm ordering takeout. Watching this stream ruins my diet. Haha, joining Sulu's live stream and still hoping to lose weight? That is utterly preposterous. I've been watching Sulu's meals for 5 consecutive nights, and I've ended up ordering an extra takeout each time. It's truly a struggle. Just in 5 days, I've gained 3 pounds. You could go for a night run. Don't even mention it. I tried running while watching the stream, and the moment I spotted a barbecue stall, I veered off course. Before I knew it, I had ordered 100 yuan worth of skewers. Sulu's live stream is simply addictive. After relishing the coconut milk and taro balls, the two of them sit contentedly to watch the sunset. Sulu, meanwhile, retrieves the yellow horn he has dried all day and begins to polish it. During this evening, we shall reinforce the wooden bow, he announces. Meng Yi raises her hand eagerly. I understand this. Is it time to apply the yellow horn? Very astute. Sulu praises her. The wooden bow relies on the elasticity of the wood and the python tendon itself. By affixing a layer of horn on the back of the bow, along with the python tendon, we can significantly enhance its draw weight. As he rubs along the side of the horn, fine horn powder cascades down, and the outer edge of the horn gradually becomes smooth. The polished horn is then heated, causing the hard keratin to soften under high temperatures. Sula patiently adjusts the curvature of the horn with his hands, meticulously working piece by piece. For the remaining small curves, he uses 2 flat stones to apply final pressure. While waiting for the horn to flatten, Sula prepares fish bladder by mashing it with water, then boiling it over heat. Once small bubbles appear, he removes it from the heat to cool, straining it through a fine sieve to eliminate impurities. He then gently roasts it over low heat until it reaches a gelatinous consistency, creating a fish glue intended for bonding the bow arms and horn. The inner side of the flattened horn is cut with horizontal stripes, and the prepared fish glue is applied, adhering it to the back of the bow where the bowstring will be attached. Finally, he binds the connection with sinew and applies another layer of fish glue to secure it. As he completes this task, the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky. Oh no, I lost track of time while working. It's so late already. What did you expect? Lin Shihan hands him a small handful of berries. Would you like some? You didn't eat much earlier. Exactly, Meng Yi chimes in. Lin Jia called you several times to eat berries, and you ignored her. She is quite upset. Lin Shihan turns her head to the sky, feigning annoyance. Are you going to eat, or not? If not, I'll eat them all myself. Ah. Su Lu, understanding her intent, picks a berry and pops it into his mouth, pleasantly surprised by the flavor of the blackcurrant. Did you just pick these? Humph. Aren't you afraid of running into Yuchuanlai and being eliminated by him? Humph. True. With my crossbow, I shouldn't be afraid of facing him directly. Besides, surviving on a deserted island isn't the same as a life and death struggle. You haven't faced me directly, so how do you know if I would be intimidated? Is this a challenge you cannot overcome? I refuse to compete with you. With the bow drying, he declares, it will be ready for stringing tomorrow. I'm off to bed. Su Lu chooses to retreat, much to Lin Shihan's chagrin as she glares at him while he disappears into the small hut. This evening, it is not only General Liu from the organizing committee who is working late. The Ancient Culture Research Institute, led by Professor Shui, is also ablaze with lights. The 3D model is complete. Based on the recordings from Su Lu's live stream, we have confirmed the dimensions of the Zhuge crossbow components. The modeling has been completed on the computer and the tolerances have been established. We can proceed to mold it. Immediately notify the mold team. Additionally, let us create a wax model prototype for assembly testing. I have also compared the relevant records. The functionality and appearance align with the documented accounts over 80%. Why is there still a 20% discrepancy? It is speculated to be due to transcription errors or embellishments in historical texts, as well as some fabrications by later generations. Who exactly is this Su Lu? The pottery department has also supplemented some previously incomplete records based on his ceramics. Tonight, he even remade a hornbow. A hornbow? A variant of the ox hornbow? That doesn't seem significant. Indeed. But the simultaneous occurrence of such ancient craftsmanship in one individual is truly astonishing. Chapter 112. They have arrived. Mr. Yuchuan, can you locate the other contestants on the island? In a cave on the northern side of the island, Li Jianlong was roasting a fish over a campfire. A testament to his training under Mr. Ed. After subsisting on raw roots and sea snails, he was almost on the verge of nausea. This was the first time in 6 days that he had seen fire. Opposite him sat a slender man with a kneeled posture, none other than Yuchuanlai, a disciple of the survival master Ed and a successor of the Koga style. With a sardonic expression, Yuchuanlai gazed at the flames and remarked, "Why not? Traces left by search activities are not difficult for me to discern. Before arriving on this island, I had already seen the smoke rising from a campfire." Smoke? Li Jianlong squinted, surprised to learn that there were formidable survivalists on the island, while he himself was at a loss when it came to starting a fire. On the southern shore, Yuchuanlai raised his eyes to Li Jianlong. "Mr. Li, shall we join them?" He emphasized the word them. Li Jianlong chuckled, tearing off a piece of the charred fish and popping it into his mouth, savoring the crunch. It had been ages since he had tasted anything cooked, and overcooked fish was less than appetizing. Of course we should join them. Once we do, if they encounter any troubles, we can lend a hand. It could be quite a surprise, don't you think, Mr. Yuchuan? Yuchuanlai swallowed a round morsel of unknown ingredients and coldly chuckled. "I'll take a stroll, Mr. Li. Please, take your time eating." A sharp eagle's cry pierced the air, echoing beneath the clouds on the southern shore. A golden eagle glided gracefully through the cloud layers. Majestic and powerful, Roar, Infinite, who lay on a thick branch, lifted her head and let out a low growl towards the eagle. Though her voice was soft, it was deep and resonant, embodying the undeniable authority of a land ruler. Beside her, Xiaohei and Heishio, two adorable creatures, lifted their heads and weakly protested, disturbed from their peaceful slumber. Only Beiji, after a night of patrol, remained blissfully unaware, nudging the ground with his nose. Su Lu stared vacantly at the ceiling of the cave. Is it already that time? Is there no sense of public decency? Reluctantly, he rolled out of bed. The bedding in the small wooden cabin had increased from 2 to 3, as Mingyi now had her own provisions, arranged side by side with Lin Shihan's. A flimsy screen, crafted by Su Lu, stood between the two girls' bedding and his own. It was a necessary measure, for the sight of two beauties chatting head-to-head and playfully scratching each other was hardly conducive to sleep. Su Lu glanced outside and muttered softly, "Looks like it's going to rain." The clouds hung low, with ample provisions of food and water, even if a tempest were to strike. Su Lu could ensure that they would not go hungry for 2 or 3 days. He separated a portion of the campfire and brought it into the wooden cabin to prevent it from being extinguished by sudden rainfall. The hornbow, reinforced yesterday, had taken its final shape, with the sheep's sinew fully adhering to the bow's body. He knocked an arrow and aimed it towards the beach, releasing a shot. With a low hum, the bowstring sang as the iron-tipped feathered arrow flew forth, tracing an almost straight arc. After about 100 meters, its speed began to wane, and it started to descend. Quite impressive, he thought, noticing that the effective killing range exceeded 130 meters after the bow had been reinforced with sheep horn. If launched in a parabolic trajectory, it could surpass 200 meters. The horned bow could serve as a long-range weapon, while in close quarters, he would wield the dual Zhuge crossbows. The leather armor crafted by the naive one also provided a degree of protection. As Sula contemplated his combat prowess, Lin Shihan's voice came from behind. Is the new bow ready for use? Let me give it a try. Why do you always appear out of nowhere? Sulu handed her the bow and an iron-tipped feathered arrow. With grace, Lin Shihan knocked the arrow and released it. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, landing slightly closer to Su Li's target, but skewed into the ground. A misfire, Lin Shihan remarked casually. Stubborn as a dead duck. I've never lost to anyone at a distance. Sula chuckled. The one who loses retrieves the arrows. Awakened by the commotion, Infinite leapt down from a branch and bowed her head towards Su Lu, emitting a low growl from her throat. Was it the growl of an encounter with an enemy? The hunter's messenger skill allowed him to comprehend the underlying meaning of the growl. The black panther traversed a range exceeding several dozen kilometers daily. It was likely that Infinite had wandered to the other side of the island at night and spotted Yuchuanlai without direct contact. The panther, leveraging its ability to blend into the environment, had observed from a distance before retreating. The Koga and IGA clans were nothing compared to pure wild animals. However, moving this far onto the island necessitated caution. Furthermore, the day of the first round of eliminations had arrived. Contestants with low popularity, unexpected incidents, and other chaotic reasons. All would be magnified on this day. Being eliminated on this day would undoubtedly be a tremendous humiliation. Beiji, let us head out to gather some iron ore again. I leave breakfast to you too. Chapter 113, The Intricacies of Linkages. What is this? An hour later, Meng Yi, with bleary eyes, sat in the small courtyard while Lin Shihuan attempted to tame her disheveled hair with a slender vine. The aroma of vegetable soup wafted from the ceramic pot suspended over the campfire, filling the entire courtyard. Quite fragrant, indeed. Sula thought to himself as he sat atop Wuxian, observing his companions, behind whom was Beiji, laden with iron ore, bustling hurriedly. Back already? The soup should be ready to eat, Lin Shihuan remarked, tying a butterfly knot with her hands before giving Meng Yi a gentle pat on the head. All right then. Thank you, Sister Lin. The Navi and sweet girl beamed, revealing her two small tiger teeth. Big brother is back. Her single ponytail swayed playfully, mining and smelting iron. Sula nodded at the two who had risen with the sun, unloading 6 baskets of iron ore from Beiji's back. Beiji sprawled on the ground, rolling about. Lin Shihuan kicked the pile of ore with her foot, raising an eyebrow. What do you plan to do next? Construct something to shield us from the wind and rain. Su Lu replied, tossing selected iron ore into the forge. Since the construction of the forge, the production of charcoal had not ceased, and a towering pile had already formed on one side of the courtyard. Adding charcoal and igniting the fire, the flames quickly ascended to a brilliant white heat. Under the somber sky, thick smoke and heat billowed from the forge's opening, ascending into the clouds. Quite an eye-catching sight. Sula squinted at the swirling smoke. Finish your work and come eat. Lin Shihuan served 3 bowls of soup, one for each of them, on the northern side of the island. Yuchuanlai moved the shuriken away from a wild boar that had fallen into a trap and looked up at the column of smoke in the sky. Heh. It seems we need not search any longer. The islanders have already pointed the way for us. Li Jianlong gazed in the direction Yuchuanlai indicated, smiling as he said, That's splendid. The sooner we converge, the sooner we can collaborate. Speaking of which, Mr. Yu's methods of taming beasts are indeed remarkable, with both kindness and authority. Even this large wild boar must bow to him. The boar in the trap stood up again, showcasing its impressive height of around 1.23 meters and its lean physique, sending fragments of stone flying as it dug its hooves into the ground, revealing its extraordinary strength. Haha, Mr. Li has a keen eye, Yuchuanlai remarked as he secured the boar with a vine-made harness. I specifically chose this boar. It should be the king of this island. With a shoulder height of 1.2 meters and weighing over 200 kilograms, it's undoubtedly the best candidate for long-distance travel across the island. If danger arises, it will charge valiantly ahead. Of course, wild beasts are untamed, and danger is inherent. However, as long as it remains by my side, this boar will not dare to harm anyone. Li Jianlong laughed heartily. I hope our friends on the island do not stray too far from Mr. Yu. It would be beneficial for everyone to listen well. After breakfast, Su Lu nudged Beiji, who was lying in the middle of the path, obstructing their way. He kicked Beiji's rear, and the hefty boar, weighing 350 kilograms, grunted a couple of times before moving to a corner of the cliff to continue sleeping. Su Lu sensed its disgruntlement. Another night watch and stone hauling. It felt quite unjust. Wouldn't it be better to return to Gaolao village? He chuckled to himself while tossing a piece of dried snake meat. Beiji immediately responded with a flattering grunt. The first batch of iron was soon smelted, and as Su Lu opened the furnace to retrieve the slag, he poured it into a ceramic pot to melt. This time, the mold was elongated, and Su Lu carved various profiles for the linkages upon it. In the gaps of the linkages, he intricately filled them with numerous delicate gear structures. Gears? Such small dimensions. It's hard to believe you can fabricate them. Lin Shihuan looked on, perplexed. Is that a mechanism spring similar to the one on the crossbow? Just enlarged by one size? No. Why is there a mechanism spring? Su Lu, with utmost seriousness, nodded. When have I ever deceived you, dear sister? I don't believe you. Lin Shihuan crossed her arms, raising a challenge. Meng Yi, swinging her ponytail, chimed in, I don't believe it either. You've become quite the skeptic. Su Lu gazed at the sweet girl with a sorrowful expression. Come on, let's go fish. Little Black can help too. The dark-skinned companion led the fair-skinned girl with the ponytail, their hair glimmering in the narrow beams of sunlight that pierced through the clouds. As the sea breeze blew, the clouds quickly obscured the sun once more. With the wind strong and the temperature low, the cooling of the molten iron would be faster than in the previous days, which was a good thing. Su Lu poured the molten iron into the mold, closed it, and awaited its cooling. He then gathered dry wood piled on one side of the courtyard, using an iron knife to carve it into various lengths and widths. Having the iron knife indeed made the process of shaping the wood much more convenient. If it were a stone knife, such precision would be challenging to achieve. Su Lu continued to elaborate, while the live stream was already bustling with viewers. I can no longer comprehend the items crafted by the esteemed Su Lu. Chapter 114. Another ancient craft, the Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella. In the live chat, a user remarked that the umbrella was meant for shielding from rain, which implies it must function as a canopy or umbrella. The construction appears rather intricate. Are you certain you have witnessed such a complex rain shelter before? Speaking of which, today marks the 7th day of survival on this deserted island. It should be the day of elimination for the last contestant, right? Haha. The process of elimination can be quite brutal, but it seems irrelevant now in relation to our esteemed Su Lu, doesn't it? I must say, on the first day, I genuinely believed this streamer would be the first to be eliminated. Little did I know, he is nothing short of a true deity. Su Li's progress over the past few days has been nothing short of astounding. Even writing a novel would not compare to such rapid advancement. Can you believe he is taming a black panther, smelting iron, creating a repeating crossbow? In comparison, the diminutive emerald egg pales in significance. By the way, I noticed on the forum that Yu Chuanlai and Li Jianlong are gravitating towards Su Lu. What could their intentions be? Seeking a partnership? I doubt it. When those two converse, it feels as if they speak in veiled terms. Moreover, Yu Chuanlai has a plethora of dark secrets. Who would trust his proposal for collaboration? A foreign comment, a group of foolish swine. If Mr. Yu Chuan is willing to collaborate with Su Lu, it is indeed his fortune. Those who reject Mr. Yu's good intentions are merely inviting their own elimination. A foreign comment, Mr. Yu Chuan is the most outstanding disciple of the KGA school in this generation. On this island, there exists no one capable of opposing him. Su Lu, merely a stepping stone. A foreign comment, if I were Mr. Yu Chuan, why would I seek Su Lu for collaboration? I would simply send my wild boar king to destroy Su Li's stronghold, and then take 2 lovely ladies with me. Hiki. A foreign comment. Little mountain, how cultured you are. Haha. What are these fools upstairs babbling about? Do they seek a reprimand? Initially, I thought we should maintain a balanced mindset and avoid prejudgment. However, I now eagerly anticipate Su Lu eliminating Yu Chuanlai today. I support Su Lu in his endeavor to eliminate Yu Chuanlai. As the heated debate in the live chat intensified, Su Li's first set of components had completed cooling. Upon removing the mold, he revealed several elongated iron rods, alongside a multitude of small gears and springs. Without delay, he poured the newly smelted iron into another mold. While awaiting the cooling process, he commenced polishing the first batch of components, smoothing out the mold lines, water outlets, and irregular shapes with the enhancement of the precision machining skill. Each component's shape and dimensions were almost perfectly uniform. The rods were polished to a mirror-like sheen. As batch after batch of components were released from their molds and polished, soon a myriad of parts of various sizes lay before him. Made of wood and iron, he even cut strips of wolf hide, as thick as a pinky finger, to set aside for future use. Assembly. The rods were joined, connected by gears and springs, then enveloped in 2 hollowed wooden shells to form a long rod. One end of the wooden shell revealed the spring mechanism, while the other was slotted to accommodate an upright handle. The previously prepared wooden pieces were assembled into a canopy, with the strips of wolf hide tightly wound between them. The canopy was affixed to the spring mechanism at one end of the wooden shell, and additional rods and components were fashioned into ribs, interlocking and securing them. The chat buzzed with excitement. The umbrella is taking shape. However, does it truly need to be this intricate? It seems rather unnecessary. I am dismantling an umbrella at home and find Su Li's creation to be fundamentally different from an ordinary umbrella. The umbrella structure had begun to form, yet many components remained scattered on the ground. Su Lu continued to insert each part into the skeleton of the umbrella. As he progressed, the pieces grew increasingly delicate, with the smallest components barely exceeding the size of a fingernail. With the final piece inserted. Click. It is complete. By pressing a small spring on the handle, the umbrella, crafted from wood, iron, and leather, snapped shut with a resounding thud. Once retracted, the umbrella measured approximately 1 meter in length, standing straight like a pole. When swung, it emitted a low, wind-slicing sound. Pressing the spring once more, the umbrella sprang open, with a radius of about 80 centimeters. The opened umbrella displayed a neat arrangement of wooden and iron strips resembling ribs, tightly bound with wolf hide. The wooden strips were densely arranged, with iron strips interspersed, creating a visually pleasing contrast. The straight handle supported the canopy, with a small spring protruding from its top. Continuing to manipulate the spring, the circular canopy unexpectedly transformed into a rectangular shape. Weapon Mastery LV. 3. Tool Crafting LV. 3. Precision Machining LV. 3. Most importantly, Legacy of Fire LV. 2. In the live chat, someone timidly typed a message. Is this capable of transforming? Is this truly the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella? Chapter 115. Confrontation. What is this Thousand Machine umbrella? Is it truly the legendary Thousand Machine umbrella? It is said to have 18 variants. Could it be that the esteemed Su Lu has indeed crafted such a miraculous artifact? Yet, it can transform. Goodness, it has changed form again. What is this? A large shield? The umbrella handle can even fold and retract, securing itself to the arm? Su Lu, this is increasingly extraordinary. It has ceased to transform. Any further changes might send my heart into turmoil. Su Lu removed the Thousand Machine umbrella from his arm, re-expanding it into a conventional umbrella form. The umbrella shape, along with the shield, still does not qualify as the true Thousand Machine umbrella. The mechanisms can be upgraded, presumably requiring higher-level skills. The umbrella surface, made from wood, iron, and the hide of a beast, should withstand shurikens without issue. Reflecting on the scars on the little golden eagle, Su Lu resolved to heed his inner voice and enhance his defensive capabilities. He did not possess the ability to withstand shurikens with his flesh. This was an island survival scenario, not a realm of immortality. Moreover, who could ascertain whether Yu Chuanlai had any boundaries, or if he might strike unexpectedly? In previous episodes, he had shown a remarkable ability to deceive his teammates without a flicker of emotion, suggesting a lack of moral restraint. Furthermore, his methods were subtle. Had it not been for Lin Shihuan's observation, Su Lu might not have noticed them during his earlier viewing. As Su Lu organized his tools, Xiao He dashed onto the path. Oh, has he encountered someone? Observing Xiao He's demeanor, Su Lu sensed something amiss. There were 2 individuals? Besides Yu Chuanlai, were there others? They arrived rather swiftly. Did they possess mounts as well? It appears Yu Chuanlai has some prowess. Let us investigate. Su Lu wrapped 2 crossbows in beast hide, secured an iron knife at his waist, and grasped the freshly crafted Thousand Machine umbrella. With Xiao He leading the way, he soon arrived at a beach between a series of fish ponds and a small courtyard, where he beheld 2 groups in confrontation. Lin Shihuan, emanating an aura, shielded Ming Yi behind her. Opposite stood a slender man, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lin Shihuan. Beside him was another man, rather handsome, his hair meticulously slicked back, exuding an air of confidence, as if he held the situation in his grasp. Ah, such neatly styled hair. In this harsh island environment, where did he procure hair wax? Share a bit with me, and I shall offer it to Ming Yi. That Navi girl's hair is on the verge of unraveling. Su Lu mused inwardly while maintaining a cheerful facade, greeting them with a laugh. I didn't expect to encounter other living souls on this island. Lin Shihuan shot him a reproachful glance. You still have the leisure to jest? Can't you sense the tension in the air? She lowered her voice. The individuals opposite are Yu Chuanlai and Li Jianlong. I am Ming Yi's fiancé. Li Jianlong stated with an air of nonchalance. Su Lu noted that as Li Jianlong spoke, Ming Yi clutched Lin Shihuan's garment, her expression one of evident disdain. You are Su Lu from the 97th live broadcast room, aren't you? It is quite fortunate for you to be on the same island as Lin Shihuan from the 9th live broadcast room. However, the survival queen is but one person. It must be challenging for her to assist both you and Yi. Therefore, we could either collaborate, or I could take Yi away, thereby alleviating Lin Shihuan's burdens. Opportunities for survival on a deserted island are not easily come by. It would be a pity to be eliminated inexplicably. As he spoke, Li Jianlong waved at Ming Yi. Come here, Yi, I will protect you. In his live broadcast room, a flurry of admirers expressed their infatuation. Brother Jianlong is so handsome. I wish to hear such protective words. How enviable is he? Su Lu from the 97th live broadcast room? So far behind. But it seems he has been recommended? Recommended on the 97th? This is hilarious. It must be Lin Shihuan's pity that has boosted his popularity. There is no need to pay him any mind. Exactly. We only care about Brother Jianlong. Forever loving Jianlong. Yi is so lucky. Meng Yi peeked out from behind Lin Shihuan, shaking her head as her ponytail unraveled into a nest of hair. No, I want to stay with Su Lu and Sister Lin. Li Jianlong's expression turned cold. He had never encountered anything he desired that he could not possess. Meng Yi was no exception, nor was the wealth of the Ming family behind her. Ming Qing, we had but this one precious daughter. Yi, you are my fiancé. Yi, it is not appropriate for you to be with others on this deserted island. Moreover, Su Lu, you must understand one thing. Your background barely qualifies you to be a servant in Yi's household. I, Li Jianlong, am always forthright. 1 million cash. And you withdraw from the island survival challenge. Afterward, do not disturb Yi again. Disturb? What nonsense is this? Am I your rival in love? Su Lu could not help but retort. Why is this person so verbose? Chapter 116, Confrontation. Do not disturb my survival on the deserted island. In Li Jianlong's live stream, the barrage of infatuated comments never ceased. The young master of the Li family angrily slapped his rival with a 10 million yuan offer. Wow, if someone stood up for me like that, my heart would surely melt. In contrast, this Su Lu appeared to be nothing more than a pauper. Could he afford a house or a car? Could he even provide a proper bride price? The disparity between their family backgrounds was too vast. They belonged to entirely different worlds, so why force it? Li Jianlong observed Su Li's complex expression. Rather than pursuing cooperation, he preferred to use the most thunderous means to achieve his goals, throwing money at Su Lu to make him retreat. In fact, if Su Lu conceded, Meng Yi would undoubtedly be disappointed in him. He might not even need to spend that 10 million. Lin Shihan, who had long been established in her career and was known for her steadiness, had another ally beside Li Jianlong, Yuchuan Lai. This person, who resorted to any means to achieve his ends, had plenty of ways to resolve the remaining issues. Su Lu, with a pained expression, repeated, 10 million? Ha! Truly a bumpkin blinded by wealth. Li Jianlong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, 10 million. Let me make myself clear. If you voluntarily relinquish your qualification for survival on the deserted island today, my people will immediately prepare the cash. Once you receive the money, you can do whatever you wish, just do not disturb Yi again. 10 million. Is this person insane? I won the survival competition, and the prize is 100 million. Even now, I am not in need of 10 million. Su Lu reached out to poke the naive Meng Yi, saying, Give me the emerald. Meng Yi turned, her big eyes wide with surprise. Lin Shihan, too, looked back in astonishment at this person with a terrible personality, yet one with whom they had spent several days together. He intended to reclaim the emerald and withdraw from the competition? No, that was not in his character. Lin Shihan scrutinized Su Li's expression, and indeed, this villain was stifling a grin. I knew it. She patted Meng Yi's head and removed the emerald from around her neck, carefully tied with a leather cord, glimmering with profound radiance. Then she took off the one around her own neck as well. Here, this one is for you. She tilted her head and raised an eyebrow at Su Lu, wearing an expression filled with mischief. Su Lu was momentarily taken aback. No, this one is even larger. Is it really necessary to invest so much just to put on a show? Heartbroken, Su Lu gazed at the 2 emeralds in his palm, forcing his face to remain impassive. With a swift motion, Li Jianlong's smile instantly froze. The 2 emeralds rolled to his feet. What do you mean, Su Lu? Su Lu playfully ruffled Meng Yi's head. These 2 emeralds are worth 20 million. Let me make this clear. If you forfeit your qualification for survival on the deserted island, these 2 emeralds will be yours. Once you leave, the staff will immediately prepare the appraisal equipment. After selling them, you can do whatever you like. Just do not disturb my survival on the island. Meng Yi. Oh, Lin Shihan. Humph. Meng Yi. That thigh is so handsome. Li Jianlong. Su Lu. Are you playing with me? Playing with you? No. Please don't say that. I have no romantic interest in you. Su Lu spread his hands. If you are unwilling, shall I add a little more? Once I win the survival competition, I could allocate you 100 or 80,000 from the prize. Meng Yi looked at Su Lu, gathering her courage to add, If you are unwilling, I can also add a little more. Whatever Su Lu offers you, I will double it. Slap. Su Lu felt as if a gigantic hand descended from the clouds, striking Li Jianlong squarely in the face. This was being broadcasted globally. It was one thing to be confronted by Su Lu, but to have his fiancée slap him immediately after professing his loyalty was a different matter altogether. Well done, naive girl. Su Lu silently praised her. Such inexplicable arrogance and ostentation were truly irksome. In the live stream, the barrage of comments read, Su Lu is ruthless. He left no face for Li Jianlong. Who on earth is Meng Yi? The information indicated she was just an ordinary enthusiast. How did she suddenly become so fierce? Ha ha ha, the little girl is just speaking in anger, right? Li Jianlong is indeed wealthy, but how could she have such confidence? Perhaps she drew courage from Su Lu and expressed her stance. Survival on the island is about survival. Personal grievances should remain outside. Why can't anything be resolved off camera? Li Jianlong is too bothersome, relying on his connections? Su Lu, keep confronting him. Current popularity of the live stream, 640,000. Li Jianlong's face darkened like iron. You all, he began, but Yu Chuanlai patted his shoulder. Mr. Li, it seems we are not welcomed here, he said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. After all, your only goal is to outlast your fiancé on the island. That should not be too difficult. Chapter 117, Underhanded Tactics. Mr. Yuchuan speaks with reason. Li Jiantong adjusted his hair with his hand, neatly arranging a strand that had been tousled by the sea breeze. Su Lu, I hope you remember what you just said. On the island, I may not have the means to deal with you, but once we leave the island, I possess numerous ways to ensure you can no longer cling to me. Let us enjoy the remaining days together. With that, he turned to leave. Little Black poked his head out from behind Su Lu, baring his teeth and fluffing up his fur. He then jumped down from Su Li's shoulder to retrieve 2 emeralds that had been discarded on the beach. After taking them, Su Lu smiled nonchalantly, saying, an unexpected find. I didn't realize they would come in handy. You're just pretending. Lin Shihuan shot Su Lu an exasperated glance and extended her hand. The one I helped you keep. Give it to me. The emeralds were too valuable, so both insisted they were merely safeguarding them for one another. When you were stoking the fire, you weren't this assertive, were you? Su Lu retorted. No, I'm not giving it back. By the way, did you catch the implication in Yu Chuanlai's words? Are they planning to stick around? Su Lu changed the subject. Lin Shihuan let out a soft huff. Isn't it obvious? He intends to team up with Li Jiantong to complete the challenge together. On the same island. It's rather vexing. What if? She frowned. Meng Yi, looking down, softly said, Su Lu. A few minutes later. Su Lu ruffled his fluffy hair, pondering aloud. So? Because of your family's connections, your father didn't stop Li Jiantong from pursuing you. But it seems your family isn't fond of him. During the survival challenge, he could be eliminated first, and you could follow suit by marrying him. Su Lu mused. No wonder Yu Chuanlai's words seemed layered. He plans to employ underhanded tactics to eliminate us first. I'm sorry. Meng Yi apologized. I should have told you earlier. It's nothing. Su Lu replied. The rewards of the survival challenge were too enticing, leading nearly everyone to believe that as the competition progressed, individuals would resort to sabotage for the sake of winning. Yet, on just the 6th day, Su Lu witnessed a living example. Thus, all else was secondary. The most crucial aspect remained the enhancement of popularity. Popularity was the currency for skill upgrades and template advancements. Skills and templates were the foundation for navigating any crisis and securing victory in the survival challenge. 1 million seemed a staggering sum, and the worth of the emeralds was indeed considerable. However, in comparison to the rewards of winning the survival challenge, it paled in significance. Lin Shihuan narrowed her eyes at Su Lu and inquired, 1 million. Did you truly remain unaffected? With a nonchalant shrug, Su Lu responded. Would you choose 1 million or 100 million? That's quite the dilemma. Lin Shihuan mused, elegantly raising her long neck as she gazed in the direction where Yu Chuanlai and the others had departed. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. What did you say? Su Lu leaned in to ask. Nothing. I was just contemplating what to eat tonight. Su Lu regarded her intently. Rice bug, Lin Shihuan. Amidst the rocky beach, while scaling a section of the cliff, a sudden gust caused Li Jiantong to misstep, sliding down 2 or 3 meters before being caught by Yu Chuanlai. Their cameras collided, crashing to the ground in ruin. Mr. Li, was that intentional? Yu Chuanlai asked in a calm tone. Li Jianong shrugged. In a survival challenge, unexpected events occur. The camera's damage is no great concern. In a few hours, staff will arrive to replace it. This time will serve to showcase Mr. Yu Chuan's skills. Yu Chuanlai smirked slightly. That is true. A disruption in the live broadcast signal will indeed affect the audience's engagement. While other streamers may hesitate, Mr. Li can remain indifferent. As long as your charming fiancé is eliminated first, the survival challenge's popularity holds little meaning for you. Li Jiantong's handsome face darkened, not just Meng Yi. The elimination of Su Lu and Lin Shihuan would be ideal. Eliminating Lin Shihuan would also remove a formidable rival for Mr. Yu Chuan, wouldn't it? Su Lu, Spending merely 7 days on the island, does he truly believe no one can manage him? The Li family will teach him how to conduct himself properly. Let us go? Mr. Yu Chuan, we must focus on water sources, food, and all essential survival resources. With your skills in the Koga style, it should be quite effortless to ensnare them in dire straits. As long as we leave no direct evidence, no one can hold us accountable. In the small courtyard, to eliminate us, they will likely target water and food sources. Su Lu squatted in the courtyard, sketching a rough outline of resource distribution in the sand based on the southern shore's topography. Our courtyard is not difficult to locate, and the surrounding resources are thus quite clear. He drew several circles in the sand, marking small ponds, interconnected fish ponds, and nearby areas for gathering plant roots and fruits. Surrounding the courtyard, it appeared to provide a sense of security at a glance. Water sources should be of utmost importance. Lin Shihuan used her slender fingers to delineate an area. Meng Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sulu shook his head. Water sources should actually be relatively safe. Why? Lin Shihuan queried. Chapter 118. Such a crude trap? Contaminating a water source is nothing short of poisoning it. Sulu elucidated. In the wilderness, the available toxins are limited, and those capable of polluting a vast water source are exceedingly rare. The spot from which we draw water is a flowing stream, which possesses a remarkable self-purification ability. Even if Yuchuan Lai were to toss animal carcasses into a small pond, as long as it is cleaned up promptly and the water flows again, there would be no issue. That makes sense. Lin Shihan arched her slender brows and inquired, so what do you think? Su Li's lips curled into a smile. If you keep teasing me, I might just strangle you. Lin Shihan threatened fiercely. Oh no. Su Lu hastily retorted. The difficulty of contaminating a water source is high and the results slow to manifest. Li Jianlong's urgency to come to this island clearly indicates he is not a patient man. The traps, on the other hand, yield quicker results. Meng Yi tilted her head. Puzzled. Traps? I understand now. Lin Shihan's eyes sparkled. If they choose to survive on this beach by setting traps to capture prey, it is only natural. Once we familiarize ourselves with the terrain and place traps along our inevitable path, if we inadvertently step into one and sustain injuries, we will have no choice but to retreat. Sula patted Lin Shihan's head. Simple, effective, and can be easily cleaned up afterward. In the wilderness, humans are more dangerous than beasts. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Lu withdrew his hand, feeling a bit guilty. Lin Shihan wrinkled her nose. Humph. I want to hold it against you this time. She cradled her substantial chest and asked, what do you plan to do? Do you know where they will set the traps? You have asked the right person. Sula grinned. I must know. With Trap Mastery LV2. Along with the terrain map of the southern shore and the Golden Eagle Xiaosha, Sula could pinpoint hundreds of unique locations for setting traps along this coastline. Xiaohei, accompany me on an outing, Sula called out, and Xiaohei leaped from Lin Shihan's soft and ample chest onto his shoulder. Hey, be gentle. Lin Shihan crossed her arms. Shall I give you a massage? Lin Shihan teased. Ha. Su Lu swiftly dodged before Lin Shihan could kick him. What about me and Sister Lin? The innocent Meng Yi inquired loudly. Cooking, of course. Thus, we merely need to set traps in the locations designated by the Wild Boar King and wait for them to walk into the snare, Yuchuan Lai remarked. Overlooking the forest from atop a stone wall, a sense of confidence in his demeanor. Those traps, they won't harm Meng Yi, will they? She is the only daughter of that old fox, Meng Qingwei. Are you afraid? Yuchuan Lai chuckled darkly. Not really, Li Jianlong shrugged. It's just that if anything unfortunate were to happen to her, it would be quite troublesome. Ha, it won't happen, Yuchuan Lai replied with a smile. Such simple traps are easily controlled and will only target Su Lu. There will be no issues. Moreover, intricate traps are cumbersome to set up. Since I have accepted Mr. Li's offerings, I naturally must consider his interests. Let us go, we shall set the traps together. If all goes well, we might receive good news today. Zzz. Xiaohei snuggled on Su Li's head, snoring. Su Lu whistled softly, summoning the Golden Eagle Xiaosha, whose injuries had nearly healed. The wildlife in Bermuda has a remarkable capacity for recovery. Xiaohei was already lively, and Xiaosha could now fly on its own. Su Lu extended his arm, allowing Xiaosha to land on it. Wow, you're really heavy. Just stand on the ground. Su Lu sighed, shaking Xiaosha off his shoulder. The Golden Eagle on the ground cooed in grievance. You're not a mother hen. Su Lu flicked Xiaosha's head playfully. Use your aerial advantage to scout the movements of those two. Xiaosha's eyes glinted with ferocity. Su Lu emphasized, high-altitude patrols are not for fighting. I fear you might face Yuchuan Lai's hidden weapon again. The Golden Eagle protested with a couple of coos, then spread its wings and took off. In no time, an eagle's cry echoed through the sky, faint yet discernible. Xiaosha soared at great heights, its call blending with the rustling of the trees, almost imperceptible. Amidst the chaotic sounds of the wind, Su Lu discerned Xiaosha's warning. Sound of nature. An old hunter must effectively utilize his skills. This is akin to having a human radar. Hunter's messenger skill upgraded, current level LV3. Su Lu treaded lightly, following the well-familiar terrain in his mind, taking the shortest path toward the direction indicated by Xiaosha. Yuchuan Lai tightened a vine and secured it with a wooden stake. then scattered leaves on top for camouflage. Yuchuan's trap-making skills are indeed impressive. If one does not scrutinize closely, it would be nearly invisible, Li Jianlong remarked with a smile. Yuchuan Lai rose expressionlessly. Let us move on to the next location. Su Lu pushed aside a clump of weeds. What the heck? This trap is set up so crudely? He couldn't help but scoff. Is this an affront to my intelligence? Chapter 119. Where is my trap? It is not surprising that Yuchuan Lai is somewhat inept at his craft. The trap technique LV2 is indeed rather cruel. Observers in the live stream, take note. This is a remarkably simple yet practical lasso trap. Su Lu brushed aside the debris of leaves covering the trap, revealing the taut vines and the tightly wound elastic cord connected to them, all laid bare before the camera. Yet, this mechanism has been hastily arranged. Should you find yourselves in a survival scenario, do not emulate his methods. In wilderness survival, simple traps are typically designed for small game, focusing on immobilization. To hunt larger prey, one requires a more intricate interconnected structure, which is generally time-consuming and labor-intensive to set up. This trap's primary function is to launch a stone from the elastic cord into the air. Judging by the leverage and tension of the cord, the target height is approximately 1.6 meters. The livestream comments reflect that Su Li's explanation is quite thorough. Such traps have extensive applications and considerable potential for modification, provided the trapper possesses some skill. A height of 1.6 meters? That is far too high for capturing rabbits or similar game. Wait, is it designed to strike a person? Precisely at Su Li's neck and chin? Could it be? Li Jianlong is truly that malicious? Is he attempting to eliminate Su Lu outright? Having failed to entice him, is he resorting to direct violence? Does he genuinely believe that with someone shielding him, he can act with impunity in the wilderness? His own live stream has gone dark. Is this not a blatant attempt to cover his tracks? Those upstairs may be unaware. But as long as no direct evidence is left behind, with the means of the Li Consortium, even the most transparent cover-up poses no threat. A small monetary compensation, and in due time, when the storm passes, he can carry on as if nothing has occurred. Alas, it is unfortunate that Su Lu has attracted the attention of such a person. But let us not be pessimistic. The wilderness is, after all, Su Li's domain. Su Lu pressed down on the elastic cord, removing the sharp stones from its surface. These stones were deliberately selected, for such irregularly shaped stones are not found in the vicinity. How perilous this is. Should one fall heedlessly, it could very well lead to dire consequences. Su Lu grumbled internally as he severed the vines with an iron blade, effectively dismantling the trap. He then scattered the debris of leaves back onto the ground. After a simple cleanup, there was no trace left of the trap's previous existence. Trap technique skill has upgraded. Current level, LV3. Old hunter template derived skill. Induction technique awakened. Induction technique? Luring prey? Corresponding to the pursuit. This is not merely an old hunter. This is an old silver coin. In the sky, a distant cry echoed once more. Remarkably industrious, within a short span, he managed to create 2 more traps. He brushed the dirt off his clothing and stealthily re-entered the thicket. His footsteps were silent, and his movements agile, akin to a seasoned hunter tracking his quarry. Li Jianlong and Yuchuan Lai had trekked over 2 kilometers, setting no fewer than a dozen traps. Yuchuan Lai scattered a mixture of leaves and soil, nodding in satisfaction. This would be the final trap. After a thorough inspection of the previous setups, they could now patiently await their prey. Among these traps, some were standard for capturing game, while others could inflict severe injury on an adult male. Mr. Li, to ensure your affairs are handled properly, I have invested considerable effort into this arrangement. As the old saying goes, truth and deception intertwine. When the time comes, simply attribute the setup of these traps to me, and you shall have nothing to fear. Li Jianlong patted Yuchuan Lai on the shoulder, saying, your hard work is appreciated, Mr. Yuchuan. The concept of intertwining truth and deception is indeed ingenious. With the live stream signal interrupted, there will be no direct evidence left behind. Thanks to your arrangements, I can rest easy. I shall extend my gratitude to you once our survival on the island concludes. Yuchuan Lai subtly shifted away from the hand Li Jianlong had placed on his shoulder. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes, chatting casually as he walked. That is a matter for another time. However, Mr. Li, do you believe your prospective father-in-law is so easily deceived? Just because he has not seen direct evidence does not mean he will believe that harming Su Lu and the others has nothing to do with you. Li Jianlong followed behind Yuchuan Lai, leisurely strolling as if unperturbed. Am I not merely a devoted man who has come all this way for my fiancée? Even if Meng Qinghui harbors doubts, I could simply be seen as momentarily infatuated. This is entirely understandable. Meng Qinghui values loyalty above life itself. He will honor the engagement of his daughter, and since his family's fortune will not endure long under his stewardship, it would be preferable to entrust it to the Li family for mutual benefit. Yuchuan Lai snorted softly, choosing not to respond further. After more than 20 minutes, the two men gazed down at a freshly scattered pile of leaves. Where is my trap? Chapter 120. Scared away? Yuchuan Lai consistently projected an air of calm indifference before Li Jianlong, a demeanor that perfectly aligned with his enigmatic persona as the sole heir of the Koga school. However, moments ago, his voice had noticeably risen in pitch, startling Li Jianlong. What is the matter, Mr. Yuchuan? With narrowed eyes, Yuchuan Lai surveyed the ground. It was precisely here that I set the first lethal trap. Yet now, it is no longer present. Haha, the forest is vast. Could it be that Mr. Yuchuan is mistaken? Li Jianlong attempted to maintain his composure, offering an explanation. Do you truly believe I could be mistaken? Yuchuan Lai retorted without a hint of mercy. Could it have been Lin Shihuan's doing? According to our intelligence, her specialty does not lie in traps. Yuchuan Lai hesitated for a moment, then suggested. Let us investigate further. Swiftly, the two retraced their previous steps. Yuchuan Lai's countenance darkened like iron. All the lethal traps had been dismantled. His words emerged as if forced from his throat. What? At this point, Li Jianlong could no longer maintain his facade of calm. Mr. Yuchuan, on this deserted island, there is no survival expert who can rival you. Even among the top 20, only Lin Shihuan and yourself are notable. Do not tell me that those ranked beyond 20th can dismantle your traps with such precision. Do you look down upon others? Crouched behind a large tree, Shula held a bunch of black currants and stared wide-eyed, silently expressing his thoughts. Above his head, a small black cat stretched its body, meowing in agreement. Who? Yuchuan Lai suddenly turned around. You were told to remain quiet. Shula ruffled the fur of the black-footed cat and stepped out from behind the tree. After quickly devouring all the black currants in his hand, he wiped his hands on his clothes and brandished a length of soft vine rope tied to his waist. Your traps were far too dangerous, so I helped you dismantle them. He wore an innocent expression. Yuchuan Lai's gaze turned ominous. Shula. Li Jianlong's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Shula, when did you come up behind us? I was there when you were discussing falsehoods and truths. It made quite a bit of sense. After tucking the vine rope back into his waist, Shula carefully adjusted his attire. The weaving was quite skillful. Using it as a rope would certainly save me considerable effort. When he looked up again, he noticed the pallor on Li Jianlong's face. TSK. Has the conspiracy been exposed, leading to a rupture in relations? Li Jianlong fixed a steely gaze on the camera mounted on Shula. A chill creeping up his spine. So, the words he had just exchanged with Yuchuan Lai had been broadcast live to the entire world? Any individual who shared the recording with Meng Qingwei would render his meticulous plans utterly futile. Shula. Danger sense. Is that a volatile fellow? Shula leisurely raised his hand. Whoosh. Bang. As soon as Li Jianlong called out Shula's name, he had already drawn a blow dart from his waist, bringing it to his lips and blowing forcefully. This blow dart, easily crafted from a hollow bamboo tube and a sharpened tip, was both simple in design and highly effective. Yuchuan Lai had produced 3, providing one to Li Jianlong for self-defense. Within a distance of 20 meters, such a blow dart could wield considerable lethality. However, the distance between Shula and Li Jianlong was merely 7 or 8 meters. Given that the situation had already been broadcast, and after being relentlessly berated by Shula, Li Jianlong's mindset exploded, leading him to fire the blow dart at Shula without hesitation. Yet, as Shula raised his hand, a wooden and iron shield, adorned with a wavy patterned hide, swiftly emerged to protect him. The blow dart's tip struck the shield and was easily deflected away. Yuchuan Lai's gaze sharpened. Qianji umbrella? Such an artifact has been lost for millennia. His shoulders sagged, half in vigilance and half in preparation. Did you create this? He inquired. Simultaneously, Shula activated his danger sense. Are you both still in the throes of an emotional meltdown? With such fragile mental fortitude, how do you expect to survive on this island? Shula positioned the Qianji umbrella on his wrist and lowered his stance. Guess? He retorted with a hint of pride, balancing the Qianji umbrella shield with one hand. He reached behind his waist to grasp the handle of a Zhuge crossbow. Observing his movements, Yuchuan Lai chuckled. The Qianji umbrella can withstand a blow dart. But I wonder if it can withstand the charge of a wild boar? Thud, thud, thud. Crack, crack. The sounds of hooves pounding the ground and branches snapping echoed from afar. Apologies, young man, but this wild boar king is notoriously unruly. Even my commands are often disregarded. Yuchuan Lai remarked with amusement. No need for concern. Your wild boar may be disobedient, but mine is quite well behaved. Chapter 121. The great charge of the boars. Can you not discern that the creatures now rampaging through the woods are 2 wild boars? Su Lo maintained his composure, fixating his gaze on Yuchuan Lai, adopting a stance reminiscent of a gunfight. Li Jianlong, a pampered young master, posed little threat. But Yuchuan Lai was a different matter altogether. In this wilderness survival scenario, was it not preferable for everyone to sit down, hunt, and gather provisions together? Why must there be conflict? Was it inevitable that a man as handsome as I would find himself at the center of such turmoil? Su Lu grumbled internally, while the sounds of the two wild boars trampling over broken branches and brushing against trees echoed faithfully in his ears. Yuchuan Lai's acute hearing could only detect vague hints of what was occurring. Two distinct sounds, one light, the other heavy. He tilted his head, listening intently. The heavier sound must belong to the king of boars, the largest wild boar in this thicket. Charging forward. Did he truly believe that his domesticated pig could withstand the force of a beast weighing over 250 kilograms? In his estimation, even the survival queen Lin Shihan could not tame a boar larger than the king. As for Ming Yi and Su Lu, they were hardly worth considering. Yuchuan Lai brimmed with confidence. Su Lu must have procured a smaller boar from somewhere, investing some effort to develop a reserve supply of domesticated food. Such a domesticated creature could not possibly be compared to the ferocious king of boars. He speculated, "Why are you so certain that yours is the larger one? I have never lost in terms of size." Su Lu, musing with playful thoughts, glanced towards Yuchuan Lai's side and managed to stammer out 5 words. "That one is truly enormous." He beheld a massive hunk of braised pork charging towards him. Lean and firm, it would not be easily cooked, but with a clay pot on hand, that was hardly an issue. The boar, standing at 1 meter tall at the shoulder, barreled through the trees as if they were mere obstacles. Some slender branches were sent flying upon impact. The ground trembled beneath Su Lu's feet as the boar's hooves struck the earth. Just imagining the amount of braised pork, oil, and delectable dishes that could be prepared made tears of joy well up at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, thank you." Su Lu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yuchuan Lai. This act of providing ingredients across the island filled him with genuine comfort, a refreshing reminder of the camaraderie that should exist in wilderness survival. Li Jianlong and Yuchuan Lai exchanged glances, both realizing that Su Lu must have been rendered speechless. Indeed, what reaction could a normal person have when faced with such a massive wild boar charging towards them? When Li Jianlong first encountered the king of boars, he nearly embarrassed himself. Had he not been standing behind Yuchuan Lai, he might have lost control and fled in panic. Su Lu would only find himself in a more precarious situation. Suddenly thud, 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 thud. Beyond the footsteps of the king of boars, a more violent sound erupted. Li Jianlong and Yuchuan Lai exchanged surprised glances. Could it be that a mountain had collapsed? No, Yuchuan Lai's pupils constricted. At such proximity to the king of boars, he could discern that the light and heavy sounds were indeed from the king itself. Thud. Another resounding crash. Behind Su Lu, a tree with a trunk diameter exceeding 20 centimeters was shattered in half. Thud. Thud. What on earth was that? Yuchuan Lai stood in stunned silence. Li Jianlong could not help but take 2 steps back, leaning against a small tree and sitting down in shock. Su Lu smirked, lifting his chin and casting a disdainful gaze upon the scene, gesturing with his hand as he commanded, "Beiji, flatten it." In the livestream chat, "Didn't he see that coming? Su Lu's battle pet is a full half larger than your king of boars. When boars charge and collide, if their sizes are comparable, there's a chance to play, but with such a disparity it's hopeless. Prepare to meet your end. Farewell. Su Lu is surely going to feast tonight. I'll be jealous in advance." The 2 enormous boars charged toward each other from opposite directions. However, Yuchuan Lai could sense that the king of boars' speed was beginning to wane. "King of boars, are you afraid? My underlings can only shatter like jade. Retreat is not an option." With a swift motion, a stone shuriken was hurled from Yuchuan Lai's hand. Clang. Simultaneously, Su Lu raised his hand, then quickly withdrew it. Gunfighting technique LV1. The arrow and shuriken clashed mid-air. Gunfighting technique skill level up, current level LV2. What manner of weapon is this? Yuchuan Lai was momentarily taken aback as the 2 wild boars collided with a thunderous crash. Amidst the cacophony akin to a landslide, the sound of cracking bones intermingled. One of the king of boars' tusks was sent spinning through the air. Immediately after, Beiji lowered its massive head and thrust upward, propelling the king of boars into the air before crashing it down onto the ground. Chapter 122, The Chill in the Air. "You should withdraw with a swift motion." Beiji lifted his foreleg, nearly standing upright, and sent the wild boar king soaring nearly 2 meters into the air. Then, with a heavy thud, he brought it crashing down. The weight of over 200 kilograms struck the ground without any cushioning, sending fragments of foliage flying in all directions. Under such an impact, the wild boar king's skull and spine shattered, leaving it lifeless. Without hesitation, Yuchuan Lai took advantage of the scattering leaves to crouch and retreat. His petite stature, combined with the skills inherited from the Koga school, allowed him to swiftly vanish into the disarray of the thicket. Contemplating escape, Su Lu squinted, hesitating to employ the mark of the hunt. This mark, once invoked, would not relent until death claimed its target, making it unsuitable for use on a human. He let out a sharp whistle, and the small hawk patrolling the skies responded with a clear, piercing cry. No one could elude the gaze of the golden eagle. Beiji, brimming with pride, nudged the now lifeless wild boar king, grunting as he sought recognition from Su Lu. Su Lu sensed its eagerness. There could be only one boar king on this island. Although this wild boar was weak, it was undeniably delectable. He began to devise a plan to dismantle this lean creature and bring it back with him. Meanwhile, Beiji, with his large nose, approached Li Jianlong, sniffing eagerly. Stop it. It listens to you, doesn't it? Tell it to stay away from me. Li Jianlong trembled. Su Lu, unperturbed, examined the carcass of the wild boar king. Tonight, the viewers in the live stream will feast. We can start preparing boar dishes. The familiar antics of the streamer unfolded in the live stream chat. One moment, they were engaged in life or death struggles, and the next, they were contemplating dinner. Only someone like Su Lu could manage such a leisurely endeavor. Is Su Lu not worried about Yuchuan Lai escaping? Don't be absurd. The little hawk is soaring above. Where could Yuchuan Lai possibly flee? However, while survival in the wilderness is on the island, there are laws beyond it. Uncertainty loomed over how Su Lu would deal with Yuchuan Lai. Why worry? If we can scare him off once, we can do it again. Yuchuan Lai is no threat before Su Lu. Current live stream popularity, 650,000. Su Lu. Li Jianlong's voice trembled. Beiji's nose was practically pressed against his face. Wild boars are omnivorous and will eat anything when starved, and Li Jianlong was aware of this. Yuchuan Lai's boar is unruly. Mine can be quite rebellious at times too. Su Lu squatted beside the wild boar king, arms crossed, smiling at Li Jianlong. Do you really think I'm made of clay? As the chill settled, Su Lu glanced up at the thickening clouds. You should withdraw from wilderness survival. You. Li Jianlong's voice broke. What about me? Should I let you continue to hinder me? Su Lu smiled broadly, though inwardly, he felt exasperated. After all, your little schemes have been broadcasted to the entire internet. Wasting time on the island holds little significance. Beiji extended his tongue, tasting the air around Li Jianlong. A strong odor overwhelmed Li Jianlong's last vestige of defiance. He cried out in despair, I withdraw. In the depths of the forest, Yuchuan Lai sprinted towards the northern side of the island, glancing up at the clouds above. Amongst the clouds, a tiny black dot flickered in and out of sight. Is that the golden eagle? Impossible. Such a wild creature would rather endure hardship than bow down. How could it heed Su Li's commands? Or perhaps, it was tamed by Lin Shihuan, but she lacks such skills. She is a slow burn type of competitor, posing a threat, but not in the early stages. The show's data has significant limitations. This Su Lu ranks too low, thus, we have gathered no intelligence on him. Being associated with Lin Shihuan, could it be that Su Lu possesses some background? Have they conspired together? Regardless, as long as I leave this island and return to my original one, I can develop slowly. Perhaps, I could even partner with others to restrict Su Li's resources. There are countless ways to eliminate someone on an island. Unfortunately, without other beasts for transportation, I may have to traverse the jungle through the night. As he replayed these thoughts, he weaved through the dense foliage. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the trees beside him. Who? Yuchuan Lai halted abruptly, gripping a stone shuriken tightly between his fingers. The thicket parted to reveal a sleek, pitch-black panther, elegant in form, with Lin Shihuan perched atop, a playful glint in her eyes. In her hand, she held a quiver full of arrows, ready to strike. It's you. Yuchuan Lai instinctively lowered his stance, sensing an overwhelming danger. What else could it be? Lin Shihuan tossed her hair back. You think my temper is that forgiving? Chapter 123. The Sovereign Queen of Survival, what do you have in your hand? Asked Hanyan Lai, her demeanor cautious. This. Lin Shihan replied with a radiant smile. It's made by Zhuge Liani and Su Lu. Zhuge Liani. Is that the thing Su Lu used to knock my kunai away? Hanyan Lai's lips curled into a forced smile. Such a thing has been lost in your realm for thousands of years. And the Qianji umbrella, was it also crafted by Su Lu? Who exactly is he? Lin Shihan shrugged. How would I know? He always has some whimsical ideas. Her eyes curved into lovely crescents. Hanyan Lai discreetly surveyed her surroundings. What? Are you seeking an escape route? Lin Shihan teased. Do you think I would have compelled you to stop here if there was a way out? This place offers no retreat. Miss Lin, do you truly intend to stand by Su Lu? Hanyan Lai abandoned her search for an escape and focused on the crossbow in Lin Shihan's grasp. Why not? Lin Shihan replied nonchalantly. Just who is this Su Lu? Hanyan Lai pondered, realizing that he might not be merely reliant on Lin Shihan, but rather, it could be the other way around. Her astonishment was palpable. That black panther you ride was also tamed by Sulu, Lin Shihan said with a smile, gently patting the panther's head. The creature emitted a low growl, its eyes narrowing into slits. Amidst the growl, Lin Shihan raised the crossbow. You should forfeit. Her voice bore a menacing tone, not as a suggestion, but as an order. You didn't bring a camera. Han Yanlai realized. Girls like you can always find a way to turn off the camera when things get dicey. Of course. Lin Shihan replied matter-of-factly. Han Yanlai's expression darkened. So what if I refuse? With a swift motion, he hurled the 3 kunai from his hand. However, whoosh whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows whizzed past his arm. Reloading. Lin Shihan completed the action in a mere second. Once more, the arrows flew like a torrential downpour. A streak of blood appeared on Han Yanlai's hand. You didn't think that my lack of a camera was to give you a chance to flee, did you? She retorted, lips pursing. Han Yanlai glanced at the kunai in his hand, which he hadn't managed to throw. A bitter smile crossed his face, the sovereign queen of survival. During the last program, you faced no challenges. In the information I gathered, your reputation was that of steadiness. It seems my data was incomplete. Enough chatter, Lin Shihan said expressionlessly, forfeit. Or I can puncture a few holes in you first, then you can forfeit. No further negotiations. In the event hall, 2 lines of striking subtitles appeared at the top of the broadcast room. Live Room 73, contestant Li Jianlong forfeits. Live Room 9, contestant Han Yanlai forfeits. The hall fell into a sudden silence. General Liu, who had been burning the midnight oil for days, numbly sipped his milk tea bought through a group order. Cough, cough. The pearls are too large. Li Jianlong's exit had been recorded. But what was the reason for Han Yanlai's withdrawal? He stole a glance at advisor Ed, who had been instructing Han Yanlai in wilderness survival skills. Ed's expression was somewhat complex. He had been closely monitoring the conflict between Han Yanlai and Li Jianlong's group and Su Li's team. My student's forfeit is disheartening for me as well. Yet, they provoked other contestants first, especially Su Li. I anticipated this outcome, so I am not surprised. General Liu coughed again. Since advisor Ed has no objections, shall we proceed with the announcement? I have no objections. Han Yanlai still requires experience. He does not yet grasp the essence of wilderness survival. Ed raised his empty coffee cup. Liu, could you help me order a cup of milk tea too? I wish to change the flavor. In a tea house in the Magic City, General Meng, cradling his phone, leaned back contentedly in his rosewood armchair. Now you can rest easy, Meng. Your precious daughter need not marry that spendthrift Li Jianlong, Chongqing said with a grin. Meng nodded, muttering to himself, by the way, how was that maneuver executed? In Su Li's live broadcast room, a glimmer of light tipped the yacht X-1000. What the hell? Who is this tycoon? Not just a tycoon. This is clearly a godly benefactor. Brothers, let us not say a word and seek this godly benefactor to support us. But with Li Jianlong and Han Yanlai eliminated, it's truly satisfying, haha. They were no good people, attempting to eliminate the esteemed Su Li. This is their own doing. Current live room popularity, 730,000. Chapter 124, Butchering and Honey Harvesting, 730,000. Su Li paused for a moment in his task of dissecting the wild boar, then resumed his diligent work with the knife. Little did he expect that eliminating Li Jianlong would lead to such a surge in popularity. Or was it due to Li Jianlong's unique status? Perhaps it was also influenced by his collaboration with Yuchuan Lai. Xiaoxia observed Lin Shihuan, who had proudly chased after them. After all that incessant feasting, is she finally demonstrating her prowess? The phrase Queen of Survival should not be underestimated. There are only misnamed titles, never misfit nicknames. One cannot overlook her strength simply because she appeared harmless and burdensome a few days prior. Certainly, the most critical factor was that my protagonist's aura utterly overshadowed her brilliance. What was the skill granted by the 70,000 popularity points again? New skill awakened. Underwater breathing. Underwater breathing. 1 second of breathing time can be exchanged for 1,000 popularity points. Cooldown, half an hour. Underwater breathing? Does this mean I can finally enter the sea? 1,000 popularity points equate to 1 second of breathing time, and with 70,000 points, I would have 700 seconds that's more than 10 minutes. Furthermore, my underwater breathing allows for vigorous movement, unlike others who merely hold their breath. Ha ha ha, the ocean, here I come. Su Li hummed a tune while he meticulously separated chunks of wild boar meat. He tied the meat with soft vines taken from Yuchuan Lai's trap and secured it on Beiji's back. From a 200-kilogram wild boar, he extracted over 50 kilograms of meat. The remaining bones and offal, which Su Li did not favor, were discarded. Amidst the dense jungle, carnivorous and omnivorous beasts lurked, eyeing the scraps that would soon be devoured. Su Li patted Beiji's back, exclaiming, with so much meat. And the mutton from the yard, when will I ever finish this? The livestream chat helplessly scrolled by, lamenting that only Sulu, the Great One, could experience such a dilemma of having too much food after surviving in the wilderness. After all, how else could he be called a Great One? The only regret was that Sulu was still confined to activities on the island. If only he could dive and catch fish, he would truly be invincible. Ha ha ha. No rush, let us see how Sulu arranges everything. Beiji, laden with meat, could only walk back to the small courtyard. However, the traps set by Yuchuan Lai surrounded the courtyard, making the distance quite manageable, akin to a leisurely stroll. As he walked, Sulu reflected on his current situation. The 70,000 popularity points were not far from reaching 100,000. Upon hitting 100,000, the next upgrade template should become available. But before that, I need to elevate my skill levels to LV3. The skills requiring upgrades are Trap Making LV2, Botany LV2, Weakness Perception LV2, Fuel Refinement LV2, and Gunplay LV2. This does not even account for the plethora of skills yet to be awakened. The rapid increase in popularity points is both a blessing and a curse. Sula casually surveyed his surroundings, employing his botany skill to identify various plants nearby. Ah! Fortune smiled upon him. Suddenly, Su Li's eyes sparkled. In the past, we traversed the forest on mounts. Now, walking slowly through the jungle and observing carefully, indeed, new discoveries awaited. His words ignited curiosity among the live stream viewers. Did Sulu discover something new? Why can't I see it? That is simply because you're not Sulu, he said, patting Beiji, signaling it to stay put. Along the path he traversed, there lay a slope with considerable elevation. Atop the slope, several clusters of cylindrical plants thrived. Sula carefully dug up a cluster. Beneath the green cylindrical leaves were white scaly rhizomes. Wild onions. At last, I found this crucial seasoning. I had suspected my recent dishes lacked something. He shook the soil from the roots, bundled the wild onions, and placed them on Beiji's back. He also harvested some rhizomes to transplant around the courtyard, ensuring a future supply of onions for cooking. Is there more? Beiji? Its curled tail flapped, shooing away the insects circling around. As a few bugs buzzed near its nose, Beiji huffed heavily, then sniffed the air. Impatiently, it made soft sounds, casting pitiful glances at Sulu. Is it not over yet? It sent a pleading look with its big, expressive eyes. No, you are not suited for the cute route. Sulu piled another bundle of wild onions onto its back, satisfied with the collection for now. He then noticed a bug flitting around Beiji's nose. A bee? He chuckled. Seeing a bee meant there must be a beehive nearby. Perfect. I still needed one last ingredient for the braised meat. Let us go honey harvesting. Chapter 125. The Wild Bees, Utter Fury. The wild boar possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Following the trace of honey clinging to the bees, Beiji swiftly discerned the direction. Wild honey, also known as earth honey, typically boasts a sweeter flavor and a richer nutritional value. However, the natural environment differs greatly from that of artificial cultivation, resulting in a generally lower yield. Furthermore, the collection process is fraught with peril, as the wild bees can be quite ferocious. As Sula spoke, he casually severed a handful of soft reeds from nearby. He fashioned the reeds into a makeshift cuff for his sleeves, wrapping them down towards his wrist. This rudimentary glove resembled the bandages one might use during boxing. He then collected several broad leaves, binding them along the veins to create a helmet. This helmet, adorned in green, was a rather unfortunate sight. Thank goodness I'm single. I don't have to worry about appearances. If only Mengyi were here. She would surely craft more practical gloves and a helmet. It is imperative that our team includes a member skilled in crafting armor. Wearing such a helmet does not evoke a sense of valor. I desire the Monkey King's Phoenix feather golden crown, encrusted with jewels. As the number of wild bees circling around him increased, Sulu could distinctly hear the relentless buzzing, amplified through the sound of nature. We are close, he declared. Ahead, a shaded hillside was teeming with wild bees, their activities bustling amidst a thick covering of reeds, interspersed with vibrant wildflowers. The air was alive with not only wild bees, but also a kaleidoscope of butterflies. The landscape was a lush tapestry of greens, mingling seamlessly with the azure sky above, creating a sight of undeniable beauty. Sula marveled at the scene, pushing aside the reeds blanketing the hillside. With the broadleaf helmet atop his head and the reed gloves adorning his hands, he pointed to a crevice in the rocks, declaring, "This is the spot." The wild bees, busy darting in and out, were startled by the disturbance caused by Su Li's actions, and they began to swarm towards him in a frenzy. The chatroom flooded with comments. I always thought beehives were only found hanging from trees, but it seems not. Indeed, wild bees construct their nests in environments suited to their needs. The abundance of wild bees here promised a bountiful harvest. Su Li's luck is simply otherworldly. Just pull a scallion and stumble upon honey. The wealth of survival knowledge was expanding exponentially. If other competitors were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be envious. Sula first moved aside a pile of stones at the mouth of the crevice, revealing an irregular gap approximately 20 centimeters wide. Suddenly, a swarm of wild bees erupted from within, colliding into Sulu, who was well prepared. He adjusted the camera angle to capture the inside of the crevice while lowering his body to observe. Inside, the crevice had been transformed into a hive, with 7 or 8 flat honeycombs hanging vertically. Each honeycomb was about 2 centimeters thick, arranged parallel to one another with equal spacing. Wild bees were busily flitting in and out of the honeycombs. The crevice could only accommodate an arm, and having confirmed the location, Sulu gingerly extracted one honeycomb. Brought into the sunlight, the honeycomb gleamed a pristine gold. Within the hexagonal cells constructed of beeswax, thick layers of wild honey were visible. "What a fine harvest!" he exclaimed. This single honeycomb promised a substantial yield of honey. "Let me taste it." Sulu laid the honeycomb flat, slicing off a piece about a finger's thickness with his iron knife. The moment the blade pierced the cell, honey began to flow forth, exuding a natural floral fragrance. Sula placed the morsel directly into his mouth, savoring its unique flavor. It was entirely different from the honey sold in supermarkets, less sweet, with a subtle tartness. Yet, this tartness was not unpleasant. It bore the essence of natural fruit acidity. The sweetness was remarkably pure, avoiding any cloying sensation, making it delightful to consume. The beeswax itself was flavorless yet chewy, each bite releasing more honey, creating a wonderfully unique texture. As he swallowed, the honey slipped down his throat effortlessly, leaving no residue. Overall, it was akin to the fresh essence of flowers and water, reminiscent of the meadow before him. "I must have more." The chat room buzzed with excitement. "I feel foolish. I thought only at night would Sulu dazzle us. Who knew in the afternoon he would unexpectedly serve us a taste of lemon? I must order some wild honey. Haha, the pure wild kind. A kilogram just under 1,000. Go ahead and buy it. Apologies. I must take my leave." A swarm of wild bees buzzed angrily around Sulu. However, his swift maneuvering, removing the helmet, biting into the honeycomb, and replacing the helmet, left the bees perplexed. They could only continue to collide against his head. Chapter 126, Braised Pork. Accompanied by a unique ingredient. Amidst the rhythmic sound of footsteps, Sula returned to the quaint courtyard, having gathered honey while traversing the lush meadow. A golden eagle, with a sharp cry, swooped down from the sky. Black Shio, instinctively, darted towards the house, but upon realizing that the eagle posed no threat, turned its little head to bare its teeth at the majestic bird. "Howl, you wouldn't dare harm me." Sula playfully tapped its head, chiding. "All you do is eat, drink, and sleep. You should learn a thing or two from your uncle." Black Shio's uncle was the black-footed cat, Xiaohei. The eagle returned. "Had the issue with you Chuanlai been resolved?" "You're back." Mingyi joyfully emerged to greet him. "Where's Lin Shiwan?" Sula feigned ignorance. Sister Lin said those two were quite fierce, giving her a cold sweat. Mingyi pointed towards the depths of the courtyard. She went to take a bath. Trusting her would be foolish. The naive girl was so easily deceived. It made one want to tease her a little. No, such thoughts were too guilt-inducing. Sulu unloaded the wild boar meat, wild scallions, and wild honey from Beiji's back. Lin Shihuan, sitting sideways on Wuxian, also returned from a side path in the yard. "Oh, you two seem to be getting along splendidly," Sulu remarked, feigning surprise. "Indeed," she replied, tilting her head with pride. "It's a form of telepathy among females." "Don't be like that. Now that you've exhausted my retorts, what shall I say?" Sulu asked with a half-smile. "Is your bath done?" "Yes." Lin Shiwan flipped her hair. "Its strands dry. Yu Chuanlai ran into the woods. I was worried you might encounter him." "Really?" Lin Shiwan blinked innocently. "Perhaps he is heading in a different direction. Such a stubborn and proud girl. You didn't even glance at the sky." The foolish bird saw everything. Sulu continued to focus on sorting the wild boar meat. Lin Shihuan, with bright eyes, watched his actions and asked, "What is for dinner tonight?" "How brazen!" Sulu exclaimed in surprise. "Braised pork," he replied, noticing her intention to sit idly by and wait for food. "Come here and help me, or there might not be any for you later." "Humph." She took the iron knife from Sulu and skillfully divided the large piece of wild boar meat, categorizing and storing it in a shaded area. In the cool shade, there was a naturally formed rock hollow. She set up a clay pot there, filling it with water and adding saltpeter. Soon, a layer of vapor condensed around the cool pot, causing the temperature in the hollow to drop. Various meats that were not to be dried, yet were neatly stored in this simple cold chamber. Not bad. This way we can enjoy fresh meat for 3 to 5 days. Sula pretended not to notice Lin Shihuan's expression of self-satisfaction. From the wild boar, there were also large chunks of lard. A clay pot was set up, with a shallow layer of clean water poured in, sprinkled with a pinch of rock salt. Finally, the lard was placed inside to render. Once the water boiled, the pot was elevated, maintaining a gentle heat for a slow simmer. A faint aroma of oil began to rise. The taste of mutton fat carried its distinct odor, which would inevitably affect the flavor of the dish. The method of rendering lard was the common household technique, familiar to the viewers in the live stream. It required a bit of time, taking over an hour to complete. While the lard rendered, they prepared additional ingredients for the braised pork. The live stream chat buzzed with comments about lemon-flavored dishes. Isn't braised pork just meat and sugar? Maybe add ginger and wild scallions during blanching. What more does Sulu need? And why wait for the lard to render? Who knows? You might think Sulu is about to make a regular home-cooked meal, but in the next moment, he'll surprise you. Haha, I have foresight. I didn't rush to buy pork belly. Whatever Sulu is preparing, I'll add to my shopping cart. Upstairs, that's clever. So, what have you added now? Pork belly and scallions. Huh, isn't that practically the same? At the edge of the swirling sea, Sulu squinted, gazing at the rolling waters. The final ingredient for the braised pork, the very soul of the dish, he pointed forward, is in the sea. The chat erupted in a storm of question marks. What? Are you adding a fish to it? Amidst the chaos of inquiries, Sulu suddenly sprinted forward. Plunging into the ocean. Underwater breathing, activate. The seawater enveloped him in an instant, yet his breath remained unimpeded. What a wondrous experience. Is this akin to being immersed in LCL? Should I simply smile now? The shallow beach of the water continued to slope downward. Detecting eye, activate. Chapter 127, Underwater. How can he hold his breath for so long? The reefs extend continuously into the depths of the continental shelf. The shallow seawater exhibits a clear, glass-like quality, which gradually deepens in color as one descends, shifting from transparent to a more profound blue. The ripples and undulations on the water's surface refract sunlight, casting diamond-shaped patterns within the depths. These patterns stretch to around 6 or 7 meters deep before fading into the purest blue. As Sulu stirs the water, delicate white bubbles form a chain, ascending towards the surface. Tiny coral fish swim in schools, unperturbed as they brush past him. Leatherback turtles, clownfish, and moon jellyfish. Moon jellyfish? My apologies for the intrusion, farewell. In the distance, schools of pike swirl upwards. Even further away, the shadows of larger sea creatures, like sharks, can be seen moving through the water. Continuing to descend, Sulu steps onto the sand that fills the gaps between the reefs, feeling a chilling touch beneath his feet. The reefs are cloaked in a thin layer of seaweed, and deeper down, clusters of swaying seagrass thrive. Interspersed among the seagrass are branching corals, flourishing in hues of red, pink, and orange. Through the eye of detection, Sulu perceives the outlines of various fishing supplies around him, yet he refrains from collecting them immediately, opting instead to memorize their distribution. The duration of eye of detection is shorter than that of underwater breathing, allowing him to gather resources at a leisurely pace. He adjusts the camera to transmit the underwater scenery to the live broadcast room. The viewers are momentarily entranced by the beauty of the ocean floor. What a splendid day to document. On the 7th day of survival on the deserted island, Sulu ventures into the sea for snorkeling. Although he is not the first to dive in, I can assure you that he is the first to plunge to such depths. Indeed, having been captivated by Sulu's underwater visuals, we almost lost track of how deep he has gone. Let me check. According to the information released by the organizers, Sulu is currently approximately 40 meters underwater. Goodness, 40 meters? Sulu has dived this deep without any protective gear, and he continues to descend. How deep is he planning to go? He must be cautious not to lose his way back. He has been under for over 3 minutes now. Can a normal person hold their breath for that long? Moreover, given the state of the sky, it does not look promising. Will Sulu be able to surface in time? It seems he sensed the concern of the viewers in the broadcast room, as he timely gave a thumbs up to the camera, indicating that he is in good condition. With a popularity of 700,000, he can exchange for 140 seconds of eye of detection, and the positioning of the fishing supplies has been completed. He continues to plunge deeper, lured by the enchanting underwater scenery. Even Sulu finds it irresistible to gaze a little longer. The deeper he goes, the more dazzling the array of fish species becomes. And after discerning various underwater plants, he is pleased to discover that his botany skill has been upgraded. Current level, LV, 3. Ascending. The comments flood in, finally surfacing. Watching Sulu dive, I was nearly holding my breath in anxiety. I tried to hold my breath, and 1 minute is already my limit. Sulu, however, has exceeded 5 minutes. Not to mention, he has been moving in the water. I'm in awe. Sulu is truly a legend. Current live broadcast popularity, 740,000. As he passes through the designated fishing zones, Sulu halts, gathering tufts of seagrass. The seagrass is easily bundled, and whether eaten fresh or dried, it is delicious. Not only is it flavorful, but it is also nutritionally rich. He ascends once more. Su Li's gaze ultimately fixates on a section of a cliffside reef that branches off to one side. Blub blub, he splashes the water behind him, creating a series of bubbles. Comments. Is Sula finally getting to the point? Is he searching for the ingredients for braised pork? Disturbed by his presence, a multitude of fish stream out from beneath the reef, revealing the dark and shadowy surface of the rocks. He suddenly accelerates, clutching a palm-sized, oval, rough-surfaced brown rock. Comments. No way. This isn't rock. Is that an abalone? Judging by the pattern, it must be the finest net abalone. And this piece is nearly the size of a human head. How many abalones is that? 2. Surely not just one. A single net abalone. My goodness, how much could this be worth? To use such a large net abalone for braised pork? I'm at a loss for words. Earlier, I mentioned that whatever Su Lu prepares, we should all add to our shopping carts. Can someone please say something? He stows the net abalone, ascending. The final stretch. Just then, the clouds above the sea begin to churn, and a fierce wind suddenly rises. Chapter 128, Storm. Shark. The live stream chat erupted in chaos. Damn. The wind rises only when it's least expected. It's over. The weather has turned. Su Lu is still underwater. With these fierce winds and tumultuous waves, he surely won't resurface. Who is the harbinger of doom upstairs? This is still shallow water. Su Lu must seize the moment. There should still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, Su Lu had already been submerged for over 6 minutes. The depletion of oxygen and stamina must be nearing its limit, right? An ordinary person would struggle to hold their breath for 6 minutes even in calm waters, let alone amidst this rising turbulence. The waves are so powerful they could capsize a boat, let alone a person. There was no need to invoke nature's voice. Su Lu could already sense a shift in the atmosphere beneath the sea. The glimmering scales of light from the surface faded away, and even the shallower waters grew increasingly dark. The deep blue was tainted with murky gray, a sign that light was being obscured. If the winds and waves continued to intensify, the remaining blue would be entirely swallowed by gray. With 4 minutes left of underwater breathing, it should suffice. All he needed to do was ascend without distraction. Su Lu quickly assessed his condition, stowing away the seaweed and a netted abalone, and began his rapid ascent through the water. At that moment, the surface of the sea grew increasingly tumultuous. Waves exceeding 1 meter began to form, crashing violently against the shoreline. Lin Shihan in the small courtyard abruptly turned, staring at the furious sea in the distance. Su Lu was still in the water. She exclaimed in shock and instinctively raced towards the beach. The sky above the nearshore was low with clouds. Waves crashed against the rocks, producing a resounding roar. The turbulent waters shattered against the reefs, sending foam soaring several meters into the air. Su Lu stabilized himself in the water. In the deeper sections, the effects of the wind were relatively muted, allowing the water to remain calm and his body to find balance. However, as he ascended to shallower depths, the waves increasingly disrupted his equilibrium. At about 5 meters deep, even activating stamina surge would likely be futile against the wave's force. This isn't merely a matter of capsizing. It's a matter of survival. Thankfully, Su Lu pressed against the iron knife at his waist and turned to swim away from the shoreline. The audience in the live stream was utterly bewildered. What is the host doing? Why swim towards the deep sea instead of the shore? My hairs are standing on end. So is mine. My palms are slick with sweat. In the depths, with 3 minutes remaining of underwater breathing, Su Lu focused intently on the water, where a streamlined shadow glided slowly past him from over 10 meters away. What is that? A shark. Host, don't be reckless. Being eaten by a shark won't make things any easier. Don't give up on survival. Su Lu, in a dire predicament, seemed to smile faintly. The streamlined shadow, a colossal figure, disturbed the water with its movements. To it, the current's turbulence was but a mere ripple. With a spindle-shaped body, broad flat head, short snout, and round eyes, its gaping mouth revealed the sharp tips of conical teeth. The upper body was gray, while the underside was white, over 5 meters in length. It was a tiger shark. Su Lu quickly identified the characteristics of the shark, which sensed his presence and abruptly changed course, propelling itself directly toward him. It's after you. Su Lu met the tiger shark's gaze unflinchingly. He had previously spotted the shark from afar, its shadow cast over a school of mackerel. The hunting mark was imprinted. In an instant, Su Lu felt the precise location of the tiger shark projected into his senses, coupled with nature's voice and the speed of sound in water. He could even anticipate the shark's next attack direction. However, the tiger shark, now marked, sensed something amiss. Instinctively cautious, it slowed its pace, assessing the situation. With 2 minutes left of underwater breathing, Su Lu narrowed his eyes, drawing the iron knife and making a small cut on his fingertip. Induction technique. His blood mingled with the seawater, instantly inciting the tiger shark into a frenzy. Chapter 129. He has disappeared. The sound of a massive tail fin slapping the water echoed in the ears of Sulu before the tiger shark made its move. Has it arrived? Surge of stamina. Activate. A surge of stamina lasting 148 seconds, nearly matching the remaining time for underwater breathing. Sulu kicked forcefully, propelling himself sideways. It appeared as if he possessed a prophetic awareness, deftly avoiding the trajectory of the tiger shark's assault. The live stream chat erupted. I can't believe my eyes. Sulu has been diving for nearly 8 minutes, and he still has the energy to fight a shark? Unbelievable. If Sulu can defeat the shark today, I shall revere him as the Dragon King. Having evaded the tiger shark's attack, Sulu swiftly adjusted his posture. Sound of nature continuously relayed the turbulent waters surrounding the shark. Simultaneously, Hunting Mark persistently updated Sulu on the shark's precise location. Coupled with the relentless energy provided by Surge of Stamina, he managed to effortlessly dodge all of the tiger shark's initial assaults. The 2 Juga crossbows strapped to his waist were firmly gripped in his hands. As he once again passed by the tiger shark, he propelled himself backward using the water's current and raised his hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dual wielding, he released 2 arrows from each bow. The underwater resistance impeded the firing mechanism, significantly reducing the rate of fire. However, with the distance between him and the shark not exceeding 2 meters, the streamlined arrows still packed a formidable punch in close range. Iron arrows pierced through the tiger shark's skin, each shaft embedding itself more than 3 centimeters deep. With a successful strike, Sulu quickly kicked off and maneuvered to the side. The next moment, the shark's gaping maw snapped at the very spot he had just vacated. While moving, Sulu continued to pull the triggers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 2 quick shots. Gunnery technique for moving shots. The pain was unmistakably conveyed to the not-so-intelligent brain of the tiger shark, and the scent of blood heightened its ferocity. Its massive body thrashed about, creating increasingly violent whirlpools in the water. 100 seconds remained. The turbulence pushed Sulu backward, and the enraged tiger shark pursued closely behind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Having learned that this sound heralded pain, the shark's body swayed and disturbed the water flow, causing the trajectories of the 4 arrows to be disrupted, narrowly missing its snout. Nonetheless, Sulu remained undeterred, swinging his arms from both sides. Gunnery technique for a curved shot. The arrows corrected their paths and surged through the chaotic waters. This time, the arrow struck the shark's snout with precision. In agony, the tiger shark slammed into Sulu, twisting its body to the side, its pectoral fin nearly brushing against the tip of his nose. Sulu retracted the Juga crossbows and reached for the shark's side fin. A tremendous force surged through the fin, pulling his body along with the shark's rapid movement. Yet, Surge of Stamina provided nearly ceaseless energy, allowing Sulu to grip the fin tightly while his other hand reached for the dorsal fin. The live stream was in a frenzy. The chat exclaimed, "What have I just witnessed?" Sulu utilized 2 Juga crossbows to fire 6 arrows each, exploiting the tiger shark's weakness. And now he is climbing onto its back. Is Sulu about to ride the shark? Oh, I see. To all the viewers out there, if you encounter a massive wave in the sea, you can mimic Sulu and ride a tiger shark. What nonsense. Is this even humanly possible? This is divine intervention. 8 minutes of holding one's breath, battling the waves, searching for a shark, and now riding its back. Sulu truly embodies the Dragon King of the human realm. I feel my blood boiling. Perched upon the first dorsal fin of the tiger shark, Sulu drew out the iron knife strapped to his back. With the pommel, he struck forcefully at the shark's spine. Weakness perception. This blow precisely targeted a seam in the shark's vertebrae. Before the tiger shark could react, Sulu unleashed a series of strikes. The knife, limited in length, could not penetrate deeply into the 5-meter-long shark, but the continuous blunt impacts on the vulnerable joint accumulated sufficient force to cause significant tremors. The sudden shock to the spinal discs caused the tiger shark to plunge downwards dramatically. Sulu's camera was violently tossed about in the turbulent waters, eventually ejected from the chaos. The camera, equipped with a buoyancy device, spun and floated to the surface. In the live stream, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Oh no. My heart sinks. Sulu, please be safe. The shark is dragging Sulu deeper into the abyss. On the beach, Lin Shihan sprinted towards the shore, her teeth clenched, charging into the crashing waves. Yet, she was immediately thrown back by the force of the surf. In the face of nature, human strength felt utterly insignificant. Soaked to the skin, her hair clung to her face as she persistently attempted to delve deeper into the ocean. Once more, she was repelled. Sulu. In the gusting wind, her voice barely traveled a few meters before being swallowed by the air. Sulu. Suddenly, she spotted a dark object, swept ashore by the waves. Was this Suli's camera?